Hello and welcome to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PlayStation 4. Now this is the fourth Challengers Cup that has been done, but this is my first time doing it, so I'm so excited to be here. We're going to bring you all the action all day long, the best the amateur Call of Duty scene has to offer. But it's not just me. My name is Jess Trainhard. I'll be hosting all day alongside two of my favorite people in the entire world who will be casting. And we've got, let's see, she's not a house cat, she's not a stray cat, she's an alley cat. Allie, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Jess. I'm so excited to cast some Call of Duty with you both this morning. How are you doing, Fox?
I'm doing great. I can always count on Jess to gas me up. That's why I'm here. Thank you so much.
Well,
I'm doing just fine.
Like I was saying to Allie earlier, we've got a cat and we've got a fox. Like, what other two better animals to represent, I think, Call of Duty. I'm so excited. Now, there is a lot going on. We've got 3 different regions that we are going to be showing you guys. So just take a look at the schedule here as you see on your screen right at noon. So starting up pretty soon here, we'll be showing you guys the APAC, that is the Asia Pacific Grand Finals, moving on from there to the EU European Finals, and then to the North American Finals. But you might be asking yourself, what format is this competition taking place under? Well, it is going to be a single elimination until we have the remaining 8 teams. After that, we move on to a double elimination, so it's not quite a sudden death. You get a little bit more chances, and of course this is all remote. This is really cool technology that we're able to do this from the comfort of our own homes. All the matches are played remote, the broadcast is remote. So now that we know what's happening, we know what game we're playing, let's take a look at what is up for grabs. So first up for the North American prizing, Allie, do you want to go ahead and rattle those off and just touch on all those prizes?
Obviously, there's a lot of money up for grabs here, Jess. First place is $10,000 that we're looking at, and then we move down to second place, $7,500, and we drop down a little bit more to $5,000. Fourth, $2,500, and then we're going to move on to some European prizing. Obviously, still a lot of money up for grabs. We drop down a little bit here, though. First place, $8,000. Second place, $6,000. Go down another $2,000 to $4,000 for third, and fourth place, obviously, $2,000. And then once again, we can't forget about our APAC region. Drop down a little bit more in the cash prizing there as well, but still, first place, $2,500. Second, $1,500, and third, $1,000. So still a lot of money up for grabs here in this challengers bracket.
There is so much on the line. That is so much money. And Fox, let's ask you this next question. So this prize pool has been stepped up a little bit, I understand, from previous Challengers Cups. So this kind of money, what do you think that does to the mentality of one of these amateur players playing here in the Challengers Cup?
Oh, just the $50,000 prize pool tagline for the tournament alone, it tells you it's going to bring the best competition here. So what it does for those players is it tells them to kick it into high gear, right? And just push their way through this tournament, right? Show up, work hard, practice with your team, and come through with thousands of dollars in your pocket, hopefully.
For sure. There's a lot of pressure on the line is the thing, both the good kind of pressure and the bad kind of pressure. Now, we do have a couple of really also interesting storylines, but first, let's take a look at the winners from last week. Let's see who has been performing well so far. Of course, in first place last time for North America was the Atlanta Faze Academy. In Europe, it was Team War, and in the APAC region, Asia Pacific, Team Renegades won. Allie, for you, is there anything that's surprising to you about the winners from the Minnesota home series last weekend?
Not super surprising. Obviously, Atlanta Faze Academy, not only have they been showing up in the pro scene, but their academy team as well has really been just asserting their dominance. And then Renegades, we've heard about them. They've been dominating completely. We haven't heard of any teams contesting them, really. We've heard series have been mostly sweeps, so nothing too surprising there. Team War, team we've seen a lot of, so not too surprised there either. So I'm hoping to see some new faces and new teams upcoming into today.
And Fox, for you, was there anything that was surprising about the winners from the Minnesota home series last weekend?
Oh, no, not surprising. If you're those teams, you're coming in here confident. You're ready to steamroll through the competition. These are some of the best at what they do, and this is the best place for them to be playing this weekend.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets then, because we know who won last week. We don't know who's going to win this week, but we can look and see at past performance and see what's kind of been going on. So first up, the North America winners bracket. We start off, we see a lot of 3-0s, and then things are maybe going to be a little more up in the air after that. First up, Fox, is there anything, what stands out to you the most from this North American winners bracket?
What stands out to me the most is going to be this exciting UYU and ATL Faze Academy matchup that we have coming up. These are two of the strongest teams in the North American winners in the North American Challengers Cup for the Call of Duty League, and I'm really looking forward to see how that one unfolds.
And speaking of UYU, I understand Parasite has been replaced by Charles. Ali, can you talk about kind of what we're expecting to see out of Charles?
Hopefully we're seeing him, come out running and gunning, but we'll see that later on today. And hopefully now we're going to take a look at the EU bracket, move on a little bit to a different region here. A team I've been really keeping an eye on, obviously I'll always say it, is Singularity. Even though they've been in a bit of a rough patch, but as per usual, we see Trainhard really putting through that work in those losers semis. We see that hot 3-0 obtain and making it into losers finals. And Team War, of course, already in the finals. They did win our last cup, so nothing too shocking there.
For sure, but do you think there's going to be an additional pressure on Team War, seeing as they were the winners last week, and is there going to be a lot of pressure on them to repeat that performance here today?
Well, of course there's a lot of pressure, but then again, you look at their stat lines. I mean, it's 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 across the board, so nobody seems to be putting up a fight quite yet. So if anything, they're sitting incredibly comfortable and they're sitting incredibly confident, and if they can just keep running with that momentum, I don't see a problem with them.
For sure. All right. Well, we've talked about. Oh, I'm so sorry, Fox. Did you have anything you wanted to add about Team War there?
Oh no, War, when they're on that road to first place and they're looking that good, things are going buttery smooth for them, and they have to be feeling excellent in this tournament right now. I was just echoing Ali's sentiments.
Awesome. Well, all right, then we've covered NA, we've covered EU. Let's take a look at the APAC bracket. Now, of course, APAC is going to be the first region whose matches we will be seeing here today. And Ali, let's start with you. Is there anything that really stands out to you about this bracket, or is there anything surprising about it coming down to Renegades versus Chiefs here today?
I'm really excited for this matchup just because you did see Chiefs fall, but like I've been thinking before, they've at least been putting up fights. You can see that some series have gone pretty close. Chiefs have thrown 3-2, Chiefs 3-0 their first round, even though they fell into losers. So I'm hopefully going to see a good fight out of them going into Renegades, who have been showing such dominance so far.
For sure. Now, I know they're not going to be playing here today, of course, but, I do want to bring up Rift Nation. And I have to wonder, they've been trying so hard to break into the top 2. We've seen them take top 3 at previous Challengers Cups and previous Open Challengers events. Well, what do you think that Rift will need to do to be able to break into that coveted top 2 spot?
Rift really needs to take a look at what's going wrong. Like, is it team chem? Is it somebody underperforming? It's just one of those things where you figure it out, is it a team problem or is it a person problem? Hopefully it's a team problem so that they can fix it together, because we hate seeing kind of putting that blame all into one person, but again, we'll have to see.
Definitely. All right, well then, I guess we are just about ready to get into Renegades versus Chiefs. This is the Asia Pacific region for the grand finals of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4. And just one thing to make note of is that you see we're jumping into this scoreline of about 53-46. The reason for that is we have to start at 3 minutes into the game. As you may already know, we are actually watching a VOD right now. The matches for the Asia Pacific region took place overnight due to time zones and such. However, the 3 of us here on the casting team have not watched any of this match. I personally don't know what happens. I don't know how this series is going to shake down. So we are going to be essentially watching this in live time with you. Now, there was a slight issue with the recording. It was kind of unwatchable. I assure you there was no issue for the teams themselves. Everything was fair as far as gameplay goes. It's just that the first 3 minutes are kind of unplayable for you guys here. So with that, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of my friends Ali Cat and Rondez Fox. Take it away, you two.
So picking up in this game in progress, we're on point number 4 out of 5. For those of you unfamiliar with hardpoint, we're rotating after the 5th hardpoint. Currently, Renegades are in control with a lead of 90-60. They just had several kills in their favor. They have excellent spawn control, as you can see on the mini-map. And so now this Chiefs offense is at a bit of a disadvantage.
Now we're already at 30 seconds on this hard point. If you pay attention to your mini-map, you can already see number 5 Nimble on the side of Chiefs making that rotation, but Renegades are also on it as well. So not only are they getting all that time off of that last hill, they also are going to beat Chiefs just by a couple of seconds on this rotation. So I'm hoping to see some huge gunfights out of the MP5s here to try and break this before the hill pops.
and it's so tough for Chiefs. They need Zeppa to stay alive here because this is where the hill is spawning, and we saw the Renegades was already perfectly set up for it. Chiefs were still fighting through middle map in these small, tough to travel through choke points. They're able to fight through, take control, and now Renegades is on their back foot. Up by 60 seconds, though, they have plenty of time to work with.
They had a very small window to win those gunfights, and Chiefs were definitely able to do it, but they have such a large point deficit. They need to get just about every second out of this hill to really make that a smaller gap or possibly take over the lead here. And Limax, we can on board with him in this hill cut, clearly doing his work. He got a two-piece, and we're watching Swifty, though. He's trying to kind of force his way in there, but this is just one of those hills that it's very, very hard to break, not to mention those back spawns that Chiefs are locking down right now.
So 20 seconds left on the clock. We're now moving to a hardpoint we haven't seen on broadcast just yet. It's going to be point 1, dead center in the mini-map. Completing the first rotation of hills, you can see Renegades is leading by about 40 seconds. They've had a pretty commanding control of the game up until the last maybe 20 or so. And as we get into the new hardpoint, you can see they're already set up on middle map for it. So this should be tough for Chiefs to break.
And Renegades, even after all that time that Chiefs just got, they still have the lead. And that's just one of those really painful things where Chiefs really need to kick in gear here and really just kick it up. And you look at the kill stat wise, you know, it's not like across the board anybody's going super negative. Renegades have just been doing such a good job of rotating and getting those kills and breaking those hills incredibly early. But Chiefs, they managed to break into this hill, but once again, you just saw your kill feed light up red 3, light up red 4 again, and Renegades just aren't giving them any foothold here.
Yeah, Renegades really not letting off of the gas here. You see the M4 of sets aiming down sights, long lines of sight, excellent cover. This is a good position for him to be right now. He's just trying to push up and be a bit more aggressive on the hard point.
All right, so nobody's on the hill as of current, but there's only 20 seconds left. But Chiefs, they need these 20 seconds anyway, so they're going to go ahead and get the scrap time. But once again, they need to be on that rotation. I feel like Renegades, other than the last 2 hills, have just always been there ready and waiting for them. So Chiefs really need to start kicking it in gear here and getting people rotating earlier and winning those early gunfights so that they can guarantee those spawns so they can try and get that full 60 to give them the lead here.
Again, early time. Going to Renegades. Just one player on middle map is Pred. He's hovering. Just trying to catch any stragglers and people maybe flanking towards the hard point, but a lot of the pressure is going towards the top portion of your mini-map. Take a look at that. 3 arrows pouring into the cave. Smoke screen in effect, though. And that's going to keep sets safe as they wait for the push.
Sets here locking it down with the AR. I mean, nobody can take him down. It is just free range for him. You just saw your kill feed lighting up red. Chiefs here really taking some damage. Sets once again. Believe he's on a 5 spree right now. He's just having his way with them. And once again, on rotation is Renegades. So Chiefs here, it's looking a little bit dangerous going into this next hard point.
Ali, these are grand finals rotations right here. Renegades is coming here to win right now. They're always there right at the start. And Chiefs constantly has to be on a bit of a back foot, right? Once these guys get there and they get in position and they're aiming down sights and they're holding the lanes that they know they need to hold, that just makes your fight so much tougher. And as the Chiefs continue to spawn out further and further, more time goes in favor of Renegades to build that lead. Score limit is reached at 250, and they can win it on this hill if they play it perfectly.
Renegades are just proving here why they're the best team in the APAC region thus far, and I'm hoping to see some more later in the series out of Chiefs, maybe some more in SME, but right now in this hard point, it's not looking too hot for them.
Definitely not. It seems that Renegades showed up the more poised and well-positioned team on the map so far here, but there's still plenty of time for Chiefs to come back. 30 seconds separate Renegades from their victory, but the pressure's not letting up. Take a look at Zeppa as he catches the stragglers on the previous hard point.
I was talking about kills being kind of even earlier, but now we're looking on the side of Renegades. You got Swifty going 26 and 17. You got Sets 26 and 13. And, you know, 20 and 50 out of Crimsa. I mean, they are heating up and they are not slowing down. They only need about 8 more seconds out of this hard point. Chiefs need to get in. They need somebody to touch it. But Zeppa, he's all by himself. He doesn't have any help from his teammates, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get in here. 1 more second needed. We're going to see Sets with the pistol. He'll grab 2, but... And there it is. There's 250 to 136. I mean, Renegades, they got those kills and they just started warming up and running with it.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw 3 players on the side of Renegades had over a minute of kill time. One of them was double positive. When you have stat lines like that and the objective is that evenly dispersed amongst your team while they're still slaying, that's a recipe for success right there. And you see they doubled their enemy score for a good reason.
Azir Cave is just such a AR map, so it was awesome to see Sets be able to really take over with that prowess. And I mean, 26 and 15, that's a pretty insane stat line.
Just crazy, crazy to have that kind of pressure on your team.
So Ali, you had mentioned toward the beginning of the map, yeah, you know, things are kind of even kill-wise. Things started off pretty even score-wise as well in terms of points. What for you was kind of the turning point, or what was it that Renegades changed and started doing exactly right?
It didn't even really feel like that much of a change. It almost felt like a warm-up. It almost felt like we were seeing glimpses of like an even game, and then they started heating up and getting the full wipes, and then it was just like Chiefs couldn't keep up. They just kept getting stuck on their back heel, and Renegades just kept running with it. It kept getting in their face, and Chiefs just couldn't keep up.
And Rondez, I think you said these are grand finals rotations. You said that kind of midway sort of toward the end of the map there. Can you describe what it was that Renegades was doing right in those rotations?
Well, you just saw they were so frequently having people catch that scrap time, right? But they also made sure they had people on the rotation. When you're able to get those last 20 seconds and set up for a new 60, especially on a map like Azir Cave where you can hold hard points for such long periods of time, those advantages are huge and will win you the map in the end. And we see Renegades come out on top.
Now, for either of you, were there any specific players on Renegades that were just really kind of star players that match, or was it more of a cumulative team effort?
It was definitely pretty across the board, but like I was talking about, Sets and Crimson really took over the map there. Like I said, 26 and 15, 26 and 13, those are some pretty insane stat lines, especially on a map like Azir Cave where that can make such a big difference. We obviously saw that with the scoreline going as far as it did.
Definitely. All right, well, that was a really exciting start to this series. I, for one, am super excited to see what happens. So it looks like we are going to load right into Map 2, Renegades versus Chiefs. Take it away.
Loading into Search and Destroy here. We're looking through the eyes of Renegades. You might recognize some of the names on the side of Renegades as some of the more experienced players in the APAC region. We have Swifty, we have Fida, we have Nimble in the lobby too on the side of Chiefs. These players are no stranger to Search and Destroy, a staple game mode of Call of Duty. 1 life to live and 5 enemies to take down.
I'm very shocked about the 5 push through mid. You don't usually see that working out too much, as usually somebody is watching that cross from Broken, but it ended up working out pretty well for Renegades. You saw some trades going through, and they are in a 3v3 now. Fida just having his way with Chiefs coming from the flank. Nobody turned around. You would have thought at that point, once they were pushed up that far, Chiefs would have had those callouts, but unfortunately for them, they did not. We are now in a 2v2 though. Restalling, able to catch Sets out in the back. Fida though, looking to catch one off guard. He's rotating back through the mid here. See if he can't get any information for his teammate Crimson.
Bomb carrier Fida. Currently in a 1 versus 1 situation as the bomb has been planted at A. Now it's going to be up to restalling with a kill and defuse. Popping the smoke screen for some defense. It does nothing, though. They pre-fire into it and take them out instantly. You know, walking in a straight line out in the open there is probably not going to do a whole lot for him here. You see, the submachine gun of Fida was so ready and prepared for this exact play.
He had the right idea, but it looked like he missed a couple of shots there that he should have hit on Renegades. But I wish he would have just stayed on the bomb heady. I wish he would have taken advantage of what he had instead of just running, gunning straight forward at them. Obviously, it didn't work in his favor. It's always tough to tell
in those situations. Right, being unable to see through smoke grenades, as you mentioned, you know, I'm sure in hindsight he wishes that he could have stayed right there and waited a bit longer. It's so tough to tell when you're in that spot and the pressure is on. But into our next round, we see Nimble carrying the bomb. He's going to be running straight towards the A site into the face of 2 Renegades players. Let's see how they respond.
Swifty got the information he's there. He's gonna pull out the pistol to finish the kill. Limax, you knew he was there. You should have won that gunfight. I mean, Renegades. We saw them at Hardpoint. Now we're seeing them just absolutely dominate in this S&D. Just looking for a foothold for Chiefs here. Zeppa, though, stuck in a 1v4. Looking not so hot for him, but we've seen more insane things in Call of Duty. Gonna take a little peek and Broken here. He might say a little hi to Crimza, but looks like Pret's ready for him. Ooh, Chiefs not looking so hot.
Yep, so Renegades with a good start to the S&D. When you come into an S&D and you win both the offensive and the defensive round, that's absolutely, like, your executions are working. That's got to feel good. Now is where the adjustments come in, right? They've seen your offense. They've seen your defense. How is your opponent, the Chiefs, going to respond and try to come back in this match?
I'm interested to see if we see a pace change out of them. It seems like they've been playing a little bit fast. I don't know if that's because they're playing the Renegades pace or not yet, but I'm interested to see if they slow it down a bit here, take a couple more angles and hold them for a bit longer than they have. So we'll see how it goes. It looks like we're heavily towards B side. It looks like they didn't have the read, though. Hopefully they start this rotation now. The player Damage has this information. He's a little too pushed out. I wish he wasn't that far. He should have backed up and waited for his teammates. So we are now in a 5v4.
That is 4 players that were soaring straight to the A site in the face of Damage. He was set up for failure right there, and now it's for the rest of his team to come back and work through a 4 versus 5 disadvantage. You see the bomb carrier still in the action, surrounded by blue arrows, and the pressure is on Chiefs right now.
Looks like Chiefs finally took their rotation, but they also got some trades along the way, so we are now in a 2v2 situation. Zeppa gonna head and grab off Fida, who's looking to get a knife kill up and Broken. Looking like a round might go Chiefs' way finally, but Crimza, he's had some other ideas. Bomb still needs to go down, though. We got 20 seconds left in the round.
The 1v1. Limax last alive against Crimza. Shots go down. It's a long-range engagement, though, so we should expect to see these players regroup. And we see Chiefs come out on top for their first round win. As I said, we saw that Renegades are able to get their first offensive and defensive round win. Chiefs now able to get their first defensive round win of the game.
Some nice shots out of Limax. Good to see a round come on the side of Chiefs, which wasn't looking like a round about to go their way, but they were able to turn it around in the end. So wondering if this little momentum push, we'll see a different Chiefs than we have. Right, on board with Damage. He is 0-3, and so is Nimble, so hopefully we see them heat up a little bit here. It's looking like a straight-up field push straight into B. They will be welcomed by Fida 71. He has the information. He's going to keep popping these headies. Make sure he waits for his teammates, get some information. Zeppa, though, does find sets. Fida tried to back up to get out of the situation, but Chiefs were just a little too fast. So once again, we're in the advantage of Chiefs right now. They are in a 5v3 situation. They do have the advantage. I'm hoping to see a quick bomb plant here and a setup for the rest of the round.
Very well played from Chiefs so far, pushing to the back there, taking out Fida, who was the lurker, and now they're behind enemy lines. And you see Renegades, they're falling one by one. Not a single player from the Chiefs roster has died just yet, and you see why. Look at that positioning. Renegades was trapped and cornered, and Chiefs played them like a fiddle.
And like I said, I was hoping to see a pace change out of Chiefs here, and it looks like that's exactly what we're getting. They slowed down, they changed up their strat just a bit, and it ends up like these rounds are gonna start looking a little bit more back and forth than they have been the first two.
Excellent response coming from Chiefs so far in this Search and Destroy. An awesome round 3 and 4 resurgence to tie up the game 2-2. So now that we look at things from the side of Renegades, we'll see what Swifty's been up to. Currently 1-3 for his team. The lowest kills on his side. Tied up with Nimble for the Chiefs. He's going to be sniping this round.
They did this before, and I wish, once again, that 5 push into mid. I wish somebody from Chiefs was watching that cross, because not a single one was even close. So now, easy bomb site takeover on Renegades. They could very easily play this plant right now and get a couple picks off Chiefs who are unknowingly watching field. Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Bomb is down. Let's see how Chiefs respond.
Swifty's in a good spot here, hugging the corner. I think Zeppa has a good idea as to where he's at. He's trying to fish him out there. Spot checking with the stun grenade proves to be ineffective. And then they push in. He gets confused. He gets pinched. That's a huge kill on the bomb site. They now have control of the objective, and it's up to Swifty to try and disrupt it for Renegades here.
He's a little bit behind. They don't know he's there. He has popped Deddy, so they cannot hear him. But Bomb only has 15 seconds left. So Chiefs are going to move. They need to move now. And they did. They're going to get that bomb to plant. What a fantastic collapse Chiefs did on that B site. They waited for each other, and the comms I can only imagine. But fantastic round out of Chiefs. I feel like we're seeing a whole different team than we did in the first map. I'm excited to see what they keep doing.
These last at least 2 rounds have just been surgical from the side of Chiefs. Like, they are absolutely... The tactics are incredible, right? They were able to come through on the flank, taking Fight off as the lurker, get the cellar positioning behind the enemy lines. We saw on the bomb site right there, they were able to retake effectively and force the submachine gun players out, trapping them and defusing the bomb. Just excellent play from them right now.
Yeah, they're playing much more as a unit now than I feel like we've seen them before. So now we finally got Nimble on the board. He is 1-3. Zeppa, though, important stat line, 9-3. Really doing a lot for his team here. Gonna see him throw a stun in field. Don't think he caught anything damage. Waiting for his teammates to push on up. It looks like we're gonna see a A push here. They will be met by Pred. He does get caught, but those shots were clean, but the trades do come out, so we are still in a 4v4 here, but they do have the information that the bomb is on A side heavy.
Bomb does have the protection of Zeppa, currently sitting at 9 kills, so you got a little bit of security in that regard, but the positioning is still in favor of the side of the Renegades players. So getting that bomb out of there is going to be tough, but Nimble and Zeppa are working through it.
Chiefs did end up to lay the bomb down, so that's 30 seconds on your clock, and restalling, coming through the flank here. He picked one. You'd think that call out would be called, but it wasn't, so he finds another one, and he makes it out alive. Will he get the third? No, Crimson will pick him off with that pistol, but we are in a 1v1 situation. Bomb is planted for damage, so he could just play this heady and wait to peek at 10 seconds left. Crimson looks like he's just going to try and go for the kill. Damage, though. Doesn't look like he's going to give it to him.
Waste his time, Crimson. Let that bomb defuse. We see another round win go in favor of Chiefs.
Listen, he got the kill, though, right?
He did get the kill. 4-2 Chiefs. 4 straight rounds after dropping the initial offensive and defensive rounds. Chiefs, they're looking great in this S&D now, right?
No, they are. They literally, they are a different team than the first 2 rounds. They found out their problem. They slowed it down. They played to their pace, and we are seeing a whole different Chiefs here. And, you know, some teams do be like that. Some teams tend to be more S&D heavy than they are in their respawns. So I'm excited to see what they end up doing in the Dom if they win this S&D and with that momentum.
It really do be like that. So we see the sniper overlooking middle map. Not too much action coming from that so far this map. As we move over towards the A site, you see there is an attack being mounted. Excellent shots down range from damage. That's 3 straight right there for the side of Chiefs. And now Renegades, bomb carrier Swifty and Crimson are the last remaining.
And that was straight through the smoke too. Damage was just like, you want to line up for me? That's perfectly fine. Renegades here looking like they're getting picked apart quite a bit, but stat-wise, I mean, they aren't doing bad. Chiefs are just doing so good.
They are dismantling Renegades right now. You have to wonder what's going on their side. They come from the hard point with such great momentum. They open up the S&D with 2 straight rounds, and now here they are at map point. And Chiefs, they haven't dropped a round since they won their first one.
Yeah, they have been just taking this and running with it. And sometimes that's all you need, you know. Sometimes you just need that couple rounds of momentum to keep it going. So here we are going in. This could be round 4 Chiefs. Zeppa now sitting at 11-4. Nimble still 1-4, but you know what? His teammates are there picking it up for him. We're going to see another B push here that we've seen so many times. Stuns are out. Looks like they have information on both sides. Fida, he's got the MP5 this time. We did see him with the M4 last time when he was in the field, so all depends on who gets first blood here.
Fida sitting pretty as the fireworks show happens around him as tacticals and lethals detonate left and right, missing their target, but giving them vital information. That information gives them 3 kills, 4 kills now as the Chiefs push on and apply the pressure. And now, left in a 1 versus 5. Crimson can't do it. Chiefs, they're going to close out the map 6-2.
What a clean, like, oh my god, that just after that second round, it was just such a clean round after that. I mean, Chiefs, like I said, they took over that map at one point. Not to mention that stat line that we saw. I mean, 13-4 out of Zeppa. That's pretty insane. He owns Arklov now. I've given it to him, but I mean, they got that one nade. They got that one nade on Fida, and the whole team was like, numbers, go. And that was a beautiful round of SD.
Yeah, you really do see them flip that switch and just take over after they get that first kill. Jess, what did you think about the action?
That was absolutely insane. I cannot believe the Chiefs made that beautiful comeback, and that is especially what I want to really first ask you guys all about, because as we saw, we started off with the Renegades taking 2 rounds right in a row, and then we had a couple players on Chiefs that were kind of 0-3, not doing what they needed to be doing as far as kills go. What was it that really kind of flipped for them? Does that just speak to the fact that, do you guys think that Chiefs are maybe that adaptable of a team? They need to get to know their opponent before kind of launching in and tearing them apart? Ali, what do you think?
Definitely a possibility, but then again, we also think, these are the top 2 teams in the APAC region. And another thing I'm wondering about is, Renegades hasn't really, I feel like, had competition yet. Like, they haven't had somebody to push them. And I almost feel like that's what Chiefs started doing, is once they started taking those rounds, they started to push them a little bit. So I'm wondering if Renegades might be that type of team to be like, oh, like, so we actually like are getting some competition now, and they aren't really used to that.
So you think that Renegades are used to kind of resting on their laurels, and they're used to kind of saying like, hey, Australia's a big place, but there isn't very much competition for Call of Duty, and they're used to dominating any competition that they might have. So in other words, you think that they're now kind of being forced to take their gameplay up to another level. For sure. Fox, what was surprising to you about this?
Surprising to me, I think, was just the swift reaction from the side of Chiefs. As soon as they saw numbers, it was just go, right? Go straight through, wipe the entire enemy team, clear out their entire setup. I mean, it was just every single round after that second round, it was just the same thing over and over from them. Excellent first blood percentage from that team.
You love to see it. Personally, I love to see it. I was worried we were going to have a 3-0 on our hands for this first series of the day. I'm glad to see a lot more competition. But before we get into the third map, before we get into the domination between Chiefs and Renegades, here we are headed to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. This is, as a reminder, the 4th Challengers Cup. Now, we have already dived into the action. We have some steep competition in the APAC region. We just saw Chiefs versus Renegades. The series is 1-1 for now, and just as a reminder to viewers watching, the matches that we're seeing are actually reported due to time zones. Of course, the APAC region did play their games what was overnight for those of us who are here in the United States on the Eastern time zone, but those of us here on the talent team have not watched these matches yet. We are experiencing the action basically live in real time with you. So, Ali, Fox, how are you guys feeling after that?
I'm good. I'm excited going into this domination. I'm so sorry, Fox.
No, we're both so excited. It's just all the excitement. You can't handle it.
We're jumping the gun. But
Yeah.
So what do you guys think we're going to see? We'll start with you, Ali, because I know you're very excited to say something, and I'm so sorry about that. What do you think we're going to see for this?
Well, so my
third
only
map?
comment is really motivation can do a lot, especially in series. So since we don't know too much about their map pools and what vetoes and what maps they're good at, I'm expecting motivation to be a big play into this, especially with that S&D win out of Chiefs. I'm wondering to see if all they needed was that one map to really give them that push and respawn.
And Fox, what do you think? Because I know that momentum and motivation can be huge. It's all about your mentality, your mindset, your energy, your attitude, your vibes. And, you know, Renegades had to be feeling pretty good starting off this series, but after just a thwomping like they got in map 2 from Chiefs, where do you think their head's at?
Oh, yeah, they got to be feeling completely deflated, right? They got clapped up for 6 rounds in a row in that search and destroy Chiefs. They were doing an excellent job all throughout the previous map, the Arclaw of S&D. So coming into this matchup, if you're on the side of Renegades, you just want to have short-term memory. Move on to the next game mode. Remember how you trounced them in the hard point and come right back. If you're Chiefs, you just want to ride that wave throughout the rest of the series.
All right, well, we're hopping right on boards with Chiefs here. They did have good spawns. They unfortunately did get wiped out at the B site, so we're probably going to see this go the side of Renegades right off the bat. And Faze just having his way with them, knowing where they're spawning, but Zeppa says no thank you to that. But it's going to take a lot for them to get back into this B site. They're all over the place currently, but pay attention to your mini map. That's damage. Number 2 is going to try neutral A here. We see that a lot in these series where players will go for the neutrals after they cap that B, but same thing happening at C. So there's no flag on the side of Chiefs currently. Renegades are just flying at them.
Take a look at the submachine gun play throughout this map. All these tight corridors put so much pressure and responsibility on the shoulders of these submachine gun players. And you see Faze playing the objective. He's able to capture flag A, and we're coming into a triple cap for the Renegades. Just about getting these points and getting this massive lead right at the start of the game is huge.
I mean, for them to push up that far and that fast and take advantage of the hecticness of that right off the bat gunfight, I mean, Chiefs really need to lock it down here. I talked about momentum. All of that is probably killed in this moment. I mean, you have neutral C, double cap on Renegades. This is already looking like a very, very scary game on the side of Chiefs.
Oh, see Dom. See some Chiefs players looking to capture. One player just around the corner is Pred, as he's able to find both, connecting with that double kill. He's still able to finish. The capture still happens, though, so now we're 1-2 with a 30-second lead coming from Renegades.
All right, so we're on board with Nimble here. He's looking to hopefully catch a couple here in the B site, but he does get instantly caught. These MP5 close gunfights are just going completely the way of Renegades. We need to see some wheels turning here in Chiefs. They are stuck at this C flag, number 4 on your mini-map. That's going to be Zeppa. He is just playing his life in the back of A. I guess he's just waiting for an opportunity, hopefully a flunky spawn on there to go their way, but it doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon.
Take a look at player 5 behind enemy lines, spawning up his teammates oh so close to that C-Dom flag. The pressure's now on as Chiefs spawn up further towards the top right corner of your mini-map. And that flag, it's glowing red, glowing in favor of Renegades as they continue to surpass Chiefs in this domination.
Just a second there, it looked like Zeppa's patience almost paid off, but his teammates didn't push up fast enough to capture that B flag. So right back at it, Renegades, they're capping B. They neutraled C once again, and I'm wondering where it's going wrong. I mean, they are just getting outslayed out of the bat right now. Renegades stat lines, we're gonna look at sets. He's 11-3. He's been kind of the player to watch this series. Pred 11-5 as well. I mean, they just are having their way with Chiefs right now.
Just the muscle behind the submachine guns on the guys on Renegade, the boys in red here, it's just too much for Chiefs to handle. When you have these players already at well over 10 kills and your players can't even surpass 5, you're having some real trouble. These gunfights just aren't going in their favor.
I mean, at this point, math-wise, I feel like Chiefs would have to do the exact same thing Renegades just did to them in the second half, if not earlier. So Linax looks like he's going to try and get a couple picks off of B here. He does not know that he has a player from Renegade waiting for him. That's going to be Kreza, but he will win that gunfight. So what I need from him right now is to neutral this flag as fast as possible, not wait for his teammates and play his life. That's exactly what he's going to do. Fight is going to try and contest it a bit, but again, this stat line just got 24 to 76. It's not looking hot for Chiefs here, as Sets is having his way once again, and B flag right back to the Renegades.
How many times are we going to see this B flag glow right back to red as soon as it's blue or neutral for just a moment? Renegades are just right on top of it. They are not letting go of their pressure. That B dom is closed.
I'm happy for that quick reaction out of Limax to immediately go to that A site and that easy read on that green push from the Renegades player. But again, it looks like they're going to try and collapse onto B here. We don't see Renegades really backing up. Crinza still locking this down. But once again, that's that line. We are at 85 to 33 still with 30 seconds left. Not much left to do in this first half, but Chiefs looking like they're starting to heat up a bit. We just saw 3 kills go their way. They're gonna get this cap onto B, hopefully, as they take down Sets. But again, only 20 seconds left in the first half.
So now that we see them capture B-Dom again just in the last 30 seconds, I think that was the only 2 times that we saw Chiefs hold more than 1 flag in this half of domination. They might have had it in the very early stages of the map, but it didn't last very long. We've seen how much Renegades has been able to dominate B-Dom. As we come into the second half, just keep an eye on that. As the sides switch, you know, will we see Chiefs dominate the B-Domination flag more than Renegades?
Coming in the second half, they won't have favorable spawns, so I'm already not feeling too hot for the side of Chiefs. But in those last couple of seconds, we call little blips here and there. They were starting to get those kills, and it looked like they were starting to take a little bit time back, but this is still looking like a 50-point game, so they need to come out hot and not let Renegades do what they did in the first half, starting into the second one.
All right, so as we switch sides, take a look at your mini-map. Chiefs now coming from the left, Renegades now coming from the right. We saw the Renegades, with the advantage of that side of the map, they were able to control so much of the map much more consistently than the likes of Chiefs. A-Dom and B-Dom were pretty much in red the entirety of the first half. So as this first wave of kills goes down, we see Renegades already mounted themselves a good man advantage.
I feel like we're just reliving the first half once again. I mean, we saw number 0 on our mini-map. That was Pred. It was looking like he was going to try and sneak through green and go ahead for that A neutral, but Chiefs had the same idea. So he turned around and got that quick pick off of C, and already this is a 2-cap on the side of Renegades. They are pushed up. They are ready to spawn trap. You have number 6 in your mini-map. That's going to be Fida. He's going to be covering the C flag, and if I want have anybody covering my C flag, I want it to be Fida 71. So again, Chiefs really, they need to change their pace here.
Yeah, for sure. They're getting buried and they're getting left behind. They need to pick up the pace. Renegades looking to take over the C-Dom flag once again in order to stop the Chiefs. I mean, they're doubling their score. They don't look like they're at any pace to slow down anytime soon. And the submachine guns, as I said earlier, they've really just been dominating this map.
The MP5s on the side of Renegades seem to just be shutting down Zeppa and damage. And we know we saw Zeppa go off in that S&D, and unfortunately we're not seeing that here in this respawn. Looks like they almost have a 2-cap onto the C flag. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of those last seconds of the first half starting to warm up here. Zeppa gonna make sure he clears out the background board with Limax here. He gets 1 at the B, but can he get the 2? No, there's 3 Renegade players waiting for him. So once again, Renegades, I believe they only need this 1 flag to win if I do my math correctly, but number 9 on your mini-map, that's Crimson. They just spawned at the A flag because unfortunately Chiefs were not blocking it, so that A flag looks like it's gonna go the way of Renegades, but see that B flag going into neutral. We're seeing some kills go on the side of Chiefs, so it looks like they're starting to try and turn it around here. Zeppa, hot 2-piece on your kill feed. Looking.
Yeah, so you see as the kill feed starts to become more blue and those flags turn blue, it's because of Zeppa, who just ended a 6-kill streak. That entire time that he was getting kills, he was also helping with the objective to completely turn the tides of this moment in the game. Now, keep in mind, Renegades, they're still only 20 seconds away from their victory, so it might be a little bit too late as we see them respond, but Restalling still putting on a good show with a 3-kill and a 5 streak.
I know this is pre-recorded, but I did feel like Zeppa heard me there in that moment as he started to pop off just a little bit there, but Renegades
Did he hear you?
right back. I mean, B flag, it's going neutral, it's going red, it's going blue, back and forth here. But like you said, only 20 more points, and Renegades kind of have this in the bag. I mean, sets 23 and 15. Once again, player of this series so far. I mean, he has just been having an absolute way with this Chief team.
Yeah, he's having a blast. This is definitely a good time. Renegades players, they're always positioned comfortably. They have someone watching across for them. They have trophy systems down, smoke grenades in place. And Chiefs, they can't seem to respond in a timely manner. And as that clock ticks closer, you see 4 points away. Renegades, they've been doing a lot of damage this game.
I almost feel like I wish I saw a little bit more of the ARs watching over their sub players, because I'm watching the side of Renegades, and every time I just see them flying and flying and flying, there's always Crimsa there getting their back. So wondering if that's a team issue on the side of Chiefs. Unfortunately, they don't have the momentum from the SD going into this domination. It does look like we have 1 minute and 20 seconds left, but mathematically wise, I don't believe it's possible for Chiefs to win at this point, but hopefully we're going to see some staff buffing here probably on the side, on both sides.
If you're in this lobby, hopefully you're not even trying to do the math. You're just trying to send a message, as Pred sent 30 messages, 30 rounds into that body right there. We've seen an excellent domination played out of the side of Renegades, and really it's just winding down as the Chiefs continue to collapse. In this series so far, it's been the Renegades dominating in respawn. Just the MP5 proven to be so effective.
We do see a C neutral here, but again, I don't feel like either team is too worried about flags currently. I believe we're watching a little bit of a team deathmatch going on, so to speak. Sets 27 and 18, Crimson 20-11. Pred's sitting pretty at 24 and 21. Nimble looking to do some work here. He finds Pred, picks him off a bit, but he's also going to be met by 2 more Renegade players. He gets shot in the back. Damage. Ending up taking out his teammate Zeppa there. A little love tap from his teammate.
So quick recap as we're coming into the close of this matchup. Take a look at the scoreboard. Take a great look at the scoreboard, because you can see all these players on Renegades were performing excellent objective play out of every member, and it reflects in the score with a 60-second lead. Renegades takes down Chiefs and another respawn.
I thought for sure after the way that S&D went that Chiefs were onto something, personally, but it turns out not to be the case. So the first question I really just have to ask you guys is there something wrong with Chiefs S&D? What's going on there? Allie, we'll start with you.
Chiefs, I feel like we've obviously only seen one S&D out of them so far, but they may be one of those teams that just happen to perform better in S&D, as some teams seem to favor S&D, some teams seem to favor Respawn. I was hoping they could take that momentum from the S&D and kind of push it into the Dom, into the Respawn, and hopefully would have seen at least a little bit more of a competitive map than we ended up seeing. But Renegades, I mean, they played absolutely flawlessly. I don't think I've seen a 3-cap happen that fast, that easily in a very, very long time, if ever. So, I mean, Renegades, once again, just proving why they're the best team.
And you had said something along the way, and you had mentioned the Chiefs' pace, both during, I think you had mentioned it during the hard point and as well as during this, so during both respawns, basically. So is it really just a pacing issue, do you think, that the Chiefs just need to be able to, is it faster, slower they need to be? Do they need to play more to the pace of their opponent?
Renegades controlled the pace of both respawns. A problem with a lot of teams is they play to the other team's pace versus trying to make it their own or play to their own. So when Renegades was just running at them, they were our incredibly fast team. Felt like Chiefs couldn't really keep up, and when they tried to keep up, it didn't really end up working out because it didn't seem like it was their play style. So I feel like that's where their fault in Respawn kind of came in, is it just allowed Renegades to just run at them.
Now, Fox, I want to ask you this next question. During the domination there, with about 1 minute left in the game, it to me looked as though the Chiefs were trying to make a little bit of a comeback. They were not able to do so, but what do you think they could have done, or was there anything they could have done to potentially close that gap?
It seemed like their options were just quickly declining as every second passed in that domination, right? I mean, we saw Zeppa come out with that 5 streak, right? And that was just the biggest difference maker, was getting multiple kills in a row. Renegades, when they were in position, when they had that advantage, chest high cover, a wall just around the corner, they were not missing those shots. And it's, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's pretty hard to capture flags when you're dead.
You might be right there, but it looks like we are ready for our next map of the game. So you guys, have fun.
All right, we're gonna have a little gun runner PTSD here from that domination. Should the outcome be different, we shall see, but we're gonna get on with our boy Fido once again making his way through green. Already we're seeing some kills come out on the side of Renegades. Set's gonna shoot one in the back. The trade will come through, but once again, if you look at your mini-map, I mean, it's all red surrounding this hard point. They already have a good lockdown. They don't even have anybody in quite yet. Zeppa looking to make some noise, but he will get taken down fairly quickly. Looks like they...
Can someone play the objective here? Can someone step in the hill?
Team deathmatch, I don't know what you're talking about.
Get 1 point.
So
I mean,
no
look,
objective.
they have 5 players on middle. There we go. That's
So no
1 second
objective.
on the board. They had middle
and
map
he's off
control pretty much since we logged into the lobby.
All right, well, we've gotten 30 seconds in this hard point so far. Renegades have gained 8 of them. Chiefs has gained 0, but Chiefs, however, are on the rotation. Pred looking to make some noise, though. I'm hoping he just keeps playing these picks in his life as he seems to be doing. Nimble looking to come and help him out a bit. Chiefs looking good on this rotation. I wish Renegades would have gotten a couple more seconds off that first hill.
Yeah, that lead would have been great for the fact that now they're working at the disadvantage of Chiefs being set up. I understand they were trying to push through, get better spawns for P2 for sure, but they still had players hovering around the hard point on middle map. Big triple kill coming out of Sets right there. Let's see how that disrupts the setup of Chiefs as they start spawning out towards middle map, and Renegades gets closer spawns to
Correct me
P2.
if I'm wrong, we just saw an MP5 in Set's hand, which is not what we usually see. He's already 10 and 4, and I don't think I've seen an AR kill on the map yet for Renegades, so I'm wondering what's going on there. If they're running 5 MP5s, it looks like it currently, and it looks like it seems to be working out quite well for them with all these close corner fights and these hard points. But on rotation again is Chiefs. We haven't seen too much rotation on Renegades, but it hasn't seemed to be a problem for them as they are up now 40 points.
Big kill in the middle map right there. Gives some positioning to his teammates as they're rotating towards P3. Just the presence of those red arrows on middle map
God.
is more than enough. Sets inside the warehouse as well with the headshot on Zeppa. You know, oh, actually we see Chiefs spawn closer to the point after finding those kills. Things just got a lot harder for Renegades despite them finding those kills.
Well, so an interesting thing about what just happened is as soon as you say that, and Renegades fly in with their numbers, because Chiefs only ended up having 1 person in hill, and what seemed like a fantastic situation for Chiefs quickly turned around. But as I say that, they started to collapse onto this hill, but the kills look like they're going through, but it hasn't gone blue yet. We just now see it go blue, but spawns are now in the favor of Renegades. It is only 30 seconds left, so I'm interested to see if we'll see anybody from Renegades on your minimap start to rotate. Looks like Crimson's going to start making his way out. So once again, I don't think I've seen an M4 on the board. So some interesting meta going on here. Damage trying to hit those shots. Not quite able to make it as Crimson takes him down. We finally see an AR on the map. Crimson rocking that M4.
So going from P3 to P4, we're going to bounce right back towards the bottom portion of the map. You see 1 red arrow on Renegades. That's Crimson. He dies alone. Chiefs, now with control over the middle map, should be able to swarm in to an outnumbered Renegades roster.
As they were meant to outswarm that roster. Swifty said no thank you with the pistol. So once again, no one on the objective. We're going to see these teams fight it out a bit here as they get there around the same time. Kills on the way of Chiefs, but I mean, you'd think this would be a closer game than it is, but it's still a 50-point lead on the side of Renegades on your stat line. So we got the sets at 16, excuse me, and 11. Still rocking that MP5 just once again in the series, having his way with Chiefs. Looks like they are going to get this last bit of scrap time, and they will have spawns for news. So if they can get this full 60 here, it's looking like a more promising game on the side of Chiefs.
Oh, for sure. It's looking a bit more competitive, but we're still seeing so much initiative on the side of Renegades. These submachine gun players are just taking point, hopping straight into that front line and applying so much pressure that Chiefs needs to respond to. Let's see how it works now that Chiefs have the spawn advantage and map control for P4.
What
P5.
could be dangerous for Renegades here is if they get this full 50, it's going from a 50-point game to a little bit under 10. So we're going to see this probably close to a final 1 or 2 pushes out of Renegades, because they do not want to flip these spawns at this point in the game, because they want to be ready for P2 and next rotation. And Restalling just having his way currently in boxes. So it looks like this final scrap time will go the way of Chiefs.
Ooh, Restalling on a 5 streak, Ali. He's heating up. Take a look at that kill feed, all blue. The Chiefs are in control now. Lots of hill time going towards them, and Restalling is still looking to apply the pressure. This is that initiative that I was talking about. You see how much more aggressive he got and how far back he was setting those Renegades rosters. Being that disruptive, it's what's going to pull your team closer to this game.
And like I said, money hills do hurt leads. We have gone from a 50-point lead to a merely 10 to 12, but on our first hard point, as we didn't see much time get off it the first time, we will the second time, as we see Renegades already having control of P1.
Next dogfight incoming. All 10 players hover towards the middle of the map here. No hill time going in favor of anyone, though, as they're still just trying to establish map control. You see Fighta playing it safe around this pile of dirt here. He's looking to clear out crates so that he can maintain spawns for P2.
Yeah, Pendler wanted to clear out crates because he knew his teammate was all the way in the back, hopefully to flip those spawns, but unfortunately he got taken down right before those kills got through. But once again, Renegades trying to get that spawn. Just being sneaky as he can. He'll be able to take one. Is he going to be able to take two? Not quite, but he does manage to stay alive, which is big because it allows time for his other teammates to rotate sets on his way for assistance. Chiefs, however, still spawning in the back, but if Crimson stays alive here, he might be able to influence that just a little bit more.
One loose spawn out into the top left corner. That's going to be player 3 coming into pinch onto the hard point. If he's able to catch any of these players from behind, that would be a huge play for his team. He ends up dying, but the front line of Chiefs are able to find some kills. That doesn't stop Renegades from spawning up close and keeping the pressure on, though. It's going to be up to Restalling to do some damage here.
Restalling didn't need to get that kill there, and while we were looking away, Renegades cleared out Chiefs. So it was just that one kill, and they made it in, but Chiefs are answering right back. You see 3 blue arrows on your hill, and you see number 2 in your mini-map that's damaged. He's already going for rotation for next spawns. This would be huge for Chiefs to get these spawns right now. And this scrap time looks like Restalling wants to contest it a bit. He hasn't won the gunfight yet. They're gonna lose the last 20 seconds, unfortunately shooting his teammate along the way, but they will have spawns for new. However, Sets does look like he wants to do something about that.
2 team kills in that engagement and then some damage on a 3rd teammate, and Renegades still never lost control of the hard point. That's really gotta hurt when the enemy team is working for you and you still can't take the hard point. You know, Chiefs, they're struggling in this respawn at the moment, but as they get into the rotation, again, they do have the initial time. That's been a trend in this map so far. Let's see how Renegades answers.
One thing I keep noticing out of Chiefs is they are so spread apart from each other. I feel like trades don't go through for them as well, and they are so closely back in the hill that they allow Renegades to push up tracks and do what they're doing right now and just fly in and contest that time. This is still only a 20-point game, but Sets 26 and 23. Once again, he is just going insane with his MP5. He's just running at Chiefs right now. He just took down 3 on his own. Will he get a 4th? We'll have to see. He will not. He'll get taken down by Restalling. But once again, it's that pacing. Renegades are just sprinting at Chiefs, and it seems like they don't know how to answer to that.
The scrap time's going to go in their favor, as well as 5 kills. Rotation is now coming in. We see all 5 Chiefs players still at the previous hard point. Renegades, they're already set up, and they have lots of time to spend. Lots of time to just sit here and be comfy. Chiefs, you got to break in there. Tear down those walls. Middle map is still a huge barrier for them to get through.
Unfortunately, didn't see any rotation out of Chiefs. So those first couple of seconds will go to the side of Renegades. They are going to hit the 200 mark here. Looking like a scary game once again for Chiefs, as Renegades seem to be taking this and running with it. Chiefs spawning very, very far out, and pay attention to your mini-map. Renegades, they are spread out. They're set up on the hill. They get picked off. Hopefully somebody picks up that objective time, but Chiefs here, they're going to need a miracle to bring it back.
Yeah, again, once they get in that hard point, they're just not leaving. Renegades, they're cozy. They take control, and they maintain control. 3 kills in favor. 25 seconds separate them from winning this game. They're not going to win it here on this hill, but the next one could do it. How will Chiefs respond?
Slippery Sets, just slipping his way through into the hard point. Chiefs, though, able to pick him out. They need full 60 here. They need early rotation on the next hill. There's so much work that they have to do. We need to see some perfect hardpoint out of them right now. Nimble. He's got the information. He's going to try and ego chow just a bit. He doesn't hit the shots on sets, though, and that's the one guy you wanted to take out. So already Renegades looking like they're going to take over this hard point just like that. Chiefs already spawning out to crates again. They just got broke so easy. It's looking like game might end here, Fox.
It was all on Limax and restalling right there to hold down the fort inside Warehouse, but Renegades, they infiltrated, they came through, swept them up, and cleaned them out. That is a 3-1 series victory from the side of Renegades. Awesome play coming out of them in the respawn game modes. Almost effortless play at moments.
What a map, what a series, I gotta say there, Fox. You had said during that last map, how will the Chiefs respond? I gotta say, I didn't know that they were going to respond. I think they were planning to ghost the Renegades. They were not answering that call. They were leaving that text message unanswered. They had no response to what the Renegades pulled out. So the first thing I gotta ask both of you, though, is, you know, after the first hard point, were either of you expecting a clean 3-0 from the Renegades?
From a clean 3-0, no, I always think that there's that potential for upset and search and destroy. That's a game mode that's practiced, I think, a little bit disproportionately by a lot of players in comparison to the respawn game modes, right? So you just have that inherent skill. It's also a game mode that people have been playing in Call of Duty forever. This game mode is synonymous with this title, right? So I think that's a game mode where, rather than just recent skill, we take into account how much you've played years prior.
For sure. Well, let's take a look here at the bracket as we just saw that fantastic 3-1 for the Renegades over the Chiefs. And I gotta ask both of you as well, though, do the Renegades need to address their S&D problem? Was that just a fluke? Ali, what do you think? Did the Chiefs just have a really good day, or is there something wrong with Renegades S&D?
I don't think there's something wrong with Renegades S&D. I just feel like Chiefs might have just been that good. That just might have been their game mode. I feel like if we had gone to a map 5, we might have seen a little bit more of them. Even in Respawn, I felt like we saw blips of like a Chiefs that like could be, but then Renegades just answered right back. I just feel like Renegades was that good of a team to keep their composure and answer back to the challenge that Chiefs brought to the table.
Let's talk about individual players as well, because we saw a lot of talent, a lot of skill for a lot of time. We saw both Sets and Pred absolutely dominating. And then one thing I noticed is that I feel like Sets in particular really just played consistently well. You know, we had Swifty stepped up at the end during that last map as well. Pred was coming in hot a lot, but Sets, he was one for me that really stood out and I think really impressed me. And Fox, what do you think that says about Sets as a player?
Oh yeah, it was the Sets show for a while. We saw him pull out the submachine gun and it was just a wrap, right? He dictated the pace of that game when he pulled out the MP5.
For sure. Now, do you think that that could potentially even earn him a league spot? Because, you know, we have seen pro players come through. We currently have Mac playing for the New York Subliners. He came through the Challengers Cups and the Challengers Series, and that's how he made his way to being a pro player. Do you think that Sets could be in for a similar fate?
If I was able to predict that, I'd be making a lot more money than I am right now. That's why they're all here, though, right? I mean, you love seeing the stories of players like Ferocities who come from these Challenger Cup competitions and move on to franchise teams where they're able to win hundreds of thousands of dollars in Call of Duty competition. Sets, he came to play and he came to show people that he can compete at that top spot too.
Well, I think we are about to take a look at the standings and see just how much money the Renegades are going home with. It looks like they took that first place prize pool of $2,500. Chiefs are going home with $1,500, and Throne, who we did not see playing today, of course, is going home with $1,000. So, I mean, that's real money, and especially if you are in the Asia Pacific region, which is a region that we've kind of heard time and time again, people say that, you know, if you're an Australian player, you're kind of competing with just the same players over and over again. And, you know, what do you guys think of that? Would you consider it to be true that if you're in Australia, there isn't a lot of competition forcing you to kind of bring yourself up to their level?
Even in the Pro League, we've seen
Ali,
that.
what do
We've
you
seen
think?
players move from different countries to the U.S. so that they could play with other competition and competition that they've never played before. So for sure, I do feel they might be a bit more limited because of that. So I would love to see a lot of these players go against, other regions.
For sure. Fox, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that there's a great benefit to having international competition like some players in this lobby have, such as FIDA. But the limited competition in the APAC region does kind of feed into that.
All right. Well, I think you guys both said it. So we are, of course, having a lot more matches to be played left in the day. This was only our first series of the day. The APAC region, Renegades taking it 3-1 over the Chiefs. I cannot wait to see what the next two regions have in store for us. We will be right back with the European region for the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PS4. And we're back with the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PlayStation 4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard. I'm joined by your illustrious casters today, the coolest cats and foxes on the block. We've got Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. How you both doing?
I'm good. I like illustrious. You got a little vocabulary on you. I'm going to use that one.
I like to bust out some unexpected words, some unorthodox words every now and again, you know?
And unorthodox
You with the 3 syllables.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I just feel like it adds a little something, you know?
I like
well, for those of you guys watching at home, we did just see the APAC Region Grand Finals here at the COD Challengers Cup number 4. We saw I'm sorry, not Singularity. We saw Renegades take a nice 3-1 showing versus Chiefs. Up next, we are moving on to the European region, and we're starting off with the losers finals. We've got Team Singularity versus Trainhard. Now, Ali and Rondez, we talked a little bit about Team Singularity early on, and if you guys, of course, take a look at the bracket, we can see specifically how these teams have been faring so far. Now, Singularity is one that, you can see they are moving on through the bracket, they are playing nicely, and then they face up against Team War and just boom, what happens? They get knocked right into the losers bracket. Ali, we'll start with you. What happened there with Team Singularity? What went wrong?
So I know already Team Singularity has been a little bit of a slump lately, especially with their S&Ds. So, and they actually, the 3-2 against their Trainhard in semifinals was the first time they took 2 S&Ds off and quite a bit. So I almost felt like that momentum push should have helped them a bit in the series against Team War, but I guess Team War really just showed up and once again proved that they were a top team and the best team in the EU region. So I'm guessing they really just shut them down early, and I'm guessing they really killed that momentum early in the hard point.
And Fox, what are you hoping to see out of Singularity in this matchup versus Trainhard?
I'm looking to see Singularity match up to the talk that we heard from Bids in his interviews, right? Mentioning that he feels that they are the best team out here. But really, any team that travels to the United States to compete in esports and boot camp has my respect. If you leave your country to go and pursue your dream and improve and work, that's really impressive. And that's something you need to take into account. And I think they're going to bring a lot of good into this matchup from that boot camp.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you're about ready to head right into this game. So we're kicking it off. Map 1, we've got a hard point. Team Singularity versus Team Trainhard. Right before I hand it over to you guys, what, Ali and Fox, are you predicting? Who do you think is going to take this series?
I'm going to give it to Singularity.
I'm going to go with Singularity.
I think they're going to work their way through this. Taking a look at the initial action. We are looking through the eyes of Siggy. Looks like he's not really in too much of the action, though, as the submachine gun players push up ahead of him and find 4 kills for the side of Singularity. 6 seconds as they're also able to maintain the initial time of the hard point. Trainhard staggered a little bit. They're waiting to regroup and push for the next wave of enemies.
Singularity already having favorable spawns. Didn't seem like we saw any early rotations out of Trainhard for that P2, and they're trying to just get as much time as they can off of this P1, but Singularity already popping off hot as they try to fight back into this hard point. There is 30 seconds left. Insight 4-0 already has yet to die, but Trainhard starting to fight back a little bit. Hydra looking to make a push out here, probably slide past this smoke, but Bid says no thank you with his nades. We needed a trophy down there. 14 seconds left, going the way of Trainhard, but Singularity, they are set up for this P2 hill, not letting a single player from Trainhard slip on by. We're going to be on board with Gizmo. He will be taken down in warehouse, but Siggy looking to make some noise in mid.
Yeah, Siggy was there to break up the sound a little bit of all of his teammates dying in front of him. He's able to find a double kill with that grenade. Shift the momentum a little bit here as we rotate to our new hard point, but on the opposite side of the map, we see 3 Singularity players meeting 4 Renegades submachine gun players. How is this going to unfold?
He's just having his way mid-map currently as his AR is watch over him. You just saw Insight getting the trade, sitting in hill. Now this is always a fantastic power position for an AR because he can help both sides while his MP5s and his subs just do what they need to do mid-map. So it looks like this full 60 might go the way of Singularity at this point. If Trainhard tries to make a push towards this hill, it will be a bit of a waste of time. So you will see them already on rotation.
So we see just how dominant the submachine guns are going to be all throughout Hackney Yard. Just keep an eye on that. We saw Sets in a previous matchup who you said wasn't much of an AR player pull out a submachine gun. That's typically what you're going to see from players. They're going to have to switch up that role to be a bit more impactful on maps like these.
I'm very worried on the side of Singularity. Looks like we got Gizmo going 0-6 with no time in hill, but they are still up by about 40 points. So I'm very scared for Trainhard when he decides to kick in gear just a little bit, but first couple seconds time was going to Trainhard, but I mean, Bidge just says no thank you. I'll take that hard point, thank you. Next, so easily broken, but Trainhard still have spawns going into next. They still are in favorable position, but this lead just slowly starts inching bigger and bigger as Hydra tries to get some picks through the smoke. He might grab one or help grab one, but his teammates are just dropping around him. He's feeling a little useless here in yellow.
What a bizarre sight to see, where you have Insight 8-1 on a 4 streak, leading his team to a 60-point lead in this hard point, and Gizmo, who just found his first kill within the last 20 seconds, right? This is a crazy lead, and you gotta wonder what kind of pace Insight is playing at, that they have such a disparity.
I mean, and you have to also think Singularity, like how that feels that one person's doing so poorly right off the bat and be able to have your other players just be able to make up for him basically until he decides to heat up. So that's a scary sight to see indeed. And what looked like a good rotation and good spawns for Trainhard doesn't look like it's going their way quite yet. And as soon as I say that, they get a 5 wipe. So they get this 40 seconds here. It's still a bit of a 30-point lead game, but again, they do have favorable spawns. We're going to be on board with Wardy here, trying to see if anybody's going to take a peek at this side door. He's going to pop Deddy for absolutely no reason while he's laying down peeking this corner, but you know what? He'll get it again soon enough. Just read on your mini-map. That was Insight. He slipped right by Trainhard. He will flip spawns here because there was nobody in the back for Trainhard. So it was favorable spawns. They just got him lost and took out the rug from under them just like that. Fantastic rotation out of Insight.
Wow. Yeah, they're getting up, under, and behind Trainhard. Take a look at the hill rotation. I was just going to say, Trainhard was in a pretty commanding position. They can just send someone back for the rotation, but it's too little too late. Singularity, they're going to continue this lead as they have the map positioning. 3 players closest to the action are still outnumbered as their team is staggered. They're dying one by one. They're spawning far out. Singularity, they're in complete control. Take a look at that blue kill feed.
I mean, it is just lighting up. It's just allowing Bids to have his way bottom green right now. And no players from Trainhard are getting by. I mean, you'll see them get a little close, but then they're answered by Insight just vibing in yellow. I mean, this whole 60 is just going to the side of Singularity. What was like a possible little comeback for Trainhard just got flipped on their turns, and it all started with slippery Insight sneaking on by.
All right, and with Siggy vibing and Hill, take a look at the other 4 arrows of Singularity in the bottom right-hand corner. They have a war to fight on middle map in this hill rotation. All right, as we go from P5 back to P1, back at the top of the rotation, Trainhard is in control.
Once again, Insight is just slipped by, and he's already set up for P2 spawns. He will get taken down, but once again, he was that slippery snake behind enemy line. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it this time. This team will get this first couple of seconds off of this first hill, and this is really where we need to see some gears change in Trainhard because, I mean, at this point, they need early rotations. They need to play some pretty perfect hardpoint here. They need scrap. They need early rotation. They need a full 60 off the hill. They can't afford to lose spawns going into P2 here, so let's see if they can change it up going into this.
So we talked a little bit about Gizmo earlier, who started off the game with a pretty steep deficit. It seems like he's really just been getting like 1 kill here and there since then. It hasn't really been him picking up too much at all. But the lead for Singularity does not represent that at all. Still 100 seconds away from Trainhard, and they have not slowed down their pace.
And at least he has hill time now. He was at 0-4 in no seconds. At least he has a couple objectives on the board. Trainhard here. They do have the spawns for P2. It is looking probably favorable for them, but they just can't handle the MP5s coming out of P1. Already, you can see Siggy and Gizmo are trying to get those fire spawns. They took down Breezy in the back. I mean, they are just making this break look so much easier than it ever should be. I mean, instantaneously, as soon as the hill pops, Singularity are right back inside.
35 seconds remain. All gunfights going in favor of Singularity, except that one. That looked like it hurt a whole lot. Hill time still going in favor of Singularity, though, as looks like 35 seconds now separate them from victory. The rotation should be coming in soon. As you can see, those red arrows are swarming towards it, outnumbering the players of Singularity.
Trainhard are just getting outslayed, and it feels like a lot of outgunned as Siggy just turns and burns on Hydra. He's gonna turn and burn on Breezy too. I hope not for Trainhard's sake, but I mean, they were in the perfect position to get that full 60, and they just weren't able to hold it. This is looking very, very dangerous for Trainhard. They are at an over 100-point deficit currently. They need to play perfect hardpoint. If they didn't before, they definitely need to now. They are getting these first couple of seconds off this hill, and we will see a full team wipe on the side of Trainhard, but we have to question, will it be enough?
It might not be enough. All that loose change, all that pocket change, the scrap time that Singularity was able to to gain throughout this entire map is adding up to what looks like it should be a very swift defeat in the coming minutes here. But initial hardpoint time going in favor of Trainhard, as well as several kills. And now it's Singularity pushing from P2 to the new hardpoint.
Seeing like we're seeing a little bit of warm-up out of Trainhard. They do have favorable spawns once again, but Singularity, sneaky. I thought Gizmo was almost about to hit that back and get in those spawns once more, but already bottom green control going inside of Singularity. It didn't see like we saw much of a rotation out of Trainhard, even though there was like 5 seconds left. I believe there was only one player bottom green, so wondering where that miscommunication there might have been, but Gizmo having his way with the players, trying to slide in. I mean, he is by himself. Trainhard could very easily slide in with numbers right now, but they tried too late, and Gizmo almost gets the 3. They didn't slide in soon enough, and first map goes on the side of Singularity.
Yeah, Singularity, that map, just excellent play from them, really. I mean, Gizmo was almost a non-factor for the entire first minute or so of the game, and they still had a colossal lead. The players that were picking up his slack were contributing in both kills and objective, and, you know, playing with that disadvantage, they were still able to mount a big lead at the start of the map.
What a showing out of Singularity, and like you guys both touched on, Gizmo was really just trailing behind for a majority of that map, I would say. You know, he started off 0-6, as Ali pointed out, and he continued to not really make up for that, and despite his KD, Singularity still were able to take the series in a relatively clean fashion, I would say. So, Ali, what do you think the other members of Singularity did to kind of compensate for Gizmo?
Well, I mean, Bids and Detain just felt like they had their way that map. I mean, Bids was 26-23, Detain 26-18. I mean, they were just running around doing whatever they wanted while their teammates got hill on time. I believe both of them only had like 18 seconds in hill, but they didn't even need it because the rest of their teammates had a minute, winning their gunfights, sitting on their posts. Like, they didn't even need it. Gizmo, no kills, that's fine. Just sit in hill for us. We'll get them for you. And I mean, it was Singularity the entire time. They had the pace the entire time of that map.
Yeah. And like you said, Bids had better things to do than play the objective, right?
He had better things to do.
he was collecting kills for a stat column, and it was paying off in a big way for the team.
Well, let's look at Trainhard a little bit and see kind of maybe what they did wrong. This is a team that I don't know too much about them. I know Whalers and Brezzy both have league experience under their belts. So what do you think it kind of does to their mentality to know, you know, we're here in Challengers, we just got taken out by a team like Team Singularity? Fox, what do you think that says? What do you think that says about them as a team?
I think it's a very disappointing start to the series, but I also feel that, you know, these teams, they've been playing so much. They're used to going down 0-1 in a series. They're going into map 2 with a fresh mindset, ideally, and they're looking to take over and search and destroy and shift that momentum back in their favor.
Definitely. Well, it sounds like we do have the next game just about ready to jump into an S&D featuring Singularity versus Trainhard. Singularity did take the first map, but anything can happen during this S&D. Take it away.
I'm already expecting bottom broken to be a scary place for Trainhard just because of Bids and Detain on the side of Singularity, not to mention Insight and how good he is at SD. But like I said, he's struggling with S&D quite a bit, so we'll have to see if Trainhard can take advantage of that.
Opening engagements here. We see so many kills go in favor of Trainhard. A little bit of a response from Singularity, but they're still finding themselves in a 1 versus 3 situation. It's just Siggy. He's finished up, bagged and tagged. Trainhard gets the first round win.
So like I said, I talked about how they're struggling a bit in SD. Looks like Trainhard is trying to capitalize off of that right off the bat. I mean, it just like looked like free picks. That was a very quick round for Trainhard. So again, it's just, it might be one of those series where we see the S&D and it might just be a whole, you know, flip of the switch.
Construction is where a lot of the action is going to go down on this map. Keep an eye out on how our submachine guns play through there. Very open spaces. Lots of open positions for nades to come through. You can already hear the explosive, the lethals exploding around the feet of these Trainhard players. That's the reason for their hesitation. They're trying to dodge these pre-nades.
Genesis, not a player we saw a lot of in the respawn. He is 3-0, sitting pretty. Does look like Trainhard was trying to slow that pace down, but they will get cut out by Gizmo. Our boy from the 0-4 hardpoint looking to get his first 2-piece. 2-1 now. He's just gonna chill out here in construction, see if he can't get any more information for his team. Singularity are in a 5v2 situation. Breezy does get picked off top construction. That is bombed down as well. They do know where Hydra is. He needs to dip out of there very, very quickly.
Yeah, and you've kind of seen this all fall apart. Once Breezy's position was compromised right there, you saw the panic, the fear instilled throughout the rest of the roster. As now the two remaining players completely separated across the map. If Hydra dies right here, there's no trade.
That snap on the gizmo out of Hydra, the detain came in with the trade, but that was scary. I did not expect him to win that gunfight, but Singularity, Trainhard takes one, and I'll answer right on back.
So in that round, we just kind of saw Breezy was a crucial part of their setup and their positioning. And once that sniper went away, so did their entire map presence. The team fell apart. Coming into the next round, we'll see what Singularity is able to do on offense. Jar Jar Bids is such a great username. I'm really happy for him that he came up with that.
No, I agree. It's actually very creative.
May the force be with you. We're tied up 1-1. Look at this offensive pressure coming towards the B site. Jar Jar Bids in the front line finds himself a kill. 3 kills in favor of Singularity. That bomb could go down.
Looks like it's going down.
Up in the window, though. Oh, it's going down. Up in the window. One more threat, though. That's Breezy. He almost lets him get away. Big kill right there. It's always important to stop the objective player as they're trying to escape. 1 versus 2. Siggy. We're looking through his eyes.
I wish he would have peeked that, went right back on the stairs. Unfortunately, it looked like he was going to try and back up and get on that long valley heady. Genex, though, will get caught out, though. Another round for Singularity. It's almost like they tease us with that first round, like, all right, we'll give Trainhard this super quick, super fast round, and then boom, take 2 right on back. Easy reads out of Detain. This is a Singularity I feel like we know to see.
Oh, this is a very well-fueled machine going on in the first few rounds. Of course, still give Trainhard some time to respond. We have several rounds of S&D played. 6 is the score limit in this game mode. And as we get back into the offensive side of things, we're looking to the eyes of Hydra on Trainhard.
The nades going over. Looks like they connected with one, gave Trainhard a little bit of information here. Looks like they're gonna try and go for a B push. Smokes are out, sides are going. Looks like one's got behind. Genesis got that information. Genesis does have bomb. I'm expecting to see bomb go down here. Got some information on Valley, though. We're going to see some Trainhard teammates rotate through that, but pay attention to number 4 on your minimap. He might catch Genesis here at a very bad time. Insight, just waiting to hear something. Oh, Genesis gets away with his life. They know where
he's clenching. Now is a bad time to be Genesis. He's trapped with the bomb. If he dies, it is a disaster for the side of Trainhard. He needs to stay alive, and he needs some support here. But just in this 2 versus 1, gonna be up to Detain to close it out.
Yeah, you said he needed support, and Hydra got his back. Hydra sitting pretty at 4 and 3. They still have yet to plant bomb. Looks like Detain might be reading this rotation out of them. I lied. He's still going right on back to B, so bomb will go down at A. Smart play out of Trainhard. What's interesting is Hydra still in mid. He's trying to watch that cross. He's trying to listen to where Detain's going to come from. He might get that timing if he wide peeks that a little bit more. Got the information. He got to slide out, and he will get that pick. I was about to say, you just peek that a little wider, you'll see him.
Very interesting timing coming down here as we find ourselves in a tied 2-2 search and destroy. Trainhard was able to get the bomb down there, catch some players towards the end, and win the round.
Good answering out of Trainhard. As Singularity takes it, they're like, all right, we'll tie it up. That's fine. We are 2-2 now. On this map, this is S&D second map in the series. Singularity up 1-0. Like we're on board with Jar Jar Bids. He will take bomb. Looks like we're finally gonna see a bit of a more heavy A push. Feel like we have yet to see that. A little bit of a blind counter of Trainhard here. A couple trades going through. Looking like they're heavily on the side of Singularity.
3 kills straight. simultaneously from the side of Singularity. Two of them coming from Siggy. And see, look at how much damage is being done in construction. They want to get the bomb down. They end up using it as bait and finding the final kill. Singularity goes up 3-2.
What a beautiful A push out of Singularity. They left Gizmo mid to create that pressure and create that information, and they were all just ready for when Trainhard did a rotation after their two teammates died first blood. Fantastic A push out of them.
As we head into round 6 of the Search and Destroy, we've seen pretty much nothing but submachine guns. We saw a little bit of sniper action. As soon as it was shut down, Breezy put it away and did not bring it back out. Renegades come through. See what bomb site Trainhard opts to go towards. B site is the most popular one on this map, but we have several players positioned towards A. They could make the rotation depending on the call of how many players are positioned at the B site. Just keep a watchful eye on the
I was a
minimap.
bit confused about what Hydra was watching there. He was looking back at spawn, even though his homie number 7 Whalers was already watching that angle as well. Maybe a little miscommunication, but they do have control of B site. Doesn't look like anybody from Singularity has peeked from any of their corners in-house. Genesis gonna miss the door hit, might give away his position just a bit to Siggy. Oh, they're so close. Siggy needs to play very patient here because the second he moves, Wardy's gonna have that information. I can't tell if he saw him or not.
Look, I love moments like these because you can see the game sense at work. They all know that they're there. Jumping out the window, he catches them, taking the initiative to find that kill. Now take a look at the action on your mini-map. You see it's a bit of a dogfight on the B bomb site. 2 red arrows trapped in a corner. 1 caught off guard. It's player 9, Hydra, left all alone in a sea of blue. He has no support, and there's plenty of time to defuse. Singularity closes out another round.
I love the teamwork out of Singularity there. They all just played so good together and so patient. And I'm guessing Detain probably heard him do that slight crouch move right there, because, I mean, he instantly jumped out and knew where he was. So that was probably some good comp situation going on there. But Singularity, I think only, one of them died that round?
Yeah, they had a pretty swift cleanup of that round, and as you mentioned, there's players jumping out the window. Like, for those of you at home that don't know, of course they can't see through the walls, but it sure as hell looks like it. That's just the game sense and the knowledge of these players. That's what they bring to these competitions where the prize pool is upwards of tens of thousands of dollars. And playing for that right now is Singularity. Only 2 more round wins separate them from victory in Game 2 in this best-of-5 series.
Detaining Gizmo bottom. Oh, Charger with the 2 already off the bat. Huge first bloods out of him. That gives them complete B control. Bomb's probably going to go down here pretty soon, but I don't even know if they need to put it down because they find another, and suddenly it's a 1v4 situation for Trainhard Genesis. He is 6-4. If anyone's going to do it, I guess it's going to be him, but looking like a tough situation. Bomb does end up going down.
Yeah, 1 versus 4. I think we know that the end of this map is pretty much spelled out. We do see 1 kill,
Easy
so
reads?
stay on board with Genesis. Let's see what kind of action he's... Yeah.
Oh!
I wouldn't say easy. Taken down, Singularity wins another round. They are now at map point.
I don't know, when he started snapping on the Gizmo, it got me a little stressed, but obviously his teammate was there for the cleanup. Didn't end up getting that kill either, but Trainhard, I'm interested to see their pace change here because, you know, whenever it gets to match point, you always see the team start to play a bit slower, you know, rethink their pace, rethink their strats. So I'm interested to see what change they end up making here.
Yeah, you mentioned stress. I mean, what does that do to the pace, right? Like, you're 1 round away from losing this map and going down 2-0 in the series. That has to affect you mentally. That has to change what you're going to do for this final round. And we already see it happening on the side of Trainhard. It's a 4-man push to the A site. They're hoping for the best. They get a first blood. They need to convert it to a round win now.
Looks like Trainhard went for the run and gun route versus the slow and steady wins the race and doesn't end up going their way as Singularity is just catching them off guard. That will be a Singularity win on the S&D 6-2. Not, I mean, a win how we expected, but for me personally, I expected a couple more rounds on the side of Trainhard. I did expect Singularity to take it, but I did expect a little bit more of a fight.
Yeah, and you know, Allie, I do actually want to point out something specifically that you said as we were loading into this map, which is I think you said quote, Singularity has been struggling with S&D is what I typed out in my notes. So then that did not look like very much of a struggle from the side of Singularity to me. Do you think that, you know, have they gotten their stuff together since the last Challengers event that they played in, or did Trainhard just kind of fall asleep on the job?
So they did fall Trainhard earlier in winner's bracket, and I had the fortunateness of watching that map. It was streaming. I was able to witness most of that match, and I had asked him about it, and he was like, "Oh, we've been losing S&Ds like really bad for the past like 8 weeks," and he was like, "Those 2 S&Ds we just took off of Trainhard was like the first that we have won in like a really long time." And so I was shocked to hear that. So to see them take that S&D so cleanly, I'm wondering if they just needed that reset, if they just needed that win to kind of, you know, put them in that headspace and just keep running with it.
Yeah. It's interesting the way that it works in your mind. When you get that first win after a while, you start to sober up and think, wow, what's been going wrong for the past 10 maps? What are we doing differently now? In this Search and Destroy, we saw Singularity really take over. In that final round specifically, you just saw how quickly they were able to respond to the likes of Trainhard. Tane, after getting a kill and some damage, backed up, knowing that it was a 4-man push and that the aggression was coming his way, allowing for the rest of his team to step in and trade.
And now something that you both touched on before, I think, Ali, I think you were the one that called it out during probably round 5 or 6 in there. You mentioned that Singularity were just playing so together and so patiently. Do you think that is a reaction? Do you think that they adapted? Because we saw those first maybe 4 rounds of S&D were very back and forth, and Trainhard was kind of, you know, they were picking up some rounds. They were kind of giving it back to Singularity. So do you think that Singularity is able to easily adapt to what their opponents are doing, or do you think it's more kind of
I feel like it's a lot of trust in each other. I know Singularity is a team that puts a lot of extra work in, especially into their teamwork and into their play, and they like to boast about that as well, and with right reason, because with trust in your teammates and with teamwork, I mean, you saw it. I mean, the chemistry was fantastic. They were on top of each other. They were getting their trades. They were moving together as one unit. And that's how a team needs to play. As some teams don't have that. And that's where, you know, that blame starts to fall on certain players, where Singularity doesn't seem to have that.
All right, and looks like we are ready for the next map, Domination. Singularity versus Trainhard. Can Trainhard come back? Let's find out.
So, opening engagement, take a look at Hydra cutting straight through the middle of the defenses of Singularity. Let's see what he can do with this stellar positioning.
Hydra already making
2 kills.
some noise.
3 kills, so much damage. Ali.
Holy, 3! He's made 3. The turn and burn on to Siggy. Will he get the 4th inside? Will take him down, but Trainhard looking a little different from that S&D as they started off a bit hot here.
Yeah, huge opening out of Hydra right there to get his team 2 flags. That's the kind of start you want, right? Because now your team is positioned to defend them after dying from that first wave of engagements. You see the lead already starting to mount up. You see Singularity spawning so far off behind that A-Dom. They don't have any kind of map positioning. They're just going to die off the spawn, rinse and repeat.
Trainhard pushing up Hydra, especially creating that pressure on the A flag just to lengthen the amount of time they have this B cap and lengthen the amount of time that it takes for Singularity to even get anywhere close to it. But number 9, Siggy, he's waiting for his teammates. He's waiting for an opportunity to slide in and try to make some noise here. It looks like they're going to try and wait for their teammate number 8 that's going to be inside to be his sneaky self and touch C, but he gets caught out, so unfortunately it's not going to be able to happen, but Tane looks to make up for that as he will catch 1. He's going to try and neutral this C flag, and this is where you see that B push him, and that's when you start seeing those spawn flips, and that's when you start seeing a very scary domination for Trainhard as they start spawning in a single quadrant, but number 2 on your minimap, Gizmo spawned at A!
Scary, scary times. We saw Bids was a big factor in being in Singularity being able to neutralize B right there. He slipped by a player in the warehouse, found himself 2 kills, lots of damage, and players like Detain, who are on your screen right now, have been doing so much damage on other parts of the map. Now it's time to regroup, make sure that kill feed is all blue. 2 flags almost in favor of Singularity as this game has just been tied up.
What looked like such a good situation for Trainhard, especially that random spawn onto A. I mean, Singularity has just flipped it on its head with that almost 3 cap. Looks like they're gonna try and cap A and B right now, so they have kept bad spawns, but for now they do have 2 and they're starting to widen this lead. Trainhard looking to neutral this A, looks like, but Wardy will get caught out in the tracks as he was by himself, leaving Whalers on his lonesome to try and get some work done on this B flag.
So they're working to neutralize that flag there. Trainhard lost their stellar map position here. And now Singularity with a stronger side of the map should be able to keep Trainhard off their back foot. We still see a lot of damage coming from Bids. This guy is just, he's on a 3 streak at the moment. He's really just a huge threat on the map for his team.
The kill feed's just lighting up blue. They've neutraled C, they have A and B, and this is a perfect situation for Singularity right now. They can build a very, very dangerous lead here. We watched Domination earlier where they got that trip cap right off the bat and how scary that was looking, and Singularity is looking to do the exact same thing.
Capture going down on C-Dom. You see the neutralization coming in from Detain. The enemies, though, spawning up oh so close, and they catch him as he stands out in the open. He has no support, no trade, no follow-up, nothing from that play. But he did get to neutralize the flag, and that's important for the lead that Singularity is maintaining.
You can see how far up pushed up Singularity was just to try to keep them in that spot and keep them spawning there, keeping them off that flag. They will end up capping that C flag, but the lead that Singularity have created is just hurts so bad, and we only have a minute left here, so not much they can do at this point as Bitch just has his way in crates for a little bit here. Genesis tried to make some noise in bathroom, but they're just getting caught out on their lonesome. I talked about playing as a team, and you can see on your minimap how spread apart Trainhard is. No trades look like they're going through for them.
On the side of Singularity, Gizmo, we talked a little bit about him earlier, struggling in the hard point, but he's currently at the top of the leaderboard in terms of kills, rivaling that of Bids and Detain. And the pressure from these submachine guns is being felt. Take a look at the minimap. 2 flags in favor of Singularity with a 40-second lead. Only 30 seconds remain in this half, and we've seen the submachine guns take over in a big way.
20 seconds left in this half, and I mean, you just see Singularity is just, they're not even worried at this point. 20 seconds, whatever, take B, I don't care at this point. They're spawning at C now, and I mean, you saw a loose player from Trainhard at like the 30-second mark try and go for A neutral, and at that point, it's kind of like you should just push at B with your team, because by the time you get to A, there's 5 seconds left in the round.
0 seconds left in the round as we now switch sides, spawns, and go into the second half. Singularity leads the game at 93 points to 56 points. We've seen a lot of damage coming out of players like Bids. I mentioned in the beginning of this series, he's talked up his team a great deal, rightfully so. These guys work hard. It shows in their matches. And as we get into the second half of Domination, they're in a pretty dominant position.
Now, what's dangerous for Trainhard right now, Singularity do have favorable sides now, so we're gonna see how that ends up going as the push already starts to come through. It looks like Singularity is looking to maybe watch that flip right off the bat, as they were expecting a hard push on the crate side, but they didn't get one, so they're just gonna push straight through and get A. Trainhard is not expecting that at all, but kills are coming through a bit. They now have B, but A is being slowly taken away by number 9 on your minimap. That's Siggy. He is 10 and 9. He's gonna run away though. He's gonna play his life a bit, put him on a little bit of a goose chase, and that's exactly what they're doing, as you see 2 players fairly distracted at the current moment trying to pick him out.
Yeah, Siggy did the best that he could right there. He was just trying to remain a nuisance. He was behind enemy lines, but alone, and they knew he was there. So really just wasting their time is all that he could do. 2 flags in favor of Trainhard. Take a look at that as they try to work their way back into this game. Having A flag and B flag on Domination on the left side and top portion of your minimap is a huge advantage. Watch as the arrows, the blue ones of Singularity, continue to spawn off in that bottom right corner and have to journey all the way across these train tracks. It's a huge disadvantage, and the positioning out of Trainhard is just going to spell trouble for them.
Trainhard in a much favorable position than they were in the first half, but again, we saw this for the first couple of seconds, and Singularity ended up to turn it on its head, so hopefully that won't happen again as we're on board with Bids here, trying to take control of green. He's going to get a pick out. That's 4 down for Trainhard now. All Singularity needs to do is collapse onto this B flag, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They know where Trainhard's spotting, and once again, this might become a very dangerous situation as Bids takes 1. He's unable to take 2, but his teammates already pushed up for backup. Trainhard, they are now being spawn trapped currently, as you still see Singularity spawning on the C flag, so that means Trainhard is still stuck in that back warehouse spawn.
Tane's respawn efficiency is so impressive. He just died off of a streak, but in both of these respawns, there's so many moments where he gets more than 1 kill out of each life. That's the kind of damage and pressure that you need on your side of the map.
Especially out of your subs, as we've seen Bids and Tane do this entire series. Trainhard still in control of A, but Biz is going to hold control of pipes here. Take a little look-see on the side of green Trainhard. You just see them all spawning up in the back of warehouse. Siggy just holding it down with the MP5. He will get caught out, but the lead just keeps getting bigger and bigger on the side of Singularity. Trainhard just doesn't seem to be able to push back.
Yeah, this game is just slipping further and further out of their grasp at the moment as Singularity, once again, they're just heating up. They can't be stopped. Detained at the moment. Ooh. You might as well assume that he's on a score streak before you look at the scoreboard, because this man is just running through the map doing as he pleases with the MP5.
I feel like we're reliving that Hackney hardpoint where Detain and Bids were just doing what they needed to do while the rest of their team went on those flags. But Detain does have 7 objectives on his side. That's something we didn't see too much in the hardpoint. Siggy though, looking to get a couple kills off spawn here. Trainhard was able to cap C, but it doesn't look like it's going to last for long. But this should give them an opening to get onto the B flag. However, they will need to hold both this B and A flag the entire time, I believe, to get this lead change.
Whole lot of disorder at the moment. There's a big fight going down for B Dom. C flag was just captured by Blue, but now it's overtaken by Trainhard. Both teams fighting in a dogfight to establish some kind of map control. The trophy systems don't seem to be enough until now. Insight was able to capture B Dom. Hopefully that's some stability for the side of Singularity, because Trainhard definitely made their mark in the last 20 seconds of this game.
Definitely, for sure. But you already see players Singularity just flying up, getting those kills. Gizmo somehow living through that, somehow getting the kill. Breeze, you can't let him do you like that. He will get the trade though. And A and B will be in the favor of Trainhard currently, but will it be enough? And will they be able to hold on to it long enough? We shall see. At Singularity, once again, we see the kill feed lighting up Blue as they wait for their teammates and they wait for those trades. It's all up to Whalers here.
The math is a little difficult to work out at the moment, but you can see Singularity. They come up to 155 and end up ending the match. So we're gonna wait to get a little bit more information as to what's happening with this matchup here. As we see it, though, the score 155 to 123. It was Singularity in a pretty commanding lead throughout that game. Should we see more of that as we return to the game? We'll find out. They were up 2-0 in the series, so if they do take that one, it'll be a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, indeed. And who doesn't like a clean 3-0? I mean, personally, I do like to see a little more back and forth, a little more competition, but, you know, would feel really good for Singularity if they could take it with a 3-0. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about while we're waiting to hop back into the match is that it feels like so far on the side of Trainhard, there has been kind of one player who feels like he is just underperforming, and it's not always the same player every map. But for instance, it looks like on the second map, Wardy was 1-7 for much of the map. Just now on this last map, Genesis started off 2-6 for a while. He did make up for it, he brought it back, but still, it seems like everyone on the side of Trainhard had a negative KD spread. And in general, let's start with you, Ali. How much of an impact do you think it has on a team's performance to have what feels like that kind of
It really depends on the team's mentality, I guess. When it comes to one player kind of doing bad, it sucks when you feel like your team is also blaming you. It's one thing to have like already your own self-blame, already like knowing you're doing bad. It's another thing to already feel like your team is putting that blame on you. It hurts the entire team's mentality. We saw it on the side of Singularity, you know, we saw that one player going 0-4, but you know, the rest of the team picked it up for him, you know? I can't imagine how those comments were going, but everybody else stepped up to make up for what he wasn't able to put on the table in that moment. And I feel like that's what really makes and breaks a lot of teams, is not depending on one person or not blaming one person. It's being able to make up for your ups and downs.
Definitely. Well, I think we're going to take a look at the bracket next so we can see kind of how things have been shaking down. So, anything that's really standing out to you? I know we took a small look at the EU bracket earlier today. Now we have a little bit more of an advanced look, a little bit more time. So Singularity is obviously used to their 3-0s going forward. It looks like they are going to move forward into the grand finals. I don't know if we had a little bit of a technical difficulty.
I think they might have ended it when they saw it was mathematically impossible to come back, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was certain. Either way, either way, we see that they're at 3-0.
All right, well, fair enough. Well, that works. All right, it's a little bit anticlimactic, but either way, you do love to see a 3-0, or I don't know if you guys love to see a 3-0. I was saying earlier, I don't always love to see a 3-0, but we are going to see Singularity once again facing Team War. As we saw, they felt the reason they were in the losers bracket to begin with is because of Team War. It was a 3-0. Fox, I know I feel like I've been pitching a lot of questions at Allie today, so Fox, will go to you. What does Singularity need to do differently this time to face Team War?
I didn't get to see a lot of the action in the first matchup for Singularity and War, but if we keep seeing this out of Detain and Bids, where they're able to make up for having a disadvantage of a player doing so poorly, then they're doing just fine, right? Just keep having these players be consistently disruptive with submachine guns, get in their face and apply that pressure, and we should see a pretty competitive grand final out of them.
Now, looking at Singularity's players, I know kind of the messaging that we've been pushing and that we've been, of course, saying is that challengers can be a really great way for to carve a pathway to pro for yourself. So, did anybody on Singularity stand out as a maybe potential league pickup for either of you two?
You have to look at Bids. You have to look at Detain, right? These guys are huge threats, and they clearly have the heart for it. And they're putting so much time and effort into their craft, and it shows in their gameplay.
Definitely. Well, and just a quick reminder for those of you watching at home, if you see anything, you know what? I can play better than this. I am better at Call of Duty than these players. We'll go to callofdutyleague.com/challengers and look into signing up for yourself. Anybody can do it. It is the amateur scene, but I think we are going to head to a really quick break before we get into the grand finals for Team Singularity versus Team War. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard. I'm joined by our two amazing casters, Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. What do you guys think of the action so far?
Some real exciting matches. I love to see the competition in the Challenger Cup. I love to see grassroots Call of Duty and people playing for those spots in the franchise competition.
And Allie, what do you think? Any really promising superstars that you think are definitely going to nab a lead spot?
I love seeing the competition in the challenger scene. I love seeing what different things they bring to the table. So it's definitely been a really exciting day so far.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look at the bracket so far, because as you guys recall, we did already play the APAC Grand Finals. We moved on to the EU Losers Finals, where we saw Singularity take down Trainhard so hard that Trainhard basically just kind of gave up. They said, this is mathematically impossible. We're quitting out of here. So it was a 3-0 for Singularity. So that means, unfortunately, here we are in, well, not unfortunately, but unfortunately for Singularity, here in the Grand Finals, they are once again facing off against what I assume I am not wrong in calling their rivals, Team War, who knocked them down into the lower bracket with a 3-0. So I think for me, all eyes are going to be on Singularity here to see if they can make up for their last loss, but we'll see.
That we will. We've seen how much damage Bids can do if you're just tuning in. Bids and Detain have been running the show for the side of Singularity. Lots of high-octane gameplay coming from them and their submachine guns. You're seeing some of it already as Bids opens up with a triple kill, looking for the fourth. He connects with all four players to open up hardpoint here, and this man is incredible.
We were talking about if they could stay hot. Well, Bid said, yes, we can, and just got that 4 in top. And looks like he's gonna try and get some more. That's his 5th. Is he gonna get the 6th? He read it, but he unfortunately couldn't get the kill. But what a huge opening gunfight for the side of Singularity. That does put him at 5-1. Gizmo's 4-0. They are hot and they are absolutely steamrolling through Steam War at this current moment. They do have 28 seconds on the hard point. It's been contested quite a bit, but they also have favorable spawns. If you pay attention on your mini-map, that's number 4, Detain, already in Water Street, waiting to catch somebody on the rotation. Although Afro looks like he slipped by just a bit, getting some kills in the back, so remaining scrap time will fall to Team War, but once again, Singularity already on the rotation.
Siggy didn't die for almost the first full minute of the game, and he only had 2 kills. He was very low impact because of the rest of what his team was doing. He didn't even need to engage, and we see a massive lead off of 1 hard point from Singularity. Now, Team War, they're in control. Let's see what they can do.
This is the Team War we expected to see. They're answering right back, but I mean, it is just contest so far on this hard point. As Singularity are spawning very, very close Water Street thanks to their teammates in Hotel, but Dave's like, no thank you, see you later. Denza unfortunately does take out a teammate, but he does take 2 Singularities with them. And pay attention on Water Street. See all your blue arrows starting to back up. They're deciding to chalk this last 20 seconds. Let's set up for new. Let's try and create this spawn trap. War, little late on rotation here. Got about 13 seconds left on this scrap time. They haven't even made it to half map, but Afro, he's waiting. He's waiting to hear something and make some noise, waiting for his teammates to make it up the street. Picks up 1.
He's got a lot of work to do with this positioning. This is huge for him. He needs to engage. He needs to get in there before he gets popped in his back. 1 player down the street, not able to do it. He gets 1 kill, but again, he wasn't able to capitalize on that. He didn't disrupt the spawns. He just delayed the inevitable. Singularity still in control of P2.
Patience was great out of them there, though, and his teammate was there to get the trade, which allowed them to put a little bit more pressure on the hill and contest this for a little bit more. As you can see, Team War has now broken into the hill. There's 30 seconds left. This is a huge 30 going to either side. Even though Singularity is spawning in the back, this is the one thing you don't want to happen on this hill, is to allow the other team inside and to spawn trap the heck out of you going into P1, and that is exactly what we're seeing Team War do here.
Afro 9-4, taking point in the hill. He's a big part of the comeback that War saw after P1. And take a look at that scoreboard as we rotate to P4, our new hill, 76-55. Big resurgence out of the side of War to take the lead here.
Big answer back at Singularity. You saw a 4-wipe there, but all it did was spawn Team War right onto the next hard point. So we're going to have to see a really good break out of Singularity here, because this lead could get out of control if they don't break into this diner hill. And this does happen to be one of those money hills that's very, very hard to break into, especially where you see Team War spawning onto P2. They're in a perfect position to hold this full 60.
Yeah, and you mentioned it beautifully right there. It's so hard to break this hard point because when those players do die, they spawn right in the back. But no, Singularity, flip it and take it just like that. They're now getting the advantageous spawns. They pour into the hard point. 4 kills in favor. The war of attrition is in their favor as they're spawning up so close. They're able to just keep filling in bodies. One player falls, bring in the next one to pool.
What an incredible answer out of Team War, though. They started spawning P1. They instantly flooded in. So Singularity maybe got like 5 to 10 seconds off that hill, but Team War will get that scrap and create themselves a very comfortable lead. Not to mention they have 3 players on rotation right now. There are 2 from Singularity in point. Siggy trying to hold it on by himself, but unfortunately he didn't have the help from his teammates just yet. Detain though up top, hoping to make some noise, seeing some nades go out. There are trophies down though. He might catch one, but he is on his lonesome currently with his boy Siggy. He does find another one, finds a third. Never mind, doesn't need the rest of his team. Let Detain do what Detain does, but time is still going the side of Team War.
Detain has these moments where he's just swinging back at you like a wrecking ball, right? But we still take a look at the side of War. Their lead is colossal now, 62 to 132, and they're in control of the scrap time. It's spelling trouble over there for the side of Singularity.
And it's not even outslaying by either side. It's just Team War's positioning has been so incredible that they've just been able to delay the pushes from Singularity and hold them off. Like, I mean, across the board, they're pretty even, but the scoreline tells such a different story.
Team War, led by Dave, such a storied player of the European competition in Call of Duty Esports. They're doing a phenomenal job in this hardpoint right now. They completely bounced back from the rough start to now at least double the score of their opponent. As we get into this new hardpoint, it's a bit of a dogfight. Neither team has any real established control over this section of the map.
I feel like I'm getting blips of like a separated Singularity where they just get picked out, but every time I see them group like they are now, they get such a good break, and then Team War they answer right back, they slide in, and they start getting these insane trades, and this is the competitive Call of Duty we're hoping to watch in this grand final, is seeing these 2 teams really go at it. Even though the stat line is so hard, I feel like I'm watching such a competitive Call of Duty right now.
Scrap time contested a bit, but it's still going to go in favor of Singularity as we rotate to P2. Take a look at the action on your mini-map. You see all players gravitating towards that top right-hand corner of the map. The initial time does go in favor of Singularity, but the flank from Afro, it's coming into play right here. He cracks open the door, shots in their back. They had no idea that he was here. The setup is blown wide open. He can just get 1 kill and waste their time. He's already done so much in this position.
He's done it once, he's done it twice, and you'd think somebody would catch onto it by now that he is always missing somewhere patiently waiting in the back. So once again, what looks like a good look from Singularity. Team War just picks on a part. This is about an 100-point lead in a couple of seconds here. This is starting to look a little bit dangerous for Singularity, but Diggy, he does get the 3-piece, trying to get a little bit of scrap time, but there's only 18 seconds left. I'm gonna hopefully see these players from Singularity start to rotate. Bids, back it up. And Afro already back at it again. He is all the way in the deep back of next. Just
what a pest.
Waiting for it. And I'm just, they have the information. He did get stunned. They know he's back there. But once again, it doesn't matter because while they're searching, the rest of his team is soaring up. They're going to get these kills and train, and they're going to be there by the time they get the kill. Team War looking to collapse right back on Singularity like we saw in the first rotation.
Blood's in the water. The distraction worked. Look at that. Afro just opened up the lane wide open for Lucifer to come in and find a double kill. The rest of the team following suit, clearing out the Singularity base. They're still spawning in the back, but the pressure. War is not letting up. 4 kills in a row. They're still spawning in the back. This is a tough fight to fight, and they're still winning it.
I mean, when we saw them do it in the first rotation, they just did the exact same thing again. Afro, just the patience it takes for him to just sit back there and wait. What a rotation, man. And not to mention the spawn trap they have going on right now. Afro's turning and burning. I mean, he gets killed by the flash thrown at him, not the actual stun, but I mean, only 30 more seconds now needed for the side of Team War. And this is one of those things where you need Singularity, again, to play perfect hardpoint. They need scrap. They need early rotation. They need a full 60 out of a money hill, but it just doesn't look like that's going to happen for them.
Afro Samurai slicing through the competition this game, cutting through the back for so many flanks that really just turned these pushes on their head for the side of War and mounted them this huge lead and these great momentum shifts throughout the map. Team War closing it out at 250. What an excellent game out of them.
I mean, they are certainly Singularity's hard counter. I mean, the way they answered back to all of their pushes was just fantastic. It was just flawless because, I mean, you saw all the contests coming through, and every single time it was Team War that came out on top.
What a strong showing out of Team War. That was just wow. I think is one of the only words I can come up with for that. One player I do, however, want to focus on in particular is Afro, because on the side of Team War, he did just join the team, I believe, like a week ago, literally right in time for the Minnesota Open. And as a result, Team War was able to beat, I can't remember what, Mad Cat, whatever, I can't remember what his team's name is, but they were able to beat Mad Cat's team, which is just really impressive for, you know, essentially a rookie. And I was chatting with my buddy James Matone, writer for Activision, and he told me that if Team War win this, you have to look at Afro as the reason why. So Fox, for you, what stood out about Afro's performance at that map?
The Afro Samurai. This man's finding his spot, his place in this team. We saw just how valuable he was as a lurker, constantly behind enemy lines, to the point where Singularity was hunting him down and failing. It got worse every time, and he was able to open up a lot for the rest of his team. Huge plays out of that guy. Take a look for him to do more damage in the Challenger Cup. And you know, these guys, they're fighting for spots in the franchise competition. They want to fight more in the COD League and make more of that money. And Afro, he's well on his way there.
For sure. And was there anybody on the side of Singularity, Ali, that you thought either particularly did well or maybe wasn't pulling his weight?
In the beginning, I felt like I still saw like the numbers that we typically see when we saw Singularity. We saw Detain and Bids positive, while the rest of your teams, although in the single digits, were still like positive, maybe one negative, one or two positive. Like I even mentioned it like mid-game, like the kill slaying was about the same for both teams, but the positioning of Team War was just so much better. The rotations were just so much better. The breaks were just so much cleaner, and they held for so much longer. It wasn't even like a kill difference at that point. It was just positioning.
Definitely.
I could not agree more. Positioning was stellar from them.
Well, it looks like we are getting ready to head into map 2. We'll see if Singularity can do anything about the unstoppable force that is Team War. Now, just a quick note for you guys watching at home. As we've said before, due to time zones and such, many of these games that we are presenting for you today are actually pre-recorded. However, once again, those of us on the broadcasting team have not looked at these matches. We do not know, the casters don't know, I, the host, do not know how this game ends, how any of these games end. So the reason we are starting at a 3-1 advantage to Singularity is because during the recording of these matches, there was a technical error, so we did miss the first few rounds, unfortunately, but we are going to bring you all the action, catching up, starting right at this 3-1 scoreline. So Ali and Rondez are going to take it away.
All right. We are on an offensive round for the side of Singularity. As you can see, Bids, Jar Jar Bids, bomb carrier in hand, also in the sights of a sniper. Not a good place to be. Outnumbered at the moment is Singularity as War looks to close out their round win.
You already saw at the start Dave having the sniper out. He got that nice two-piece in ditch. So I feel like we're going to get that replay right here. Ooh, nice snipes right onto the jump, man. Does seem to be in favor of Singularity, though. They are still up 3-2.
So we've unfortunately been unable to see what the initial executions look like for both of these teams. We're still getting a feel for who's going to be in what position on the map. We saw some sniper play last round. I'm looking to see if that continues throughout the rest of this S&D, as for all 5 players of Team War who are straight to the A-bomb site, you should be used to this. That trench is always overrun by players looking for the bomb.
Stat line we're not so unfamiliar with. Gizmo 0-4 again. A little bit of PTSD there. Denza, though, looking to slide behind enemy lines. I don't think anyone's heard him. He's probably popped deadies. Might find one. He might find the second. Insight does end up getting that snap on him. But still, that turnaround trade came in from his teammate Lucifer Dave. on board with him with the sniper. See if he can't pick anyone off. We are in a 3v2 situation. Singularity up. Lucifer looking to change that here, though. He's gonna play this a little slow. Gonna expect that peek out of Detain, but Detain's gonna come right back, but his teammate Dave got him with the snipe. What a freaking overlook out of him.
Yeah, Dave taking his head off his shoulders. It's now Lucifer taken down just as he hops up. He had his number. Siggy was waiting for it. He pops up behind him in the same exact spot, and then you see it happen again. Singularity up 4-2.
And again, Singularity talking about how they're so bad at S&D, and just suddenly seeing them turn the gears like this, it had to have just been that one to kind of just push them forward and be like, oh, look, we can win S&D again. So they're at 4-2. Game's not over quite yet. Dave looking kind of scary with the sniper in his hand here. But again, Gizmos, I'm pretty sure, was still 0-4. Let's take a look. Oh, 1-4 now. He did ended up getting a kill on that board, round
He's having
6.
a tough time today, it seems. Having a very tough time today,
But
it seems.
it's fine. His teammates making up for it. We got Siggy at 6 and 6. Insight 8-3.
Sniper overlooking the A bomb site. We also have Bids, the bomb carrier, up close and personal, front and center with it. Working through this bomb site with his teammates. He's got lots of support here. You love to see the positioning on a Singularity if you're a Singularity fan. On the opposite side, though, War. One player coming around on the flank. Let's see what that engagement looks like. It goes in favor of Singularity. They close that gap, and now the pressure's on. They can push forward here. It's 5 versus 2. They have numbers.
Beautiful read out of Siggy. He just knew that flank was coming and sat and waited for it. That was the Singularity we know and love playing together as a team. Now up 5-2. Once again, we're in one of those rounds where it gets a little weird. Teams start playing a little different than they usually will because of match points. So we'll see if War here can't change the tide and take it back in their favor.
Yeah, it gets real weird when you see the defeat screen pop up on your screen. So we'll have to see if they're able to bounce back, as Singularity looks like they're taking this game and running away with it. Looking through the eyes of War. Afro, we talked him up so much in the last map. Let's see what he can do.
Like he's taking a long route. He's gonna start and look at Ditch. We're looking for that early push through. Ditch probably expecting something like what his teammates did in the round before. Doesn't look like he's gonna catch anything though.
Not a whole lot of action, but still an important point of the map to watch. That player actually ended up backing off, and it's Lucifer on the front lines. He gets shut down. 2 kills in favor of Singularity. 3 in a row. Team War, no response yet. And the bomb carrier Afro still left with no positioning, nowhere to go. Singularity is going to collapse on him and end this S&D in no time.
I mean, that happened so fast. It's just Singularity peek corners, and they were like, oh, hello, Team War. I mean, they had absolutely no time to react and really just left Afro on his lonesome here. In a 1v4, it'd be one hell of a story, but it doesn't look like it's gonna end well for them. Singularity, that was a quick S&D.
Very swift S&D. We saw them make short work of Team War right there. It did not seem to be the same coordinated roster that we saw in the hard point. It was a lot of Singularity doing as they please for several rounds in a row.
Well, you love to see it. I don't know. Me personally, I love an underdog story. So I think this is pretty cool for me to see because, once again, as we've been telling you guys throughout the day, we are here in the EU Grand Finals. Now, Singularity just came out of the Losers Finals, but the team that knocked them down into the Losers bracket to begin with was a clean 3-0 from Team War. So it's cool to me to see that this series at least is not shaping up the same way that the previous matchup, the last time they butted heads, this time is not going to go the exact same way. So, you know, a little bit more excitement, but, you know, as they are coming from the losers bracket, there is the potential for a bracket reset. So if Singularity do come out and take this series, they will have to play an entire other series versus Team War. So potentially an uphill battle. But the first player I really want to zero in on is Insight on Team Singularity. He was just going off, and it really felt like he had so much kind of space created for him that map that we did not see from the rest of the players on his team for the first map. Ali, would you agree with that?
Insight has always, I feel like, been an incredibly good player at S&D this and last year. He's really made for a name for himself when it comes to S&D, so I'm not exactly surprised there. He's definitely one of those players that can take over a map.
So this has been somewhat of a narrative that we've heard throughout the day is, well, you know, S&D and Respawn, very different animals. So we see Singularity making some progress, making some strides, getting those S&D rounds that they need to get, but we're headed back on Respawn. And if you recall, their first Respawn and their previous 2 respawns versus Team War didn't go ideal. So Fox, what do you think it's going to take from Singularity to really step up their game in this domination versus Team War?
Look, Gizmo can't have these slow starts. I know that it's worked out pretty well for them in other situations where Detain would go off in big streaks, but you know, coming into these maps, you have to come out hot. That opening engagement is big, especially if you end up spawning on a more advantageous side of the map.
Can't agree with you more there. But for now, it looks like we are headed to a commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is the EU Grand Finals. We'll be right back with Team Singularity versus Team War Map 3. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PS4. We are right smack dab in the middle of the Grand Finals. We have Team Singularity versus Team War. They are up 1-1 versus each other so far. We are about to head into Map 3 domination. I'm your host, Jess Brohard. I will be here all day alongside 2 of my favorite people in the world, your casters, Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. So Alley Cat, I know we were talking a little bit before the break about Singularity and about how, you know, Gizmo needs to kind of not fall down on the job What else do we want to see out of Singularity for them to hopefully reset
Just
this
to
bracket?
reiterate what Fox said before the break, I do agree that when it comes to Team War and the amount of competition they bring, Gizmo should definitely start out hot. I also feel like Singularity may have got a little bit sporadic in this series. Not something I usually see from them. I usually see them pretty composed, and like I said, playing pretty together. So I expect them to kind of do like a mental reset and kind of get back into their pace and start playing their game again and start getting comfortable with Detain and Bids, you know, doing their thing on the map, letting their AR sit back and watch over them. I feel like I almost need a little bit of a pace reset out of them.
Definitely. And then Fox, let's talk about Insight for a little bit. I know we kind of touched on how he was just going off in that last map. What are you expecting out of Insight, or really out of any other player? I'm just looking at Insight because I really want to see him repeat that performance for this map, but what are you looking to see?
Well, from what we know, right, Insight's just an excellent S&D player. It's hard to ask of him to transfer those skills over to Respawn, but if we can just see him stay hot and have a good start to the game, then I think that first impression is going to be what's most important for the rest of the map for them here.
Awesome. Well, you know, we have been speculating, we've been wondering, we've been talking. It is now time to finally see what is going to shake down. Just as a reminder for you viewers watching, due to time zones and other things through the magic of production, these games have already been played. We are watching and casting over VODs right now. However, once again, I promise, Scout's honor, nobody here on the talent team has seen a second of this gameplay footage before. We are watching it as the footage is live. We will be just as surprised as you are to find out exactly what's happening. Take it away, Ali and Rondez.
Domination, one flag apiece. We see B Dom is currently 50% captured. Bit of a dogfight on the minimap. As you can see, players are scattered about everywhere trying to establish some form of consistent map control. And until we see one team get a big swing of kills in their favor, it's going to be a whole lot of that. So this intense dogfighting action is happening around Afro. Two players surround him. He's not able to win the gunfight. Insight puts him down.
Right off the rip, of course, it was Afro. We saw it slip on by and trying to neutral A and make some noise and create some time for his team to get B. But unfortunately, the pressure Singularity created at B was just too strong as they were able to hold on. They might lose it here, though. But you already saw number 2, Siggy. He spawned on C, but instead of going for the neutral, he's going for B. I wish he would have gone for that C neutral to get a little attention into that back spawn.
So one player remains for the side of Singularity on B Dom. That's player number 5. He's behind enemy lines and could prove to be disruptive as the rest of his team pushes from A Dom. Let's see how the pinch comes into play here.
Singularity,
We're able to capture this
we're
one.
able to get into B flag. The flank ended up working out from Siggy from his spawn, but you already see players from Trainhard pushing their way up to A, but they do get caught off from the Singularity players on spawn. Now, Team War, they are spawning on the top side of the map right now around green, which could cause some problems for B, because that is just a smidge closer than they were before, but Singularity really just setting up positions here on the B site and not letting anyone in.
B-Dom looks like it's about to be overrun, though, as those players are definitely outnumbered. They're going to need some reinforcements to pour in from the A flag, and here they come. 4 kills in a row from Singularity. Excellent response from them in the resurgence of Team War.
Needed Gizmo to pick it up, and it seems like he did. Unfortunately, our boy Jar Jar Biz is 0-4, so it looks like they're just flip-flopping here on the stats bar, but Singularity doing what Singularity does, and the rest of his teammates seem to be picking it up for him, but we do hope to see him heat up here soon. Afro, once again, being a nuisance in the enemy team's flag. He will get taken down, though. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do enough for his team to get there. Team War spawning deep seaside. They haven't been able to do much for a minute here. This could prove to give a good lead to Singularity.
Ali, are you surprised at all to see that Detain is 11-4?
No, not at all.
I didn't think you would be. He's been doing this all series. A 10-second lead is all that he's gotten out of it so far, but we've seen just how disruptive he can be in these respawn game modes. What is Detain doing so differently from all the other submachine gun players in the lobby? He's been doing this every map.
I almost feel like it's just confidence in himself. I mean, he just goes confidence in himself and his teammates. I mean, he's the entry player. He goes in and he's just trusting his teammates to be behind him. Not that he needs them as he gets a 2-piece because he's Detain doing Detain things. 13-5, just having his way on the map, making up for his MP5 duo Jar Jar Bids, who's still sitting at 2 and 5. I mean, it has been a good 30 seconds here. The Singularity have just been absolutely dominating these A and B sites.
This guy's on another level. I'm not watching him play in this lobby is so crazy. Bids waking up here with a big double kill for the team. 2 flags in favor of his team as Singularity has a 20-second lead over the opposition. Almost a 20-second lead over the opposition, I should say. Team War still fighting back just fine.
Trophy saving Bids there. He's unfortunately not able to win that gunfight as Denza did have a little bit of help. We're finally seeing a little push out of Team War here into this B flag. Does look like a full team push, and of course, looking at your map, you have number 9, that's Dave. He's trying to make some noise on Singularity spawn, you know, get a couple of their attentions off the B flag, but once again, the trades are just going in favor of Singularity. It leaves our boy Afro all by himself, and he will get taken down, but once again, Singularity is playing this absolutely flawlessly. Looks like Bids is starting to heat up just a bit, not to mention Siggy, he's 11 and 9.
Denza able to capture that B dom, but we see A and C both in blue for Singularity. With those spawns split, you gotta see them pick a side of the map here soon. We're gonna see another dogfight go down as no team should have any real control over the map at the moment.
What used to be Afro behind enemy lines was Denza this time, waiting patiently for the slide in. Looks like the tide is starting to turn a bit for Team War, but not soon enough, as that is the end of the first half, and Singularity leading by a comfortable, I'd say, 34.
Yeah, very comfortable lead going into the second half. You'd love to see that 30-second, maybe 40-second lead. Lots of strength out of the player Dave here. You can see a nice triple kill to end the round there, but really throughout that whole round, he's very disruptive with the submachine gun, and as we switch sides, I expect to see more of the same of a player like him.
Something we tend to see a lot in domination is the opposing team, usually tending to be the losing side, starts to, you know, heat up in the ending half of the first half, and you're wondering, you know, where was that in the start of the game? Like, why is it just now starting to happen? And then you get into the second half, and they're off hot again. So I'm interested to see how Singularity decides to shut them down.
Gizmo unseen so far, finds a long-range engagement against an M4. Of course, he's going to lose that one with the MP5. So now we're in a spot where Team War has control of A dom and B dom with a 30-second deficit behind the side of Singularity. They can definitely work their way through this.
Singularity tried to go a little bit in that B side, but they weren't able to win their gunfights. Looks like they're going to try and make a rotation to A now. See Gizmo kind of slowly making his way over to A. I wish he would have cut into fire versus going straight for crates, as he will get picked off by Dave, who's sitting in wait. If only he took the longer route. A and B still controlled by Team War here. We could see a lead change if they hold it for another 30 seconds, a minute or so. Singularity not about to let that happen as 3 players fly in. They take out Denza. They're quickly capping the flag. They're not giving any time to Team War to slide back in and get those trades through. Kill feed lighting up blue. Gizmo waiting for somebody to test him. Waiting for somebody to slide in. And he takes one. He might take the second. He's unable to take the second, but allows Detain to slip on through. He's trying to neutral A, and what this does is this creates a distraction for Team War. They can't push out. They have to focus on A. A's neutral. Singularity of B and C. This could be a very, very dangerous situation coming up for Team War.
Tiggy still alive middle map, dropping the trophy system. He's not going anywhere. He's fallen. There were several War players around the corner he was looking to engage, but of course, having his gun down, he gets put away himself. And now as we reset, take a look at the mini-map. 2 flags in favor of Singularity, but C is converting just as we speak over into control of Team War. They're looking to mount this comeback. They have 3 minutes to do it, but almost all players fall as the team wipes.
We needed our boy Jar Jar Bids to pick it up, and he did. He's now sitting at 12 and 13, a very different stat line than what we saw in the first half, and they needed that team wipe. But could have been very dangerous for Singularity should they have not gotten that, has still in turn been in their favor. And once again, mathematically, in about 20 seconds, I believe it will be impossible for Team War to come back unless they play perfect domination here.
That's a very, very tough, very tall order and a tough task. We'll have to see if War can do just that. Being behind 35 seconds is no joke in this game mode, but they have middle map control. Only 2 players of Singularity really remain a threat, while they still maintain control over 2 flags. And just like that, player 4 and player 5 taken down.
He was looking to try and sneak past the A to trying to get that neutral in. What that did was spawn out Gizmo to get that neutral on C. You can see how many red pointers on your mini-map had pushed up, which allowed that freak spawn to happen, and that neutral, which just hurt Team War even more. But they're gonna try and go for a triple cap, it looks like here. Singularity is spawning in fire. They haven't gotten them off of A yet. We're gonna see that finally come through. But once again, I do believe Team War will need a triple cap to lift this lead, and Detain's just not letting it happen as B-Flight goes right back to Singularity. We're seeing all players on the side of Singularity starting to light up here.
Very tough time to be a War player at the moment. Take a look at the scoreboard. We got 14 and 22 up top for Lucifer. We have 16 and 24 for Stevo. Bit of a struggle all around here, as most players on the side of Team War are negative. On the side of Singularity, they're working together well. We have a few players edging around positive, and we have, above all else, Detained at 31 and 16. I mentioned this player should remain hot and remain a force for the side of Singularity. We need gameplay like that to transfer more into a lead than just this 30-second lead that they have.
Does look like we lost a couple of players on the side of Team War. 58 seconds left in this domination. Detained does get taken out by his teammate, unfortunately, but it does look like this win's going to go on the side of Singularity as a couple of stat padding goes in. Neutral on C, might get a triple cap coming in.
Yep, players dropping out here. You can see Singularity. They just took that game and put it in Detained's hands, right? Just excellent play out of them as they're able to put War down.
Detain has been an absolute standout player this series. I mean, our boy Bids was starting a little slow, and he was like, you know what, I got you. Ending up 33 and 17, really picking it up for his team here.
Those submachine gun players, those aggressive submachine gun players, those high engagement matches, they're the ones that dictate the pace of the game. They really take over.
Now, actually, we're getting a note now that mathematically Team War cannot come back, I believe. So that is it here. Singularity are going to go ahead and take the third map in the series, bringing the series to a 2-1 in Singularity's favor. If you are just tuning in, this is the European Grand Finals here at the 4th Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. Now, what Singularity just did is pretty fantastic, I think, because like I was saying, I love an underdog story. I think Singularity are just so hungry. They were forced down into the losers bracket to begin with by a nasty 3-0 by Team War. So, Rondez, what do you think is going on in Team Singularity's mind right now? Just how hungry are they for this bracket reset?
Oh, they're feeling good. Someone's got the hot hand every map, and it seems to be trading back and forth between the players. Aside from Gizmo, who's been kind of asleep for a couple of these maps, he's still got an awesome crew around him, and they definitely complement each other well. So they got to be feeling pretty good right now coming into this next series. Yeah, let's take a look at Jar Jar Bids for a second there. He was really hot earlier in the series, and then this map, it felt like he actually started a little bit slow. I wrote down in my notes that at one point during this last nomination, he started off 0-4. Now, he did come back, but Ali, I know you always like to kind of point out a lot of players who are really going off like that. What do you think Jar Jar Bids adjusted in order to stop falling behind like he was?
There's a term called losing a fool in the competitive scene, and that's exactly what he didn't do. That's what happens when, you know, he was probably in that mindset of, you know, they were still taking the lead, they were still in the game, and his teammates were probably obviously there for him, picking up the slack that he wasn't putting on the table. And when you're in that mentality, it's easier, you know, to get back into your rhythm and be able to come back and still end up with a pretty okay stat line in the end.
Well, let's see what happens. Hopefully, Singularity can keep up this momentum. Looks like we are going to head into map 4. We've got a hard point in the EU Grand Finals of Team Singularity versus Team War.
A little bit of parkour off the top here from Siggy as he tries to find this spot for his lethal and tactical grenades. Gets a little bit of information about the players rushing through when he catches one as he slips by. You see the benefit of having a player in that position off the break. Already 2 seconds in favor of Singularity as they had the map control initially.
Already felt a little bit of that momentum out of Singularity right off the bat from that previous map, but Team War, I mean, this is what happens when you get in these higher competitive teams. They're keeping their composure, they're answering right back. They're like, you take one map, we'll try and take another right off you. Thankfully, getting some time off of this first hill. They don't have spawns for P2, and it doesn't seem like our boy Afro is trying to slip by for it just yet. There still is only 20 seconds in this hill. Hopefully going to see a rotation as we're watching now. Lucifer trying to slip on by. He's gonna pick up 2, and that might influence spawns just a bit for his team as you see them start spawning Cole side. He will get picked off in the backside by Singularity. Unfortunately, no early rotation out of Team 1.
Dave started this map 7-0 with at least 2 double kills. We absolutely need to shout out this 40-second lead easily that came off of the back of those plays. Big performance out of him to start off the map, and like I said, that first impression is so huge. They now have a great lead to work with as we go over to P2.
Alrighty, we're watching Denza. He's trying to find his way sliding in the front, but Bid's heating up. We saw him start slow last map, and he's not letting that happen again as he grabs 2. Coming to hold the front. We do have 30 seconds left on this hard point. Singularity looking to make a, Team War looking to make a push in here, but here goes Jar Jar. He does get taken out by his own team's nade. Unfortunately, nobody's on the objective. War seem to have slipped in and gotten the trades, but again, 20 seconds left. Singularity on the rotation. They have the spawns. If they can get a good 60 here, they can create a nice lead for themselves.
Yeah, that was not a good place for that grenade, Detain. You got to keep the pin in if you're going to put it in your teammate's back pocket. Taking a look at the hard point, though, just a few seconds remain. We see Team War rotating out of the hard point. Singularity is already in position. The next wave of gunfights goes down now.
Right on boy with Gizmo. He does have Deddy popped as he's holding this angle. Don't know who he's trying to be quiet for, but it seems it's Team War as he takes down 1. Unfortunately, not able to get the second spawn. Still in favor of Singularity, but it could get scary here as if Team War does get pushed up enough, they could create a spawn trap, but Singularity's not letting that happen. Afro doing Afro things, trying to be annoying in the back, but Gizmo says no thank you in green. What was a 20-point lead looks like it's dwindling down just a bit, but Team War, they're just contesting and contesting, forcing their way through. Here comes the spawn trap that we know is going to happen. Only thing worrying about this is Singularity should start spawning out at some point and get favorable spawns for new.
Yeah, it seems that War hasn't been able to get behind them, so Singularity hasn't spawned out. It's just been War running laps to get over towards this side of the map over and over again. They still got a decent amount of time on the hard point, so big shout out to them for being able to work through that.
It was Jar Jar Bit starting slow first, and now it's Siggy. He is 3-9. It is unfortunate to always see that one player starting off a bit slow. Hopefully we see him heating up later on. But speaking of stat lines, going on the side of Team War, Dave is 13-5. Absolute going off on this map. They now have a 50-point lead, and they are getting time off of nuke currently. This is starting to look a little scary for Singularity, but we know they do have a tendency to show up late game.
Right. Setting up defenses is Bids as he's getting hit from all directions, explosives left and right. Just rattled by the shrapnel. Now the rest of his team looking to take point. 2, 3 players on the opposite side of the crates. They made short work of 3 of them. One more up top, though. Big double kill as he soars down from top blue crates. But Gizmo is there to answer. That's where the trades come into play. Such tactical gameplay coming out of both teams here.
At some point, I almost wish they didn't invest that much into that last 20 seconds, but Team War didn't even rotate, so they could invest all they wanted because Team War hadn't sent anybody behind enemy lines. So now not only did they get that scrap time, but they are also now spawned instead of ready for new.
Right, and as we saw last time, Singularity never lost these spawns behind the hill, and Team War had to keep running all the way across the map to get to them. This time we see Dave met with another teammate of War, going for the flank to set up the spawns, but they both get wiped and taken out. So again, War off their back foot, running from across the map to get to this hard point as the time keeps ticking and Singularity crawls right back into almost a tie game.
And again, like I feel like I've said, it's been a repeated story. Singularity will start slow, and then all of a sudden the wheels will turn and they will bring that lead right on back. Dave, though, trying to make some noise. Only 10 seconds left in the hill. I almost wish they didn't push and invest that much. Now they don't have favorable spawns for P2, but we saw what they did on P1 and all the time they got off from there, so probably hoping to see that happen again.
Dave, just casually 18-7 in a tied hardpoint game. Looking forward to see what else he does throughout the rest of this map. Lucifer as well, a very high engagement game out of him as well at 17 and 14. Only 7 seconds of hill time though. So we'll see just how things happen as we get back to P1. 45 seconds on the clock. Team War up by 20 seconds, and they're in a pretty commanding position.
Singularity gave up a lot of time on this first hill in that first rotation, so hopefully we don't see a repeat of that. But Dave looking to give him some PTSD as he's locking down these crates right now. Nobody will pick him off yet. He's going to go on the Rockheady and wait for a bit of a push. But his teammates, he doesn't even need to. His teammates clear wiping the subs, pushing the front lines. That's 4 down on the side of Singularity. Only 18 seconds left. Once again, they gave up so much time on P1. Now Lucifer looking to make some noise. The trades will go through for Singularity, though. They have spawns once again. But I already see our boy Denza trying to make a slippery pass through trains. Detain says, no thank you, not today.
Okay, quieting down a little bit. Currently 18 and 19 as we saw that Team War was able to mount their comeback to a 40-second lead. Dave still loud and proud over there at 20 and 7. Being the second on his team to break 20 kills. A lot of this hill time still going in their favor as Singularity is fighting without spawn.
I'm just mind blown. Dave's 21 and 8, Lucifer's 25 and 17. They just broke P2 within like 5 seconds of it being popped. I mean, that was an incredible breakout of Team War. Singularity, though, answering right back, obviously. But only 20 seconds left in the hill. It's a little bit of an investment going in route now as there's still 2 players from Singularity. There's 2 on the rotation as well, but Team War, as you look on your minimap, is spawning in Cole, so they are in favor for that first couple of seconds hill popped, and it is a 40-point game, so you would hope to see a little bit of a better rotation out of Singularity.
Again, if you're just tuning in, Singularity is up 2-1 in this series. They're currently losing to Team War by 40 seconds as we rotate to a new hard point. If Team Singularity is able to come back and close out this map, they would win the series 3-1. Team War is looking to force this series to a game 5. 40 seconds separate the 2 teams as Singularity is currently in control, and Team War, once again for this hard point, they're fighting from so far away.
They've done it time and time again. War has pushed up and spawned Trap Singularity in this situation, and you'd think they would have learned by now. It looks like they're trying to now as they push out from the side and try to come at it from a different angle, but only 20 seconds left at this hill. At this point, they just need to focus on rotating and getting themselves out of the spawn trap. As you see, number 1, Siggy's trying to do that for his team. He's getting a couple of picks as they start to move out, but they're just so far behind. They got a full team wipe, but all that did was spawn them closer to the next hill. They might get the first couple of seconds of the pop. There's 3 seconds left. This is a 40-point game currently.
Initial time taken by Singularity. We have 4 players of Team War spawning up together, but 1 lone wolf out in the corner. He has to win this engagement if he wants to make a pinch happen, but it looks like all gunfights that matter are going in favor of the side of Team War on the hard point. 3 in a row. Finally answering back is Biz, but still they shut that down and close it right up. Team War with a 30-second lead now has control of the hard point with 30 seconds left on it.
There's just not enough bodies on the new hill for the side of Singularity. They were a bit spread out across the map, watching for any rotations, which at that point, when it's only a 30-point game, you need to invest all into the hill. That is still possible to win off of for Team War. As I believe they won't win off this hill, but they will only be a couple of seconds off, so that investment into just making sure you have spawn, I don't know if it'll come through here for Singularity, but we'll have to see going into this next rotation.
Scrap time goes in favor of Team War. Take a look at the scoreboard as Lucifer approaches 30 kills. He's going to be the first in the lobby to do so, unless Detained for the side of Singularity can do it. And with just 14 seconds separating Team War from victory, you want to shut that down before it begins. 4 kills in a row. They should be able to break the hard point now. Force Singularity out. Keep the pressure on.
They're spawning cold. Team War's taking a bit of their sweet time to get in the hill, which allowed the Singularity players off spawn to come back in to help their teammate. I wish they would have pushed their numbers a little quicker there, but it looks like they're getting the flooded now, and Singularity is just clearing them out. This could be a much scarier game than we expected it to be. Dave trying to make noise in the back, but Team War, they were just too slow. They went all the way down rotation into the back and waited and then pushed in instead of using their number advantage, but they still have the fighting time. There's still 10 seconds left. Insight looking to fight for it. Teammate gets the kill. This 3 down on the side of Team War, and Singularity, they're already on the rotation. They're already ready for P1. They're already set up. This is went from like a 40-point game to a 6-point game. Singularity is not letting this one go.
Huge dogfight going down on middle map. We are all tied up. 14 seconds separate both of these teams from victory, but with a hard point so easy to shut down, we're gonna have to see who's able to maintain map control to sit on it. It's nothing but kills going back and forth. No one's got a commanding lead. Big gunfight win inside the bathrooms on the side of Team War. That's 4 kills in their favor versus the 1 coming from Siggy.
That nade out of Detain was huge, but they have to get on the hill. There's 10 seconds left. They need to have a team push right here, right now, and it's coming in. The trades are going in the side of Singularity. They're in the hill. They know where they're spawning. They know they're spawning full side. They need somebody in the hill, though. Afro's not letting it happen, though. Trades are going back and forth. There's only 12 seconds left in this hill. Neither team can now... Ooh. No, they still nope. Neither team can now win off this, and they have to set up for a rotation. And who's on rotation first?
Oh.
It's Singularity.
What a scrappy hill. They're just fighting, flooding, keeping the pressure in, holding down that sprint. But take a look at Detain. He's sitting cozy in the corner. The smoke screen's up. He's got a little bit of support. He's got a lot of support, and it's enough to end the game. Score limit reached. That's 250, 243. What an intense hard point.
What an incredible comeback from Singularity. They were down by like 50 points, and they did the perfect hard point. They played the perfect hard point. They had been so bad at holding that P1 hill, and that last one was, they contested it just enough, and they had spawns as well. What absolute composure out of Singularity.
Yeah.
Wow, that scoreline could not have been any closer. Really came down to the wire. I had no idea how that was going to go. I was getting my notes ready. You know, Ali, you made this point about how Singularity often will start off a little bit slow on a hard point and come back at the end. And I literally had typed out like, oh, this will be a great quote to come back and say, well, it looks like they didn't manage it that time, but I guess I have just been completely proven wrong. What do you think it is about Singularity that makes them have those so slow starts, and what about them allowed them to come back?
Of course, I talk about team chemistry a lot, and I talk about trusting your teammates a lot, but that was just absolute composure out of them. I mean, a lot of those players are players that have played on the main stage before, and they kept their composure. And one thing that's really fascinating about really close games like that, when it really starts coming down to the wire and they start coming back, is you really start seeing the true talent and potential of a team, because it stops being like a thinking at that point. It just starts being reaction, and it just starts being, I mean, yeah, the word reaction. They just start doing stuff at that point. It's not like they're thinking about it, they're just doing it. And so you see, like, I feel like the pure talent of a team when it comes down to those wire last seconds.
Well, over on the side of Team War, I really wanted to first off look at Dave's performance. He was cracked out of his mind, but it just was not enough. And second of all, I really want to address kind of their mentality here, because this must be a huge blow to their ego with Singularity having just reset the bracket. They probably came in, I honestly wonder if Team War were expecting another 3-0 like they were able to accomplish last time. But Rondez, how do you think Team War is feeling right now after potentially a blow like that?
Deflated. I mean, I know Dave is fuming right now. We saw just how stellar of a performance he gave for his team throughout that entire map, and they just couldn't make enough of it. I mean, he was unkillable for the first minute of the game, and for several other moments throughout the game. But just have to see how the competition stacks up here moving forward.
He was unkillable until he wasn't. So taking a look here at the bracket, what a phenomenal comeback from Singularity. I tell you what, I cannot wait to see what happens in the second part of the finals, because you guys, this is actually something that's pretty rare here in a Challengers Cup. I believe this is the first time a grand finals has come down to a bracket reset. So, which of course, Singularity coming through the losers finals and beating Team War, they now have to play an entirely another series. I am so excited to see how that series shakes down, but we're actually not going to be examining that series just yet. I believe I hear we're dipping into some North American matches first. So, you know, this will be kind of a question for later, but I guess, Ali, how do you hope the grand finals for Europe go? Are you hoping to see Singularity come back and win the back-to-back after the bracket reset, or do you think that Team War should hold their
I think
ground?
it'd be one hell of a story for Singularity to know they could go back-to-back on the bracket reset, but I'm also expecting a little bit of a reset out of War after that loss. I feel like that's like gonna hit a little harder than some of the other ones have. I'm also interested to see the map pool, especially because some people don't realize how important the map pool can be and how important map vetoes can be. So I'm very interested to see what that lineup ends up looking like.
And then before we dip to commercial, Rondez, what do you think Team War is going to have to do you mentioned, Dave is probably fuming right now. How much is that anger and that deflation going to affect them in game potentially for the second part of the finals?
Look, really, you got to shake it off. You got to grow up. You got thousands of dollars potentially waiting for you in the next 30 minutes. A bad map happens. You got a new series in front of you. Just come through, do some damage, and show up to play.
That's true. I mean, you're gonna have a bad day no matter what your profession is. But if this is your profession, if it's playing Call of Duty, you gotta keep it together, keep your head in the game. I think you're exactly right about that. So we are headed to a quick commercial for now. When we return, we will be seeing some North American matches, starting off with Atlanta Faze Academy versus UIU. Be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. We left off on what I thought was going to be a little bit of a cliffhanger, and you know what? The cliffhanger is about to end. We're about to finally resolve and find out what exactly is going to happen. So we're right in the middle of the grand finals. What happened was that the EU grand finals, that is specifically European. So Team Singularity came through the losers bracket. They were placed there by Team War, and then in a really fun twist of events, the grand finals, Singularity versus War, Singularity was able to 3-1 Team War, meaning that they did reset the bracket. So we are going to see, again, Singularity facing off against Team War for the third time today. We've seen so much back and forth. Anything could happen. Rondez, what are you honestly predicting for this second, the second portion of the bracket reset?
I'm predicting a Singularity victory. I think Detain is going to detain his opponents and maintain the excellent play that we've seen from him this entire series. The man's a threat, and he continues to prove that every map that he loads into. His submachine gun's too hot right now. They're not stopping him.
Now, I think one thing we should address, at least, is kind of energy and stamina levels. For, these guys had been playing for many matches in a row, just across several hours, and they're also potentially learning quite a lot from each other and adapting, and that's something I think we've kind of touched on a lot today, is how adaptive some of these teams truly are, and in particular Singularity with regards to especially their hard point, how they're able to kind of pick up on what the other team is doing and match their pace to it. So Ali, knowing that, how much do you think it has helped or hindered them? Well, I guess, how much does it impact each team having played against each other so many times in a row now?
Well, for specific modes like S&D, there's only so many strats you can play, right? There's only so many times you can play a map and so many different plays you can make on a single map. And then hardpoint, you get used to each other. You get used to the flanks, you get used to the routes. So I feel like it hinders and helps both teams, honestly, and it really comes down to just which team is better, which team can counter the other better.
All right, well, it sounds like we are getting ready to head right into this map 1. We're going to kick things off with yet another hard point here in the EU Grand Finals. Team Singularity versus Team War. Winner takes all for this series. Rondez, what do you think is going to happen here with Team War?
Let's just watch some more explosive plays out of Bids and more consistently dominant plays out of Detain. We're going to see a whole lot of that here. Opening up our middle map engagements, we see the smoke screens come down. Bids charging right through. Look at the aggression. He's getting behind enemy lines, and he needs to make something of it.
Alrighty, Singularity coming off pretty hot. I'm seeing a lot of 1-0s across the board on Singularity. They're already trying to make a long rotation through outer cave side to try and flip those spawns off the bat. It already looks like Team War is a little ready for that, though, as they do get those kills come through. So far, 1-1 on the scoreline so far. We're seeing another kind of no-touch first point, but it looks like we're finally getting into some points racking up now. Team War will be the first to touch, but Singularity won't let that happen for long, as we do have 3 players trying to take control of the site.
A lot of back and forth here. Neither team really gathering a major foothold over the other, but we do have a kill streak on the side of War. That's coming from Afro, player number 7. Take a look at his arrow on the mini-map and see what kind of damage he can do. In the first hardpoint that we saw in these two teams play today on stream, Afro was the major lurker for his roster. He was constantly a player, upsetting spawns and flanking behind the enemy team, and the rest of his team was able to capitalize on it well.
War does have rotations going on in this P2, and this is such a hard hill to break. This is one of those money hills that there's just so many angles once you have it that it's incredibly hard to lose. So it'll be interesting to see how Singularity attempts to break into this. Usually you send a couple players into cave cut and a couple through cave and try to create some chaos, but looks like all of them are trying to force their way through cave right now. Couple gunfights going their way, but reminder that Team War is just going to keep spawning in that deep pit and be there in 2 seconds to answer right back. So a huge lead going in the side of Team War right now.
2 minutes into this game, Dave still immortal alongside the awesome pressure from Afro, who's approaching 10 kills. These two players are a big factor into the reason that we're seeing War lead by almost 40 seconds. So with the rotation coming in, take a look at your mini-map. Singularity's already there. They're just waiting, sitting pretty.
So what Singularity needs to do here is capitalize on the fact that Team War is kind of stuck in this cave hill right now, and they need to make sure that they just try to keep that spawn trap for as long as possible. And you see number 5, like Siggy, he's just waiting for them to try and cross that bridge. Hopefully he can get some help from his teammates soon, as it doesn't seem to be going his way, but no one on the side. Singularity is on the hill right now. That might have been a bit of a miscommunication, as he needed some help on bridge side, but War was able to push their way out. We just saw number 0, that was Stevo pushing out.
So, right, and Insight currently 3-3. He looks like he could be a low impact player for the team, but if you take a look at the stat column for the objective, he has pretty much all of his team's kill time. So, major factor in keeping his team in the game right there. He's the one that's just kind of taking that L and playing the objective for the squad so they can get the W in the end. Team War, they're able to push right through and take over.
Singularity was able to get a little bit of time off of that, but Team War answered right back. They will get those final 10-ish seconds. I don't know if the investment was worth it, because Singularity is now set up once again on rotation, but Team War can afford to lose a couple of seconds here, wait to regroup, wait for the full push, but we really need to see a solid hold out of Singularity here if they want to make a comeback.
They can't stop Dave. They can't stop this man. He's doing so much damage with his info right now. He's such a nuisance, highly disruptive, and it always takes more than one player to take him off of his power position. That is a big reason why we're seeing War with a 20-second lead. And as they push in this next hard point, I expect to see him take over.
Team War just does a very incredible job of just getting those picks and slowly pushing their way forward, slowly inching their way forward. And Singularity needs to start putting players further up in cave to counter that, as I just see War just always slowly collapsing them. Dave being a huge factor in that. He is 7-3 and War now on the rotation as well, while there's still players of Singularity spawning at Old, and they are all the way across the map. Thankfully, Insight is on the rotation, but he is by himself, so he might get caught in a couple unlucky gunfights here.
You know, we were doing a lot of talk earlier about the likes of Insight and can he bring over these skills to respawn. I was hyping up the Tane a lot, saying that he would go off. He didn't, but we're not going to talk about that. I think this is making up to be a very interesting grand final. This hard point is very competitive, despite the awesome start from players like Dave and Afro. Singularity is staying in this game.
That was a big team wipe out of Team War. They are now 30 points ahead. Singularity trying to squeeze their way through cave, but they just can't get past the ARs of Lucifer and Dave. I mean, they are just locking it down. Afro seems to have an M4 in his hand as well. This does seem to be an AR heavy map. That is one of the few maps that are AR heavy in this game. It looks like Team War is really asserting their dominance here.
Back towards the cave is Team War, along with their scrap time, 10 seconds remaining. Look at the middle of the map. We have all of Singularity lined up front and center, waiting for the action, forcing the action. Several kills in favor of Team War, though. It looks like they pushed out just fine.
Something we don't see often. Singularity getting some P1 hill time currently, but you see the players of Team War already about to collapse on it. We're going to see this claptrap, and right now that is 4 down for Singularity. Jar Jar Bid's trying to make some noise into bottom blue, but unfortunately couldn't get the double kill. War here is just looking incredibly composed on this map.
Afro, double positive. Dave, triple positive. Take a look at the side of Singularity. I mentioned Insight having that start where he was playing a lot of the objective. His hill time has hardly moved from that point, and he's only died more and more. 4 and 12. Take a look at what's happening on your mini-map. It's all unfolding in real time. They're just running in the same path, dying, spawning out far away, and letting Team War get more time on the hard point. That's why we're seeing a 70-second lead and phenomenal performances out of the Slayers, Dave and Afro.
And this is what we haven't seen yet in the hard point from Singularity, is we haven't seen them not heat up. We haven't seen the player kind of falling behind, not heat up around mid to late game. Insight's still sitting at 5 and 12, though he just doesn't seem to be able to get back in his rhythm. He does have 52 seconds in objective, though, but that can only do so much when you're down by 100 points. Dave still going off 13 and 6, low interaction, but that KD is looking nice, and they have spawn still. I mean, game is looking all Team War, unless, of course, knock on wood, Singularity can play some perfect hard point.
Oh, it was very much Team War. Take a look at those spawns. They're still spawning up at cave. They couldn't kill Afro and Dave here before. It's looking like more of the same as Dave finds another double kill. Afro's on a 4 streak. These guys are exactly where they want to be right now. 50 seconds separate them from victory, 40 now, and they're getting scrap time. I mean, Team War really just took over this game.
Super interesting stat line. Denza is the only one negative on his team, only by 3, but he does have 1 minute and 44 seconds in hill time. So props to him sitting and letting his teammates slay out. Not that he needed to do too much, but yeah, this isn't the Singularity that we've seen in our last series. So maybe a bad map veto, or maybe Team War is just that good. Lucifer looking to rip somebody off a heady. Unfortunately, the smoke blocks his sight. Singularity hoping to get a little bit of time off of this. Sivo also unable to shoot through the smoke, unlike most people. But again, it's going to take quite a hell of a hard point for Singularity to come back from this.
For sure. And then when you have such low engagement happening from some of the players on your roster, it's really hard to keep up with the overwhelming pressure of all 5 of these red arrows. Look at that. 5 up and 5 down just like that. Team War. It's putting the hurt on Singularity. They're making it look easy right now.
A little demoralizing, almost going such off a hot series. You know, expect the momentum to be in Singularity's favor, but unfortunately, as the map progresses, it doesn't look like the momentum will be there much longer.
Coming to the closing moments of this hard point, potentially 6 seconds separate Team War from their victory. Singularity's getting some of this initial time, but we've seen just how easily War has been able to break before if they didn't already have the initial setup.
Krigi coming from the back, getting a nice little one from behind enemy lines, but again, I mean, Insight getting 2, I mean, it's lighting up blue, but again, what they have to do is so hard. We're going to be on board with Detain here. He's going to try and get into the cave cut, unfortunately gets picked off. That's now 4 down on the side of Singularity. Knife comes out from Bids, unfortunately doesn't do too much. 20 seconds left on this hard point. Reminder, Team War only needs 6 more seconds, so they could invest a couple here, but as you can tell, number 7 and 9 on your mini map, Afro and Denza are all the way in the back and new, just waiting for the hill to pop. And Singularity, they are still deep cave. I don't even think they'll be able to make it there in time.
Just a few seconds remain. Singularity needs to push in. They need to stop. They need to contest. They need to interrupt it. But no, Team War, as we saw throughout so much of that map, in complete control as they close out the hard point. Dave and Afro, pat yourselves on the back. That's an awesome performance.
Is the final nail in the coffin for any hope that Singularity might have had. I mean, it's not all over yet. This is just map 1 of the bracket reset, but I just gotta think how demoralizing, and to use the word that you used earlier, Rondez, in deflating. This must be so deflating for Singularity because they stay alive through the losers bracket. They face Team War again and are actually able to beat them once. So I gotta think that they must have come into this map or into this series guns a-blazing, knowing, you know what, we stayed alive, we beat Team War once, we can do it again. But then on the other hand, like we talked about earlier, you've got Dave probably fuming, and honestly, I kind of think it shows. You know, Dave went off, Afro went off, and in a showing like this, was it really just a matter of, you know, these 2 players who we know, you know, Dave has league experience, he's talented, he's qualified to be here, and Afro we know is a young hotshot. He proved himself at the Minnesota Open last weekend. So is it just a matter of these 2 players really heating up and doing what they need to do? Rondez, we'll start with you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. These guys are heating up and they're being consistent throughout the map. I mean, Dave, over and over again throughout these 2 series, is going to have these double positive KDs in support of his teammates that are playing the objective. So they're high impact kills that are just happening regularly. And when you have that amount of pressure surrounding the objective, it's hard to respond. And you see the players on Singularity, some of them just didn't.
Yeah, and on the side of Singularity, if you notice, I saw, first of all, Insight had a slow start. He's somebody that in particular, we've looked to Insight in the past as sometimes he goes off, and sometimes he's kind of a star player that you look to almost to carry on maybe a map or 2, but he had a slow start. And then outside of him, there were just no standout players, I didn't think, on Singularity that really made much of an impact. And now, Ali, I want to ask this next question to you because you made a specific comment about how Singularity really needed to push up further ahead in the cave. Now, what do you think was causing that? It was almost like they were afraid of the point. What do you think was causing that hesitation for them?
they weren't winning their gunfights, and I think that was almost making them hesitate a bit. It didn't feel like the Singularity we know to watch, especially for Insight to start so slow and not really pick it back up as Singularity tends to do when a player starts going slow, or, you know, usually another player typically picks up the slack. It just looks like they were unable to do it on that map. I don't know if that's an uncomfortable map for them, possibly, but yeah, no, they were definitely hesitant. They should have sent players Cape Cut. That bothered me so much when I saw them try to all flood from one side. But again, I might just chalk it up to a map that they're not that familiar with.
Yeah, well, anything's possible, or at the end of the day, you know, like I said before, it has been a lot of matches. Singularity could just be running out of steam. They've had to try so hard. They have their backs up against the wall. This is it, you know, it's do or die at this point, and they really want to prove themselves. So, I don't know. We'll see if they can. Allie, what are you expecting for this S&D out of Singularity?
I think this S&D will decide a lot in this series. I do expect Singularity to come out hot, as they have been in just about every S&D that we've seen them play today. So we're on board with Lucifer right now, and you can already tell it's a straight stalemate right now. Nobody's giving away any information. It is a very, very slow round out of both teams, which are usually not slow at all. So this will definitely be an interesting first round for us.
Very methodical approach. Looking to read the defense a bit here as War plays on the offensive front. Denza is your bomb carrier. Keep an eye on player number 5 there on the mini-map. As he moves towards the A bomb site of construction, this is literally an uphill battle as they run into potential death around the corner. There it is, caught in the back. Steve-O gets taken down. 2 kills go in favor of Team War, though. So the offensive team is still in a good position, and the bomb is going down on A site.
That timing definitely unfortunate for that member of Team War that got caught. And even though trades went their way, that did give the information to Singularity to rotate and bomb. Unfortunate time was ticking. They had had that stalemate for so long, and Insight's gonna get the 2 with the Deagle. Oh, I feel like Team War, they ran the clock a little too long there. They needed to get that bomb down.
The power behind that Deagle.
Yeah,
Insight made short work of them.
See it again here. Beautiful shot.
Look at this, right down range. Oh, that's a round win. First offensive round win goes in favor of Team Singularity. And as we get into round 2, we're now looking at Team War's offensive front. We saw Singularity opening things up pretty slowly. We didn't see any sniper action, at least not off the start. Not a whole lot of pre-nades either, which is something we typically see towards that side of the map, construction side. So we'll see how different things go this time.
Nades are out, as you said. They usually go out pretty early, and now we're seeing the game pick up a lot of pace right now, mostly on the side of Singularity, as they are flying at Team War currently. Unable to get the trades through on the detain and bids, unfortunately. Bomb in the hands of Insight still, probably looking to see backwards rotation out of him, but looks like he's just gonna chill there for a second, you know, probably waiting for Deddy so he can slip his way on out.
They are trapped. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room here. If you wiggle a little bit, you're dead. 2 players with a high ground advantage. Covering the bomb site. Look, shots raining down onto him, and you see Insight fall. That's the bomb as well. And that spells trouble because War knows that the bomb is down. All they have to do is play defense. They get another round win. They get their first round win, excuse me.
You see a lot of S&Ds like that where it's 1 and 1 and 1 and 1, and it's just, you know, whatever team wins an offense first. So I'm interested to see if that's how this this map is gonna go. But Singularity back on the defense.
Opening things up. The Eyes of Afro. That's been very disruptive this series. Very impactful. One of the newest additions to this team. However, at the start of this round, looks like he's taking a bit of a back seat. Other players are on the front line at the moment. Not a whole lot of action, just very, very slow offensive play from the side of War as they try to bait out anyone getting a little too aggressive, a little too antsy from the side of Singularity.
Another very, very slow round.
And Ali, you see that on the mini map in the bottom right-hand corner. That's player 4 watching that entire back lane for any kind of a flank. But all the actions going down on construction as the first blood goes in favor of Singularity.
This is a team where we don't usually see that play super slow. You know, as soon as they start to pick it up, you see Singularity starting to pick them off a bit.
Towards the B bomb site is Afro. Bomb in hand. Smoke screen pops. He's got some players above him, though. That's not going to make this bomb plant any easier as they dive right down into the fray. He peppers them. Afro able to take one player down. The bomb goes down. Oh, down to the ground as Insight finishes him with the deagle.
Insight in the deagle. Man, I would not want to go against that in any gulag or any 1v1. What looked like a round for Team War, once again, they play these slow rounds and they run the clock and they run the clock. And when it's time to go, it's just easy for Singularity to like, okay, we know where bomb is. I just have to check it every couple of seconds with a deagle.
Look, that's Warzone deagle right there. He spent a lot of time in the gulag. You can tell. Crisp shot. Switching sides, offense and defense. We're looking through the eyes of Singularity at the moment. You have your bomb carrier, Bids. Looks like it's going to be a B push this time. The smoke screens are out again. We've seen them push towards the A site in this map unsuccessfully. But now, moving over to the more common B site, they just have to work through the players at top B hut.
Singularity do have man advantage here. Not that they know that, but they could get these kills through before the rest of Team War rotates. Bomb is down. This is exactly the situation they wanted. They are now up in lives. It is a 4v3 situation, and now the rest of Team War is there, and now they're rotated. Dave, they're doing Dave things.
Who is this running for their... Who is this running for their life in the back of the map right now? There he is, taken down. Dave is able to hunt down 2 players on his own and clear them out. And now we're looking at a 2 versus 1 situation. Bids is left all alone for Singularity.
Oh, you hurt him.
Very tough.
And just a couple of seconds too. That's unfortunate. I just heard the landing behind him, and I was like, oh! But unfortunately, no quick snap and burn on him. So now it's 2-2.
Neck and neck in this S&D as both teams trade blows going back and forth. Again, if you're just tuning in, you might be unfamiliar. Search and Destroy goes to 6 rounds. Both of these teams have been so competitive on their offensive and defensive rounds in the opening moments of this map.
Once again, we're in that 1-1 situation. One team takes one round, the other one takes the other. It's just about who breaks the streak.
The streak is oh so important in the final best of 5 for the EU region. This is 1 map up for Team War. Once they get to 3, that's it. It's a wrap. We're looking at another B site push.
Oh. All right, Dave's gonna throw his nade over the fence there. Hopefully catch a bird on his way out.
Good call.
He's also going to wallbang Siggy on his way over. Bomb's gonna go down. His first pop steady as well. But Singularity, though, they just rotate over. They just keep getting caught off bomb, but luckily Team War lives in their favor, and they have plenty of time this time because we did run this round a little bit faster. James is probably gonna get caught from that door open. Put Insight with the deagle, got the trade, but it is a 1v3 situation. See what Insight can pull out.
We've seen great deagle play from him. He's now outnumbered with a sniper in his hands, though. And you gotta say, the odds are stacked pretty heavily against him as that bomb goes down.
Fine, he's setting up for his montage as he gets taken down. Top construction with an MP5.
That's a 3-2 lead from Team War. Again, all they had to do was wait. They had plenty of time to spare. Also, I just want to shout out that heads-up play by Dave, not killing his teammates and throwing the grenade off the map. You know, it's that kind of veteran play that you want to see. You want to see more out of people, right?
Also, have we talked about the fact that Dave hasn't died? He is now sitting at 6-0. Afro at 8-3. Insane stat lines out of them for Tajesti 3-2.
More the same,
personally.
right?
Another heavy B fight here.
Yeah. 2v3, currently in favor of Team War, and they have one of the two. They definitely have the right players alive, with Afro sitting at 8-3. Dave finding his first death in this S&D. Payne, you're all alone, buddy. He has no idea what he's doing here. This is
He's like, what do I do at this point?
I mean, can you blame him? 1 versus 3, bombs down.
Faze out. Right, well now they know where he is.
Honestly, he's just waiting for someone to expose themselves, and none of them are giving it up. They know better than that. Team War finds him, catches him in his back. That's a 4-2 lead.
You're looking for the streak break. There it is. Team War. Up 2 rounds now. We have yet to have seen that in on this map.
So just keep that in mind. It did take 6 rounds for Sir Dave to find his first death this game. And this 4-2 lead inside of Team War, very much off the back of Denza playing around with that bomb. Afro sitting at 8-3, watching those proper cuts, and Dave just gunning through anybody that is unfortunate enough to step in his way. Now we see the side of Singularity getting a little bit more aggressive. We've seen that Team War has always been waiting for that push off the start.
We've seen them do that slow play so many times, but Singularity has yet to cross paths with them when they're all sitting in those corners, so it works multiple times just because they have yet to push that fast. Now that they're doing it, they're suffering the consequences as 3 go down on the side of Singularity. Expect bomb to go down fairly quickly here as the rest of Singularity tries to rotate in time, but Lucifer is just top construction, waiting for them to go out mid. And what was looking like a close S&D is now looking heavily favored on the side of the team.
Map point, don't go down here. 5-2 in favor of Team War. 1 more and they close it all out. We haven't seen a lot of sniper play from any of these players. Insight, the sniper player for his team, has really seen most of his kills from the Deagle this game. Actually, I think all of his kills are from the Deagle this game. So what he decides to do is he pops a smoke grenade towards the B site. Two players fall. All members of Team War still standing, and only 2 players remain from Singularity. It's all up to you, Siggy. And now you've fallen. Team War is up 2-0 in the series as they take Search and Destroy 6-2.
I mean, that was probably the fastest round that we've had. I mean, they just instant dives. They peeked the corner and it was all over. Both teams played incredibly fast. And Team War, that's just not the outcome I was expecting. But wow, Dave, 8-1. I mean,
playing his
he
game.
was 6-0 at one point.
Smoking them out.
I mean, and then we talk about Afro, 9-3. I mean,
Yeah, when you said, wow, Dave, that's basically, that was kind of my whole thoughts. During much of that map, you know, he's got a bee in his bonnet now. I think he's really upset. I think this is the Dave that, you know, I've been kind of hoping comes out of all this. And I think the only question left to answer now is, are Team War going to make this another 3-0? And if so, Ali, we'll start with you. What happened that Team War wasn't able to make it a 3-0 the second time? How has Singularity been able to string this out so long? Because God, they are trying to make this last as long as possible.
Actually, it's kind of, I'm going to like maps through my head, and I'm also going through Dave, just really like turning the gears on, I guess. I'm wondering where we missed this Dave in the second series, and maybe he was in the first one, and it's like we get him every other series, but the Dave we're seeing in this series, I feel like we maybe saw a glimpse of in the second one, and he's being a lot more consistent now. I just feel like Singularity can't keep up, especially when they usually have one of their players kind of underperforming on a map, and it's always a different player, but Dave kind of stepped up to make up for that and kind of really make them hurt for having that underperforming player.
And Rondez, I know you called out specifically some of the plays that Dave made that I think you phrased it as something like it really shows his veteran status, because I think you're right, he might be, I think out of both of those teams, he's probably the person who has like probably the most league experience out of all the players. So what kind of effect do you think playing with a player like Dave has on the rest of Team War?
In those situations, I've heard it directly from players that are put in those sort of like mentorship positions. Sometimes you just gotta shut up and listen. Let them go off, let them talk, let them do the kind of damage that we've seen Dave doing all series, and it'll just keep happening. You know, keep feeding into their strengths and they'll help you feed into yours.
For sure. Well, you know, the theme of the Challengers Cups that I feel like we've been kind of hammering home this whole time is that this is an amateur league, right? But it is also a pathway to the pros. We have seen people come up through the Challengers Cups and make it onto a league spot. It can happen. If any of you watching at home have aspirations, have dreams of becoming a pro Call of Duty player, go to callofdutyleague.com/challengers. You'll be able to find out more about how you can get yourself a team, enter these Challengers Cups, and maybe even make it onto a pro team someday yourself. But before we get into the final map, or maybe not the final map, excuse me, before we get into the third map, which is Domination, we are headed to a quick break, so we'll see you guys right after this. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup. This is the 4th cup presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I'm joined by your casters. Today we have Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. And if anybody is just joining us, what we have here is we had a bracket reset. So we will shortly be heading into the 3rd map in the 2nd best of 5 in the European Grand Finals. That is between Team Singularity and Team War. Just to catch you up to speed if you missed it, Team Singularity came through the losers bracket. They were placed there by Team War in a slick 3-0. Singularity was able to come back and win the first best of 5 in the Grand Finals, so the bracket did reset. Now here we have Team War up 2-0 versus Singularity. Rondez, what are you predicting for this 3rd map for this domination? Is Team War just angry enough that they can pummel their way into another 3-0 versus Singularity?
Yeah, I made a mistake. Team War is about to give them the beat down. Look at what Dave is doing. This man has been doing so much damage throughout this series with the support of Afro all around the objective. They're just in the right place at the right time, getting all of the kills.
Allie, what are your thoughts here? Because we've seen a lot of different things coming from Singularity. We've seen them having some really good success on some respawn. We've seen them have some really good success on hardpoint, and we've seen them have some not so good success on hardpoint. So out of Singularity, are you expecting them to put up a big fight on this domination?
It's definitely hard, especially when they finally took a series off of War, and then they go into this bracket reset and they're going down 0-2, especially in the ways that they are, with Dave going off, Afro going off. It's definitely gonna take a lot of composure out of them. It's definitely gonna take a lot of a mental reset to just take it one map at a time instead of thinking, okay, we're down 0-2, we have to win this. Just be like, okay, let's just win this map. Let's just play this like normal instead of like the down mindset. But I also feel like Team War is just feeding off of Dave's energy right now, and Afro's energy. They're just feeding off of them going off. I'm sure they're comms and they're all hyping each other up. So that's always a really, really tough thing to beat.
Clean.
It's a lot of momentum swings. We've seen a lot of back and forth, and we've seen a lot of backs up against the wall. But as we head into this domination, as we start off, Allie, what are you hoping to see? Do you like an underdog story? Do you want to see Singularity drag this out as long as possible?
I love an underdog story. I love series that drag out as long as possible. I love Game 5. I love Round 11. So I would absolutely adore Singularity, really everybody turning up here and seeing them all go off, as we're slowly, I think, seeing right now as they're going to Cap B flag. The 1-0s across the board for them, a couple 2-1s. So I'm definitely hoping for an underdog story.
2 flags in favor of Singularity. We got the A and B dom going on board for them, as Team War looks to position themselves towards middle map to take over B. They outnumber the players on the base at the moment, but they need to get inside and do some damage here before they respawn and respond.
Singularity has a really good setup going on at B right now. I wish they'd send somebody top mid to try and get that control. It looks like that's what Dr. Bits is trying to do, but they're slaying out. I mean, this isn't the Singularity that we just saw in that S&D or the hardpoint. So like I said, it might just be that mental reset. They don't want to lose just yet. They want to stretch this series, and they're proving it right now in this domination.
All right, Jar Jar Bids tagged up by a stun, still sitting pretty. They know where you're at, though. Smelling blood. The grenade comes in, banked right off of the wall. An excellent throw, and that's 3 kills in favor of Team War. They're still trying to push through this B-Dom, as you can see. 7, 8, 5. They're all in there. They're all swarming B-Dom, and they're going to be able to take over here. And if you're a Team War fan, hopefully that means a comeback.
And we've been hearing Dave is 7-4. Just keep doing what Dave does. He got a 2-piece to really open up that B site for them. Singularity trying to interattack, but Team War is starting to fire up. They're starting to heat up. They now have B and C. And if you pay attention where Singularity is spawning, they're not even spawning on the A flag. They're spawning near bottom green. So they're spawning so far away, not only from their home flag, but from B as well. War could really flip it on its head here.
They absolutely could. Dave came to play. He's reading the enemy team very, very well. He knows exactly what angles to hold. Just having that kind of priority list in the head is very important when playing defense on the domination flag.
Couple kills going in the way of Singularity. They do seem to clear up Team War for a second out of B flag, try to get that neutral as soon as possible. You see Dave trying to get there as fast as he can, but there's 2 players of Singularity just waiting for him. Team War, though, looks like number 7 on your minimap. That's going to be Steve. He's going to try and go for A. Does get picked off, though. So good answer by Singularity. I mean, they just got 3 players of Team War down. They're going to try and keep this lead here. 2 more minutes. If Singularity manages to hold this for the rest of the minutes, it could be a huge lead going into the second half.
Ooh. This movement from Detain right now, he is bobbing and weaving beautifully and finding kills. And oh my goodness, excellent long-range shots coming from him. He just wormed his way through that entire building so well. And take a look at the scoreboard. His team's still up about 10 seconds, and they were able to keep both A and B.
A lot more out of insight now. He is 6 and 5. We're gonna hang out with Afro for a second as he's doing patient Afro things, and he hops up. He gets the kills. That's 4 down for Singularity. It looks like B is gonna go right back to the way of Team War, but Singularity's sitting a little comfortable with a 14-point lead going on right now. But War's just gonna try and keep pushing their way out. Singularity spawning C side, but instead of trying to neutral that flag, they're gonna try and take B right back. I don't like that decision at all. There's 4 Team War players just waiting for them. I wish one of them just would have turned around.
One of the players on B Dom now making moves towards the A side is Afro. The lurker, as always, going for the flank. He ends up failing and falling, and here comes the push from Jar Jar Vids straight to B Dom. He needs a little bit of support though, and now the troops are coming in. Take a look at the mini-map and towards the center. We see a double kill coming in from Siggy with the grenade and the M4. That's the kind of pressure they needed on the middle map, but still a stellar response from out of Team War. They're keeping this dogfight alive.
You're absolutely right. That was an incredible mid-pressure by Dean. It just stalled off for just enough so Singularity can take back the B site, and all they have to do is hold this for these 30 seconds. No point in trying to neutral C at this point. Just hold what you've got. It looks like what they're trying to do, but War, they don't want to let it happen. 2 players of War, and you got 1 on the flank. He gets the kill. This might go back to a neutral for the side of War, but there's only 17 seconds, so not much of a difference, but if anything, it'll be a good momentum change for them going into the second half.
The brawl on B continues. The trading blows, and Singularity is able to take over this time. A is neutralized, but they're recapturing it. The pressure's still coming in. Team War is not letting their foot off of the gas as we come into our second half, with Singularity up by 14 seconds.
Of course, we talked about Insight, you know, not having the best stats in the last hard point, and now in this respawn, look on the side of War, I believe Detain was 4 and 12, so not having the hottest start. We'll have to see if he heats up in this second half. Or excuse me, Denza.
As we switch sides and switch spawns, you'll notice the blue arrows are coming from the left, red from the right, all swarming towards that B Dom, the oh so important flag in the domination game mode, and Afro's taking point.
They got there so fast, and they're just clearing it out. Stevo with 2, Dave with 1. Instantly, flag goes on sign of War. Now this is gonna look dangerous because I know Team War, once they have it, they aren't very easy to let it go. See how Singularity answers here. Looks like we got number 5, Sinji, trying to inch his way to A, but he does get picked off in mid, and I don't like the setup at all for Singularity as War has complete control of middle. I mean, number 7, Stevo, he's just shooting them in the back as they walk out. The patience. He doesn't even need to get the 3rd because his teammate got him. I mean, 1 player Singularity left at B. We're probably going to see a lead change coming here soon.
Absolutely, and Singularity, we have Insight still keeping them in the game, currently sitting double positive. Lots of captures from other players in the team, such as himself and Gizmo on the side of Team War, and some more well-rounded effort as they start to come back into this game.
No, I totally agree. Singularity are showing their boots and potential, and the Singularity that we know of at War is just, it's every time they take it back and take it back and take it back and get slightly better. I mean, pick up the stats again. Dave is now 12 and 17. He's slowed down a little bit. Denza's picking it up a bit more, but Stevo, 22 and 14. Not someone we've seen go off a lot. He's really taking control of this Hackney yard right now.
Yep, both him and Dave, big kill games at the moment, sitting at around 20 kills. They've really been in command of this map for some time now, and 2 flags in favor of Team War. They got Singularity spawning out, pretty staggered and spread out all throughout the map. But take a look at the engagements going on at A flag right now. There's 2 blue members and just 1 Team War member.
On fight. They needed the win. If they're going to get on Ada neutral, they need to do it now as soon as possible. That's 5 down for Team War. They did it, and now they even have a player at B, so they could turn this into a triple cap if they really wanted to, and that looks like exactly what they're going to do, and they're still getting the kills. Team War now spawning at the C flag, but that's still going to hurt for a bit. But again, Team War still up by 6 points. Not for long, though, should A and B still stay in the possession of Singularity.
Much of Singularity floods straight into the B dom. Not too many efforts being spent towards the middle of the map. They just want to clear out this warehouse. It's an all-out brawl with long-range MP5 engagements. No one looking to give up too much. But Steve-O gets caught climbing and is taken down swiftly. And now we see Lucifer should be able to cap B dom for them. This game, neck and neck, still tied up. 129, now 127. And just 2 minutes remaining left in this game. It's going to be a massive fight to win it out in the end.
Like a little bit of confusion on the side of Singularity. They saw some of the arrows in middle start moving towards C, but decide to track back and head their way towards B, which was not the play, as Team Warriors just sitting there mowing them down as they enter. This is looking a little scary for Team Singularity. The clock is ticking. We have 1 minute and 40 on the clock. We do have Singularity now spawning at C because of how far Team War pushed up, but they're going to neutral A at the exact same time. So Singularity, and they need to make a big play here.
Those of you watching from home, this is the grand final. Team War tied up against Singularity. They are so close to the end of this map and closing out this final series 3-0. Singularity are fighting for the tournament lives and the victory at the moment, but they're at a deficit. 2 flags in favor of Team War, as well as the kill feed and map control. Can they bounce back and win this game?
If Singularity can get a flag within the next 20 seconds, they might be able to flip as long as they hold it for the rest of the time, and they could win this map, but it would take a perfect dom out of them right now, and it's just not what we're seeing.
Team War still in complete control. Less than a minute remains as Singularity is flooding into the warehouse. They've struggled so mightily to keep control of middle map and this warehouse. Again, all kills in favor of Team War. Insight left in the corner. He's trapped up and shut down, and really, you got to give it to the guys on Team War. They fought such an awesome fight. Steve-O just hit 30 kills. Dave, not too far behind, and still had an awesome series, contributing to much of their success.
Singularity definitely put up an incredible fight, but just weren't able to keep up with Team War as they started to heat up. So it does look like Team War are going to take this map. What a fantastic showing out of the players on Team War.
What a fantastic map. What a fantastic series. Wow. What a bracket we've had so far. So Team War did just take another successful 3-0 versus Singularity. Ali, was that map specifically rather, was that closer than you were expecting? Because Singularity, they almost made it. They tied up the scoreline, or they tried to. They were fighting tooth and nail. Were you expecting it to be that close?
Not exactly. I definitely expected War to come out a little bit hotter than I think that they did. I think Singularity definitely came out swinging, but the outcome was probably more as expected. As much as I want to root for the underdog and hope that the underdog makes it through, once you're down 2-0, you know, you're in the second best of 5. I mean, your stamina's down, and Team War they were able to close it out. They were able to clutch up.
And then looking at Team War, you know, I gotta think that part of their mind was expecting this 3-0. And while I'm sure it wasn't super easy, Rondez, what do you think how do you think Team War is feeling right now that it did kind of come, that it did come so close to the wire, you know, that it wasn't necessarily an easy series, of course, the bracket reset and everything. Overall, where do you think their head's at?
Team War, they're probably feeling pretty good right now. They just got the W. Sure, it was a little bit closer than it should have been in some moments for them, but coming out to the end of the tournament on top is just, that's something that you should feel good about no matter what. That's a moment of celebration, and then the reflection of how it happened comes afterwards.
I mean, I guess that's a good point. And also, if you look at it, even though the scoreline of the domination felt close, hey, it was still a 3-0. They still took 2 3-0s over Singularity. So now if we take a look at the bracket, we can see once again just how clear a path through a clear path to victory that Team War had. But like I said, I do have to point out that this is the first time during a Call of Duty Challengers Cup that we have seen a bracket reset. And I think that just kind of speaks to the level of competition that we're seeing. Like, yeah, sure, it is technically an amateur competition. This is not the Call of Duty League, but at the same time, there is just a lot of kind of commingling. Dave has been in league matches before. He has been on pro teams. We have seen other challengers come through the Challengers Cups and the Challengers brackets and make it onto pro teams. Like, I know I keep going back to Mac playing for the New York Subliners. So it's entirely possible. And, really just anyone else watching out there as well. If you have these aspirations and these dreams, and if you think you can make it, then go right now to callofdutyleague.com/challengers and, sign up today, join a team. Let's take a look at the standings. And Fox, why don't you take the audience through exactly how much money Team War has now won?
Team War in first place, $8,000 to split between those 5 players. That's got to feel pretty good for a day's worth of Call of Duty. Behind them is going to be Singularity. You saw they came down to $6,000. Trainhard, $4,000. Obtained Esports at $2,000, and the remaining teams go home with nothing.
They go home with nothing but, maybe a little bit more glory and guts than they had before. But anyway, there's lots of action still to come. We have now made our way through the APAC Grand Finals. We have made our way through the EU Grand Finals. Next up, we do have the North American scene for the Call of Duty Challengers Cup. So much action, all the matches, best of the best. We're going to be starting with Vengeance versus Atlanta Faze Academy here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup, presented by PlayStation 4. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard. Joining me all day long are my 2 favorite people in the world. I'm just gonna say that. I've been teasing it, I've been dancing around it. I don't know anybody else in my entire life that I've met that I like more than I like Alley Cat and Rondez Fox, my 2 favorite people.
Oh.
So excited
Yes.
to be here. So we've had a lot of exciting matches today. We played out the APAC Grand Finals. We played out the EU Grand Finals. So now we are going to move on to the North American. First, we're starting with the North American Winners Final. So in just a moment, we're going to see Vengeance versus Faze Academy. So first off, I really want to take a look at Vengeance because they've got kind of an interesting roster going on, haven't they? Allie, what do you think of their lineup right now? It's kind of a newer team, and then they just added, they were, first of all, 4 of their players were already kind of newly formed, and then we have Cha Rules joining just a week later, so this was just a week ago now at this point, I believe, or unless it was even more recent than that. But Allie, what do you think of their lineup? Or I'm sorry, did Cha Rules just leave? I'm so sorry, I got that exactly backwards. You know what? I got that exactly backwards.
Hey, we're in the
Cha
Challenger
Rules
series.
Just left
It happens.
Team the Vengeance.
They hop around,
Oh
right?
gosh.
They hop
So
around.
much roster mania that I can't even keep up. Well, never mind.
Just don't. The players can't keep up with it either. That's why. It's fine. This is how it goes. We get caught up and we move on.
Well, anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at the team profile. Look, just to rub it in how wrong I am. Look at this. Additional notes. Big, bold, you cannot miss it. Jintroid in place of Cha Rules. Well, dang it.
You're close.
Anyway.
It was fine.
If only someone
so
told
close.
us.
So close. Oh. All right, so Allie, what do you think of this roster without Cha Rules?
I think it'll be interesting. You know, roster changes are always a toss-up. It's like it's either going to change the team drastically or it's going to be just about the same, maybe a little better, a little worse. I think with Jintroid in place Cha Rules, I personally think Team Vengeance will get better. I know that they placed T3 and they lost to Faze Academy. So this, I guess, it'll kind of be like a redemption match, you know?
Well, possibly. Because on the other hand, we do have the Atlanta Faze Academy. Very, very talented team. They, in fact, were the team that I believe won the Minnesota Open Challengers Series. So, you know, they've got a lot going on. They have some former pros in the mix. They've got some new young hotshots. And if we take a look at the bracket to see exactly how these teams have made their way through, it looks like Faze Academy are, you know, they're having a pretty easy time of it, aren't they? Allie, what to you stands out about Faze Academy and why have they been having it was seemingly such an easy time through this bracket so far?
I mean, you just take a look at their roster. I mean, Siblings is the young gun of this year, basically. He's been one of the most talked about in the Challengers scene. And he's been talked about as kind of like, you know, like how Abizi and Simp came up. He's like on that level. He is an incredibly good player and he's surrounded by incredibly good players. I mean, he has Tom Gravity, who is someone we all know. He's a former pro, you know, being there to mentor and guide him. And so they have just been dominating. They are all just some of the best players in the game right now, especially in the Challengers bracket. But also, when you look at that bracket, Vengeance was 3-0ing teams too. So you're kind of wondering maybe if this will be a bit more of a challenge than what we've previously seen.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, anything can happen, and that's kind of the name of the game in Call of Duty and in an amateur scene, and really just in any esport is, right, you just never know what could happen, and it's those moments that make it so exciting is seeing, you know, kind of relative newcomers come out and just take out veterans. It's very exciting to watch, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and load into map 1 of the North American Winners Finals, Atlanta Faze Academy versus Team Vengeance. Rondez, what kind of outcome are you really hoping for with this series?
I'm looking for the side of Atlanta Faze Academy to do some real damage. We got Gravity rocking the LMG right off the start and free-firing through the wall. These guys clearly came to play and had a strategy in mind.
That was definitely a first for me, but I mean, he was gunning them first couple of seconds, already going the way of Atlanta Faze. Already have Jimbo sitting at 2-1, Civ at 2-0. to see a little bit of contest coming here. Venom, unfortunately, all by himself in this hill, and he is going to be taken down. So a couple points going to start going the way of Team Vengeance, but if you pay attention to number 7 on your mini-map, that was Tamino. He was trying to work his way in for spawns, but not quite yet.
Oh my.
Atlanta is set up for P2.
Sib just got 4 kills in a row sniping at the beginning of this hard point. Absolutely, like, just the strategy of pulling out the sniper and the LMG right there is brilliant. Lots of long, straight lines of sight, and, you know, you're going to trounce all over the MP5s and the M4s of that lane. And now it's up the journey. Excellent submachine gun player. We've seen the amount of damage that the Spaniard has done before, and he's doing it again.
And, you know, it's not the meta, so, you know, obviously teams aren't going to be expecting that. So suddenly you look at your kill feed, you see an LMG and a sniper gunning you down in the middle of a hard point, and they're going to be a little bit confused. They're going to question themselves a little bit more, but Vengeance able to get the first couple seconds out of this first hard point. It looks like at some point they were able to flip P2 spawn, so Atlanta got to try and fight their way back in this one. Journey trying to take the long route, but doesn't realize there are people sitting top diner waiting for him. Definitely not the way I was thinking this P2 was about to go with Atlanta's Faze setup.
Yeah, definitely not. And looking at the side of Team Vengeance here, they have the 20-second lead. You got players like Stamino currently 8-3 on a 4 streak. You got Pentagram on a 3 streak. You just got to take these players down. I mean, you have that awesome start, but where's the follow-up?
Looked like a little bit of a slow start out of Gravity. He's now 2-6 as well as Jimbo 2-7. Hopefully they heat up for us soon, but Atlanta will be the first on rotation. We got Jimbo in hill with us now, laying down with his MP5. Look across the board, Vengeance, they're very, very far away. They're spawning very, very far out, so hopefully Faze can get some good time off this. I'm surprised nobody's pushed out track side right now, so kind of just gave free range to Dilo to just kind of force his way into their spawn. I don't know if there was a little miscommunication there, but there was nobody watching Street at all. And now all of a sudden Vengeance have spawned, and all of a sudden they're getting all this time. Again, I don't know if that was a miscommunication, but definitely needed somebody watching that.
Definitely do. And as we're sitting inside this hut here, lots of the kills go in favor of Team Vengeance. Venom is looking to force the issue and push in, but it looks like he might be outnumbered here shortly as Stamino finds 3 kills on his own and clearing out the room. A 50-second lead coming from this team in blue, Team Vengeance, in hardpoint at the moment.
Atlanta looking to try and keep him a little bit in a phase, a little bit in a spawn trap, but they gotta win the gunfights for that. So a couple players able to make it to mid-map. They do get taken down though, so once again we have Faze on early rotation, Vengeance all the way across the map, but I mean they can give up these first couple of seconds. They have a 60-point lead, which is not a sentence I thought that was going to come out of my mouth during this hard point, but again they might do the same thing. They broke Faze so fast in that last one. I'm wondering if there's just some communication errors going on, but we're going to hop on with D-Lo, trying to pre-fire through that wall. Unfortunately, MP5 bullets do not penetrate through there. That's a 5 wipe on the side of Atlanta Faze. Now that's what we were expecting to see a little bit more of, but again, they're still down 40 points.
Yes, cold water on that fire. That's what Faze needed. They needed to slow down the enemy team with that 1 wipe. And now look, more kills going in their favor at the moment. They got the setup. More than enough time to start this comeback. They're positioned. This is a good spot for Faze to be in, and an excellent team shot is going to get them even further into this game.
And what was a 40-point lead, Faze has now dwindled down to a mere 10 with a single hill, and that just shows you how important money hills can be. Hopefully we're seeing a little bit of a warm-up here out of the Faze Academy. On Gravity, still a little bit of a slow start, 7-11, but we'll know who pick it up soon. Team Vengeance though, 10-7 out of Dilo, 15-11 out of Samino. I mean, they are pretty even across the board. Control of our Dino hardpoint currently. A lot of gunfights going down in L here. Vengeance getting their trades through. Gravity though picks one off. Nobody getting time currently. Vengeance waiting for their teammates to get in through, and Atlanta doesn't seem to be able to break on in quite yet.
Venom acting as the front line, ends up actually just letting his teammate go ahead of him, but they're pushing through nonetheless, and they're both able to get through there regardless. That scrap time should go in favor of them. It's just a small participation award for that hard point, though, as we do start to rotate to the next hard point on St. Petrograd. Very close game. Still a very competitive hard point here as we get to about the halfway point of it.
Even though it was just a mere 20 seconds, they weren't even on rotation, but they started to invest, I guess, to get a couple of those 5 or 2 seconds out of scrap time. Bit of a weird play out of Vengeance, but it ended up working out as they are rotated and Faze running deep diner. Once again, Faze gotta stop letting them get all this early time. They gotta start breaking a little faster, or you know, maybe just rotate once in a while, because this is now once again a 40-point lead. Faze able to break in though. Keep your eye on your minimap. I have a very close idea that D-Lo is gonna try and slip his way through the back. He does get picked out though.
Oh, Venom and Journey separated so far from their team. They're waiting patiently, and it ends up paying off as the rest of FaZe Academy comes pouring in, and they're able to wipe out Team Vengeance to take over.
Exactly what FaZe needed. They needed way more of that early time and scrap, and that is exactly what they're getting. Let's hope we can see a better rotation out of them going into P2. We know they lost it quite early last time. Team Vengeance already pushing up Water Street, but FaZe starting their setup for P2. They should get the first couple of seconds here. Instagram top blue. I don't think he knows Jimbo's there. Jimbo will get that kill. Top blue. That's a very important power position to have if you want to hold P2.
As we start the next hard point, take a look at your scoreboard to see who the most impactful players are. We have above 40 seconds of hard point time for pretty much all of the players on Team Vengeance to amount to a 155-point lead over FaZe Academy's 148 seconds. However, that is growing. They have control, they have map pressure, and they're spawning Team Vengeance out so far while their hill player, Sib, is just sitting pretty.
Vengeance need to start rotating here. It's only 20 seconds. Leave one person and run. The only person on rotation for Team Vengeance is Jin Troid. His presence is known. He has managed to stay alive though, waiting for his teammates. They are spawning P1, so they're spawning a little closer, and they're starting to win their gunfights in mid. FaZe is not spawning in mid because of the pressure that the Team Vengeance is putting in. A lot of weird gunfights happening in mid here, but first couple of seconds, once again, gonna go to FaZe. Looks like we're gonna see a lead change here.
We are, and Gravity was holding it down with the anchor, the early rotation to the next hard point. Not quite an anchor, but definitely maintaining important map spawn influence for his team as they take over the hard point. Coming up to a tied game here as Team Vengeance retakes the hard point, though. They still don't quite have the spawn, as FaZe Academy is just going to keep pouring in.
Once again, FaZe they lose this hill so easily, even when they have spawns, and now you look in the back, Team Vengeance is spawning there. FaZe could create a spawn trap here. That'd be fantastic for them to rack up some time and force Vengeance to stay there, but on your mini-map, D-Lo, he's just chilling, waiting for next hill, just patiently. 13 seconds left, waiting for the rest of his teammates, just hanging out in P1. Trying to get
Time well spent.
Yeah, trying to pick off some FaZe members on rotation maybe. He might catch one here. He catches one. Good situation looking for Team Vengeance, but now the lead change has swapped. Atlanta is up by 30 seconds, but this is one of those money hills where Vengeance can not let Atlanta get anywhere close. They could take a very large lead here. We can go back to that 40-point lead on the side of Vengeance.
D-Lo just found a huge kill right there on the rotation. The flank was coming through from Gravity, hid in the corner, knew it was coming, popped him, ended it right before it started. Now, Team Vengeance, as they pour into the hard point, they're able to slip by the rest of his team. Straight through the front of the hill. They take over, get some hill time. We got a tie game again.
A little disappointed in Venom there was he waited for the rest of his teammates. Not that he needed to, because Jimbo's just going to come right in and cause a mess and spawn. That's 3 for him. He does get taken down, but that's a huge 20 to go to the side of Atlanta FaZe.
250 is the score limit. Take a look at Atlanta FaZe Academy with 215 seconds. Not a whole lot of time left remaining on this hard point as we come into the rotation. This could be what decides the game. So, as they're contesting the scrap time, let's see what happens with Gravity in a new position.
What looked like a good Team Vengeance rotated just got absolutely picked apart by Atlanta FaZe. Jintroid sitting at 16 and 27, still probably trying to fit in his new role in his new team, but FaZe just started ripping them apart. D-Lo taken down in Water Street. FaZe 20 more seconds to go, and they take map 1.
FaZe Atlanta Academy has definitely been pulling at the strings of Team Vengeance for the last few minutes. An awesome comeback from them, despite Team Vengeance's astounding position towards the middle of the game, the early middle section of the game. As FaZe Academy is still holding on to this hard point. Sib is taking point with the submachine gun. So much support around him, so much team shot and team fire, and they should be able to maintain control to close this game out.
What a game 1. That was so close. I feel as though a lot of things happened in that map that people weren't expecting, but then, you know, the outcome, the scoreline, that is, for me, slightly more in line with my expectations. But right off the jump, my first thing I want to ask you both about is, you know, I heard some surprise from both of you when, Ali, you pointed out, wow, Vengeance have a 60-point lead, and that's not something I ever thought I would say. And for me, it kind of comes down to some of the standout players on Atlanta Faze not really having quite as stellar of a performance right at first as I maybe was expecting.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't see a standout performance from Venom. I didn't see a standout performance from Sib either. And, you know, especially with Venom being a more recent addition to the Atlanta Faze Academy, I think a lot of eyes were on him, and he maybe just, I mean, sure, they won the math, so I'm not exactly knocking them too hard. I'm not going to use the word disappointed in anyone, but Ali, what is your takeaway from Atlanta Faze's performance and their slow start and their comeback?
I mean, they were pretty even across the board. The only person that really stood out to me as like a slow start was Gravity, but he ended up picking up in the end, and I feel like that was probably their kind of like tide turning moment is when they fell into the groove and Tom started to get his kills and pick it back up again, because he was like double negative for quite a bit there. So I feel like once he started to pick it back up again, that's when we saw, you know, the Faze that we usually see.
And then over there on the side of Team Vengeance, you know, their new pickup as well, Jintroid, like you mentioned, he was kind of maybe struggling to find his new role. I don't know if he necessarily, maybe he missed the mark, or if it's the, after all, Vengeance does not have a whole lot of time playing together. But Rondez, do you think there was anything in Vengeance's performance that they could have done better this map?
Nothing really stands out to me just yet. I want to see more of how this team works in respawn game modes. We did see that this is, you know, seeing a new addition to the team that can change a whole lot of their mechanics and fundamentals. So one thing that did stand out to me, though, is the amount of flanks they have from their submachine guns. I mean, just keep it up. They got shut down a few times. That's just because Atlanta Faze Academy was on top of it.
Well, we are going to head into map 2 here on the North American winners finals for the North American portion of this Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4. As we head into this map, personally, I am going to be focusing on Journey. I think, you know, I knew him from my time with the CWL. I know he has league experience. I know he's a very, very talented player. So I'm really eager to see what he does and how much of an impact that's going to have. But to start off with, Ali, how are you envisioning this S&D going?
I heavily favor Atlanta Faze on this one just because of the S&D players. You know, I look at Civ, I look at Venom, I look at Journey, and I instantly think a lot of S&D. I mean, Jimbo and Gravity as well. So I'm definitely thinking this does favor them just a bit more.
Right, so opening engagements are going down on the B bomb site. You see Team Vengeance is actually able to come out with more kills as the offensive team. Definitely a big advantage for them as they get that bomb down. It'll still be a 2 versus 2 situation on the map.
Gravity able to pick off the one with the bomb plant. They have a good idea of where things might be hiding. Gonna get information with that stun. The instant push, the angle doesn't totally work out, but he gets away with his life. They now have information on both players. Unfortunately, Gravity not able to win that gunfight. Big Igor Chow out of Atlanta Faze there, and Team Vengeance will take the first round.
Definitely strange position.
Yeah.
Right there. They didn't really seem like they knew how they wanted to work that 2 versus 2, and they just kind of got picked apart.
Definitely seemed like a little bit of a miscommunication there, because he was going one way and the other one was still flying the other way, and he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, pandemonium on Ramaza at the moment. Working our way over towards the A-bomb site through the eyes of Atlanta Faze Academy. Charging straight through the construction site, but Pentagram with the headshot takes him straight off the top. We find ourselves in a 3 versus 4 situation. Now down to 3v3 as Jimbo's not letting up.
All right, and now is a 3v3. 2 dead on both sides. Top on Jintroid here in mid. Gonna see if he can get any information. He will get caught out in the back by Sib. Bomb still on its way over at A. We do have Zinx by himself. I do believe he hears those footsteps, though. He does have that information. He's gonna be crouch walking. Can't pick one off. Beautiful drop out of him.
Beautiful read by Zinx right there for the double kill. Rewarded with the bomb defuse as well. Just, I mean, you guys saw it work every step of the way. He had it all. He had it all down.
All right, is it too late to take back what I said? Team Vengeance really,
It's very much too late.
Really showing some S&D prowess here. Like, Samino, nice snaps with the MP5. Vengeance up 2-0 on Atlanta Faze.
Love the Florida Mutineers gear. Sweet jacket right there. Teal's a good color on him, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I love like the dark ninja looking one we got on the side of Vengeance over here.
They went simple with it. They went
simple with it. Hard A push.
Damn,
Count of Vengeance. Looks like there's gonna be no blind counter on the side of Atlanta Faze. Actually, it looks like they're gonna start rotating mid. Might have gotten some information from mid. Gravity. Nice help there from Stamino. Before anyone has Pentagram, he's waiting for that Faze rotation. I think he just now heard it as he goes to catch up with them. He might catch a couple people in the back. Oh!
Big kill from D'Lo right there. Ends up being traded out, but Team Vengeance is going to close it out anyway. 3 straight rounds. Atlanta Faze Academy has yet to bite back. Their fashion sense is better, though. I don't know. I guess Vengeance is going for more of that, you know, just solid colors, that gothic look.
Yeah, they're going for like the assassin-y vibe. It's got like the hood and stuff, you know?
Yeah, whatever you're into, I guess, right?
All right, on board with Atlanta Faze. Tom Gravity. Looking pretty
Oh, I love this.
negative across the board. Journey.
As you can see through Codcaster, most of these players are pushing towards the B site. They'll be met by 2 opposing Team Vengeance players who have been able to hold defense pretty flawlessly so far in this S&D. As the engagements go down, Team Vengeance comes out on top with 2 kills. Shots raining down from above. BS&D is closed.
Just feel like they kept getting picked apart every time they slide out on that B push. It's just the ARs are just sitting, just waiting. Like, yeah, I dare you to slide out. Jimbo taken down.
Yeah, and then as soon as they break through, you see the submachine guns just take over.
And I'm stuck a little bit here on the B site. Can't move too much. Can't imagine he tries to lay it, get some bad timing. Zintroid catches Venomous on Gravity in a 1v3. Seeing crazier things. And shooting through a wall is one of them.
definitely did get into that wall. Excellent shot.
Oh, it wasn't even. It looked like it went through the wall, so I was like, "That's a new one for me." Nah, Zinx hit him with the flank.
So that's a 4-0 lead from Team Vengeance. Again, Atlanta Faze Academy has yet to respond in this matchup. We saw a much more competent roster in our hard point, I believe. They seem to come with much more thorough strategies, but as it stands, they just can't get through B site. I mean, they're not trading. Team Vengeance is really just shutting them down after getting a first blood.
Oh yeah, no, I feel like Faze hasn't gotten a first blood in a while. Or even if they do, it's like they take 2 more. Okay, as soon as I say that, they get 2 first bloods. All right, knock on wood, I guess.
Yeah, that's a tough gunfight for Team Vengeance to win, though. I think that Faze was definitely in a much better spot as they're all trying to force that small choke point. We got a 5 versus 2 advantage now. Faze Academy, the team in red. This is the best they've looked all map.
4v3. Daddy is popped. Little tags up there, but they have the information. Yes?
Do you think Zinx is going to die this round? Is this it?
Is it for him? Nah, there's no way. There's no
this
way,
it?
right? Nah, 2v3. 2v3,
Nope.
they got it. 2v2, they got it. Nah,
there he goes.
Oh,
7
no!
and 1. He finally falls.
All right, Deal, you have to make up for it. You have to win the 1v2. Make up for Zinx not going 7-0. Did he not pop? That read out of D'Lo. He has 17 seconds. He's gonna go for the insta plant at A.
decisive gameplay coming from D'Lo, and it looks like he's about to be rewarded for it, putting himself in a 1-versus-2 situation, a 1-versus-1 situation against Gravity with the bomb down. He just turned his offense into a defense, and this is heavily in his favor at this point.
He caught him. He couldn't finish the kill. He knows where he is. He knows the angle he's at. 30 seconds. Just stay alive for 30 seconds. D'Lo Deddy is popped. Good reads by D'Lo. He wins the 1v2. Atlanta Faze has not won a round. If
Like
S&D,
clockwork.
Atlanta Faze has not won a round of S&D on this map. He had
FaZe
to have heard that
Academy is
drop.
playing right into the plans of Team Vengeance. It looks like they just don't stand a chance on this S&D. They're getting worked
Vengeance
right
is making
now.
it look so easy when so many teams struggle against FaZe Academy.
All right, FaZe Academy. You need perfect S&D from here on out if you want any hopes of winning this map. Otherwise, we're going to game 2, tied up 1-1 in the series. The site push is in effect. This is the farthest that FaZe Academy has gotten into this site all map long, and you see it paying off. 2 kills, 1 straight in the back. The bomb could go down anytime now.
See that quick connect right about now. He has the information though, but he can't quite get the bullets to connect. He does give away his position. Is now a 1v3. We just onto a 1v2. I wouldn't be shocked about the 1v3 if he had a little more health. Maybe we saw something crazy. FaZe finally on the board, but not looking too hot for them. They are still down 5-1. We have seen full sales before, but Vengeance is just looking too good.
Match point. Team Vengeance just dropped their first round this game. We saw a player start off the map 7-0.
Phase out, smokes out. Heavy push here. Woo. Good
Again,
morning.
that high ground. just cutting them down. Just cutting them down like a tree.
Got a door open. Oh, good morning, Jimbo M4.
Really noisy neighbors out here. They're just firing M4 shots off the top of construction buildings. Looking at the A site, Stamino's trying to work his way through, but he might have just had a lot of help to do that. Big double kill coming from the side of Team Vengeance, and that might have just blown the site wide open.
We're playing oddly careful here under construction. Bomb is down. I do believe Journey has that information. He's playing incredibly close to this door, and FaZe put another one on the board. I guess FaZe are just slowly starting to wake up now, or it could be Vengeance is playing a bit different just because it is match point, and we do tend to see teams do that.
Yeah, you gotta finish the job, right? You can't let your foot off the gas at the end here. You gotta commit. This is, you find your win condition, execute that. Letting it slip at the finish line is probably one of the most disappointing experiences in the spirit of competition.
I think still 10-3. Elo also 8-5. Nades are out. Looks like connect on someone, got a little bit of information. Another A push coming out of Atlanta. See if the same thing happens to them. Good morning, Pentagram this time. First blood on Venom. That could be it for FaZe. There's 2 down. This could be the saving grace for Vengeance. Is now in a 5v3 situation.
FaZe Academy has been trailing this entire game. They had moments of looking good and coming back, but you see Team Vengeance, the communication, they're just reading the enemy team so well. They always have an estimate as to where the next enemy's coming from, and as soon as they find them, they just execute and shut them down.
That was a beautiful nade out of D'Lo. Gravity stuck in a 1v4. 26 seconds and bomb. Have the information. Oh, the snap on
Beams,
Pentagram. 1v3. He needs to get bombed down though. It's not looking hot. He's got Stamino on the hunt for him, and he finds him. 2 shots. Vengeance takes the S&D. Not something I expected. We're gonna act like whatever I said before this map just didn't happen, apparently.
Oh no, we can talk about it.
Did you want to talk about it? I didn't say anything.
No, it's fine.
No,
it's fine.
listen.
We can ask Jess. Hey Jess, what was Ali's prediction before this map started?
I mean, Ali seemed really surprised by what was going on with Vengeance, I think.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not gonna throw anyone under the bus. I'm not gonna say anyone. I'm just gonna say what just happened was a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot going on that map. We saw Atlanta Faze Academy doing some real damage in those 2 rounds that they won, but really overall it was just Team Vengeance playing through that S&D exactly as they wanted.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to address was how Team Vengeance took, I think it was 5 rounds in a row, and then we saw Atlanta Faze coming back, and one of you guys, I think it was Ali, made the point of, well, maybe Vengeance are just playing differently, maybe they are getting too overconfident. So Ali, not to pick on you too much, but now that's all said and done, now that Vengeance did go ahead and close it out, what do you think happened on those 2 rounds rather, that Atlanta Faze Academy took? Did Vengeance stumble, or was that Faze kind of cracking through and doing the right thing
probably
finally?
A little bit of both. They're obviously both highly competitive teams. It's a common ground. Even it happens in professional sometimes when it gets to match points, round 11s, or somebody's about to win 5-4s, 5-2s, whatever it is. Teams just automatically tend to play different than they were. They'll either play incredibly slow or they'll do a strat that's kind of out of character for them just because it's match point. I don't know if it's a stress thing or just trying something or trying to just throw them off, but it does tend to follow a pattern that way. So I feel like it was a bit of both. Faze probably were like, okay, this is match point, we need to kick in gear a little bit more, as same as Vengeance, as they were like, okay, this is match point, we should probably throw something different in there, sort of thing.
And at the end of the day, too, there are just so many things going on with the fact that there has been so many roster shuffles, and then we have we have Respawn versus S&D, like we said before, completely just different animals there. We have a team like Vengeance who are newly formed under this Vengeance banner, and then on the other hand, we have the Atlanta Faze Academy, who they've got a few more months experience altogether, and they have, some former pros and some new talented young hotshots, but after all, it almost feels like none of that matters. Everything kind of falls away once you get into the moment and once you actually get into the matches. So Rondez, what do you think was the real kind of determining factor here when we see what to me looks like veterans, more veterans rather, in Atlanta Faze Academy, showing up pretty strong the first map and then absolutely falling behind on the S&D?
I think it's just easy to get into that little slump once you have a bad start to the game or things start to not go your way, and then the rest of the map just kind of falls downhill from there. Once we get into the next map, maybe we could see Atlanta Faze Academy bounce back and then respawn. I'm not entirely sure, but the momentum is definitely in favor of Team Vengeance right now.
Definitely, and we know that we've seen time and time again that Call of Duty can be a very, very momentum-based game. But at the same time, just like we saw with those European Grand Finals and Team War and Dave getting so fired up, you can't always count on momentum. Just because things are going one way and have been going that way does not mean that they will continue down that path. One other player that I did also want to shout out was on the side of Vengeance, Zinx. Wow! For a while, I had it noted down when he was 6-0, and Ali, I know you shouted that out as well. Zinx went 6-0 at one point, finally died. Ali, what was he doing there at first that made him so unkillable?
He wasn't the entry, but his teammates definitely baited a lot for him, and they just gave him that power to just slide in and get a 2-piece and catch the other team off guard. He was a very, very incredibly fast player.
Well, I'm so excited to see what Zinx and what all the other players do during Map 3, during the domination map here of the North American Winners Finals of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup. But for now, we are headed to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. I'm Jess Brohard and I am joined by Alley Cat and Rondez Fox, your two wonderful casters. You guys already know my feelings on them. I've told you guys how much I love these two casters. I'm so happy to be graced by their presence.
You can do it again. It's
I can
fine.
do it again. No, can I? Is that okay?
Go ahead,
I love
what's
these
more?
people so much. Allie and Rondez, thank you so much for joining me here. So it's been quite a series that has been shaping up here in the North American Winners Finals. I don't know how much we really could have predicted from this. There's a lot of stuff coming out of left field, a lot of players that I was kind of looking at that are maybe underperforming to what I was expecting. I guess as we head into map 3, rather not 4, as we head into map 3, as we head into the domination here with Team Vengeance versus the Atlanta Faze Academy. Rondez, who are you really looking to this game to light up and carry their team?
This feels like such a hard series to predict. I think the players that stand out to me the most are going to be Sib. We saw how effective he was at sniping in the hard point and winning that opening engagement. I'm wondering what other creative things he has in his tool belt. And even just outside of that, he's a phenomenal player in the challenger scene right now, and you should expect more out of him. Should expect more out of him if he were, you know, to go and join the rest of the pros.
Yeah, well, I think I have high expectations for a lot of these players. I think this Challengers Cup is really one that's going to be a proving grounds for a lot of players. And like we've been saying all day long, you guys, this is almost another way for people to make their way into the league, to potentially get a league spot. And, you know, hey, rosters aren't locked for the Call of Duty League until July 6th. So realistically, we do have a couple more weeks. Like, technically, it is possible that somebody here playing in this Challengers Cup could still be picked up by and be given a league spot. But you know, but anyway, I also want to talk a little bit about Journey. You know, like I said, he's one of the veterans among these two teams. And Allie, what do you think that playing with someone like Journey, first of all, what do you think is his sort of mentality being here among these young proteges, and what do you think is their mentality being around Journey and hopefully trying to look up to him?
I'm sure it's an incredible experience for all of them. I'm sure it's nice to be around younger guns. I'm sure it's nice to have that young energy around you, you know, to keep you hyped up and keep you up there, because, you know, you're around the older guys all the time. It just kind of, you know, gets old after a while. So I'm sure it's nice to be around some fresh faces, some new brains, and be able to coach them and teach them about what it's like.
So we are here heading into domination. We're here map 3 of the North American Winners Finals. This is the Atlanta Faze Academy versus Team Vengeance. They're neck and neck right now, tied 1-1. Now, even though the second map, even though the overall series has a pretty even scoreline, 1-1, the maps themselves have not always been that close. The second map was a complete bowling over for the side of Vengeance. Rondez, what do you think is going to happen in this second respawn of the series? Is it going to be cut and dry, or will we see a lot more pushback?
I think we're going to see a very competitive domination. We're seeing two very hungry teams here. And I mean, just off the rip, look at the double kills, back and forth, answering each other all around the objective. And now Journey's trying to put the hurt on too.
Already right off the bat, Vengeance is trying to take that momentum that they got from the S&D and keep running with it, but we're seeing, you know, traditional NFA's respawn as they're answering right back. Looks like they're going to get that BCAP, and it's pretty hard to do. St. Patrick has such a weird BCAP flag because of the amount of angles and amount of stories in the buildings that you can take from the townhouses, but Faze do have A and B. Currently, we do have Gravity sitting at 2-0. Not a sort of stat line we saw in the first hard point, so hopefully we see a little bit more out of him.
Sid waiting patiently, tagged up, being flanked. Looks like he's able to come out on top and cut D-Lo at the ankles with the M4. Two flags in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy right now, as well as the kills, and they're looking pretty good right now. Not a commanding lead, but a good start to the game.
And speaking of Journey, he was just going on a 5-3, make that 6. He is now 7-2, just tearing it up in this C-spawn for Vengeance. They did lose A for just a bit, though. They almost got the neutral on the C, but Atlanta Faze getting a comfortable lead going here. They are ahead about 10 points. We still have 3 minutes left. Atlanta Faze trying to neutral this C as much as they can. Looks like they're gonna go for the cap as well as the neutral starts coming in for the A flag. Detroit might want to turn back around and cap that A flag as his team has no more flags to get, but he will get taken down mid-map. So that's some time loss hurt for Vengeance and just making that lead that much bigger for Atlanta Faze.
I was gonna say this is it feels like a very low kill game. I'm looking at the scoreboard. I realized it's because Journey has all of them.
Because Journey has them all.
And Zinx just got his first one. So there's something going wrong in the lobby right now. If Atlanta Faze Academy has an awesome lead in this weird kill column situation that they have going on.
It was just all Journey. He was making that noise up in Vengeance's spawn and not leaving any scraps for the rest, but Atlanta Faze still have 2 flags, and they were just spawn trapping Vengeance at this point, and this is Atlanta Faze we're used to seeing. We're starting to see some kills coming up. Venom's at 6 and 3. He's almost caught up to Journey on the side of Vengeance. We have Dilo sitting at 1 and 7. Hopefully he heats up pretty soon.
On this flank, looks like they might be able to get a flag out of it, or at least a neutralization. C-Dom is counting down, ticking down, and players are just now turning around to try and deal with it. However, it might be too late. Atlanta Faze Academy is spawning back there. You're pinched in the middle. You got to pick a side.
I'm convinced at this point these players can hear me. I said something about Dilo's stat line, and he went and got a 2-piece in mid-map. But unfortunately for them, they only got B flag out of it. They kind of put themselves in a really bad position, as you can tell on your mini-map. Vengeance is all spawning I would call it P1 on hardpoint, and that's not a good place to be spawning should Atlanta Faze decide to kind of spawn trap them in there, but it seems like they don't know quite yet that they're spawning there, so they weren't able to set up for that. But Neutral's gonna come in for A. A will not be capped. B is still on the side of Vengeance. We might see a little time start going their way, but again, there's only 1 minute left on the first half. Faze able to neutralize that B flag as well. I mean, Journey is just having his way. This is his map to take over. He's now 12 and 7.
Yeah, Journey, awesome player. As you mentioned, one of the older ones in the roster, one of the more experienced, one of the only champions in the lobby as well, playing in the Spanish League, LVP. Spent a lot of time on Team Heretics and finds himself still competing in Call of Duty Esports at a professional level for the Challenger Cup. But more into the game, we see a 30-second differential between these two teams. Atlanta Faze Academy has been able to pull that far ahead, and Venom is looking to keep the pressure up on C-Dom.
Vengeance trying to go for that triple cap here. All of Faze are able to neutral A just in time. 30 seconds left. Not that would do much of a difference, but once again, we talk about these first halves, how teams suddenly just kind of start heating up and near the end of it. So I'm interested to see if this Vengeance that we're seeing right now will carry into the next half as well. And as soon as I say that, Faze gets 3 down. They're going to cap B real quick for a hot 10 seconds. Vengeance not looking good for them in respawn so far.
Definitely not. Right now, we're seeing Atlanta Faze Academy just keep full control and hold on to the end of the game. Spawn up towards C towards the end there. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of that throughout this second half. Is Atlanta Faze Academies, they're going to pick their side, and they're going to pick what side Team Vengeance can have, and that'll be it. Those porta potties in the middle of the road, you know they stink. No one's coming out here to clean those. What a dirty city. Anyway, take a look at this push coming from Team Vengeance. These guys trailing behind by 30 seconds have already set foot on the B-Dom flag. They can't take it all the way home. They still have gravity in the middle of the map, finding a double kill.
Just watched a trophy fly through a wall onto the street. I wish my trophies did that. They kind of just bounce off whenever I attempt to do that. B flag still yet to be capped by either side. Faze though, Jimbo and Journey on a mission. 3 down, 4 down for them. That's 5 down inside Team Vengeance. B flag very quickly, very swiftly going to Atlanta Faze. Once again, Vengeance just not seeming to get that early foothold that they need to get this run going in the second half.
Yeah, and it's looking like some trouble right now. With the positionings they were holding, Faze was definitely set up to keep them at A-Dom, but a big submachine gun kill right there from Jintrod is going to open things up for the team.
Pentagram, if you can stay alive, could do some big things here. A big part of this map that you need control of if you ever have any hope of winning is Water Street, but unfortunately he does get taken down. Had no teammates to help him. Vengeance looking like they're playing a little spread apart currently. They're not really, I don't see too many trades coming through for them as I do for Atlanta Faze, so I wish I'd see a little bit more of that out of them.
Yeah, they don't seem like they're playing nearly as confident as we've seen them play in the previous round. It's really just been Faze Academy players listening for footsteps, waiting for them to come from exactly where they know they're coming from, just hip firing them in the back. So I'm waiting to see Team Vengeance kind of hop in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of not really waiting for their teammates, I guess. I'm seeing a couple arrows fly in, die, respawn, and then they're going to kind of clump together again back at A. Faze has kind of just taken this game and ran with it at this point. Another one down on Water Street.
Seeing a lot of the same.
Yeah.
It definitely seems very staggered, very scattered kind of push, but moving over to the B site.
Finally, a little bit of cap going in for the side of Vengeance. A little stuff going their way. Get a couple of kills. They do have B flag currently. I do believe they would have to hold this for the rest of the time if they're hoping for a lead change, but Atlanta right back at it again. They're going to go ahead and they're going to go try and cap A, but I mean, Vengeance is answering right back. They're on C, and unfortunately, Journey can only do so much by himself, so we might be looking at a triple cap here. The Atlanta Faze is now spawning at P1. This is quite a flip that I didn't expect to happen. Just saw a member of Atlanta Faze
This is
on at C.
Real tough spot to be in. Pentagram ended up getting off of the flag and leaving it neutral so that he could try and bait other players into it. He got one kill out of it, which I definitely think is a good trade-off, and he just wasted their time while his team still kept getting points from the first two plays. I think it's a really impressive play and just a heads-up call from the team.
I think the big question now is if Vengeance can hold this, if they can hold this trap on Atlanta Faze for the rest of this time.
I'm unsure. See D-Lo still trying to force the issue. This is probably the worst Faze Atlanta Academy has looked this half, but like that's not saying much because they've been great this half. They've really been taking over. They're just finally down to one flag and being spawned back, but just like that, they wrap around, get flags on both sides, and now Vengeance is feeling pressure from all around.
Looks like Vengeance is silently deciding to heat up. Pentagram is sitting at 13 and 21. We got 13 and 18. No one really positive across the board other than Stamino, but I mean, they almost got the trip cap. I almost wish that one kill would have went through for Faze at C, because then it would have been a completely different situation. But Journey, Gravity, and Mid, they're not having it. It looks like they're going to try and take B here. Gotta win one more gunfight. Going for the neutral onto B. Sid making noise on the street. That's almost a full team wipe on the side of Vengeance. This could be kind of the nail in the wall for Vengeance here if they get this B point.
And the wall in the coffin as well as Jimbo caps that flag. That should definitely seal the deal. Very close matchup between these two, but Atlanta Faze Academy. Just excellent coordination there, right, Allie? Did you see a lot of the same thing? I think that these guys are working together very well.
No, 100%. Compared to Vengeance just a lot of little more staggered pushes. A lot of somebody sliding, some more dying, and then they'll decide to push together. It's a lot of useless deaths. So I think Vengeance definitely needs to work on their chem just a bit. But like I said, Gentroid's new. They're still working on their glue. They're still working on their mesh. That Faze, you know, doing what they do in Respawn. Gravity can't hit a shot with a pistol, but not that it matters, because I do win 165 to 143.
Well, that does it. We've got the Faze Academy up 2-1 versus Vengeance. You know, I gotta point out one thing that stands out to me about these first few maps in this series is that the maps that Atlanta Faze Academy are winning are pretty close in scoreline, and the single map that Vengeance has won so far was not close in scoreline. Allie, is that strange to you at all that the one map that Vengeance wins, it is not close, and, you know, Faze Academy are almost, I'm not gonna say they're struggling to take these maps, but it is not as clear-cut as perhaps they would like to be. Do you think that's strange at all?
The only reason I don't find it strange, if it was like Domination and Hardpoint, maybe, but just because it is S&D versus Respawns that they're struggling in, I don't take it as that much of of a big question mark just because there are S&D teams, there are teams that do excel incredibly well in S&D, but not in Respawn. That's been kind of like a common thing in the COD eras, so I don't find it totally questionable, but I also don't have enough information on Vengeance to really say if they are an S&D team or not, or maybe it was just the map, or maybe Atlanta Faze was just struggling. So I guess we'll just have to see. We'll have to see if it even gets pushed to a Game 5 to see if that's what if they're an S&D team or not.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to look at kind of long-term performance, because as you said, it's when you have a situation like this, you can't necessarily make a call and say, well, it's either that Vengeance are really good at S&D, or it's that FaZe Academy are really bad at S&D. You can't necessarily make that call just yet. So, you know, I am eager to see what will happen for the rest of this series. Rondez, I wanted to ask you about some of the kind of picking apart some of the individual players' performances. And to me, you know, you pointed out that it feels like it was a very low kill map at first, because you looked over and Journey had all the kills. And then if you look at the stats for Zinx and Pentagram, I mean, really nobody on Vengeance was necessarily doing what they needed to do. But to me, Zinx and Pentagram kind of stood out as surprisingly underperforming. Rondez, why do you think that is?
They were just outgunned, really. They were really just being taken down. The submachine guns of Atlanta Faze Academy were all over them. They didn't have room to breathe, and it definitely showed later on in the game when they just were staggered, pushing separately and dying alone. And you know, that's not the way you win. That's not the way you break a hill, break a flag.
It's definitely not. That's for sure. That is for sure. Well, we are loading into map 4. So right now we've got Atlanta Faze up 2-1 over Team Vengeance as we head into map 4, the second hardpoint of the series. This is potentially match point. If the Atlanta Faze Academy take this hardpoint just like they took the first one, they will be in for a nice 3-1. And what could be better than that besides the 3-0, maybe. But Ali, right off the jump, what are your expectations for this hardpoint compared to the last
Regarding Respawn,
hardpoint?
I'm definitely still heavily favoring Faze, especially because of how close quarters Hackney is. There are most submats in our playlist, but especially Hackney Yard subs can really take over a map. So I am expecting I'm heavily favoring Faze in this situation. But right off the bat, Team Vengeance getting the first couple of seconds out of hill, but then again, we've seen this before, and we've seen Faze kind of warm up near the end and take it back. So not going to jump the gun just yet, but Faze also do not have spawns. So looking on the side of Vengeance, Zinx 4 and 2, Pentagram 5 and 1. People we were just talking about, you know, looking like they're starting to heat up a little bit. Also could be just a little too early to tell.
Both D-Lo and Gentroid have both not had to put anything into this game at all just yet. 0 kills for both of them. Our hill player D-Lo just died for the first time. That's just, I don't know, to get a lead like that off the start is just really entertaining to see. But either way, on the side of FaZe Atlanta Academy, of Atlanta FaZe Academy, excuse me, we have Gentroid shutting them all down.
Yeah, no, for sure. They definitely held off. Faze were in the point, but Vengeance were able to get them out very quickly, very swiftly, which is, once they're in, you know, it's very hard to get them out. So props to Vengeance. Faze are looking to try and collapse on this. They did just get a half a team wipe, so they will be able to push up fire here, and the trades go through. This is looking like Atlanta might be able to flip these spawns here in just a second, but D-Lo says, no, 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 thank you. Playing his life here. And blowing up a teammate on the way, but we don't talk about that.
Oh, they're talking about it, I'm sure. D-Lo finding his first few kills in the game here. Again, hopping into the objective. He's the one that has found most of that for his team up to this point. Excellent support all around from them, for sure. And as we take a look at the mini-map, you'll see all of Team Vengeance in the top right-hand corner still spawning up together. They're going to be pushing through middle map to push for P2.
Quite a large lead Vengeance have here over Atlanta Faze. Once again, not something we usually typically see, but I also remember how our other respawns have gone, so I'm not going to jump the gun just yet. Faze in control of the hardpoint currently. That is an interesting angle to take that hardpoint from, where you can get shot from bottom L, top L, and mid map. But he's helping mid, I guess, whoever that is laying in hill right now. I believe that's Venom. Might get contested for a second, but Faze holding on pretty well. I don't see any rotation yet. It is 20 seconds. Vengeance spawning right on the hill, so I guess that counts as well. 2 people already bottom green. Faze just absolutely wiping the team twice now, I believe. It's up to the side.
Yeah, already mowed down. They had the good spawn and just died instantly. And they're losing it again. They're just getting kicked out by Faze by Vengeance right now.
New Hill has policy Vengeance in the hill once again. Faze have made this from it was like a 40-point lead. They've chopped it down to a bit of a 31, but I was hoping to see a little bit of an earlier rotation out of them. Maybe invested a little bit more into that bottom green, but again, this is not exactly one of those money hills, so hopefully just a little contest out of Faze. They do have spawns for next hill, which is considered a money hill. Venom gonna take out a teammate and an enemy. Faze able to get in. MP5s, trades going through their way. They got 3 down. Venom looking to get a couple more, not able to catch one. I mean, it is just contest. What Faze need to be careful of here is to make sure that Vengeance does not spawn behind them, because that could really hurt them in the long run here, especially being down by 20 points.
Yeah, as you said, this all-out brawl, you don't want the enemy team spawning behind you and pinching you in a corridor, in a hallway like this, where sightlines are limited. Pushing out with the submachine guns, lots of hill going in favor, lots of hill time and scrap time going in favor of Team Vengeance to extend their 30-second lead. And now as we move to P5, Faze Atlanta Academy is in the driver's seat.
Faze Atlanta gotten spawns here, looking at our mini-map. Samina was able to grab 2, but what's so hard about this hill is that they are just going to keep spawning there until you push aside, of which we just saw Pentagram try and get yellow spawns, but he was shut down very, very quickly. And if Faze can hold all this time, we'll definitely see lead change here, not to mention probably good 20-point lead coming on the side of Faze.
Good 20-point lead, still maintaining control pretty nicely there. 2 on the flank, though. Let's see how they respond to it. 1 player falls. Journey left alone here. He's cut short as well, and they get to take over Team Vengeance with an excellent pinch to find themselves some scrap time. And they put themselves right back into the lead with that, Ali.
I am definitely a little worried about the investment that went into those final 20 seconds, because Faze do now have spawns for P1 and P2, as we see Team Vengeance trying to make up for that time and hit a very, very early rotation, but it will be a 3v4. Not looking too hot for them to win that, but joke's on me, because Pentagram wins this once, then loses the gunfight to Journey. So hopefully they can get this time off this first hill, but start working on that rotation pretty early, as it's Faze once again gets that money hill. It could still keep getting this lead change over and over again.
Series of kills here, going back and forth, mostly in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy, as they're still spawning up from P2, pouring straight in through middle map and winning those initial gunfights. It's definitely a good look for the guys in red. They're still trailing behind by about 10 seconds, and they're definitely in a position to even that up. Trophy system in play as well. They have to turn the corner straight into Journey's gunfire. The team shot, cutting them down at their chest as they slide through there.
I absolutely love how Faze is holding this warehouse point, because instead of sending somebody fire to watch the green push, they just had Venom sitting back 18, just watching the cross. So if anybody did it, whoever died would be able to go over there and pick it up. So that gave them more manpower closer to the hill. So now they are up by 2, but they also have spawns, and so this will probably give them a hefty lead going into this P2 because of that, because they were able to hold P1 time and still keep spawns without having to lose a person on fireside.
Right, so just tuning in, take a look at the score. Atlanta Faze Academy in the lead again by 20 seconds. If they take this map, they take this series, knocking down Team Vengeance.
Whew.
But Team Vengeance is looking to force the issue and bring us to a Game 5 S&D. They did win the first Search and Destroy in this series. This is their last shot, and Atlanta Faze Academy is definitely in the driver's seat.
I feel like I'm watching the staggered pushes once again. We saw Jintroid try to go on there in 1v3. Didn't end out too well, and then we just saw Pentagram do it. Jintroid tried to do it again. Unfortunately, not working in their favor. Not to mention only 10 seconds left on the clock. This will put Atlanta Faze at the 200 mark. They only need 50 more points to win now. Starting to see a little bit of rotation out of Atlanta Faze, but Team Vengeance will be there first. They are down by quite the deficit now. Sib with the shots. That's 4 down on Vengeance. That's 5. That's an entire team wipe for Atlanta Faze on Vengeance, and they know where they're spawning. This is much, much more scary for Vengeance now, as what seemed like they had a good hill to try and rack up those points again. Atlanta Faze just took it right back from them.
Jimbo's trapped. He's surrounded and scored. About to turn the corner. Oh, excellent smoke grenade thrown right there. All kills in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy. Look at this defense. Excellent positioning out of them as they still maintain hill time.
What absolute trust in your teammates around you to just hold this angle, leave your back wide open. Vengeance still spawning there. That is favorable spawns going into the last 2 hills, but not for right now because Faze is taking full advantage of this spawn trap.
Just laying just outside of the hard point right there, getting some time for his team. Very interesting spot. We rotate here. You can see the teams are already swarming around that position. 5 arrows pointing in all directions towards P4. 50 seconds though, so far. 50 seconds left, and it's still been in control of Team Vengeance the whole time though.
That was actually insane. Atlanta was early rotated into bottom green, but because Dilo and Gentroid just slid their way in and won their gunfights, I mean, it was a complete change. And now, if they can hold this hill and hold spawns that they have now earned themselves, again, we are looking at another incredibly close game.
Definitely right. Just Baseland Academy right around the corner from closing it out, but Team Vengeance, they're definitely positioned to come right back. These players outside swarming in with the submachine gun, sliding through, outnumbered. They're able to gun down the player on the stairs. And you can see Jimbo put 2 of them away himself. Definitely a great effort from him in this hard point so far. At 31 and 22, a minute of hill time.
Thinks definitely did his job there just to try and contest as much time on that old hill as he possibly could, knowing his teammates are ready for the pop-up next. Now they can start racking up this time. I think this is an absolute money hill. We've seen insane things happen on this hill. As long as they can hold this, and as soon as I say that, Atlanta Faze fly in and absolutely murder the entire Vengeance team and win the game. As soon as I say that, they were like, ah, 1 push, we got it, it's fine. Vengeance unable to hold in the end, unfortunately, so they will be knocked down by Atlanta Faze.
Yeah, Allie, the theme of today I've noticed is that it feels like often it feels like the players are listening
I'm just
to you.
saying, I'll say something and I'm like, oh, yep, okay, never mind.
Yep, you call something out and then they either do exactly that or they do the exact opposite. So,
Alright, Raven Simone.
Knock on like wood like continuously.
right. Well, there you have it. Atlanta Faze Academy taking that series in the North American Winners Finals 3-1 versus Team Vengeance. They are sending Team Vengeance down into the lower bracket. So let's take a look at that map and that series as a whole. You know, I noticed that some players that we called out before, Zinx and Pentagram, kind of stepped it up a little bit more. One thing that I really want to zero in on in that series overall is why do you think we saw such an underperformance, I would say, from Faze on the S&D? You know, if you're Faze Academy and you take a look at that series as a whole, what is the takeaway? Allie, do you think that they are going to be kind of beating themselves up and going, all right, you know, we got to get better on our S&D, we can't lose like that again? Or do you think they're going to say, you know what, look how dominant our respawn is, and maybe that's enough?
I definitely think they'll watch the VOD, but I also feel like Atlanta Faze is the type of team to just kind of like be like, okay, we lost that, we'll watch it and figure out what we did wrong, but we're not going to like sit and overthink about it. Like, we're not going to hook our coats on it and like leave it there for a bit. I feel like they're going to kind of move past that S&D after they're just like, okay, this and this went wrong, move past it, fix it next time. I don't think that was that hard of a map for them. But I almost wish we went to map 5 just so we could see another S&D between those 2 teams, because I would love to have more information on it. Maybe we will, should Vengeance make it out of the losers bracket. We shall see.
I was gonna say, you never know. We could, of course, see another potential matchup. Now, I also want to take a look at Gentroid, because he is somebody who, of course, Vengeance is overall a relatively kind of newly assembled roster. As it is, Gentroid, I think they only formed like 2 weeks ago, and then Gentroid was swapped in 1 week ago. So overall, it's not like they all have a ton of experience playing together. So sure, on the one hand, it kind of seems unfair for me to single out Gentroid and say like, hey buddy, you're the new player, you gotta prove your place. But it does feel that in that last hard point that he really stepped up and was almost trying to prove his place. I guess I'm saying I'm impressed. I think Gentroid played a lot better this map than what I was kind of hoping to see from him in the first 3 maps in the series. But Rondez, what do you think?
I think in the Search and Destroy, that seems to stand out to a lot of us right now. I think sometimes you just get beat, right? We all saw it. They got outclassed. Vengeance was just all over them, and just win the next one, right?
Yep. You think that's it? You think they're just saying, all right, you know, we lost this, that's all right. We'll do better in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I don't think it's always telling of a bigger issue. Maybe they're just better on that map, right? It sure as hell looked like it. So excellent play out of both of them in this series so far, but they brought us up to a great point in the tournament so far.
Well, that's true. But, you know, like you said, that is a good point. And like we've been saying, there's so many factors at play. There's roster changes constantly. There's different game modes, different maps that other teams might have certain strengths on and other teams might not. But we are going to head to a very quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back momentarily with more of the COD Challengers Cup number 4 presented by PlayStation 4. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PlayStation 4. This is the 4th Challengers Cup of the season. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I'm joined by your casters, Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. If you are just joining us, we've had a long day of really exciting action so far, which now brings us to the second losers bracket round 2 here at the North American scene, I guess you would say. And next up, it is going to be Team Wester versus UYU. And we were all just talking, so we've got the bracket pulled up as you guys can take a look and see kind of the progress through the bracket, how Wester found themselves here in the losers bracket. It looks like they were 3-0'd by Team Vengeance, the team that we just saw get knocked down to the losers bracket. So I don't know, something could happen. Wester could come back and try to face off with Vengeance again. You never know. But as we were all just discussing, Wester, kind of a new team. Me nor the analysts don't really know a whole lot about Wester. We don't really have a lot to say. We just don't know what to expect. And I think that is kind of what we've been touching on all day now. That's kind of one of the beauties of the Challengers Series, the Challengers Cups, is that it is the amateur scene. So you are going to see a lot of teams that have some really high skill players, some former pros, in fact. And then you're going to see some teams that are kind of coming out of nowhere. But since we don't know a ton about Wester, like I said, we'll kind of take a look and focus our efforts and our energies more on UYU. They are a great organization with a storied history, I would say. And the really, really interesting thing that I really especially want to talk about and want to focus on, because this was big news, a lot of people are talking about this. Parasite used to be on UYU. Just 1 week ago, I think it was 1 week ago, he was dropped and Cha Rules replaced him. So, Ali, what do you think of this change?
Personally, from a competitive standpoint, I think it might have been a bit of a step down just because of the veteranness that Parasite brings to the table. And we've seen what he can do with rosters that he's created and kind of diamonds in the rough in the challenger scene that he has found and kind of put into the light. So personally, I think it might hurt them a bit. We obviously have yet to see them play, and I have been proven wrong a lot today. So knock on wood to that one. So obviously I'm really excited to see what Cha Rules ends up doing with this team. But for me personally, I think it was a step down.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that you've been proven wrong. I would say maybe many of your expectations today have been subverted. Can we say that instead? I think that sounds a little bit nicer. And just judging from my own experience and what I've seen,
you did that so well. You could be a politician. That was really impressive.
I mean, we all like an underdog story. Maybe not everyone likes to be surprised, but we all like to. Anyway, one thing I find really interesting with Parasite is, to me, he always reads as a player who seems like he's constantly kind of trying to prove himself. So on a kind of personal note, it does sadden me a little bit to see him no longer on UYU. It kind of feels to me like maybe this could have been his moment in the sun, and this could have been his chance to prove himself. It does indeed, to me, feel like he is always trying to prove himself. But I guess Rondez, maybe let's shift away from focusing on Parasite, who is no longer on the team. Let's look instead at Cha Rules. Rondez, what do you think that Cha Rules can bring to UYU?
I'm sure a much cooler head than what they had in his spot before, right? That's usually the main problem with a player like Parasite. So that's the bare minimum, really. Just don't be a hothead and you're doing great.
That's fair. Well, what else is there to say other than taking a look and letting actions speak for themselves? Let's hop right into the match here and see what these two teams are going to do. Once again, this is the losers bracket round 2. So one of these teams is going to be knocked out, going home, and the other team will live to fight another day. Ali, as we load in, who do you think is going home? Do you think it is going to be Wester, or will it be UYU?
I'm leaning towards Wester, but then again, I don't have enough information. I haven't seen them playing enough to really give you a solid answer on that one. As we see some trades going through, the kill feed does seem to look like it's lighting up a bit red. They're going on some early rotations here to try and flip those spawns right off the bat, but Spoof trying not to let any of that happen as he flies into the deep bat, very, very sneaky, waiting for any red players that want to take a peek, but seems they had already flipped spawns. They're going to be spawning in front of Peach currently, so he's going to have to be very, very patient back there. Seems like Drasha knows he's back there. It looks like he's kind of on a hunt while we get at this first kill. Some time going on the side of Wester.
Yeah, very competitive first part of the game. 10 seconds apiece. Bit of back and forth here, even though UYU seem to have the most control over middle map right now. Wester currently scattered amongst the map, across the map, trying to make it through the train tracks at the moment.
Trying to make it through, indeed. Number 7 on your mini-map, that's going to be Draza. He's still just tucked away in that back corner like, it's fine, guys. I'll be here when you need me. Draza takes out 2 off spawn, though. He will get picked off, but that gave his team plenty of time to push up, see if they can't make his patient efforts worth it. Cha Rules definitely is trying to. 1v1 with Spoof here will be huge for spawns. Play his life a bit here. Don't know what Spoof just did, pulling out into train tracks like that, giving away his life, but we'll see.
You know, on the side of Western, we do have some players that we've seen before playing at this level in the Call of Duty scene. Just below the professional scene is Spoof and Zaptius, right? Spoof being on that old Allegiance rosters on Mayhem. We also saw Zaptius in, I think, Call of Duty World War II. He's a really impressive, just like quick-witted player, and he's carried that with him throughout each title. It's just very interesting and exciting to keep up with these players as they continue to compete in our league.
Very interesting indeed. Another interesting note, Uyu investing 3 players for 15 seconds on Old. I didn't know how I felt about that, but Wester also looking early in rotation, but also a bit spread out. Sub-Zero's locking down Forest currently. Only an 8-point lead so far, but Uyu, they didn't really have anybody on the rotation because they invested so much into that 15 seconds, which will probably hurt them a lot here. The trophies down. The AR on the heady, hopefully he can get some because he doesn't know there's a sub waiting for him in the right corner though. What a beautiful timing by Uyu to slide in. Now this is where it gets scary for Wester. It's always scary when you're in that back warehouse spawn because if they push up just enough, you can get spawn trapped.
Very scary indeed. We see some machine guns of UYU trying to find their opening. The smoke grenade might have blown it wide open for them. 3 kills straight in red. They know where the remaining 2 are, but they still need to finish the job. They also got some hill time here, trying to claw their way back into this game. Just a little bit of scrap as we start to rotate. Going to P3.
Very interesting how much they're investing into this scrap time. I also saw number 2 on the side of Wester completely rotated on the other side of the map. I guess they wanted those far terrain spawns, but that won't help them going into this 5th hill. But again, they have a comfortable 30-point lead, so they have some wiggle room to give up some time, but I wouldn't give up too much as currently you in control of the hill. See the kill feed lighting up red. Dylan, this is his showers. Never mind, now it's Paul's.
Snatched it right up from him. We got 4 players from Team Wester pushing in. Hello. We got four players from Team Wester pushing in from P3 here.
Dylan holding the pull heady for absolutely nobody yet, but and the timing, as soon as he looks away, there's Wester coming, running with the guns. Zero and Zaptius making their way up. Well, they will get picked off though, Charles with the double nade. Here's what that spawns again. Because of switching those spawns 2 rotations ago, this is going to give you a good, comfortable space to just sit and gather some time, have these deep spawns.
So with all these kills going in favor of UYU, you should expect to see them put themselves right back into the lead. Less than 40 seconds remain, but they're still in a pretty commanding spot. They also have a pinch coming in on the few Wester players pushing in. They're about to get shot right in their backs, and you can see they just cleaned them up just like that, swept them up. And as we rotate to the next hard point, they're coming into it with a lead.
Only 20 seconds left here. We're starting to see a bit of rotation, just spawning out Forest now. He's going to be met by a couple of Wester players up in Forest. Doesn't look like they're going to win too many gunfights, so they're going to get stuck on this side for quite a bit. Number 8, he just spawned in cold. I would hope that he would push to maybe try and get some early spawns, but instead he's going to push right through the middle, get a couple kills in River, get both of them actually, and now he's just going to pass on through Bathroom and go for spawns. That's one way to do it.
Get the spawns at all costs. Right now they're at a 40-second lead. They definitely want to maintain control of that. Look at the spot Cells is in. That kind of high ground is usually so difficult to deal with. That distraction might have been enough time for his team, though, to take action here, as they're still able to hold down the hard point. And if you take a look at the scoreboard, 20 kills. We just saw Dylan Rex break that. No one else on his team seems to be too close. And on the opposite side, we have Wester, 1 player also catching 20 kills. It's gonna be Paul Lee.
Seeing a lot of late rotations on this map. There's 20 seconds left, and not too many red arrows have made their way across the map for P2 just yet. But we did just see number 8, Dylan. He just spawned up in coal, so that might be a bit of a blessing here if they can squeeze on past some of the blue arrows on your left side here. Some big gunfights happening on the top of our mini map. In Traza and Traul's clean it up, so in a weird situation. All of blue just spawned exactly where they just killed them. So I don't know what's going on with spawns right there. That should have been a pretty clean wipe for Uyu, but unfortunately it wasn't able to come through. 40 seconds left in this hill. Don't want to give this all to West Star because I'll put them right back in the game.
Rex closest one to the action. He's gonna slide in by himself here, Ali, and get taken down. And look, the rest of the scoreboard is all blue as Wester wipes the rest of their team, and Spoof takes point in the hill. Just 20 seconds separate these two teams. They could definitely claw right back into this game.
Once again, we're gonna finally see a little bit of rotations at 20 seconds. It looks like Uyu's on rotation a bit early, but of course, Paul all the way in the deep back of the warehouse to try and secure those deep spawns. I don't think anyone's called out that he is missing yet, and his teammates are starting to make the rotation as well. All depends on when he decides to move. Looks like he's creeping up now. He'll probably get caught by Cells. I'd be shocked if he didn't. He didn't. He actually wins the gunfight. Huge gunfight out of him. He got the spawns for his team and managed to get the hill by himself with a three-piece.
You called it from the jump. Paul was sitting on the flank. He found 3 kills from it, spawns as well. He's gifted with some hill time and a very close hard point. 150 to 159. As we're just sliding past the halfway point in this game, and it's a tight one.
All right, looking everything's in the favor of Wester right now. They've definitely taken some momentum in the last 3 hills. I mean, they have just, rotations have been on point. I'm hoping to see a little bit earlier rotations out of Uyu if they hope to get anything out of this next hill. 20 seconds, no one from Uyu rotating just yet. Still investing a lot of time on both sides for this last 10 seconds. Finally starting to see a little bit of rotation out of Uyu. That's going to be Dylan and Cells on your mini-map. Already heading up the crates, getting into position. They're going to be met with some counter fire. They're going to cancel each other out, I guess, in mid. That was a little bit of PEMDOS I just watched on the mini-map. But first couple of seconds, going to go over to Uyu. Maybe you see a little bit of a lead change here, but could flip any second.
Great positioning from UIU at the moment. They've been able to hold down a good chunk of time already, putting themselves ahead by 10 seconds. And Wester spawning out on the opposite side of crates. All they really got to do is hold these lanes, just hold a choke, and they can't get through.
Hollow is incredibly pushed up and cold there. I almost wish instead of engaging in a gunfight, he would have pushed past that a little more patiently and went and tried to get those warehouse spawns. But that's fine because the teammates are still getting all this hill time and giving them a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the lead. They will be hitting the 200 mark now. They will only be about 35 points off of winning here. This is not the position you want to be in now. If you're in Western, you're going to be down at least 30 to 40 points. But next hill is on Money Hill, and they are set up on rotation for that. So they can hold this full 60. It could go either way.
For the Money Hill, they're going to need Draza. They're going to need Cells. They're going to need these players to continue to step up just like they've been performing all game and try and close it out here. It's been a tough matchup so far as Wester has been fighting back very competently. Spoof, we're looking through the eyes of Sub-Zero alongside Spoof from the hard point.
That was a decision-making two-piece out of Dylan to really get some of those Westers out of there, but Sub-Zero's not having it. He's a one-man army currently, waiting for some of his teammates to come on a flank. Oh, number 2 flanked by Willett. He is behind all of them. He finds 2. Beautiful flank from him. This is the time that Wester needed. This will put them right back on the board. It'll be about a tied game. The only thing that they have to worry about now is getting into that next rotation and not getting stuck in this spawn trap. And we should see number 2 and 5 in Forest. That's going to be Willett and Spoof already preparing for that to even try and get next P2 spawns going to this rotation. And it looks like they ended up getting them.
6 is the number where Sub-Zero falls, and if we take a look at the opposite side of UIU to see what kind of damage he's done, it still seems like this team is very much together. Dylan Rex is 35 and 27 and has not let up off the gas so far this game. Everyone around about an even KD, high engagements on both sides. It's really just a lot of submachine gun play.
One thing I'm a little worried about here is that Sub-Zero might have invested too much into switching of spawns. Of course, as soon as I say that, they end up getting in the hill, but once again, you see all the red arrows heading their ways. Important gunfight here in mid, and Paul wins it. This is big time off of P1 if they can get it, not to mention that they have P2 spawns to use. This is looking a bit scary for them if they can't turn it around in the next couple of seconds.
You hop onto the hard point. Tie game. UIU pulling ahead, though, as they get the scrap time. 250 is the number we're looking for, and take a look at the setup on the mini-map. You got a lot of work to do, UIU, as Wester is already set up and wiping you away. Initial time goes to the guys in blue, and they're gonna tie it up again. Once you get the 250, the map is over, and if they come back here, that's trouble for UIU.
All of you just squad spawn in the back quadrant on the map. You see number 7 where he just spawned as well. They all squad spawned there. What an unfortunate situation for Wester, because it just gave them the clear to get in. They need 2 more seconds. Oh my god, what an unfortunate spawn for UU. They all just squad spawned in that back quadrant there. Wow, I'm pretty sure Spoofs was still there. I'm pretty sure Spoofs was literally right in front of them on tracks, and they were spawning behind him. So what a crazy squad spawn that must have been. But congratulations, EU taking first map. Some crazy numbers across the board. 38 and 31 on side of Dylan and Rex. Only 15 seconds in him. That's fair. He almost hit 40. I mean, some slang. Is there a reason that, like, I feel like our EU and our APAC matches didn't have as much KD, I guess, didn't have as many kill engagements? Is that just me?
No, that is a good question. And then one other thing to me that stands out is I feel like that was one of the closer matches that we've seen all day. I feel like there was maybe more of a skill gap in the EU and the APAC regions. And then I don't know if it's because, well, you know, if you look at it this way, of course, there are more players in the North American region. There's more money on the line. So I guess to some degree that really makes sense. But wow, 234 to 250. And now this was probably just my own bias, but my own, you know, outlook of being more familiar with UIU as a team. I think I went in thinking, oh, this is going to be a complete stomp, and Wester don't stand a chance. But they put up a heck of a fight. So I would say that maybe subverted one of my expectations. But Allie, what expectations of yours were subverted during that match?
It was definitely a toss-up for me just because I see Spoofs on that roster, and I'm like, okay, so there's probably going to be a bit of a fight. As close as it was, maybe not, but I'm not like sitting here like surprised. I'm not like shook that it was that close of a game. I am shook about that squad spawn, but I'm not so shook about the scoreline.
And then Rondez, to address Ali's point earlier of we just didn't maybe see that many actual kills as in the APAC and the EU regions as we did here in the EU. Do you think that speaks to anything about, you know, maybe the other two regions were more kind of objective focused, and then the North American players have that kind of TDM mentality, and they're all focused on slaying?
I think it's just that the players really are a lot more lethal, generally speaking, in North America. So your games are going to have a higher number of engagements, right? The field's a lot more competitive, and people are shooting back a lot more consistently.
All right, so it is like I kind of guessed earlier. Then there's more players. That just equals more talent, more competition, more on the line, all that good stuff. Well, we'll see how the rest of the series shakes out. It looks like we are headed right into the second map of the series here in the North American bracket. Losers round 2. We've got UIU versus Wester. I don't know, Rondez, what are you looking to see as far as kind of kill scores go?
I'm going to be watching Cells quite a bit for the side of UIU. That's just a player that tends to go off when I see him on stream and watching his gameplay. He's one of the players in the Challenger series that I've taken more of a liking to enjoy to watch coming into this tournament. So I'm looking for him. And if we take a look at the opening search and destroy, First Blood has gone in favor of Wester.
Beautiful nade out of Zapdius to not really get the trade, but to save his teammate there. That positioning had to be fantastic.
Doors open. So pushing towards the A bomb site, the bomb carrier is leading the way. It's a 4 versus 2 situation. So if they do get the bomb down, they still have the man advantage. This should be a pretty easy offense for them.
Unfortunately, you can't shoot through brick walls, but you can when he passes through the window. Beautiful round by Westar. I loved how slow mid they played it, and then, you know, they got that 1 pick, got the 2 pick, and then that rotation was just so smooth, and it worked so perfectly with the timing of how UIU was moving. That was just actually a really pretty map to round to watch on the mini map.
Right. Very smooth, very clean, really planned and predicted. Florida Mutineers gear. Teal is such a color. You know what I mean?
Teal is
When you
such
see
a
it,
color.
you know it's there.
I don't think it was more of coral, but I also might just be colorblind. First rate's
Oh,
going
you
out.
know, like that's like pink, right? That's like closer to pink.
Oh my god, you're right. I'm so drunk. We don't talk about it. We don't talk
Go
about it. All right,
home.
all right, all right.
Go
Up in.
home.
They are now in a 5v2 situation, a little different than the first round had happened to go, and they definitely have the information about where Wester are. Not that there's many places that they could be, as we see A pushes multiple times on this map. Oh,
Just out of the window.
that's fine.
He's gonna take Dylan Rex down, and bomb's going back in the base. Yeah, they are just gonna drop it. They abandoned ship, and they're rewarded for it.
The absolute COD timing of, I'm gonna pre-aim this window. Oh, he's not there anymore. Turn around and he shoots me in the back. Okay, cool. Game of tag here between Cells and Paul. Which one's gonna choke first?
This is in a
aggressiveness
great
out of
position for
Paul.
this bomb site right now. You really got to put yourself in harm's way to try and tag him up at all. And see, he's got the option to just slide right off the top of the roof and take you down. That's gonna be all tied up at 1-1.
Definitely always have the height advantage. Unfortunately, Paul could not shoot through that brick wall. Cells, however, could get that angle. Another S&D where we're probably gonna go back a little one and one back and forth, see who breaks the streak. Right, we're back with Uyu on the defense. Looks like a heavy A push once again from Wester. Woo! Beautiful nade out of Dylan. Absolute first blood.
That sunk
That was just
beautifully.
the sound of my ears. Was just like wow. Like maybe a hit marker.
two-
Nope. First blood. Oh, okay.
Yeah, nice and clean.
It
Two
was.
just around the corner from Hollow. He's playing it safe. They know he's there. I think he gets the idea that he's outnumbered. He's going to be calling this out to the rest of his team to come and support him and A site. The help comes through as Draza finds a kill on Zap. The gunfire's traded, and we see Hollow take full advantage of this position that he was put in. They took him down from there temporarily, but now he's back into effect, and you see why it was so important that they got him out of that window.
That was fantastic out of Hollows. He put like 2 shots in him, and then he slid back out. And I was like, I'm gonna trust my teammate to finish that kill.
Excellent round from him there.
Whenever I see that timer, I'm just like, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Blast off.
Or that,
Great
you know,
work.
wait, that works too.
So offense, UYU, we're gonna see Dylan Rex grab the bomb. They're moving towards the A bomb side at the moment. It is going to be a full group effort, but they're missing one player who's straggling behind. It's gonna be a bit of a different push as it's 4v4 on the site. A whole other COD game going on at A site right now.
So I was just trying to hold that mid cross, watch if anybody tries to hit a very deep flank, which he might catch Paul, because that's exactly what Paul seems to be doing. So he might be in the perfect position for this. He also caught information on Spoof, does end up taking him out, but now Paul does know where he is. Interesting gunfights going on in the back. We'll focus on the bomb site for now. Charul still has yet to get to bomb. They now know that Paul is behind them.
Cells ends up falling. Hollow was able to take down Sub-Zero. Charul seems like he's just trying to wait, and his patience pays off. He's able to find a player on the A site. He's got the bomb, and he's booking it. He's gonna go ahead and plant at B with his teammate.
I love that. Just, yeah, I know he can't catch up to me in the time it takes me to plant this bomb. Dylan knows where he's going to come from, too. Absolutely beautiful read by Cells. All right, I lied. This is not going to be 1-1. I already told you everything I say might as well be wrong at this point. I've knocked on wood quite enough. It is now up 3-1 UU. Fantastic reads out of Charul. You know, we were wondering how he was going to do. Clearly showing up in the S&D here.
Yep, great Call of Duty from these guys right now. Excellent S&D this map so far from UYU. I mentioned that I wanted to watch Cells go off in the Search and Destroy, but not a whole lot of activity out of him just yet. Checking in on the opposite side for Wester, 6-3 is Paul at the top of the leaderboard, and 0-4 as Sub-Zero has yet to find a kill.
It does in fact hurt when you are double positive in S&D and down 2 rounds. Another crazy
for
bomb,
sure.
Another crazy nade angle. He does get the information that he was there. Bomb still in blue. Has not moved from spawn as of yet. Wester seeming to play this quite fairly slowly. I guess they're looking to change the pace a little bit, find out what works for them. The only problem with that is they have about 40 seconds left on the clock to get that bomb down, and they have about 3 UU members still waiting for them to push that A site. So we'll obviously see how that first blood goes on to the side of UU. A couple of trades look like they're about to make their way out. Paul does get caught roaming in mid. Still though, 3v3. 20 seconds left on the clock though. Wester are gonna move the needle now. Gaza catches 1. He might catch 2, but the drag aim assist unfortunately isn't in his favor. But Zappy is left in a 1v2. They know where he is. The smoke's gone. I can't believe he just got away with that, first of all.
Yeah, tough gunfight to win. Draws was in a really good spot for them right there though,
Yeah,
for
for
As
sure.
all players of Wester fall, we're gonna see UYU go in and be able to get the bomb defused. UYU pulls ahead in this map at 4-1. Just tuning in, they're also up 1-0 in the series. Been a very competitive series so far. Hardpoint, very intense. 2 very competent, strong teams with very aggressive submachine gun players. It was a high kill game 1 in Search and Destroy. We're just seeing very methodical play out both sides.
And you said you wanted to see Cells go off. I mean, he is 6-2 right now, so as his plays may not be flashy, he is putting up those numbers as a lot of the players on EU are right now. I believe there's another player 6-4. Yes, that would be Hollow. So across the board, they're all doing pretty well. Stroll's 2-4, but you know he's doing his job, you know, planting the bomb and stuff.
For sure, and Cells being at 6-2. Like you said, not any flashy plays, but still 6-2. He's contributing quite a bit to his team's success right here. So let's just see what they do next year. As Dylan Rex, bomb carrier, makes way towards the B bomb site. He does have some support just beneath them there on your mini map. Only 1 player in the way. Now they can't see what we see. They don't know that the base is almost entirely wide open. He does get caught off guard by the 1 player that could have caught him, and that was Paul finding the headshot. Now Charles trying to take over. He's able to catch Paul, so that's a trade, but they know that he's here. It's not safe. He can't grab the bomb and plant just yet.
Yeah, tickled on his nose a little bit by a flash and turned a corner and took a M4 to the face. Unfortunately, you know, in a 2v3 situation, completely doable. They do need to get bombed down though. I don't think they have the information that the entire Wester team has rotated to their spawn. They get bombed. Oh, I think he just caught Sub-Zero. Oh, those shots, those so clean by Sub-Zero. 18 seconds left now on the clock. Hollow stuck in a 1v3. We've seen it happen today. In the 10 seconds though, it's looking unlucky.
Oh, we're gonna watch Hollow go to work there.
Yeah,
He finds 1 kill and is taken down shortly thereafter.
Absolute history.
Right, taken down shortly thereafter. It's a 2-4 deficit now. You see UYU drops around.
Still some wiggle room on side EU. You know, they have 2 rounds that they can kind of play with. Not that they would ever want to, but they're still feeling pretty comfortable right now with their 2-round lead. Are going to go on the side of Westar. They are on the offense. Definitely the harder of the 2 when it comes to this map.
All teammates on the side of Wester, the guys in blue making moves towards the A bomb site. See Sub-Zero. First one in the action. He's gonna have 2 players in his line of sight here if he just peeks over a little bit. Just around the corner, one is able to slide. You know Sub-Zero is locked in. This kill is gonna determine so many things on the A site right now. He cannot escape from this car. Instant trade. That's the least of what needed to happen right there. They definitely could not let him get away.
They're unfortunately in a 2v4 situation. If I was as close to that van as Cells and Charles were when it blew up, I don't think I would have lived as they have. But again, Paul stuck in a 1v3 situation. Bomb is down at A. It's not looking like a good time for him.
No, not at all. And you're looking at 10-5 Hollow. He has every reason to just add you to his collection. UYU takes another round. That's a 5-2 lead.
It's just clean. It just feels like very clean run of S&D out of UU. Like, it's nothing too flashy. It's nothing too crazy. Or like, just holding. They're all usually live, and there's not many 1v1 situations. They're playing very comfortably right now. It looks like they're very comfortable in this S&D.
Yeah, and they frequently have numbers. Just definitely working together very well in this S&D. So it's now map point. We have UYU at 5 against Wester at 2. If UYU takes this map, takes this round, they take this map, and they go up 2-0 in the series, the best of 5 series. And what we've seen so far from Wester is definitely a good showing from these guys, but UYU just has the coordination.
Couple of trades going on the side of Wester. It's looking like a very slow push. Like I said, we tend to see a couple pace changes when it comes to match point, as we're seeing now. Slow middle push, I feel like we have yet to see out of UU. Dylan watching the flank per usual, but Willett playing very, very patient, just waiting for a door to bust, waiting for somebody to slide in. That's not on UU's agenda for now, as they're gonna make the roll into Hollow absolutely snaps onto Sub-Zero. He should never win that gunfight, but he did, and not only did he take down Sub-Zero, he then turns around, takes down Spoof, and never mind, he's like, I don't want to Planet A anymore, I'm gonna go B, and that's exactly where Paul happens to be as well. Can he take down Paul? He cannot, but now his teammate does have the information. Hopefully he can finish the trade. There it is, Dylan.
Well, thank you for tuning in to that S&D, guys.
Beautiful.
That was the Hollow show.
There you go.
We were along for Hollow's wild ride in that S&D.
That's one way to do it, I suppose.
That was actually insane. I was like, I was ready to say Hollow's dead, and then it was just, oh, no, no, no.
Once again, Allie, you making calls, and it's like they hear you.
They heard it, and they're like, not today.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Hollow was definitely the standout player of that map. He did absolutely amazingly. And speaking of other players, Rondez, before the match, you were saying that you were really looking to Cells. You wanted to see Cells do some awesome stuff. You wanted to see him slay out. What do you think of his performance during that map?
Oh, he contributed in a big way. I was looking for some crazy flashy plays, but they didn't need any of that. It was just good, clean S&D, and UYU closed it out quickly.
Yeah, and that's one thing I noticed is, like you guys kept saying, it felt like UYU were just very comfortable. They felt confident. There was nothing big or flashy. You know, indeed, we didn't. There weren't too many moments except that one there at the end when Allie, you were getting a little bit excited. Other than that, it was just kind of good, clean gameplay. I think for me, I wanted to analyze Charles' performance a little bit. I feel like he did once again a little bit underperform, but you know, all that kind of gets swept away in the strength of the rest of the team. But Allie, what do you think?
It's exactly what you said. It kind of gets swept in the strength of the rest of the team because Cells, I mean, dropping 6 or 10 kills. I don't remember the final, but him dropping that many, I know somebody else had also was going 6 and 4. And so, you know, when your teammates are stepping up and taking all the kills, it's a bit hard for him to get any near the end. But although underperformed, he still contributed. You know, it's one thing to go like 3 and 4, and it's another thing to go 0 and 4. So still planting his bombs, he's still defusing, he's still getting a couple kills here and there. So again, I feel like they're just finding their mesh, and he'll start being that star player that we know he can be.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, and with S&D, it's like there are only so many kills to go around, so not everybody can have that standout performance.
Yeah.
But anyway, we are going to head to a really quick break. When we return, we will find out if UYU are able to 3-0 Wester, or if Wester are going to make a comeback here in the North American Losers Bracket Round 2. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PlayStation 4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I am joined all day by what I have already told you guys to be my 2 favorite people. Not just my 2 favorite casters, my 2 favorite people in the world. We've got Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. I'm so glad that they are both here with me. If you are just tuning in and you have not caught up on all the action, we are right here in the North American Losers Bracket. We're here in round 2. We've got some hot action from UYU versus Wester. Now, UYU are on a tear. They are currently 2 up versus Wester. We've already broken down some of our favorite players, what we like about them, and other players that we think maybe need to catch up a little bit. But the question that I'm really wondering is, you know, I know we've been talking about how we do like to see some steep competition. We'd like to see a lot of back and forth, and right now it's just been really clean cut. But Allie, if you're being honest, do you think that UYU are going to take this domination very easily and have a clean 3-0 on their hands?
I don't know about easily. I definitely think Westar will put up a bit of a fight. I think we'll see some blips here and there, but I do fully expect UU to kind of take it at some point and run with it.
And then, Rondez, what do you think? Do you agree with Ali there?
Yeah, I think we see UYU come out on top in the end.
Yeah, that's, I mean, there isn't a whole lot to say, I think.
I mean, that's very cut and dry, but that's because it's very cut and dry.
Yeah, well, the gameplay speaks for itself, and of course, you know, it is the Challengers Cup. Anything could happen, and at the end of the day, it is Call of Duty. Anything could happen, but at the same time, when all 3 of us here are saying that we do think that UYU has the slight knack, there might be something to it, but I'm not ready to make that call just yet. We are just now loading into the 3rd and possibly final map here. It is going to be a game of domination for UYU versus Wester here in the North American region. Losers bracket round 2. Allie, what do you predict is going? Who do you think is gonna have first blood?
There it is. Wester at first blood. But
Too slow.
Yeah.
Too slow.
Too slow. I'm so sorry.
Too slow.
But some trades going in through UU. It's a bit of a bloodbath here at B-sides. All up to Charul's, the new gun to kind of hold it down by himself. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to, as he had 3 blue arrows looking straight at him in the eyes. But number 1 here, mini map that sells, going on a long route. You know, the route man gets paid to hopefully go and neutral this A flag and pull some of that pressure off of B.
Wrapping all the way around. Took a look at player number 1 that sells behind enemy lines. He could grab that flag for them right now, halfway through neutralizing the A domination flag. As his team is only trailing behind by 1 second, it'd be good to launch them forward here.
Looks like number 0 on your minimap is going to be Swoop. Is going to go for the full cap onto the C. That could put UU in a dangerous situation here. They have no flag on their name right now. Definitely not the start we probably expected. Wester coming out hot. Still no flag for UU. Still, they're getting a little stuck here at the B side, a little tunnel vision. I do hope they send someone over to C or A very soon. But you do see Spoof on your minimap just sitting in bathroom, just waiting for someone to try and touch his flag.
Oh yeah, don't touch that flag. Look at the defense on this flag right now. 2 flags in favor of Team Wester though, and they also have the lead at 24-10. So we're gonna need to see UYU step it up, pick a side, and corner Wester.
Yep, the only dangerous thing about that is Wester did now just flip spawns for UU, but I mean, who cares? He just got shut down, but Hollow is going to go ahead for this neutral on the A flag and go for the cap. So that did put Wester in a bit of a tough situation now that they will only have C flag, but again, they do have a very comfortable 20-point lead.
Yeah, that comfortable 20-point lead they can certainly sit on with Wester, all hovering around the bottom of the map, and you see kind of inching their way through the trenches to get to the left there. But they are stopped by Hollow, who's able to find 1 kill. 3 in a row go for Wester, though. So they're able to make it through in honestly pretty clean fashion for how far they had to travel to get to this A flag here.
That was actually an incredibly clean spawn flip. You could tell they knew exactly what they were doing. They were sitting at the very edge of the map, very spread out and slowly moving together to make sure that they started spawning there and started spawning UU out at C once again. But UU still has B, so they may have gotten A for now, but is that enough? Is that really what they wanted? They don't have any B control. Might get the neutral in, but unfortunately Dylan's gonna shut that down. That's 3 kills on the side of UU, seeming to start warming up in their domination.
Right, so as we take a look at things blown up a bit here, you can see a little bit of action going towards the middle map as we start to rotate to our next hard point. The two arrows in the middle, that's going to be Draza, Zaptius. They finally collide, and Cells contributes with a double kill of his own. And now they're able to capture the B domination flag.
C comes
Excuse me,
through
A.
around
That's
the
that letter.
same,
The
that letter,
first one.
yeah, that one right there.
The big A. I didn't get too many of those in school.
C does go the way of West R, but right back at it. I mean, these flags are just going back and forth and back and forth. Now it was a 20-point lead, is now dwindled to a mere 8 for West R. There is a minute still left in this first half, so a couple things could still happen. Should you get this B flag as well? They're trying to triple cap. It's looking a little slow for them, but not that they need it. As long as Wester aren't getting points, that's fine with them. A and C still in complete control of UU. Hoping to see a little bit of rotation out of Wester here, try to get to one of those. They've quite literally have been reversed in the situation that they put UU in.
Yeah, and let's look at what Wester's doing damage-wise. We got 11 and 5 out of Zap. He's got 4 different points of activity on a domination flag as well. Currently on a 1 streak. Teammate alongside him with Spoof is the only other one to get a kill, as it seems that UYU is going to shut them down.
B went blue for a second once again, but you right back on top of it. It just seems like they're starting to heat up now in their domination game, which could be very dangerous for Wester. They should start shutting it down as soon as possible if they don't want to allow UU, once again, like I said, to get that momentum and run with it.
Yeah, for sure. Getting that momentum is important, especially in a tie game like this. UYU with 2 flags in hand. It's a massive advantage when you got your whole team on their back, spawning in the corner because of Cells, wiping them all. A big, big wave of kills right there for the team in red, UYU.
What a mental blow that must be for Wester, being up that many points, and now you're going to go into the second half with down at least 10. That's got to hurt just a little bit with the amount of work that they put in, and not to mention the Cell demoralization back in spawn there for the last couple of seconds. Woo!
See just how important that spot is on top of
Yeah,
crates
this is
right there. You
reliving
can
that
find
one.
clips like
Dang.
those. Never fun to be on the receiving end of those.
No, it's always fun when they're on my team,
I found
though.
that. Yeah. Keep it up, teammates.
Y'all are doing good. I'll sit over here and protect this flag.
10-second lead from UYU coming into the second half here, Ali. And on the side of UYU, let's see who's doing the most damage here. Lots of captures, 7 in the hands of Cells, also 11 and 8. He's the AR player at the moment for the team. On the opposite side, we have Wester's Zaptius, 14 kills, 8 deaths. Not a whole lot of disparity when it comes to the objective play on that side.
I feel like, we see Cells going off. Obviously, he's 12 and 9, Hollow 11 and 9. But one person I feel like we aren't really talking about because they're not flashing plays, but he's still getting them. Draws a 16 and 7 with 5 captures to his name. So I don't know what he's been doing on the map, but keep doing what you're doing. But once again, Wester, they're allowing UU to get these 2 flags. They're allowing them to push through. I know they tried to get that early flip onto A, and it just didn't end up working out for them. So it looks like they're really going to start hurting from that now.
Yeah, it's definitely not a fun spot to be in. 2 flags down, they're trapped in the corner. They're really just put in a box right now as Zaptius is able to fire down long-range MP5 shots into a window. So this is never a spot you want to be in, and that's why we see UYU spreading out, fanning out, and trying to, they're trying to flip the spawns so that they can have them pinched in towards the B site.
I'm curious as what UU is doing here. They didn't leave anyone to watch the A flag, which usually you always want to do. You always want to leave somebody, at least in the general vicinity, should it start getting captured, instead of leaving it to people in spawn in case they spawned out. But number 2, Hollow, he spawned out in forest. So, you want to think maybe there was a call out there, but, they don't need that because they're about to get a triple cap because Cells is nasty. And so now they've got Wester spawning in this top quadrant right there, and they know they're spawning there. The only person they're missing is number 9, that's Willet, and the second he touches this A flag, okay, never mind, he was reloading. Unfortunate timing for our boy Cells in the corner at A, but still, this is a lot of time going the way of UU right now. Wester are slowly dropping behind at almost a 20-point deficit.
Right, they are slowly falling behind. We do have Zaptius taking point inside the hill with some,
B flag back in the arms of West R. Are they going to be able to hold it this time? We've gotten a lot of flip-flop, a lot of back and forth going on here between EU and Wester when it comes to all of these flags, not just the B one, which is usually where most of the action happens. We've had a lot of A and C spawn flips as well. Still holding the lead just by barely. EU, it's about 15 points. Trying to make a move on B here. I almost wish they would have kept that A and collapsed onto that B when they had the chance.
Yeah, now we see it's in control of Wester, who are definitely poised for a comeback at the moment. With them just being behind by 10 seconds, UIU needs to act fast if they want to maintain their lead. 4 kills going in their favor, they're definitely making progress.
Trying to throw trophies down. About 3 of them just blew up because of another trophy. Unfortunate scenes for UIU.
Yeah, the whole team wipe here. Sub-Zero contributes to half of it by himself. The team shot, they're able to clear them out. And we're seeing a 2 flag cap from Wester. Again, they're in a position to come right back in this game, Allie.
No, absolutely. I'm sorry, I made that noise because they just tried throwing 3 trophies down. They all blew up, and then they tried throwing a nade as if that was going to make it through. So I was just like, yes. Maybe the nade will do it. This next one will do it for sure. But we're on board with Charles here. He's going to try and do the nice long route. Route man gets paid 2A. He's also joined by his friend Dylan Rex on this treacherous journey. Well, they're also going to be met with Willett crawling out from the rabbit hole behind him. But don't worry, Cells will always get your trades. Now neutralizing A. But at the same time, B being neutralized by West R. They need... we need UU to have somebody stay on these flags. And it looks like they're going to recap that right on back, but we're at a 133 to 133 game. This game's really going to start going down to the wire here. We're going to see some insane gunfights take place.
Jordan, as control of B is slowly shifting over towards UIU. All 3 flag cap. Oh no, looks like letter C, or flag C, excuse me, is going to be neutralized and sent right back to Wester. But UIU, we're going to have main flag control and a lead. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, we are down to the wire. This is anyone's game right now.
This is quite literally anyone's game. Should West or be able to take B, it might mathematically work out for them. But Hollow's not going to even give them the chance as he goes for the neutral on C. Knowing if anyone from Wester even turns to try and get him off, that should be game. Mathematically speaking, it is no longer possible for Wester to come back from this. So UU does manage to get the 3-0 onto Wester. I mean, UIU.
What a series. I love it when series go like this, when the story of the individual maps does not tell the same story as the overall score, because if you look at each of those individual maps, I mean, sure, the SND was not close, but both those respawns, I would say, seemed pretty close in scoreline.
Oh, big time. Big time.
So it's just very interesting that then you look and you say, okay, it's a 3-0, which I think a lot of us were not necessarily expecting a 3-0 from UIU, but we were at least expecting a UIU win. So I guess, Rondez, we're going to start with you. Let's talk about some of the players on these teams, because when I look at these lineups, you know, I recognize players like Zaptius and Spoof, and I know they both have league experience. And then I look over at UIU and I say, you know what? I don't really know too many of these players. So if I look at just an experience-based kind of viewpoint, I would have thought going into that series that Wester would have a lot more going for them. But I guess like it just kind of goes to show that experience isn't everything. So Rondez, what to you was really impressive about any of the players in this map?
I really admired them taking their initiative to work together quickly and promptly to flip the spawns whenever they needed. On both halves, I think UIU did a great job at that, and it paid off in a big way. They were able to edge them out just at the end. Just think, if they had hesitated any longer for any of those flips, they wouldn't have had enough time to end up the game right there.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, which will show us, well, we just saw UIU coming in with that 3-0 versus Wester and making their way through. Well, they haven't been in the losers bracket for very long. And they are going to be facing off against Get Busy next up. Now, again, Get Busy is one of those teams that I don't know a whole lot about. When I look at the lineup, I think I am going to recognize, you know, some of the players on there. but I actually don't know too much about this team. Ali, Rondez, do either of you have a lot of familiarity with Get Busy, and does that influence your opinions of this next match?
No, I think I need to take a look at the roster behind Get Busy. I'm not sure. Super familiar with their history.
So
and I couldn't find.
Let's say I know the roster,
Ali.
so I was like, Get Busy is consisted of you will know these names. This is actually Faze, Parasite, Exotic, Gunjard. It's all former pros.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
so
realize
all
that.
of them are
Other than
former pros.
one
That's
is
awesome.
a bit of a random name that I haven't heard before. Fire, but yes, they are all former pros.
Yeah,
Okay.
excellent players.
But-
We were just talking about Parasite earlier, leaving UYU.
Yeah.
Lots of older big names on this roster, right?
Yeah.
Sure, and well, in general, one thing that the Challenger Series does, or kind of one of its functions, or maybe it's not even one of the intentional functions, but one of the things it does is it does give a space for people who have been on League's teams and no longer are. It gives them a chance at redemption. Just like I was telling you guys about Parasite earlier, the feeling I get from Parasite and just his whole persona and his whole vibe is that he's trying to prove himself. And so here with his roster slot on Get Busy, I don't know. We'll see. Ali, what do you think Parasite's gonna do?
I mean, a lot of the players on that team have like a spot on my heart. Exotic, especially. I think they're all fantastic players, and I'm interested to see how well they mesh together because they're an interesting bunch that I feel like we haven't seen played together on a pro level or maybe even the challenger level that much. So I'm interested to see their roles and how well they play together.
Well, so am I, and it looks like we are getting that chance. We are going to go ahead and load into a game. So this is going to be the North American Losers Bracket Semi-Finals featuring UYU versus Get Busy. And once again, so Get Busy is essentially a team of former pros, and then UYU, on the other hand, is comprised primarily of sort of newcomers to the Call of Duty scene and newcomers to COD Challenger. So I'm very eager to see what this series has in store for us. Both of you, Ali, Rondez, as we get off the bat, what are your predictions for this series right off the bat?
Yeah, really interesting prospect here, as you mentioned. A lot of newer players versus some of the older players. The guys on the side of Get Busy have been against the top levels of competition regularly within the pro division for the Call of Duty World League and now the Call of Duty League as well. My prediction, I was all on board with UYU in the matchup, but you know, seeing the guys return here to get together on Get Busy, I think it's going to be a bit more competitive, and I think they're going to edge them out.
I definitely think it'll be a little bit more back and forth. The only reason I'm favoring UU a little bit is because they are still hot off that series that they still won. They are still pretty warm coming off of that. So I think they'll be running and gunning just a bit, as we can see on the stat line already. But Get Busy, they do have spawns for next. They are going to try and contest this 20 seconds just a bit, but what that's going to do is allow UYU players 1 in 5, you see that's Hollow and Rex on your mini-map, to just slip right on past into those spawns. They're probably going to catch Exotic a little off guard, get the trades going through, and they're not spawning there yet. They have the information. Get Busy knows that I believe Hollow is still there. Dylan is still there, and he's going to get taken out. So fortunately, that ends up working in Get Busy's favor.
Gunjard just now finding his first kill. Fire has yet to find one either. They're currently behind 30 seconds on the opposite side. It's been a lot of Charles in your kill feed, as well as Draza. 7 and 3, currently taking point in the hill. Hill time spread around pretty evenly for this roster, as well as they have a 30-second lead. And now it's going to be the Get Busy offense.
UIU really just forced their way through the front there, and now they can just sit and pre-aim the bag. It's not a situation that Get Busy wants to be in, but they're like, no big deal. They are sliding in, winning those gunfights. It is only another final 20 seconds, so they will still be behind by 20, and they aren't on rotation, so it's looking a little slow on the side of Get Busy. But, I mean, you look across stat-wise, nobody's really underperforming currently. They're pretty even across the board. Just hopefully going to see a couple better rotations out of Get Busy.
Two streaks going on currently on the side of Get Busy. Look at the guys in blue, the one in Hill Fire. He is up to 2, and Gunjar as well. As the enemies start pouring in, Gunjar ends up getting caught. He shuts down both of them by himself. Big play coming out of Cells, and he's able to maintain time for his team.
If Get Busy want any hope in the series, they definitely need to shut down Cells and Hollow, especially as they have just been on fire today. Dylan with the pistol, never mind, shut down the whole team after that one. They are just so hot right now. I mean, they are slowly climbing that lead at 30 seconds left in hill. They're gonna get this scrap time, get busy spawning out. They're gonna start the rotation now, but Dylan, he's in mid, he's hungry, he spots Gunjar. He's probably gonna shoot him in the back. This is not looking good for Get Busy right off the bat.
Hollow showing your kill feed as he finds a double kill. Most of these kills going in favor of UYU as they're able to maintain the scrap time for this hill, extending their already pretty large 60-point lead. Now as we rotate over to P3, take a look at the Get Busy defense. 3 players on site, 2 coming up through middle map. You know, getting hit from both sides is gonna be pretty tough for the UYU squad, but it looks like they're working it out.
Excellent teamwork there between Jonathan and Dylan, that little run around the Rosie, but Get Busy able to get in the zone, get this first couple of seconds of time and hang on to those spawns. But number 3, number 1, that's Hollow and Charul's. They're trying to make some noise up top. Charul's on the staircase. He's gonna go for the knife. He's not gonna be able to get it, but it does give his teammates time to come in and contest a little bit more. Should Get Busy be able to hold the rest of this 30 seconds, you know, that lead will, you know, diminish just a bit, but unfortunately, UYU able to get in once again. We got Draza going 15-8 and Dylan at 11-5. They are just having their way with the map currently.
I guess it's just time to ignore Hollow and let him get damage on everyone. He connects with 3 kills in a row. Lots of damage spread around evenly throughout the rest of the Get Busy roster as no one looks to the right in time. They finally do break through, but UYU got what they needed out of that hard point, it seems.
All right, look at our mini map here. Once again, on rotation is UYU. After this is such a money hill that this could get really, really scary for Get Busy if they don't break it here and now. 40 seconds still left. Looking a little rusty on the stat line on the side of Get Busy. Gunjar is 5-10, Fire 8-13, Exotic 8-14. Not looking too hot for our vet boys. UYU Young Guns still burning hot. 30 seconds left in the hill time. Still trying to make noise in the back. He unfortunately can't shoot through smoke, but his teammates got the front on lockdown, so he doesn't even have to worry about it. 143-88, gonna be around 165-88. Going to our next hill should they get the rest of this hill time. Like at your mini-map cells, it's already rotated once again. Early bird gets the worm, but he also gets some bullets to the face, so Get Busy. Will have the early rotation, but they've just had so much trouble holding on to it.
70-point lead. UYU is looking great right now. And then this rotation, as you say, Get Busy. They're having trouble holding on to it. They have the initial time. Let's see what it looks like after the first wave of kills end.
Still sitting at 5-11. Exotic, nice 2-piece. Got the answer right back with his own, though. Doesn't get the third. Get Busy have now passed the 100 mark line. Still a 60-point game, though. And you do still have spawns for next, but I am worried because nobody's deep in the back. You do see Exotic sitting at box construction, but he does get taken out by Dylan.
You know, Ali, it seems that Get Busy actually held on to this hill very well. They have yet to let go. They continue to respond to UYU's 1 kill with 4 of their own. Rinse and repeat every engagement. Look at this. Cells can't get in. The smoke screen's completely blocked off the site. And now Dylan Rex opens things wide open and Cells punishes him for it. Don't steal the show from me again, he said.
Don't steal the show from me again. It was 1 bullet too, and he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
So, 20-second lead from UYU as Get Busy definitely pulled very far ahead. They closed a massive deficit with just a single hard point, and now there's a brawl in the next one.
Right, what was a 60-point game, now a measly 20. Get Busy if they can break into this hill here and grab a couple of times again on that rotation. It could be huge for them, but Hollow says not today as he gets 3 out of Get Busy, and they're still spawning so far, but you can already see 1 rotating. There's 20 seconds left in this hill. They need to start rotating. Parasite on your mini-map. Looked like he thought about it for a second, then turned back around. Thankfully, though, you see 3 blue arrows on your mini-map, heading back to the next hill. Chalk this 8 seconds. Good. Profusi, what are you doing? We don't need those 5 seconds. I guess it's a free spawn into next. I mean, that's fair.
Just doing his thing. He's vibing.
He's vibing.
You know, just
He's vibing. He was like, hey guys, can y'all send me to my next hill? Dies, spawns there. Okay, cool.
Gotta learn how to vibe. Getting over to hill 3. Take a look at the players in the hill right now. Fire finding a double kill in defense of the hard point. 20 seconds behind, but we saw just how well they were able to respond when they got the initial time on the previous hill with the UYU attack in process. Let's see if they can mount. See if they can mount a good defense.
UYU was able to just break right through that. Unfortunately, nobody was watching that long hallway for Gunjar, so he was left on his lonesome when Hollow decided to take a glide into his side door and say hello. But Get Busy still fighting for him. You see Faze back at it again in the 20 seconds, looking for that free spawn onto next. Number 3 on your minimap, that's Charles. Early rotations out of UYU are really helping them here. They're just forcing Get Busy to look for him. They're forcing them to turn their attention elsewhere.
Hollow just does what he wants. 3-kill streak from Hollow at the moment. A minute of hill time to his name. Look at his 2 teammates, Cells and Charles, at well above a minute as well. Raza, 24 and 22 is going to be the next man on the action alongside Charles. And it looks like a bit of a staggered push here. Oh no, they end up spawning right on top of each other for this engagement. Charles double kill, open things wide open for UYU. They should be able to break straight into the hard point and take over here. 30 seconds left. There won't be enough time for them to win, but more than enough time for them to do some damage and blow this game wide open.
I was really hoping Get Busy would be able to hold there and really make a little lead change going on this hill, but UYU just busts right open as they do. Charul just doing what he wants. Hollow doing what he wants. Jaza doing what he wants. Get Busy though, trying to fight back. You know, they're getting that 5 seconds. You know, they want to get to that nice little 216. A little late on rotation. Only got Exotic on his way. He won't get caught out by Draza though.
So spawning very close to this next hard point as well is UYU, and 8 seconds away from winning the game as the offense comes in from Get Busy. The team kill though, Faze setting them back as Exotic falls. 5 seconds remain. They get the player out of the hard point. That's Dylan Rex that falls. Parasite with a massive double kill. Faze back off of the spawn after being team killed, is able to contribute 1 kill, but it's just not enough. UYU is way too close to the action.
Well, after seeing what UYU did to Wester in the losers bracket round 2, I can't say I'm that surprised to see this outcome. That was a pretty close map. And once again, just going to show that we've got a team of, what, four former pros in Get Busy, and still just not quite enough. Now, here's a fun fact, actually, for you guys that I looked up, because, like I said, I was having trouble finding anything about Get Busy. Their official COD Esports Gamepedia page is not active. They don't have, so I couldn't check there for their current roster, but I did find out that Cha Rules and Parasite in a previous Challengers Cup were actually teaming together on a team called It Is What It Is. So now I find that to be especially interesting. It's just kind of a fun little additional storyline that here now we have Cha Rules replacing Parasite on UYU and then coming in and beating him. So I gotta say, I have to feel so bad for Parasite right now. And then in general, just looking at also Get Busy, like they have Exotic. I always remember him as one of the nicest players in the world. So, you know, part of me is just so sad to see them go down like that. But it is only the first map.
Don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, I'm not counting them out just yet, but I guess, Rondez, what do you think from kind of on a personal note? What do you think of the players on Get Busy and how they must be feeling right now after that first map?
I mean, they can't be too happy about that, right? Like we just saw that UYU was really able to take over and just determine every hard point in that, or several hard points throughout that map. They still do need to be happy. There were some moments where they got nearly full 60 seconds on the point, and they looked pretty good. So coming into Search and Destroy, I think that we have also just 5 individually confident Search and Destroy players. So they have that going for them.
That's true, and it looks like we are all ready to load into the next map. We've got an SND on Piccadilly, and as has been kind of the theme of the day, we have seen SNDs go a million different ways today. So I'm especially excited to see what the players are going to do with this map in particular. Allie, are you predicting a lot of back and forth, or do you think this will be more one-sided either way?
This is such a weird map, especially for S&D, so I expect a lot of back and forth just because of the way the map is, per se. But I do still favor UYU just a bit, just because of how run and gun they are. Speaking of run and gun, Draza already blew up a car, sent Gunjar on his way.
Lots of damage going down, all from UIU to Get Busy as 2 players fall. We see a response out of Get Busy from Fire and Exotic. Seems like these guys are just trapped in the middle of the map right now. They can't really leave these pillars, and the smoke comes out, giving him a gap. Exotic looking to capitalize on it. He's getting in their face with it. Oh, he loses the gunfight as Dylan Rex turns and burns on him, shutting him down. And this leaves UIU up 2-1. It's going to be Parasite.
Parasite in a 1v2. I've seen crazier things. Exotic, though, did use Dead Silence to make that push onto B, so unfortunately didn't end up working out in the end. Parasite is trying to get any information that he can. A head bob, a peek, anything. Gonna get the bob down, 12 seconds to go. No movement out of UIU. Looks like they're just waiting for that notification, and there they go. We start seeing the movement on the map. Oh no, Parasite saw his head right there. Alright, this is the strat. We're gonna stay in the store. We're gonna stay in the corner of the store. Oh, he hears some footsteps. Parasite 100% hears the footsteps, but he thinks they're gonna come through the door. He has 20 seconds. Just needs to check bomb. Oh, here's the footsteps. Here's the footsteps. If anybody's gonna win this 1v1, I'm rooting for Parasite in this current moment. 10 seconds left. He has to defuse. He no longer has time to defuse. Parasite can just play his life or challenge if he really wants to, and he wins the 1v2. Alright, if I had anybody in 1v2, that's the person I want in my 1v2 is Parasite. Especially against BYU, incredibly played by him. And that's where, like, you know, that's where the vet comes. You know, that's where that veteran mindset comes in, and being in those situations so many times and knowing how to play it. Fantastic 1v2 out of him. So Get Busy will take the first round off this S&D.
Yeah, he's been playing Search and Destroy since he was 14 years old. So you gotta expect plays like that to come out of him, right?
Look on our big old mini map, a couple of gunfights going down in mid. They do end up going the way of UIU. Fun note that Dylan is 3-1. Nothing out of Hollow just yet. We know that won't stay that way for long. Parasite already down. It's already a 2v5 in favor of UIU. Some unfortunate car fires.
Car fires are usually unfortunate, aren't they?
They usually are, yes. They do tend to be unfortunate.
Draza on your screen, tie between these guys. 1 round apiece as they're able to answer right back in the Search and Destroy. Really, we just see very simple S&D play going on right now. Very coordinated, but not textbook stuff. They're just getting their opening execution rounds in, and we'll see how they adapt in the coming rounds.
Whiffed it just by an inch, cells. Nades coming in, we might see some cars blow up in the current future. He gets some information on them, knows that they're going for A, which is an interesting play. We don't typically see people go for A on this map. Bomb does go down,
on
though.
site. They got there quick.
Yeah.
Now it's for the retake. Draza, first man closest to the action. He's got 3 around the corner. This is a death sentence if he beats this. Oh, he gets one though. He's able to catch Exotic before getting away.
Oh,
his teammates come in to support and he finds the flank. It's a double kill on Faze. 1 player remains. It's Parasite. This guy's been playing Search and Destroy forever now. He's 5-1. He gets away. Big play coming out of UIU.
No, that was fantastic. They played that situation so well. Not with the pistol. Woo!
Woo! Definitely an excellent retake from them. Looked very clean, very precise, and we saw just how confident he was to take that gunfight. All 3 of those guys right there. I definitely thought that at least 2 of them were going to just turn and beam him before he could really do too much.
For Faze, got to get on the board. I think he's had too many car fires. Cells though, first blood.
Cells
Sad to say
taking
we
fire
missed the
out.
fight.
Quick headshot, yeah, it was in the opening seconds of the round.
can't be letting Draza run through mid like that. He looks like he's, oh, he saw him, but he ran back. Gonna take the long route. Ratman gets paid. Try to get the angle on him. That he is popped on the side of Draza.
Who around the corner? They're gonna be checking this. They know he's coming. He wins the gunfight anyway. It doesn't matter.
That
UYU is
timing.
up 3-1.
Oh, hello.
He read that. It was meant to be.
Meant to be.
He never did not have that kill.
All right, UIU is up 3-1 now in the map. Pretty much how it's going how I thought it would. I was expecting a little more crazy things to happen. We've had some flashy plays. Parasite sitting pretty at 6-3.
Pro Faze not so pretty at 0-4 as you mentioned. Definitely not a great contribution to the game at the moment. Draza is 5-1 on the opposing side, and of course, you got to keep in mind these are two different roles. For Faze, it's going to be the player carrying the bomb most often for Get Busy. He's probably on a roster where he more needs to play around Gunjar and Parasite versus making plays himself.
On board with Pro Faze, trying to get any information he can when his smokes go out. Bomb's gonna make its way across. We should. Ooh, nice snipe out of cells. Taking Parasite right off the map of 7-4. Now know they have the numbers and they know where they are. UIU can just collapse on them at this point. It says 3v3. Cells does have the sniper though, so maybe put him at a little bit of a disadvantage. And I say that he's gonna take the head right off Exotic. Ooh. No, I lied. Beautiful shots out of Exotic in the MP5.
That was a really good shot, actually. That was excellent. Taking the hard scoping sniper down, he definitely knew he was there and just came up and cracked him. Now it's going to be Dylan Rex in a 2 versus 2, Fire and Exotic. They got eyes on you. Blood's in the water. They take him down as Exotic takes his head off, and now it's all up to you.
It's like,
Charles.
I see you, you see me. I know you see me, see you.
2 left, Charles.
You watch Parasite do it. I mean, doesn't mean he can't too. Oh.
Go to work.
I love the hyper focus on the one not shooting at him.
I hate this guy in particular.
Not that it matters because the bomb is down, but that's going on Twitter later. Should he have done it? It's going on Twitter later.
He's playing for the Twitter clip. Definitely much more important things going on in this tournament than a Twitter clip. 3-2 lead. UIU. Awesome S&D play so far. Stellar snipes from both sides, some clutches. Really just a great game to be a part of.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I think Piccadilly is a fun map to watch, but maybe not so much to play. Gonna see some double-decker bus action with our boy Hollow. See if he can't catch anybody crossing. There's too many smokes.
Bomb carrier Charles looking to contribute, getting it on the board. It's 3-2. Of course, he can't make it away. They're not letting him get away that easily. A snipe comes down from the side of UIU as well. So we're back to 4 versus 4. Take a look at your mini-map. Player 1 closest to 7 and 9. He ends up getting taken down. It's Dylan that does the damage. He's still in position. They can't get to this bomb without getting rid of Dylan.
Well, they got rid of Dylan, but it is a 2v3, so not impossible. But there is only 15 seconds left on the bomb, so they do need to hurry up and get on that. I don't believe they have any smokes left in their arsenal either. And that's going to take care of that. UIU now up 4-2. You know what? I have to give props to Get Busy right now because currently it's a little bit of a 4v5. I do believe Faze is sitting at 0-6, and he's about to join the 0-7 club in just a bit. So I'm giving props.
He's trying.
He's trying. He's doing his best.
You know, why don't we sign up for challenges, lose, and
wait, yes.
So anyway, hopping right back into this match, we get to see just how much Parasite can do in Search and Destroy. This is a veteran. This is someone that has been around this game mode since its inception. Double headshot coming out of cells off camera. Excellent start to the round from UIU, and that's probably tilted Parasite instantly.
Oh my god. Cells with those opening snipes instantaneously. I saw Faze pick up the bomb and it dropped instantaneously. that was absolutely incredible. I'm sad we didn't get to see those, but Fire now stuck in a 1v3. He's mid-map, it's not looking too hot for him. They do have information on where he is. Little sandwich between the double-decker buses, but it's fine. He's gonna pop Deddy. Questionable decision, but I believe in him. And he misses the slide. And
oh, I thought he was gonna get away. Definitely thought he was gonna get away.
Sniper right to the back of the head. Yep, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think he or what do you think about the play to go for Dead Silence right there? I think he was just trying, like, that was his only chance to make it away, right? He didn't want to go stomping away, and then the sniper definitely would have hurt him.
Yeah, for sure. I just, you know, in a 1v3, I don't know if you'd waste Denny. Personal opinion, especially when it's going to go into round point. But it's fair, you know what? I understand. I wouldn't want a sniper in the back of my head either.
I think saving it for the next round is probably not a bad call either. So let's see what goes into play this round. 2 kills go in favor of UIU. That's Cells,
3,
Draza,
4.
and Charles. Oh, light up
3,
the board.
4.
Now it's just Fire that remains.
And 5. Oh, right. Fastest round.
5 up and 5 down. UIU closes it out 6-2.
Wow, that was fast. They just they just ran right at them. All right, so a pretty clean sweep out of UIU. I mean, we got Draza going 10-4, Hollow 8-3, Cells 9-3. I mean, just across the board. Fortunately, Faze not able to get on the board. He did plant a bomb though, so you know, props to him. 6-2 though. It's looking a little tough. What do you think about that series, Fox? I mean, it was pretty smooth, right?
Yeah, it was an awesome watch for sure. We saw a lot of like just skill from the long time prowess on the side of the players on Get Busy, especially in that hard point. There were just moments where when they had it locked down, you saw that it was a professional setup. Like, these guys knew what they were doing. It was very well coordinated. An awesome watch so far.
Personally, I want your opinion on, I mean, obviously there's a lot of vets on Get Busy, right? It's a lot of older players that have been around for a while. Is it just because of, you know, 5v5 and the newer generation, the young guns, the faster kids that just they can't keep up, or they need to integrate more together to kind of stay top in the scene?
I think it's just a game that, like, it's just so popular and it reaches so many different age groups that, you know, you're going to end up finding someone that just catches it, right? They just have that talent and they put the time into it and they can compete with you. That's why we're seeing players like Parasite, who've been playing since Call of Duty Esports began, teaming up with players like Exotic, who joined well after things were established in a professional league and with divisions and international competition.
No, I totally agree. And now we're gonna head right into the domination. Predictions for this map for me, I definitely see UIU, pardon me, taking this and still continuing to run with it. Obviously, I still expect a little bit of more of a fight than we saw in the S&D out of Get Busy, but we shall see as we jump right into it.
Right into the action we are. Hollow is making some good progress towards B-Dom here. Looks like his opponent's going to sit right on top of that grenade. Great placement from him. He's got support. Not enough, though. Parasite and Faze come through to clear out the train. And now it looks like they could capture B-Flag without any kind of interference inside of UIU.
If there's any game mode I expect Get Busy to be incredibly well at, it is domination, as they have played this game mode before and are going to be quite seasoned in it. So, as we can tell, they do have A and B control now, which is more control than I feel like they've had in most of this series. So let's hope they can hold it here for at least quite a bit.
It's just funny thinking back and remembering watching these guys, Gunjar and Parasite, play on Crate in Call of Duty Ghosts. Map that built very similarly to this one in terms of where the crates are at, what we got with the train tracks. Just kind of flashbacks. Just very interesting to see it all come full circle. So we see gunfights go in favor of Get Busy. That's going to be 3 across 3 different players. They're still not able to get a flag from it. So I think the next wave of engagements, we should see them try to tackle on the B.
Fire was really important there. That pinch out of him onto that B flag was super important. Unfortunately, Dylan's a little too quick, but Profizi does win a very important gunfight. He actually gets 2, but Charles is just making a mess in cells. So gonna see if they're gonna hold it for long. His backup is here. Oh, amazing shot out of him. Get busy. I feel like they need to win a couple more gunfights than they are, because they get control and lose it almost instantly. And we need Parasite to not nade fire, but that's just me.
So yeah, looks like a lot of stuff still going right for the side to Get Busy despite the team kill. They still have control of 2 flags after they just got finished neutralizing B. There's only one player from the side of UIU. It's player 4, Draza, pushing on to B Dom. He ends up taking them down with the help of Hollow. Things just switched so quickly when it looked like Get Busy was in an easy position to take B flag.
Like I said, it's like the second Get Busy gets a grasp hold, UIU just comes in their face and they're like, nope, not today. Cells and Hollow looking to neutral this A flag. At the same time, Get Busy is spawning on C, so they're gonna go ahead and get that cap, but you already have 3 players on the side of UIU ready for Get Busy to start flooding into this B site. They actually lose their gunfight, so they're probably actually going to lose B flag here to Get Busy as the trades go out in favor of them.
So, Ali, we're seeing all these kills on the kill feed at the moment going for UIU as they have control of A Dom and B Dom. Up until actually a moment ago, I didn't think they would be able to take that one while they had the flag, but either way, my point is they're pinching from both sides now. What do you want to see happen from the side of Get Busy here to break out of this situation?
I want to see them win more gunfights. I almost feel like I mean, they're pretty even across the board KD wise right now, but more important gunfights, like the ones at B, like I need their trades to end up in their favor. I need them to be getting each other's backs a bit more. Like right now they are at a triple cap. I never thought I'd say Get Busy has a triple cap on domination, but they have a triple cap. The veterans really showing their domination prowess here currently, as UIU is going to get stuck here at B for a bit, as there is still number 9 Minimap Fire watching over that C flag and going for that pinch, but this could also hurt them should Hollow be able to sneak through onto A. It's all up to Goonjar to just play it patient. There's like a waiting game happening at A right now. Neither of them are moving.
Taking a look at the scoreboard, current streaks, we got Charles, 13-5 on a 3 streak at the moment. He just ended Fire's 3 streak on the opposing team, Get Busy. And with him hovering around B site, this is definitely the player you want in this area, as he's holding down the most important flag on the map. They've only got one of them. They need to pick a side, and they need to pick a side here soon.
This is huge time for Get Busy. Once again, this is the big foothold that they needed in this series to kind of push them ahead, and only 30 seconds left, so they should end this first half with at least, I don't know what's comfortable, but a nice little lead, as Jaws and them are looking to make some moves on the A flag. Get Busy should get B here.
They're working towards it, but as we see, UIU is also about to pour in. Player number 3, that's Charles, looking to be the first to engage, and he's taken down. Actually ended up being Cells on the flag that was taken down. The flag does go right back in favor of Get Busy, as well as flag C. We're going into the second half at 81-64.
I'm glad to see a little bit more out of Profizi in this respawn than we saw in the S&D. I believe he was 12 and 11, so it's good to see him start to warm up quite a bit. So this is a different, I wouldn't say different Get Busy. I feel like the game is still pretty like neutrally paced, but it's a Get Busy that's winning. That's ahead in the game right now, and that's what we haven't seen yet in this series. So I'm curious to see how UIU is gonna react in the second half.
Oh, for sure, something's working. Something looks good for them. Take a look at the side of UIU, trailing behind 64-81. Charles at 16-7. Still wanting more standout performances in the lobby, but it doesn't seem to translate over to the score as well. With the second half, look to see the rest of UIU kick it into high gear and make this comeback.
A bit of game attack happening in the middle between Profizi and Hollow there. He does get kill onto Hollow, and once again, nobody on B flag. It looks like Get Busy's gonna take B now after all that clearing. I don't know what UIU is doing, but they didn't send many bodies that way. After trades go through, Get Busy once again in control of the B and C flag, and we saw how well they held it before, so I'm interested to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, once they get down there, I definitely think they could hold on to it tight, but We see that the aggression from UYU onto the base seems to be a bit overwhelming. It's a double kill from Charles coming out right away. No response just yet from the side to Get Busy. Other than a well-placed grenade, Parasite sliding through. It's now going to be up to Fire to even the score as well. Clearing them all out of the base. An excellent play coming from Get Busy.
They're taking and running with it now. They now have a pretty comfortable 20 to 30 point lead going on here. Oh, then the pistol came out, but it didn't work. Faze now 16 and 10. A lot more out of him than what we saw in the S&D. Troll's trying to make some noise here in water, but he doesn't have any teammates to help him, so he can't do much on his own.
Oh, and look, he just got right in the middle of 2 different spawn points. This is going to be such a problem for him to have to deal with. He takes one down, and he still just bought his team a few more seconds, right? Now they're able to come through and follow up the damage that he just did. Look at the double kill from Draza. He handed him that.
I'm wondering what Hollow's doing, just sitting in boxes by himself. He definitely could have taken advantage of the fact that his teammates were at B, and there was absolutely no one from Get Busy at B other than tucked in a corner away Faze, and taking the chance on that gunfight to try and neutral B, but he's been vibing there for quite a bit now. It's been about 30 seconds. Oh, he finally moves. Loses a gunfight against Faze.
20-second lead. Get Busy's looking to maintain that lead as they try to retake C. It's neutralized, now captured, and with UYU spawning up off of A flag, they're going to be pouring straight towards the C flag to try and flip these spawns and get under Get Busy's skin here. Take a look at this push, Ali.
Parasite doing some mess in water. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he does die. I was like, oh, he's gonna live. Oh, he's gonna live. But that is 4 down for UYU. Get Busy looking like a different team right now when it comes to domination. Now, this is what I would have loved to see in the hard point, in the S&D. And we're getting a glimpse of it now. You know, that vet experience in this game mode. They are locking it down on UYU right now. And Charles is 26 and 12. So it's not like they're outslaying by that much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that his kills are really turning into a whole lot of points in the objective for UYU at the moment, as Get Busy still leads by 30 seconds. UYU is in control, 30 points, excuse me. UYU is in control of A Dom and B Dom now, with Get Busy huddled over in the corner. It should be a simple spawn trap if they can get up and win those gunfights on Train.
Another 4 wipe down for UYU. This is looking all in the favor of Get Busy. I think in about 20 seconds, it'll be mathematically impossible for UYU to come back from this. So Get Busy might be able to take a map off here and create some momentum going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, and that's I mean, this is the moment to do it, right? If they didn't win this half, that would have been the end of the series. UYU would have moved up on 3-0 a team of 4 pros. However, looks like Get Busy, they definitely fought back quite a bit, and now we see UYU with still the flag cap, a minute remaining. A, B, and now C coming up. We could see a triple cap here. However, we see Get Busy, they just respond like that with 4 kills.
Usually they still might need that second flag. I'm not good at math, so don't quote me on that, but they do seem to be migrating nowhere. They're migrating nowhere. They're just protecting the C flag, so I'm guessing mathematically they're fine should they just keep this C flag under their control.
Someone did the math for sure.
Yeah,
someone's yelling
It
we're
me,
fine, we're
clearly,
fine.
But imagine yelling we're fine and then like the last second you're not fine. And then it's like,
oh no.
Oh, we're neutralizing
Look,
A.
Fire pushed out. 3 kills in favor of Get Busy. Things are turning around. UYU just might lose the lead that they were starting to build for themselves, but just like that, momentum shifts. 2 kills are opened up by Charles himself, and he moves over to flag C for the triple cap. However, there's just not enough time. It's mathematically impossible, and Get Busy has closed it out by 6 seconds to get us into game 4.
I did, in fact, see that they shut down Hollow. I feel like was a big turning point for that map is they shut down Hollow. Hollow, I believe, ended 15 and 23. So they didn't totally shut them down. They shut them down quite a bit. And also, I think it had a lot to do with that veteran side of that team, as they just know how to play domination incredibly well.
Sure, it's very well coordinated play. They were able to bounce back from those 2 losses, game 1 and game 2. Getting that 3-0. Getting closed out 3-0 to leave a tournament never feels good, right? We're looking at a very competitive series with the best players in the Challengers Cup tonight, for sure.
Yeah, do you think going into this hard point that Get Busy will be able to kind of run, you know, our whole momentum thing and keep going with it? Because they've been putting up a bit of a fight. Do you think that we might see a tide switch here?
It's tough to tell. UIU seems perfectly competent. They seem like they can keep up with the former professional players on the side of Get Busy. So I think that it'll be a very close match. I definitely don't think that it's going to be any sort of trouncing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I hope to see maybe a little bit of underdogness out of it Get Busy, although I'm still favoring UIU just a bit, but we'll have to find out when we get into map 4 coming up next. After this quick commercial break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Challengers Cup presented by PS4.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PlayStation 4. We are moving right along throughout the day, and we're already heading into our next map. It has been a lot of action, lot of series, but, you know, overall, there is a lot on the line, so I can understand why the competition is so steep. We're here with UIU versus Get Busy. Ali, what do you think of this hard point? Who's going to take it?
I'm hoping Get Busy can take at least a little bit of their momentum from the domination that they just took and try and get that to push a little bit in their step and give them the edge that they need. But I'm still heavily favoring UIU when it comes to this map.
Smoke in the face of fire. What a story. This middle map is now blocked off. His entire line of sight is gone, as well as the rest of his team. Look at this, UIU. Just crushing it on middle map right now.
Get busy, still on time though. Gunjar protecting his homie, and Hill was like, listen, you don't even have to look, I got you. Gunjar with 3. Haven't seen a lot from him. 4 and 2 now. Profiti sitting at 3 and 2. This is some really good time going to get busy on this hard point. There's 20 seconds left. You aren't seeing number 3 on your mini map. That's Exotic. He's on the long rotation, but he is going to be met by Cells, and we already know the one person you don't want to meet on rotation by yourself happens to go by the name of Cells.
Like, side of UIU is getting prepared for P2 on this hard point. They're all stacked up towards Cave. This is a hill that's very hard to break once people get set up. And you'll see why here in just a moment. As they come in, we're going to see all the UIU players pre-aiming behind trucks and rocks and nooks and crannies and all sorts of things, and team killing, apparently. But it looks like they're able to mount the defense because they spawn so close to the hard point and they have so much cover. Charles with 3 kills to his name, contributing in a big way.
This is one I wanted to see how to get busy in the first hard point, is that veteran status of knowing what's going to flip spawns and where to be and what's going to affect that ratio, and that's exactly what they did. Unfortunately, they weren't able to win the gunfights to break in, and now there's 20 seconds left, so now they have to do this very, very long rotation because they got those spawns but nothing out of it, so that's going to hurt them really bad. But once again, they're only going to be down by about 10 points. Exotic, unfortunately, at a stat line of 0 and 6. Hopefully see him pick it up soon, but get busy. They are on rotation. They will be the first to touch Hill, unless Cells has something to say about it.
They're able to make it this far without Exotic getting a kill. That's pretty impressive. We're getting down to our 3rd hard point now, and they're still keeping it even. As a matter of fact, they're in the lead by a few seconds with map control. Kills, blows being done back and forth, but UIU at the end of the day still spawning out with no hill time.
UIU finally looking to maybe get some time off of this hill, and just like that, a couple 1-2 pieces there. Nobody's on the hill currently. Cells does get taken down by Parasite, but you see UIU going for the long go around to get them off of that spawn. But there's only 20 seconds left on the hill, so they kind of hurt themselves there. They put themselves in a rough situation because they got them those back spawns going to our next hill. And you don't typically want those because they do mess you up for how far away the 5th hill tends to be. But we'll see how it ends up playing out. Get busy, already on the rotation and set up in Cave for our P4.
Well put, Ali, and we see them coming from the old hard point, fanning out throughout the 3 of the 4 different lanes they can go through middle map to get to this new hard point. So attacking from multiple directions still seems ineffective as Faze and Parasite piece up the competition and extend their lead beyond 10 seconds.
As beautiful as a wipe that was, that did have me a little worried because number 6, Hollow, he did the long route all the way in the back of Cades, and just like that, the spawns are completely flipped once again, and all the kills are going the way of UIU, and the spawns are just flipping back and forth because now we just saw all the Get Busy spawn behind them in Cave. I'm guessing number 4, we got a spot spawn on Faze there into that cave, but once again, number 9 draws them all the way in the back. Just they keep trying to send people for that deep spawn, so they're going to keep flipping back and forth here. And the one that comes out on top after this scrap time is looking like it's going to be UIU, unless Get Busy invests a couple time in this, and looks like they will, but once again, it's 5 seconds that you just wasted 2 players for. Now UIU is on the rotation. Now UIU has the spawns for next. Another money hill. It's just not looking so hot for Get Busy in this first rotation.
As both teams reach triple digits, let's take a look at the scoreboard. You gotta credit the objective players in matches like this. Take a look at 47 seconds for Parasite, currently sitting at 9 and 8. 44 seconds for the likes of Hollow on the opposing side. And just beneath them is gonna be Cells. Low kill game, not a whole lot of objective play, still contributing in a meaningful way in this matchup.
Yes, very low kill participation game, very close game as well. 30 seconds left in this hill. Parasite and Get Busy trying to push in through the front, getting a couple picks. One thing about this hill is you can shoot through just about every part of it. 20 seconds left. Looks like it's going to go the way of UIU as Parasite does get taken down, but now they have to worry about rotation on the first, so this is a very back and forth game.
Raza standing in a shower of tacticals and lethals right now. He doesn't want to seem to give too much up. The smoke, though, is going to carve a path right for him. He cuts straight through it. One more above him. He's reading him. Double kill. Draza just mowing through Get Busy at the moment as he's flanking the hard point. I think he's going to have to wait for some support here. Even if he gets this one kill, he should probably just trade it.
He saw the tip of Parasite's gun and went right on behind him. Not going to get the kill out of Hill, unfortunately. Looks like I'm not going to say that because I see UIU coming through the cave cut. Probably going to make some noise. We got Hollow. Last person you want to be in a gunfight with, but so is Faze. So yeah, last 20 seconds looks like they're going to go through the wave. Get Busy. Another little lead change we got going on here, but again, we're moving on to that money hill, which we saw Get Busy almost break. They had the spawns, they just couldn't win the gunfight, so we'll see if they're able to pull that off again and do it just a little better this time.
Drop, Get Busy, fire, finds 2 on his own. Setting up for the new hard point just got a little bit harder as they still spawn out. Parasite with a double kill, though, trying to even things up. It still doesn't matter when UIU spawns so damn close to that cave. Look at the score, 153 to 155. We're about to be all knotted up once again. And still, you got to give credit to the same players in the objective column. Parasite with just over a minute, 49 seconds out of Hollow on the opposite side. Just a great effort from these guys.
Fantastic breakout of Get Busy right there. It was just like out of nowhere, all of them were suddenly flying in, and it just lit up blue completely on the side of Get Busy. There is still 20 seconds, so Get Busy needs to be careful with letting all the scrap time going to the side of UIU, but this time they're properly set up to hopefully get that spawn trap going. But Cells and Hollow have different ideas, and they're already on rotation, and they're winning all their gunfights. That is a scary duo that I would not want to mess with. There goes Faze, and what looked like a good rotation for Get Busy just got tore apart by Hollow and Cells.
Yeah, Hollow and Cells, as you said, they're really shredding this series, for sure. You got to give them a big shout out. Doing a lot of the damage for UIU. You see a 30-second lead. You should expect to see a lot more Hollow and Cells kills to follow it up.
Get Busy somehow getting the first touch, but Charul's looking to mess with them in the back a little. He only finds one and gets quickly turned on by Get Busy, but it gave his teammates time as well to get behind enemy lines. That's 4 down now for Get Busy, and they're spawning so deep. This is a really good time for the side of UIU. This should push them over the 200 mark.
Hollow, currently double positive, looks to be one of 2 players about to approach 30 kills this game. Him and Charles have been doing a whole lot of damage this game, and you're seeing more of it in act on your screen at the moment. That's a 4 streak out of this man.
I know that can be hard on the side of Get Busy. Parasite 19 and 17 compared to who he was technically, replaced with. Charul is 25 and 22. That's got a hurt, but they are on rotation. They're not out of it yet. It is only a 30-point difference. They could very easily bring it back here should they hold this hill, which we've seen them do before.
Yeah, and they got the flank down. 5 kills straight. UIU still spawned up so close. These guys didn't even regenerate their health, and they're already in the next wave of enemies. Smoke screen comes up, and Faze just looks like he wants to sit pretty and wait for someone else to make a mistake. Big bomb.
Big bomb.
Definitely a good throw.
Big bomb.
Big bomb, big damage. Big brain plays coming out of Exotic.
200 IQ.
Exactly. So, Get Busy. They're looking for that. They're looking for the tie at the moment, but the score that we want to reach in hardpoint is 250. Very close matchup between these 2 teams. And you can see the objective definitely spread around a lot more on Get Busy now at this point in the game, as you see Fire just surpassed 1 minute as well alongside
I do
Parasite.
believe Gunjar just stunned himself there in mid for a second. It's a very late rotation going on to this P5. I believe there was like 10 seconds left in old, and all 10 players were still there, but UIU able to get there first. That's a 5 wipe, and they're not spawning super deep, but it's enough to rack up this time for UIU. They only have 1 good push to get in on UIU. That's a tongue twister. Say that 5 times fast. To get to 250, they need 5 more seconds. Get Busy are nowhere near. This might be the series. They just can't get close enough. Oh, we were hoping they could take the Dom. We were hoping they could take that momentum and maybe give them the kick that they needed, but unfortunately.
Well,
not able to close it out in the end.
The name of the game was get busy winning or get busy losing, and we know which way it went for Get Busy. They decided to lose today. I don't know how much of it was their decision versus sometimes the COD
It
gods.
do in fact be like that.
Something else in store for you. It do be like that sometimes, man, oh man. But I tell you, that has gotta hurt. We've been saying this all day, to have honestly a star-studded team like Get Busy, a roster just full of pros, full of former pros, full of, like I was telling you guys earlier, people that are trying to prove themselves, to try to prove that they're trying to prove it to themselves, they're trying to prove it to the league, they're trying to prove it to the fans that they still have what it takes. But unfortunately, that is not going to be it for Get Busy. So excuse me, let's go ahead and move into taking a look at the bracket, because this has been quite a day of series here in the North American segment of our broadcast. So as we make our way through the losers bracket, we are going to head on to the losers finals. Now we've got Team Vengeance versus UIU. Now here is a really interesting storyline that I actually do want to bring up. We've been talking about all of the roster swaps, all the roster changes, the roster mania here in the Challengers teams. And now Jintroid is now on Vengeance, which is the team that Cha Rules on UIU just came from. So, a lot of interesting swapping. You know, we saw Cha Rules replace Parasite and then kind of stab him right in the back. So now it'll just be really interesting to see. I mean, personally, I'm going to be definitely looking at both of these players as we head into the losers bracket finals. But Ali, what do you think of UIU's performance going from that last match to this next one? Because this is a long day of matches for them.
Yeah, no, props to them and their stamina, because they are probably absolutely exhausted right now from the amount of COD that they've had to play in the past 2 days. But I mean, they've been killing it. They've been looking absolutely phenomenal, pretty across the board. Nobody's really been performing super below average. If anything, maybe just a little bit, but the rest of their team's really been picking it up. Hollow, Cells, Draza, they've all been absolute superstars on the map. So I'm expecting nothing less from them.
And one thing you gotta think is, again, being maybe kind of a newer team, or newer player, you know, a team comprised of newer players, I should say. UIU's players don't necessarily have the experience of doing these long tournament days, the just back-to-back games. It's a lot. It can be a lot. So, I mean, I would think that kind of puts them at a natural disadvantage, but at the same time, I look across the board and I do see a lot of new players overall here that are shaping up to be some young hotshots. So, Rondez, who in particular from Team Vengeance maybe are you looking at this map?
Well, we saw a lot out of Pentagram earlier. I definitely want to pay him some mind in this matchup. I think he's going to do a lot of damage in this game. So, I'm going to keep an eye out for him there.
Okay, we're hopping right into it. We are on P1. Looking like some time's going the way of Team Vengeance right off the bat. We got about 30 seconds left. Hollow waiting for his opening, but he does get turned and burned on by Jintroid. Absolutely COD timing in that situation. Looks like teams are going to start fighting for spawns here soon. There is only 20 seconds left. We do have number 4 Cha Rules from UIU on that rotation, but he's a little bit by himself, so he might get caught out here by Jintroid and Camino. We're trying to sniff him out currently. He does find one if he knows where the other one's coming. Unfortunately, the nade doesn't connect. Looks like Team Vengeance will get those first couple of seconds off.
Right, and we saw a good boost of time initially from Team Vengeance as they were able to win the first wave of engagements. Not very clean, but then followed it up with just 5 straight kills. That ended up contributing to their now 20-second lead that is growing as they rotated to the next hard point and got the initial time there as well.
What's fun to watch is I believe Team Vengeance is a pretty fast-paced team alongside of UIU, so seeing them go at it is definitely going to be, I feel like, a lot of back and forth.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one of the players that I highlighted was going to be Pentagram. I definitely think he's someone that can keep up with the players of UIU. We're seeing most of the damage come from Zinx at the moment, but I think a team shot all around on the side of Vengeance. They're always there, right? D-Lo coming up with a double kill as well. These submachine guns are just charging through.
Hollow doing Hollow things. Only sitting at 4 and 5. Look on the side of Team Vengeance, so D-Lo 8 and 2. He's on a 5 spree. 23 seconds in objective. First touch on the hill is going to be Team Vengeance as well. We do have Yu just chilling, waiting for their teammates for a second. Fortunately, one teammate does slide out and get caught. No spawns yet. Cells gets caught off spawn.
Looks like hardpoint defense is in the hands of UIU at the moment. And they're doing pretty well. 4 straight dead. 1 kill response from Team Vengeance as D-Lo is able to take down Hollow. But Ali, it looks like UIU are on their way to try and get themselves back into this game, right? There's 30 seconds left on this hill. That's a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, and the only thing I was worried about there for Team Vengeance is they were, they had that wiggle room to give up a couple times, but they were stuck in that spawn trap for quite a second, so I was worried that they were going to have to sit there for a hot minute. Hollow's like, not your 10 seconds, mine. Not to mention, UIU is actually on rotation as well, but they are getting picked off by Stamino, who finds 2. He will go down, so it's all up to Draza to play his life while he waits for his teammates. But as you can see, 4 blue arrows are very slowly closing down in on him, so he needs to be very patient here and wait for good timing. And he wasn't patient at all and does get taken down while the rest of his teammates are fighting top construction.
Team Vengeance 60 seconds ahead of UIU at the moment, in control of the next hardpoint. And take a look at the next offensive front from UIU. They're all pouring in from construction. They actually have 1 player splitting off here, potentially getting ready for a flank or just the early rotation, but he will be met by 1 Team Vengeance player. And all kills go in favor of UIU as they wipe them in every engagement.
I'm actually very shocked. Stat line here, UIU 58 to Team Vengeance 122. Not quite. It's about a 50-point lead currently, 50-60-point lead on the side of Vengeance, but it's not even like they're outslaying. I mean, 13-6, 10-9, 9-12. There's not a lot of interactions going on either side, but there's just such a deficit in stat line.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty staggering difference considering it's really mainly just 1 player that might not be doing too well in the kill column, but. There's a lot more to it than that at the moment, and it just seems like Team Vengeance, they just have the positioning to capitalize on their hill.
Every time I think UIU has the rotation, it lights up blue every time it pops, so Vengeance really doing well on, I guess, their trades on their rotation kills and their 1v1s. They keep winning as Cells punches D-Los when I talk about 1v1s. Again, let me knock on wood as every time I speak. 5 down for Vengeance on side of UIU. Now, if that's not a start of a comeback, I don't know what is. Got 4 players of UIU trying to fight for this 20 seconds. They need to start backing up, though, as you see number 4 and 1. That's going to be Charles and Hollow starting to get mid-construction control. Maybe get a spawn trap going here on Team Vengeance. Moving into the next, though.
UIU responds to the 70-point deficit with a 5-man wipe, and they followed up again. Look at this, 3 kills from Hollow. They have a big hill to climb here, but you see that the strength of the players are there. They have the plays, they just need more consistent play.
No one on the hill. Spawn trap doesn't work if nobody's getting objective time. UIU, thank you, Draza, for taking the long route. But now here comes Team Vengeance. They're on their way. Luckily, 3 do fall. Number 9, that's D-Lo. He's going to try and hit a bit of a flank here. I believe Draza knows, or he hears them, but he is now alone in hill as the rest of his teammates seem to be mid.
Yeah, Draza cornered and shut down there, as you said. It's a bit of a mess over here on Construction Hill at the moment. But in the end, Team Vengeance is still able to come out on top with about a minute lead. As he rotates to the new hard point, take a look at your mini-map. See where all of those UIU players are at? Yeah, they're giving up the rest of that hill time, and they're just getting set up for the next engagement.
Well, they can hold this full 60, really put themselves back in the game. This is a 70-point game currently. Scary moment for Draza as the entire Team Vengeance jumps on top of him. And I mean, it's just the collapse, it's just all the trades go through. It always seems like Team Vengeance that ends up on top through every trade. Souls, though. This is my doorway, not yours.
All right, Charles finds one in the back, not able to finish the job. He is going to sit there, regain health, and re-engage. The rest of his teammates are going to have to respond to it. Looks like they do just that. But the next wave of kills, the next wave of enemies come in, and they give him too much trouble. Too many targets. Dylan Rex gets taken down after a double kill.
It's unfortunate he had to backtrack there. He should have trusted his teammates to hold this time because he needed to go on that early rotation, as there is still, once again, only 15 seconds left in this hill, and there's not a single red player on the other side of the map. This is what keeps turning.
see. Not a whole lot of time left to make that mistake too many times, since we got a 20-second difference in points between UIU and Team Vengeance. New hardpoint has just popped, and as you mentioned earlier, Ali, Team Vengeance is there for the first bit of time again. However, spawns just flipped. UIU suddenly storming in from the back door. Still, kills are going in favor of Team Vengeance. They're responding so well. What's going to happen with UIU spawns?
They're starting to spawn down on, I believe that is B-side on S&D. They're spawning on long, and there's 25 seconds at this point. They maybe have one good push, but once again, they need to rotate. They're down by so much. Team Vengeance gonna hit the 200 mark here. We're gonna have to see some more rotations out of UIU, or else this map stat line is not gonna end up looking very good for them.
D'Lo approaching 30 kills, currently 28 and 13 with a minute of hill time. They're so close to closing this game out. This next hard point mathematically could be the last one if they get that initial time. What we've seen so far on this map is most of it is theirs, but UIU, they're still trying to mount this comeback. They still have plenty of time in this game. Let's see how they perform.
UIU once again close enough to the hill, but I guess nobody wanted to touch it just yet among Pup. And still, again, they still lost rotation. They were the closest team to the hill. They didn't even have an official rotation, and they still weren't able to get any time off of that initial. And I wish I saw more out of them.
Yeah, you're gonna see a whole lot of Charles at this flank. He's trying to push into the hard point and just find that right angle as the rest of his teammates die next to him. He's able to get one kill and get away, but at what cost? Now it's just a staggered push, and the remaining Team Vengeance players fill in the gaps. 8 seconds separate them from victory. They're gonna stay right here. Even if they spawn out, they rotate, get the initial time, close out the map. That's what Team Vengeance is looking to do right now.
The entire game is really weighing on Charles' shoulders right now because his teammates won't be able to get there in time to contest. It's basically up to him, and he falls. UIU wouldn't rotate. I feel like this is a UIU. I don't know. I've never seen them have an issue with rotating, and it just felt like a different team there. I mean, they never had somebody going new early. It just felt like they were always behind. They were always late, and then they had to take the time to break it. And by the time they got any time, it was too late.
Yep, Jess, what did you see there? We saw that Team Vengeance was able to get a lot of that initial time there. UIU remained competitive, but in the end, they closed it out.
Yeah, what I saw from Vengeance was they just seemed in control. They didn't ever have a superstar, super stellar. You know, they got up to a 70-point lead at one point, but it was never one of those situations where UIU was just in the double digits and Vengeance is sailing away or anything. So overall, it was just a very confident. They were playing as though they felt refreshed, which I imagine they probably were, because you got to think, again, for UIU, this has been such a lot of Call of Duty to play right in a row, and even though they have been winning, some series have been a struggle, and even for those series that they did more or less sail through, even for the 3-0s, I think they had a couple of 3-0s today, it's still just a lot of matches. It's a lot of Call of Duty, and they might just not have the stamina. They might just be running out of steam, or perhaps they've met their match. You know, Ali, which do you think it is?
I think UIU might just be running out of steam at this point. I feel like they're all probably tired of going against all these really tough teams that have been giving them a challenge. But I don't want to knock anything off of Team Vengeance because they looked fantastic. I mean, they got the rotations. They were always there early. Even when I thought UIU might have had the rotation, they were right there. They were right there and always had first pick. And I mean, rotation is everything in hardpoint, and I just didn't see any out of UIU, so I didn't know if it was communication error maybe, or maybe they were just forgetting about it because, you know, maybe they were tired. And again, I don't want to take anything away from Vengeance because they played fantastic.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think that's a really good point to address. Is, you know, we can sit here all day and we can say, oh, UIU, what happened? But at the same time, it's not as if UIU just kind of collapsed and stopped trying and any team could have bowled them over. Vengeance have been coming out really, really strong today. They've had some really good showings, and they're only, you know, just now in the losers bracket. So we definitely can't discount their performance. Brendez, for you, was there anything on Vengeance, either as far as a play that they made or any of their, you know, players, you know, if you can single any of them out, was there anything that really impressed you?
Really, it was just a well-considered effort. I mean, these guys just remain consistent. It's a tough matchup, and you got to see it to the finish, right? You got to see it to the end. It's always easy to just kind of take your foot off the gas right at the end, but they completed the job.
They sure did. So, well, we are still here in the North American Losers Bracket Finals with UIU versus Vengeance. Long day of matches for both of them, but we are going to head right into the second map of the series. This is always my favorite part to see is what happens on the S&D because it can go so many different ways. Allie, who are you predicting is going to win this search and destroy?
Just because of the way UIU is looking, I'm still kind of favoring Vengeance just a bit, especially because of what they showed in the S&D we watched them in earlier. I'm still definitely favoring on their side as we're hanging out with Dilo and Broken here. A little bit of a mid-push. Not always my favorite play, but you know, the trades are going through for them. They are now up in lives 4-3. Bomb's probably gonna do a quick plant going down here.
Cells looking to be the spoiler here. Does have a potential flank setup for him on the bomb site. Does go down. We'll see how the action unfolds. It's a 2 versus 2 situation now. Cells still working to make this play. He does catch Dilo. Pentagram responds. 2 kills straight now. Team Vengeance finishes the round with the bomb down.
It was a little rockier than I expected that to go. You know, they got those first 2 in the middle, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, easy run for Vengeance. And then it was like, oh, 2v2, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. But no, overall, good clean round from Vengeance.
Very clean round. Very clean round. Switching sides here. We're going to see offense. UIU is going to be playing on the offense. Bomb carrier, Cells. Player I've been hyping up quite a bit tonight since UIU hopped on the stream, but it really has been a lot of him, a lot of Hollow, a whole lot of Hollow, right? So I'm looking to see both of these guys on the same part of the map, right, or on separate parts of the map right now, still do some damage.
Oh, I totally agree. Can't leave. I mean, honestly, I feel like all of them at some point have been going off, and you know, a lot of trades going down towards the A side. Hollow just, you know, he's vibing by himself. You know, heading over to the B site without any bomb whatsoever. Relay that information to his teammates. If you want to back up, you know, I got this site on lock, and no one is here. You're stuck at A right now, but you know, no one's at B. Should you want to come over here? Might catch Dilo. Ooh, tags him up. Unfortunately, can't finish the kill. Ooh, nice easy reads, but unfortunately can't hit the last shots.
Wow, great long-range shots right there. As you said, they were so separate. And while the site was clear, the bomb carrier just couldn't find a way out.
Yeah, he was pretty stuck.
(2-0 lead. Just joining us. Welcome. We've been broadcasting live all day. The APAC region of the Challenger Cup, EU, North America, and right now we're watching Team Vengeance face off against UIU, one of our potentially 2 remaining series for the night.
Looking like a very, very heavy A push on the side of Vengeance. Trophies down, all of the nades. It just ate. Gentroid's just going for it. He is pop dead. He knows that where he's gonna be. Where's one? Unfortunately, can't get the second one. Trades do go in for the side of UIU, but bomb is being planted. Dilo looking to finish what Gentroid started. Here's one.
Gentroid at 4-2 has the support of Dilo as he falls. Pentagram dies as well. No, it's just going to be Zinx all alone. They're gone. Bomb defused. We're going to see UIU get their first round win on the board.
Psych.
1-2. UIU puts themselves.
Is Hollow's name C's? Are the O's C's?
Yeah, that was really messing me up. The first time I ever read it, not today particularly, but like it just didn't register. I don't know.
No, well, I've cast it over him before and he didn't have it, so I was looking and I was like, maybe my eyes are just messing up. Like maybe it's just me. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one.
Couldn't believe what I was seeing. But getting into this next round, we see the offense back in the hands of UIU. Cell's picking up the bomb, and they're working their way towards the B bomb site. They will be met with hellfire from the side of Vengeance. Lots of players stacking that site. Grenades, lethals, tacticals raining down on response. Let's see how they handle it.
Once again, Jazza just looking to get out and under their feet where they don't expect it. Number 6 on your minimap. I believe that's Hollow. He's still messing around mid, trying to peek and see if anybody's still hanging at A. So we basically got traditional 4v4 going down at A currently. Nobody caught yet. I'm gonna call that Draza gets first blood. Nope, I just jinxed it. Zinx! First blood onto Char Rules and Draza. Can't imagine what kind of snap that was, Dylan. It's up to you.
Versus 3. Dylan, find him. Able to connect, but he did give himself away. He ended up trying to use himself to catch D-Lo on the push, but no, the submachine gun gets the better of him. And now in this 2 versus 5, it's bomb carrier Cells alongside Hollow. 2 versus 2.
I was gonna say, even after all that, it is a 2 versus 2. Excuse me, 2 versus 1 now. Hollow in a 1v2. Serious question. In a 1v1 situation, a 1v2 situation, would you want Hollow or Cells?
Honestly, either of them will do. Right now, Hollows, because he's still banging through this game, taking the head off of Zinx as he pushes on the D-Lo. Excellent shots in response, and Team Vengeance is able to take another round.
Fantastic play. Usually people would just kept bobbing the heady, but to actually move out the way when you knew he was pushing. Good job, D-Lo. Nice 1v1.
Yeah,
so I believe Vengeance now up 3-1. Yes.
Call of Duty movement system at work right there. Excellent move behind cover.
It's almost like your thumbsticks move your character.
Real nice. Offense. Now looking through the eyes of Team Vengeance. As you can see, they're making moves towards the A-bomb site. 3 opposing players on the opposite side. Actually, it looks like they're opting to send that 3rd player over to B. This could be a good open for the players in blue, Team Vengeance, as they push up to the A site. But the smokes are going to add a little bit of a delay to this execution.
Is going
Kills.
down. Will he make it away with his life? Absolutely not.
3 kills from UIU since the bomb's been planted. Pentagram and Zinx have the positioning and they're playing defense, but they're still outnumbered, so it doesn't really matter. Big gunfight win from Zinx. He's got a tough tail. He's bleeding right now. And they finished the job just like that. Bomb defused. Being outnumbered and outgunned, that's just going to be it right there as UIU claws back into this game to make it 2-3.
Young Gun Charul is at 1-3 right now. See if we can get a little bit more out of him. Maybe we get a couple more rounds on the board for UIU, but we'll have to see. You up?
3-2 leading is Vengeance while UIU finds himself on offense. We're pushing towards the B site with just 2 players at the moment. Hollow leading the charge though, so it's like having 3. Site is still protected by Team Vengeance players. Shots go down range. No one able to connect with too much just yet. Here we go. First blood goes to UIU.
He's at like the perfect angle for no one to see him in those windows. Nice teamwork out of Team Vengeance there. Looks like they're doing a little rotation, try and catch them off the B site before the fog goes down. Unfortunately, they won't make it there. Might catch them off the escape though, as they do. Draza though able to take down 2. Mid gunfight is now a 2v2, 3, excuse me, favor of UIU. D-Lo though said no, never mind. 2v1 please.
Roxa found 2 and a double kill this round. Can he find 2 more? Can he make it 2 pairs? That's 1. Zinx going for the challenge.
Pulls out the pistol.
Pistol's out. Can he finish the job?
No,
he cannot.
Why'd you pull out the
4
pistol?
kills in a row that round to save it for UIU. Huge, huge plays coming out of these guys.
I wish he would have kept the AR out or just reloaded and ducked under that bomb heady and used it to his advantage, but unfortunate scenes. 3-3 now. UIU definitely starting to make a comeback here.
Yep, we are all knotted up halfway to the end here. 3 more rounds spells the end for either team. Been a lot of back and forth. No sniping yet in the search and destroy, and I think that we saw a bit of sniping out of cells in previous played today. Nothing this time though. Even for such a map that's so open and outdoors, you would think they'd opt to use those sometimes.
The first bloods out of UAU. Trades coming in though from Team Vengeance. Looks like Team Vengeance almost want to back up and rotate back. Got number 5, Zinx, watching their flank, make sure nobody's trying to shoot them in the back. A lot of nades being invested here, but I'm not catching on to anything.
This is the kind of play style this map encourages. Just got to play it safe, play it slow. Play for those long lines of sight. Lots of M4s on this map for good reason. As the bomb goes down, 40 seconds on the clock. Kills on both sides. Still 2v2 though, Allie.
Good trades out of both sides. Gentroid though said, nope, both kills are mine. Forget trades. Team Vengeance. Quick little last couple of seconds there as snapped onto both. Beautiful shots out of Gentroid.
Coming out of this tie game, we now have Vengeance leading up 4-3 over UIU. Reference this UIU team. They've been playing through a lot of these Challengers Cups and Open tournaments, placing 3rd at the Florida Open, 3rd in Challengers Cup number 3, 2nd place at the Minnesota Open. These guys they've been playing together for a while. They have an understanding of their play styles, and they got their reps in for sure. Can they make the comeback against Team Vengeance right now, or will they go down 0-2 in the series?
Not if Draza is piecing like that. Finally see somebody trying to get on the flank here. Number 6, that's Hollow. Or wait, no, excuse me, he's rotating back from B site.
Playing on the A site with the bomb is Cells once again. Currently 8-7. He's got 1 plant to his name. Looks like he's about to put down a second, but UIU closes it out before he gets the chance. Again, all tied up at 4-4. A very back and forth search and destroy. We're going all the way with this one.
And that's what we wanted. You know, we wanted a little bit more competition out of UIU after that first hard point.
Oh, absolutely. And we're getting just that in the search and destroy as we get closer to match point at 6. Both teams are fighting tooth and nail for it.
Absolutely.
Offense again in the hands of Team Vengeance. D-Lo is going to be your bomb carrier. He's got 2 plants to his name so far this game. The objectives are spread around pretty nicely from the side of Team Vengeance. UIU opting to kill the entire enemy team instead, it seems.
Unfortunate scene is Charles is 1-6 stat line. Not what we wanted from our young gun, especially in such an important series. So hopefully we'll see him turn that gear soon. But Team Vengeance starting to just sprint at UIU. The bomb is going to go down. 2 down on side of UIU already. It is a 3v5. Very important round going here. Ooh.
Gentroid waiting, and the patience pays off as he finds a kill. He's instantly traded though as Cell sees it all go down. Now, a 2 versus 4 situation. You just have Charles and Cells left to defend for the team. All right, Cells. 1v3 with the bomb down. It's looking pretty unlikely. They're gonna close it out here, Team Vengeance at map point. If they take this next round, they take this map as well, and they go up 2-0 in the series.
Once again, in that situation, I'm interested to see how both teams kind of either slow down or speed up their gameplay coming into this match point. Tirul still 1-7. Mina on the other side, 3-7. Still doing a little bit of work.
All right, Ali, we see them all pushing towards the A site with trophy systems and smokes. They're gonna be met with a pretty big front from the side of Team Vengeance. Do you think Draws' position here being so forward, aside from that nade, that's usually a good spot to be in when you have that smoke coverage, right?
It depends. It's become such a common thing now to push up that close. It's kind of very easy to read. And obviously with nades, usually fairly easy to cover. So you need a trophy further up when you're up there. That's why Draws was dropping a trophy every time he ran up there. But Hollow, unfortunately, is now stuck in a 1v3. Will catch one. If anyone can do it, I believe Hollow with 2 Cs can.
Hollow facing up against Dilo and Pentagram in the 1 versus 2. He's gonna be working his way towards the A-bomb site here, but under the watchful eye of a Team Vengeance player. Look at that, long-range shots already connecting, and he hasn't even gotten to hold X yet. Hold square yet.
I thought he just tried to hit a 360 on him for a second.
That's going to be Team Vengeance putting away the Search and Destroy and going up 2-0 in Search and Destroy. Definitely an awesome effort from both teams. It was back and forth, tooth and nail, all the way to the finish.
Well, I know you guys were calling out Hollow on UYU for playing well, but, you know, it seems like it just wasn't enough. Ali, what do you think Vengeance really got right here that UYU fell behind in?
Vengeance are just playing incredibly well together. They move together as a unit. They always have each other's trades. They just look really good right now.
And Rondez, same question.
I definitely agree. It's all coming together. They're working really well, and you see it unfold in that Search and Destroy there.
And, you know, again, I have to go back to the point that we were making earlier of, is UYU just running out of steam? Or, you know, especially after that showing, because we kind of tossed this question around a little bit before we headed into the maps. Is UYU running out of steam after a long day? Or is Vengeance just better? Or, you know, is there another factor at play? Because after all, this is the Challengers Cup and anything could happen. Ali, what do you think?
After watching the S&D, I almost felt like I watched a lot of the same strats from UIU a lot. It was a lot of doing the same things that almost felt, I don't want to say lazy, but like I feel like the UIU in top form, I felt like it would have gone a bit differently, like Draza going ditch almost every single time and pushing up. I felt like that got a little bit repetitive, and I feel like that was easier to counter the later rounds goes on. We saw the nades, we saw the preparation, so I definitely think there's more to UIU than what we saw, but I don't think that they were like not obviously trying or doing their best that they could in the situation.
Right, they were trying the best they could with what they've got, but the way you broke it down just now, it almost kind of sounds like they've got their methods, they've got their, almost, not to call them one-trick pony because it sounds kind of rude, but it's like they've got their plan of attack, and they, you know, let's fire this question off at Rondez as we load into this domination, this match point. This could be the end of the line for UIU. Rondez, what do you think UIU needs to adjust if they're going to stretch the series out?
They just gotta wake up. They gotta close these rounds out, right? I mean, we know they've been playing all day long, but now's not the time to go down 0-3 like this. They just fought some of the toughest teams in this tournament to get to this point, and you know you don't want to go down 3-0 against Vengeance right now. So, just gotta wake up, splash some water on your face, get into this next game, and take over.
No, for sure. I totally agree. And as you say that, Hollow is starting off on a hot 3-0 currently in UIU, holding both A and B sites, so they're looking good. They're starting off good, but we'll see how long that lasts when Team Vengeance starts to warm up.
Ooh, one just around the corner waiting for him. That was going to be Jin Tribe. He knew that attack was coming. The A flag, Charles looking to make a difference. He can't do it as 4 kills go in favor of Team Vengeance. The flags sit in their control as well, A and C. They're looking to make it a triple cap on B, and they do, taken out just before it can be completed. They're still getting kills in their favor, and they're going for it anyway. Big lead incoming as Team Vengeance has just dominated
and just
UIU.
Like that, I am so worried for UIU because they are getting stuck in such terrible spawns right now, and Team Vengeance knows it. This could already get very, very, very scary for UIU if they don't capture a flag fast.
Oh, no doubt at all. I mean, Team Vengeance right now in complete control. You're getting the worst spawns on the map while they're getting 3 times as many points as they should be getting every second. It's really a tough spot to be in. But UIU, they're able to respond pretty quickly and, you know, just kind of patch the hole where you can and get the A flag and now work through that way.
Pentagram with 3.
Triple kill.
Yeah, just triple kill. Yes. But already, we're so early into this round, and it's already a good 20-point lead for Vengeance. That'll be huge for them going into the second half. UIU still just, they're looking a little lost on the map now. You know, they're still getting a bit of weird spawns, still a little funky. Looks like we're going to see another triple cap come in here while UIU is spawning in P1 from Hardpoint. This is just not looking good for them at all.
No, not even a little bit. I mean, Team Vengeance, the snowball's rolling, and UIU are just crushing under the pressure. Again, getting the worst spawns on the map. It's such a tough disadvantage to come through. They've been dominated twice now, and this lead, it's just going to grow out of control really quickly.
Yeah, I think morality-wise, they're probably feeling pretty low. So I know I always say, you know, take it a round at a time, take it a map at a time, but obviously this late in the day, and after being down 0-2 in the series, it gets hard. It gets hard to just take it one map at a time, one round at a time. So mentally, I can't imagine how they're feeling right now.
Oh, Ali, you're so right. They've been taking it one round at a time, one map at a time all day long. It's a grueling tournament, and the team with the most stamina as well as the most skill is who's going to come out on top. So take a look at Team Vengeance, a 50-second lead. However, they just gave up 2 flags back to UIU.
Trying to protect this B site as much as he can, but unfortunately loses the gunfight to Pentagram, who's just owning this train mid-stacks right now. He gets the kill on the Traza as well. You gotta win those, and he's pre-firing the site even though nobody's on it. Looks like we're gonna see another change here.
B flag being taken over. Definitely a battle going on for B flag at the moment. Scoreboard though, it's gonna come out on top. We got cells overlooking middle map. But the smoke screen is what's clogging up most of his vantage point. They're still able to get the flag as the guys on the ground can do it.
Looking stat-wise on the side of UIU, you know, our stars of our series so far, you know, Dylan's 4-11, Traza 4-10, Cells still doing a little bit of Cell things, 10s and 7. Sharules is 9-11, Hollow doing Hollow things still, 13-9, but we're not seeing the stat lines that we know UIU can put up, you know, like we're not seeing UIU stats, we're not seeing Traza go off as a little silent underdog that he is, and we're not seeing Dylan really go off, and so I feel like it's really hurting them here.
Oh, definitely. You wouldn't expect to see Charles sitting at 8-11, but they were getting buried for a good minute or so of this map when they were triple capped, and that's just a deficit they still haven't gotten to work their way through. And coming into the second half, they're down 35 seconds. You know what? I'd say that this is just, it was awful before, now it's just kind of like a little bad, right? This is still a very workable score.
No, I agree. They definitely will have to come off incredibly hot though and keep it the entire second half. They can't afford to mess up or drop any bit. It is a 30-point, almost 40-point deficit for them now, so they need to hold 2 points, I believe, the entire second half, and they have any hope of catching up.
Right. Our way through middle map here is going to be Team Vengeance to the eyes of Zinx. Tagged up, the nade comes in, and know that he's going to be up there watching B flag, but he's still going to do damage anyways. He takes one down. 3 kills in favor, 4 now in favor of UIU as they clear out some space on middle map for them to make room for the objective. We still have this lead of Team Vengeance's to work with though. Need to capture that flag in the middle, and Charles being by himself is gonna spell trouble. He's taken down after the double kill. We're seeing things kind of slip back into the control of Team Vengeance.
Even after all those kills that they got, they still didn't end up capturing the flag, and Vengeance is just coming right back off of spawn, just ripping them right back off of it, and it's just, it was like a glimmer of hope. We saw like a glimmer of hope for UIU, and then Vengeance just came and just stomped all over it as they're capturing the B flag right now.
kills. They should be able to get a second flag here shortly. It looks like they're going to opt to go for C instead, as they're also losing A flag. So let's take a look at the action on A flag as it unfolds. B goes in favor of Team Vengeance in response, and they're just right back on top again. Triple cap is incoming.
Finally going back to the way of UYU, but at this point, I think it's mathematically impossible unless they triple cap or 2 in neutral, and I just don't see the UYU that we're seeing right now being able to do that. It's unfortunate. I was really excited to see, you know, Draza popping off, Cells popping off, Hollow popping off, you know, Dylan popping off against Vengeance. We're just definitely
they would have
not watching a very competitive map of domination currently.
Yeah, this map's definitely coming to a close. We'd have to see a very different game of Call of Duty being played out of the side of UYU if they wanted to come back from something like this. And Team Vengeance, really got to give it up to them. I mean, look at Pentagram, 24 and 13 at the moment. Lots of captures all around, 3 and 4 across the board. As far as the performance inside of UYU, you got 2 players that are double negative right now. Draza, Dylan, Rex, they've really, honestly, they've contributed in every series we've seen them on stream so far, but in this map right here, where it matters most for their tournament life, they weren't able to put up their work.
Standing at 15 and 8, very, very low kill participation. Does have 3 caps though, so I'm sure he's doing something on the map. But yeah, no, across the board, it looks like Pentagram's been stealing all the kills. 27 and 13, he's almost at 30. 2 minutes left to go. No doubt he will probably hit that, but nowhere even close inside UIU. Closest is Hollow, he's 20 and 18.
Yeah, we got a very one-sided affair here. This game's coming to a close, and the players are starting to recognize it as well, and kind of going through the motions of the map. But talk a little bit about Team Vengeance now that they've 3-0'd UYU. UYU was a very threatening team coming into this series. They definitely had the hot hand. We saw them keep up with some very skilled professional players in their own right. But as we take a look at the side of Team Vengeance now, and they move on to the grand finals, what do you expect to see from them? Do you think that they're going to be able to bring this same level of effort to their competition?
100%, no, definitely. I'm very excited for our grand final. I feel like it'll be a very, very competitive match, much more competitive than I feel like the one that we are watching now. Currently, I kind of just want to be like, UIU, go take a nap and then come back, and we'll do this again later. Yeah, no, definitely unfortunate for them, but I am excited to see Team Vengeance make it to our grand final after this 50 seconds of team deathmatch that we are now going to take part in watching.
I mean, watching the 30 bomb's kind of cool too, right? He's been going to work all map long, seeing the triple caps that Pentagram was contributing to. He's got more than enough time to work with it, but I'm sure UIU is trying to come to a close here as soon as possible. So that's going to be it. Team Vengeance, they're able to take the series 3-0 and dominating performance in map number 3.
And there we have, yep, the remaining players on UIU began to drop out, and that is the final nail in the coffin. They're sent home. But, you know, I gotta think, even so, UIU did make it to top 3. They're going home with some prize money, so I gotta think they're feeling pretty good still. Even if you get 3-0'd, I know that's not the ideal way to go out, but, you know, first of all, you had a really decent run. You got some prize money, you got some bragging rights. Rundez, how do you think the UIU guys are feeling right now after a performance like that?
Tired. They just played against some really tough teams, had really close, intense matches that required so much attention and effort and coordination. They got to be fried right now. But they should be happy. It's tough competition, and that's not, you know, that's a tough loss.
Yeah, it's a tough loss, but there are tougher losses. And I gotta think part of them is, you know, probably has to be relieved, wiping the sweat off their brow. You know, they're finally, it's all over. It's maybe not the way they wanted it to end, but looking at if we have to nitpick, if we have to pick apart their performance, Ali, where would you start? What do you think is the main thing that UIU probably should focus on going forward?
Immediately when I saw how slowly bad like the rotation started getting, how their teamwork just started to crumble a bit, it felt like they weren't really on the same page sometimes. And so I feel like that's really where I kind of started to see that separation. Maybe comms just got quieter, maybe they weren't as hyped, maybe it wasn't as, you know, full forward, but it definitely felt like the team chemistry and the team vibe just kind of started crumbling a bit.
The vibes are definitely not there. You're right.
And that is something we've heard time and time again from League players and from Challengers players alike, is that vibes are super important. Team chemistry is super important. There are a lot of things that really just kind of have to add up and be in the right places for you to have a successful performance. We are going to head to a quick break, but when we return, I'm so excited to dive into the grand finals for North America here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PlayStation 4. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, presented by PlayStation 4. It has been a long day of matches, but I'm so excited to head into the grand final. My name is Jess Brohart. I have been your host all day long, joined by, as I've said before, two of my favorite people in the world, casters Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. Allie, as we head into this grand finals, we have the Atlanta Faze Academy versus Team Vengeance. We've seen so much gameplay from both of these teams so far, even just today. So what are your initial thoughts heading into this grand final series?
I'm incredibly excited having watched both these teams play and how fast they play. I'm expecting a really, really competitive series.
Well, it looks like we're going to take a look at the bracket really quickly and see what, so you can see, get a little bit more of a feel for the journey that these players have had. So we, of course, have seen Vengeance and Faze Academy teamed up against each other. Not teamed up, that's the exact opposite. What am I talking about? It's been a long day. We've seen Faze Academy and Vengeance go head to head in the winners bracket finals. We see right there on our screen what happened. Faze Academy 3-1 Team Vengeance, who had been having quite a strong showing of just 3-0, 3-0. So basically what happens if you're Team Vengeance, you're sailing along 3-0, 3-0, you're feeling really good about yourself, and then boom, rock meet hard place. You have met up with Team Vengeance, met up with Faze Academy, and things are not going so well anymore. So, Rondez, what do you think as far as past performance versus future performance? Is past performance indicative of how this next series is going to go?
Past performance is definitely indicative, but I think it becomes I think that it becomes a different beast when they've been playing for so long and they're now at the closing moments of the night, right? This grand final is the difference between a couple $1,000s in your paycheck. So these guys will be fighting tooth and nail for every penny.
Sure, and at the same time, there is so much pressure, but we are loaded in right here to the first map of the grand final of Faze Academy versus Team Vengeance. Allie, are you ready?
I'm so ready, and I'm just going to throw my predictions right in there real fast. I am rooting for the underdog, Team Vengeance. I know we're already up in the game. They have 13 points on the board. We are still at first hill, but Team Vengeance is in a position for rotation. Faze looking to finally do a little bit on that. 16 seconds left will go their way and put them at least a good 20 points, a good 10 above Team Vengeance, but Pentagram waiting for that rotation out of Faze so they can get this first initial time.
Lots of time going in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy as they double the score of Team Vengeance. 3-2 situation, but two of the players that are most key right now for Team Vengeance are inside the hard point, evening up the score. They push out, 4 players fall, and it looks like now Atlanta Faze Academy is mounting their next push into P2.
We have the information that Tom Gravity is in the back, but unfortunately they are spawning in front of the hill now, so not much that they can do about it. A couple gunfights going down in hill, but Team Vengeance has managed to hold on during this entire Faze push. They still are getting time off of this. I was definitely expecting Faze to flood in and get their trades out, but Vengeance is holding on incredibly well. Only 20 seconds left on this hill, though they do need to start worrying about rotation, where you already see number 3 on your mini-map. That's Venom. He is already all the way in full, waiting for the rest of his team.
We got a 3 streak in progress on the side of Team Vengeance. That's going to be from D-Lo. He's been a pretty crazy submachine gun player thus far in this tournament. Looking forward to see what kind of damage he does in this next push. Looks like he's going to have some support surrounding him as well. Pentagram finding a kill on to Journey right off the bat, but everyone else falls. D-Lo still remaining.
Looks like Pentagram and I believe that is Jinchoid trying to make a long rotation. Only Pentagram kind of squeezed it through, but you see Jumbo has the information. He's going to try and pick him off, and Pentagram took a little bit of a shortcut, so he's getting a couple kills, but he will get shot in the back, but that bought his teammates plenty of time to fly in, and now they have Faze and a fantastic spawn trap to not only get time off of this, but prevent them from pushing out as well. This is a perfect situation for Team Vengeance.
Oh, absolutely. They got the control. The smokes are coming in, but Stamino's feeling so comfortable, he's going to charge right through it. All these kills in favor of Team Vengeance. Pentagram with another double. And Stamino's hardly had to contribute in that engagement. That's how well set up they were there for that moment.
Absolutely. Only 10 seconds left in this hill. And once again, you look on rotation, it's all Team Vengeance right now. Faze is just a little bit behind. And so not only did Team Vengeance have a 20-point lead, but they are also ready and already set up for rotation and will get this initial hit.
3 in a row. Atlanta Faze Academy on the rotation. Good start to it for sure. You should see some initial time go in their favor. Spawns in the back, though. They need to be prepared for it. 2 players just coming up off of spawn won't be in the action just yet. And the players on the objective should be taken down here shortly. Sib able to stay alive, though, alongside the help from Jimbo. excellent effort from these two.
I'd say what looked like really good push from Faze, but then gave Team Vengeance favorable spawns, but it's all up to Venom to see if he can't make some noise in the back, because this would be a very dangerous hill to give full 60 to Vengeance to, and that's just not what Faze want to do. So hopefully we're going to see a hard push coming out of them soon.
Trainhard jumping out for the headshot on the gravity, clear him straight off of the hill. Them spawning up so close though. Teammates are just able to file into place. Team Vengeance kept the hurt on, kept pouring it on. They're able to take the hill back from Atlanta Faze Academy. They're currently trailing by 10 points. Coming into the new hill, they have the initial time. They could certainly mount the tie game and get a lead going.
Looks like the big push from Faze is coming. They're all in boxes currently. Looking like there's only 2 players from Vengeance. It's lighting up blue. They got 2, but the trades seem to be coming in for Faze. You see now Team Vengeance is spawning out in crates. Fantastic break from Atlanta Faze. You see Venom, he is only 6 and 11, but he's still doing stuff on the map. He will get taken down in the back. 30 seconds left on this hill. I'll be shocked if Vengeance still try and go for these spawns, which it looks like they're going to do, but Faze is like, no thank you. We'll keep you spawning there, and we'll take all this time with it. 20 seconds left on the hard point now. You can see a couple of blue members on your mini-map rotating back to try and get control again.
3 enemies were on the flank, and they were doing some real damage. We saw Pentagram come through with the double kill, but Journey, mowing them down, went on a big streak and was able to clear them out and secure more time in the hill for his team. This is about a 40-second lead, and as we start to rotate to the new hill, we see the initial time is not going anyone. There's no control over the map at the moment. They're kind of scattered, and we're looking to see who can get in there.
Vengeance spawns are great, but not when you don't have any hill time coming with it, not to mention an over 40-point deficit. Gonna need to see a couple gears turning in their heads for now, as they are giving up so much first hill time, just making sure that they have spawns for B2. There's a time and place to focus on spawns, and right now is not it, as Atlanta is now inching their way forward. Probably going to see a little bit of a spawn trap going on Team Vengeance here.
This is a big lead that's happening right now. A dangerous spot to be in if you're Team Vengeance. Look at the arrows, the blue arrows coming up in the bottom right-hand corner. They're trying to push towards middle map here, but they're being met by pre-aimed MP5s inside of Atlanta Faze Academy. They can't break through this defense, and the deficit just grows.
Atlanta has these spawns on lockdown because all that work out of Team Vengeance to make sure they have those spawns, and you just saw on your mini-map, Pentagram and Zinx both spawned out warehouse because of the pressure Faze put on the top side of the map into that quadrant. And so all that work has just gone to waste. Not only gave up 60 seconds to Atlanta Faze, but they ended up getting spawned anyway. This is looking like a very dangerous game for Team Vengeance.
Absolutely. Atlanta Faze Academy still holding on to control despite the constant pressure from Team Vengeance. They're just dropping like flies, and Academy is standing. Atlanta Faze Academy is standing tall. 100 points separate these two, and it's still a winnable game, but we need to see very different Call of Duty out of Team Vengeance from here on
100%.
out.
They would have to play almost a perfect hardpoint, as Atlanta Faze are hitting the 200 mark. If we take a look at our stat lines real quick, Jimbo 23 and 17, Sip 20 and 19. That's our young gun. He's 1 positive and a minute and 16 in hill time, getting his OBJs in. Team Vengeance, even across the board for Gentroid. No really out of box stats going on there, except for 13 and 21 out of Dilo. Not something we really expected out of him. Hopefully he can pick it up sometime here soon, because they are down by 100 points. They are getting Faze in a bit of a spawn trap here, though, so hopefully they can hang on to this for as long as possible.
Yes, Faze trapped in the corner. Team Vengeance in control and mowing them down right at the closest choke point. But we see 4 kills in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy. They're pushing through this ramp. Look, Sib is getting aggressive. He slides straight through, taken out by his teammate. You're doing too much, obviously. And he shuts him down. Lots of hill time going in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy. And remember, only 30 seconds separates them from victory. They could win it on this next hill.
What started as a close game just no longer looks like it was ever close at all. After this hill, Faze will be less than 20 seconds away from taking map 1. Team Vengeance, I really need to see a change here from map 1 and map 2. This is not the Vengeance I expected to see. This is upsetting. Definitely, I expected a little bit faster gameplay. I expected a little bit more competition out of them. So hopefully, when we get into the S&D.
Yeah, you gotta hope if you're a Vengeance fan that they turn things around right now, because they have a long long match ahead of them if they're going into this. There's a lot of games coming up, and despite the hours they've put into it today, it all comes down to this.
4 more seconds here. I believe Faze might win it on this unless Vengeance pull a miracle through this smoke that they can see absolutely nothing in. It looks like Faze Atlanta will take it 250 to 131.
And
never want to call it before it's officially over, right? Because we have seen some crazy comebacks, and those are so exciting to watch. I love seeing the crazy comebacks. So yeah, part of me did hope that Team Vengeance were gonna make some stuff happen, but unfortunately they did fall short. But to pick apart some of the players on these teams, I do want to focus in first of all on Jimbo. I felt like Jimbo on the side of the Atlanta Faze Academy was really popping off, and he's a player who I know basically barely nothing about him. I'm pretty familiar with the other 4 on I'm familiar with Tom Gravity, I'm familiar with Journey, and then Sibilance and Venom. I am familiar-ish with them. I'm familiar kind of with their journey and how they got here. Journey. But, sorry, completely unintentional, by the way.
You've met your pun quota, that's enough.
Yeah, I know. That was actually an accident. So with Jimbo, I know basically nothing about Jimbo, so it was really pleasing to me to see what he could do. And he's a player that, not to say he's been playing poorly today, but there has been nothing in Atlanta Faze's performance earlier that I would have pointed to and said, oh, that's because they've got Jimbo on their team. So it was really cool to see what he could do here. But Allie, what did you think of Jimbo's play here?
I think he did fantastic. I also wanted to bring up Journey's stats because, I mean, not only was he, I believe, 28 and 20, but he had 1 minute and 50 seconds in hill time. Correct me if I'm wrong, it should be around that amount. And so he was just doing it all on the map. So huge props to him. That felt like the Faze that we should have, I feel like, saw earlier right off the bat when we went into that St. Pedro hardpoint. So, I mean, they look comfortable. They looked incredibly comfortable. They just knew what they were doing. At no point were they sporadic. They just look comfortable on the map.
And as we head into this second map here, and once again, folks, this is the North American Grand Finals here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4. We've got Atlanta Faze up 1-0 versus Team Vengeance. That's the Atlanta Faze Academy, of course. One other thing, and Rondez, I'll ask you this question as we get into the swing of things here. Is Vengeance coming from the lower bracket and Atlanta Faze Academy coming from the upper bracket. How much of this so far is predictable? How much of this do you think is okay? Well, Faze Academy was going to win all along. It's kind of clear in their performance, so they're going to win here.
Are you asking, like, are they kind of in their own head about this matchup? Is that what you're kind of getting at here? Because I think
just in terms.
Okay.
I mean, kind of just in terms of like skill. They're the ones coming from the upper bracket, so you can argue. Well, clearly they're just the better team if they're coming from the upper bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Atlanta Faze Academy have definitely earned their way here, and I think anyone that watches the Challenger series, you'd see just how strong this team can be. I mean, they're one of the better contenders. Many of the players on this team are one of the better contenders when it comes to who could come and compete with the best of them in the franchise rosters for the Call of Duty Pro League, right? So I'm looking at Sibilance for the side of Atlanta Faze Academy to do a lot of damage in this matchup. This bomb is going down. It's 2 versus 1 situation, and it's all on Venom.
Smoke working in his favor. Currently does have Deady Pop, but he will get sniffed out. I thought he might be able to slip on by for a second there. Great round out of Vengeance. It's a good little comeback, little bounce back for them after that hard point.
Yeah, definitely a good, definitely a much better thing to see you up 1-0 than being trounced for however many minutes a row in hardpoint. It's a very, very tough match to have to play through, but getting in the search and destroy, Vengeance should feel refreshed, renewed. Atlanta Faze Academy now on the attack.
See our nades going out. Doesn't seem to connect with anything. But they should be met with a couple of Team Vengeance players here as they start moving through construction. They push, not usually what we see off the roof. Should be interesting, but now they have the information. And we'll look into Peace Pentagram. Push They won't be able to do so. First blood does go to D-Lo onto Sib. Now a 5v4. Team Vengeance up.
As long as this cross is being held, crossing through construction is definitely a dangerous game. You saw they sent the submachine gun player through. That's Venom. He finds a kill from it onto Zinx. Now, 4 versus 4 situation. Gravity is your bomb carrier, and he's behind enemy lines at the A site. This is very dangerous for Team Vengeance.
Confused about what comms would have been like there for Zinx. Pentagram knew that they were crossing through construction, so for him to be looking the complete opposite way and not even notice them pushing up on him was a bit funky. But Jimbo and Journey both find kills on a Gentro and D-Lo and turn this into a 2v1 situation. Pentagram, perfect timing on that. Fantastic, another fantastic round by Vengeance. I mean, that timing was immaculate out of Pentagram.
Oh, for sure. He stayed alive there for a very long time. It seemed like Atlanta Faze Academy were having a lot of trouble getting him out of that power position, and you saw how much of a difference it made. He was able to tag up at least 2 or 3 different players before he died.
No, for sure. And the second he heard them, he was just, hello? And oop, easy too.
Yeah, all he had to do was just peek in the doorway. Close it out real quick. Blue team, Vengeance on offense. Way towards the B bomb site. There is a body on it just around the corner. They catch him though. One more upstairs and they're not fooled. They're still clearing out top B, S, and D. Do just that as the bomb should be able to go down.
This is the Vengeance we're used to seeing. The run and gun and in their face. The Mino 7-0 has yet to die. Knock on wood, because we all know how my luck goes. Team Vengeance now up 3-0 on Atlanta Faze. This is not what I expected hot out of that hard point after that showing from Vengeance, but they're bouncing back very, very quickly and very, very well. This is the Vengeance I expected to see.
For sure. There's not a whole lot of things more disheartening than what they're doing to Atlanta Faze right now when those players in red open up the scoreboard and see that they don't have a round win or a kill on Stamino. It's got to feel real bad.
It's real bad, especially when Sib and Gravity are 0-3 on the board so far. See if they can't pick it up here in these upcoming rounds. Hopefully not go down 0-4.
So we saw this engagement go down earlier. It was never completed. The submachine gun players just needed a little bit of a distraction to sneak by. They do just that. The entirety of Atlanta Faze Academy is able to slip through construction and get into the A site. They still have Pentagram to deal with, and we saw how much trouble he gave them last time in this position.
Journey gained that first blood onto Zinx. We just now see the rotation coming from Team Vengeance. Oh, beautiful shot in the back by Pentagram. You gotta check your flank, especially when you're in this deep into enemy territory. Vengeance, again, they are just running through Atlanta like it's nothing in this S&D. It's like they've swapped roles from the hard point.
The way that he is just soaring through construction site, you know that's his usual spot. His defense, construction. Nobody questions it. That's his spot. He's just weaving through it so easily and just picking apart players every round. Awesome play coming out of Pentagram right now. 4 up and 4 down, 4 straight rounds out of Team Vengeance. We have yet to see a response out of Atlanta Faze Academy. 2 players have sat on goose eggs for numerous rounds. Stamino has gone unkilled for 4 straight. It's honestly just a crazy affair right now as Atlanta Faze Academy comes off of the back of that hardpoint win.
Gravity was able to get on the board that last round. Sibs, though, or Young Gun, still sitting at 0-4. On board with Pentagram. See if he can't catch something peeking anywhere. Looks like smoke's about to go out. Oh, see, that was a stun. He's gonna try and bait it. Instead, he just ate a grenade to the face. Now Sib has the information that he needed.
Very well played indeed. Definitely shoving him back a little bit, but it did give the submachine gun player the go-ahead to push in. No trade coming up. There it is, Gentroid able to help, and the bomb is going down as well. Like, meanwhile, right, the objective's being played. 2 versus 3. D-Lo's able to get away.
Not only get away, but make his way back around, shoot someone in the back, and you slide himself right back out once again. is a 1v2 for Pentagram, not looking good, but somehow he gets that kill that week, but unfortunately wasn't given the time to heal up for the other one. So finally, a round on the board for Faze.
Journey, the Spanish player, first one to do it, put it on the board for Atlanta Faze Academy. Score is not going to be 1-4. This is the most life we've seen out of them in the past 5 or so minutes.
Past 4 rounds. Well, can they do it again? That's the question. Can they keep it up? They have 3 more rounds to go until they are tied up with Team Vengeance. Let's see if they make a pace change here. Oh, need that bomb.
They're working.
Oh,
Yeah.
need that bomb. Nah, we don't need that.
Pushing towards the B site is Atlanta Faze Academy. They almost forgot the most important part of the objective. 2 kills go in favor of Stamino, who has just been on one this map, opening up this round with a double kill first blood. That kind of a disadvantage. When you start off that way on offense, you're hurting, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's now a 4v3 already. They didn't even make it past mid-map, and they're already down a man. Yeah, I gotta pay attention to number 2. That's the thing. He's going on a very wide flank, but Gravity knows. Gravity knows. So will he win the gunfight? Oh, he turns around at the worst moment when he was looking at the flank. COD timing at its finest. Gintroid thinks of D-Lo now in a 3v1. Venom all left on his lonesome. Little Bumblebee MP5.
All right. Now, if there were a time to make a play, it's right now before you let the team get to match point. He didn't quite put himself in the situation, but hopefully he can get himself out of it. Team Vengeance is at map point against Atlanta Faze Academy. They opened up this game with 4 straight rounds. After getting dominated in the hard point, the respawn was such a one-sided affair. And now that we've gotten into the S&D, it's definitely the opposite. Certainly flip-flopped here.
All right, only 1 more round needed to tie up the series 1-1. I've no doubt Vengeance can do it, but I've been proved wrong a lot today, so not going, we shall see. I mean, although it's just a stat line 10-3. Absolute maniac on this map thus far.
Oh yeah, he's been a huge nuisance for Atlanta Faze Academy. Closest one to his amount of damage is going to be Venom at 7 kills. Most of the other players below 5. You know, that's not a winning scoreboard right there. Team Vengeance though, that's a winning scoreboard for Atlanta Faze Academy as 3 players have fallen, and it's just a bomb carrier D-Lo alongside Pentagram.
Yes, once again, the Atlanta Faze Academy has heard me and has told me, no, watch this. As they look to be taking 1 more round off of Team Vengeance. Possibly. Never over till it's over, though.
Ladder, someone might just be above D-Lo's head here. Pentagram, he's back in his realm. When you get Pentagram in construction, he does a whole lot of damage. 7-4, and pretty much all of those kills were right in this room ahead of him. Oh, catches him just as he turns around. Atlanta Faze Academy puts their 2nd round on the board.
Now they just need
Still
to do
map
it
point though.
3 more times.
Yeah, perfect Call of Duty from here on out because Vengeance, they're just 1 mistake away from winning this map and tying it up in the series at 1-1. Back on board with the Atlanta Faze Academy. At map point up against Team Vengeance. They have the bomb going towards the B bomb site. They can't make any more mistakes here. They're being met by 2 different players of Team Vengeance on site at the moment. I'm sure the call for rotation is coming in from the rest of the squad as that first blood opens things right up for Atlanta Faze Academy.
Pentagram and Zinx looking to go on a bit of a flank here and come up behind them. Gravity unfortunately takes out one of his teammates and puts them in a 2v2 situation. A bit sandwiched here, so one Sib will get caught out, but now he has information where Zinx is, but the problem is Gintroid, you don't know where he is. This could be
so he heard the stun grenade come out. Got a lock on him now, but leaving this spot in a 1 versus 2 is definitely suicide. He's gonna have to hope to catch both of them at the same time here.
Deadly was popped. He might be able to do it. He does have 30 seconds to work with. He got the information on one. It's not a 1v1 situation. Bomb is down though. Detroit's like, I'm just gonna shut this.
Quietly,
Don't mind
quietly
me.
shut the
I'm just
door.
gonna shut this. Gravity hauling it to A. Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it? No.
Just enough
my
time to plant,
God.
right?
I think he's good. He's good. It's 5.5 to plant and 7.5 to defuse. Don't quote me on that. I think I got the plant time wrong, but somewhere near there.
5 seconds, you got it. One player rotating in now. It's a 1v1. Gravity in this corner.
He's just gonna listen. He's just gonna wait. And this is awesome. If we look on our screens, we can see both point of view. So we're gonna see the exact moment that they engage each other. Oh, instantly he knew exactly where he was. Incredible reads out of Gentroid with just a couple seconds to spare.
And a big exhale from the side of Team Vengeance as the 1v1 is clutched. The comeback is stopped and they're able to close it out at 6-2. We're going into game number 3, tied up 1-1 in this series.
You love to see it. I mean, personally, I think that's just about the most exciting way that an S&D can finish up. It was match point. Wow. That was really something else to see. And I don't know, Stamino, not sure how it's pronounced. Gotta give him props. You guys were saying it 2 different ways, and I can see how either way would be correct, because it could be like like amino acid,
yeah.
Stamino, you know, or I thought it was like stamina, but with an O instead of, so stamina.
I too went straight
regardless-
to amino acids. And proteins. I feel it.
See, there's it could it's regardless of how you say it, you know, a Rose by any other name is, you know, a talented COD pro by any other name is still a very talented guy. So we hadn't seen him really popping off too much yet. And Ali, I love that you said this is the Vengeance that you expected to see, and that was just a really, really beautiful performance. What do you think went right for them in the S&D that did not go right for them in the hard
After
point of this
watching them
series?
now in so many series, I've made the decision that they are an S&D team. I know I said I wasn't going to make that decision until I saw them again, and here we are seeing them again. I do think S&D is definitely their strong point. I would have them, should this go to a Game 5, I would have them winning the S&D. It's just, can they win or respawn is a toss-up for me.
Well, either way, I'm a little glad that we don't have just a clean 3-0. I'm so glad that it wasn't just a stomp, but Rondez, do you think that we could potentially see another bracket reset here?
I'm really not sure. I'm not confident that we see Team Vengeance take things over from Atlanta Faze Academy. I think that we see them kick things right back into high gear for this domination, keep it consistent for the hard point, and close it out. They don't want to see a Game 5 S&D. Vince Vengeance.
You're absolutely true, but that is giving them a lot of credit. I do think that the Faze Academy players are very, very talented. Do you think that they have kind of the wherewithal, the control over the opposition to be able to just kind of step into a decision like that and say, you know what, like, it's okay that we kind of give up this S&D, because at the end of the day, if we win a series 3-1 versus 3-0, does not make a difference to the bottom line, which is, of course, that prize money that they're taking.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to come in and win every map they can. Team Vengeance is just going to make it the most difficult in Search and Destroy from what we've seen thus far. So if you're Faze Atlanta Faze Academy, you definitely want to close it out once we get to Game 4.
So, but if you're on the side of Vengeance, of course, you want to stretch it out and you want to, I imagine, try to make it last as long as possible and take another S&D. Ali, what do you think Vengeance would really have to do differently during this next respawn in order to prevent Atlanta Faze Academy from just popping off and taking it 3-1?
Talking about the domination, personally, I feel like domination is that weird mix where I feel like Vengeance could succeed incredibly well. They just need to start out hot. I don't think they could start off slow and come back to it. I think they need to come out off the S&D, and I think they need to just come out stomping.
Now, looking at both of these teams, maybe their kind of mentality, you know, on the one hand, like we've been saying, we have the Atlanta Faze Academy, who has a couple of former pros, a couple of new hotshots, And then we compare them to a team like Vengeance, and you know, by all accounts, they're kind of a newer team comprised of newer players. They have not been, as far as I know, playing together for quite as long as FaZe Academy has. So just looking at the kind of the perspective that they're coming from and the differing experience levels and how that might affect their mentality, you know, I would think that FaZe Academy, not that they would be getting a big ego or anything, but that they would be very confident heading into this next map. But then again, we have to look at that performance on the SND. That's obviously, that doesn't just go away. And do you think that, well, I'll ask you, Rondez, do you think that the loss on the SND could have affected FaZe Academy's confidence at all, or are they just good to go?
For sure. I think it's definitely gotten in their head a bit. They can't look like that in Search and Destroy. 2 of their players went killless for 4 straight rounds, and it's just really a tough matchup all around. So getting into this domination, I'm looking to see Atlanta FaZe Academy bounce right back and take it.
Well, speaking of bouncing right back and take it, we're hopping right into this domination. Looks like B-Flag almost went the side of Team Vengeance, but Atlanta was able to stop the bleeding for just a second. But we're gonna have a couple more gunfights going down in mid here. Diner control, looking like it's on the sides of FaZe Academy. Gravity already starting off hot, 3 and 1.
And I'm hopping right onto B-Dom. It's the kind of teammate you want in clubs. They'll hop right in the trenches with you as they capture it. We're tied up at 10-10, but expect to see Atlanta FaZe Academy start to pull ahead. They're getting double the points of Team Vengeance. All kills going in their favor as well. These guys are spawning out. It looks like they're now mounting for the triple cap. Do we see the domination happen?
Possibly Jintroid just got 3. Pentagram getting the 4th. Can we see the 5th get? Oh, double nade by Gravity. Oh, we're seeing a triple cap here on the side of Team Vengeance. Not something I ever thought was gonna come out of my mouth. But then as soon as I say that, 5 wipe on the side of Atlanta FaZe, what looked like was going all the way Team Vengeance, is getting sucked right back from the FaZe Academy team.
Oh yeah, they fought right back. 2 flags in their name at the moment. Flag A left behind for Team Vengeance there, but you see Atlanta FaZe Academy, they're in complete control. They still have their lead, and they're keeping Team Vengeance right where they want them, despite being in a little bit of a kill deficit right now.
Right where they want them. They tried to neutral B just a little bit there, but still was like, oh, no you don't, no you don't. This is my townhouse, this is my lion statue. Kill feed lighting up red for us right now. Looks like they're gonna try and make a move on A here. They're probably gonna try and hit some Water Street and go ahead and neutral that A flag. We watch Venom get his way around into Hotel.
Oh man, Atlanta FaZe Academy just they've got middle map locked down. B is really positioning around it has been great. Pentagram hoping to flank around and make a difference. They'll take a look at this, losing the long range engagement. That's Gravity shutting down a big play on the opposite team. And Jintroid, though, seeing that happen, still wants to make it work through middle map. He's still got a lot to do, but that headshot is a great way to begin. Just around the corner, he's going to have a couple more engagements lined up here, Ali.
No, definitely. FaZe has really given themselves so much time to create this big lead that they now have, just because of getting control of Diner and not allowing Vengeance to get inside any of the buildings. Might see a little bit of a change now as Vengeance has forced their way out. Number 3 man, that's Venom. He's going to be a little bit of a pest here and hop on A for them. But at the same time, you also have Pentagram on the other side touching the C flag. So a little bit of a flip-flop of spawns might be going down here. But B is also being lost at the same time. So FaZe needs to move, and they need to move fast.
Yeah, they like you said, they completely flipped. Vengeance just put FaZe into the same lock that they were before this engagement. So with flag B and C being in control of Vengeance, they're currently positioned to start making a comeback. However, in terms of map positioning, it looks like Atlanta FaZe Academy could be in a much better spot as they're already moving past their spawn.
A little bit of a slow start from Jimbo. He is 4 and 10, and we were talking about him in the S&D. Hopefully see him pick it up here in the domination coming soon. B-Flag looking like we might have another flop yet again. Atlanta FaZe still up by a good 20 points. The neutral comes in. Not.
Player 6 on the flank. They have no idea.
Oh, hitting the A flag. Yeah. Hitting the A flag. Going for the neutral. Finally kept the B flag in the middle. Was not going to do much if you only have one.
Under a minute left in this round, and we're seeing a second flag come into the control of Atlanta Faze Academy to add onto their already 20-point lead. From the side of Team Vengeance, we've seen great effort coming out of all these players, pretty well-rounded when it comes to kills and deaths. As far as captures, 3 players with 3. That's going to be Pentagram, and the 2 players above them, Dulo and Jintroid.
20 seconds left here. It's just a little bit of a mosh pit now going on at B. I mean, they're feeling incredibly comfortable going into the second half. I know a lot of times the losing team will start picking it up a little bit in the last couple of seconds, but I feel like I haven't really seen that from Team Vengeance. As soon as I say that, they get a 4-wipe and they're capping B, but again, 3 seconds. It's not going to make much of a change, but we'll see if they come off as hot as they ended into the second half.
Coming into the second half, do you think that we see Atlanta Faze Academy continue their lead that they have and their stellar positioning they've had around middle map, or do you see it being a bit different this round, Ali?
I hopefully see it be a bit different this round. Again, like I said, it looked like we saw a glimmer of hope there in the end from Vengeance. You know, they got that little 4-wipe. It's just that little sparkle of hope of, you know, maybe we'll win a respawn if we start playing like this the whole half. And we see them going full force for the B site right now already off the rip. Trades going through in mid. Looking like it's favoring the side of Faze for a moment. He hasn't really been touched by either side just yet. Water Street, such an important control that they need to have. It looks like it's going the way of Team Vengeance. Team Vengeance seems they got Water Street control, so it looks like B will be going to them for at least right now.
Zinx holding it down on middle map, a big part as to why they were able to capture B-Dom right there. And now it's up for Atlanta Faze Academy to make their response heard. Players 5 and 4 forcing their way through already, facing just able to take down the remaining Vengeance players on middle map with ease. And now as they're coming up off spawn, it's too little too late. They've already capped B.
How long can Vengeance hold B? Approximately 10 seconds until Faze comes steamrolling through and gain control of Diner. Expecting number 5 on our mini-map to make his way towards A, maybe do a little bit of a contesty. Journey and Jimbo doing some work in mid. That's 3 on your kill feed, but 2 taken back from Team Vengeance. But once again, B gonna go right back to the side of Faze.
Yeah, very much a slugfest right now. A lot of back and forth, a lot of nading, and both teams just spawning up so close to one another. So these trades just keep happening.
Jintroid trying to be a nuisance behind enemy lines from Atlanta Faze. Don't think they've found him yet. Whew, nice 2-piece out of Sib. Good nade.
30-second lead from the side of Atlanta Faze Academy. All the kills in your kill feed at the moment. That's Sib with the most recent double. But Team Vengeance is able to respond and take them down. Got a decent flag control at the moment. They're still down by 20 seconds, but B flag is on its way to them. Oh, it looks like it's actually all the way capped. Just a little graphical glitch there, but they are getting points from both the A flag and the B flag.
Interesting stat line on the side of Team Vengeance. Zinx is 20 and 10. Obviously not reflecting on the score too much, but he's definitely putting in the work currently. Looking at Stamino is 10 and 15, Pentagram 12 and 15, and kind of negative across the board right there. Zelo 16 and 15, Jintroid 16 and 14, so nothing too crazy. Nobody's super going off, looks like, from either side other than Zinx.
Got Zinx in position on the B-Dom. Again, they've had control of it for the past 20 or so seconds. The Atlanta Faze Academy attack is en route. Venom sitting up top is making a big difference as he takes down Stamino, who's been a force throughout this entire map. They're still not able to convert that flag though, as Team Vengeance has now pulled themselves right back into almost a tied game.
Hoping to see an A push from Atlanta Faze, as you just saw number 5 now spawn on it, because Pentagram's pushed up incredibly far into C5, try and get that neutral. That's going to give that neutral for Atlanta Faze Academy. If anything, I would suggest they just cap it, which looks like they're going to go back and try and get them 2 flags on the board. But Team Vengeance answering right back. They cleared out C flag. They just capped C flag. They're like, okay, you can have A. That's fine. I'll just come over here. I'll take C. gonna see a lead change here in the next couple of seconds.
So with this lead change, for the first time in this game, we're going to see Team Vengeance take a lead over Atlanta Faze Academy with just under a minute remaining. Atlanta Faze Academy seemed in control for this entire game, but just the last 2 minutes have completely turned this game on its head. Now, they're coming up with some of the worst spawns on the map, and they have to work their way through middle map.
Faze is getting on B. They have to camp it now. They are slowly trailing behind as the stacking point just keeps going on the side of Vengeance. D'Lo, big three-piece in mid.
A massive three-piece in mid that just erased everyone else from the team, and Venom now has to wait before he can push again. He comes out and finds a kill before being instantly traded. That should open things right up for Jimbo to come through and do some damage. He has a little bit of support as he tries to capture flag B, and just like that, Atlanta Faze Academy turn it right back in their favor. They're keeping the pressure up, forcing Team Vengeance way back into their spawn. What a punishment.
I don't think the timer's gonna come through for them, but it was a valiant effort near the end. Team Vengeance, actually, managed to take a respawn. Let's go. That's all they needed.
Yeah.
If they go game 5, well, obviously we will. I truly believe Vengeance will take the series. I have Vengeance on S&D 100%.
Yeah, really, honestly, an incredible comeback from them right there. Atlanta Faze Academy looked like they had it all figured out, but they rallied. They rallied in a big way.
They sure did. Wow. That was really impressive. I honestly love what Team Vengeance just did because, you know, they were getting to the point where had they lost this map, their backs would have been against the wall and that would have been it for them. But, you know, just like that, something changed and they're now back in this. You know, they've still got a shot. They are not out of this by any means. They're up 2-1, in fact. So I just think that's really, really impressive to see. Ali, for you, what was it about Vengeance that really helped them kind of, because we touched on this a little bit earlier, is like, what do Vengeance need to do in order to stretch this out? Because of course, that's what they want, is they do not want to give this up that easily. So Ali, what did they do particularly well that helped them push this series another map?
I felt like they applied way more pressure to Faze than we saw in the other respawns. Not to mention, in domination, you can be so annoying with the neutral flagging. Every second, I just saw a blue arrow. That every time Atlanta tried to do the same thing to them, they were doing it to them, and they were winning their one-on-ones, and they were winning one-on-two gunfights, and it was just little gunfights here and there that Vengeance kept winning, that kept hurting Faze.
Well, you love to see it. You know, like I said, now we've got a real series on our hands. I honestly was completely ready for FaZe Academy to take that. You know, but now, again, we have a real series. We have, I think, a much better chance at potentially Vengeance winning this best of 5. And then, of course, since they did come through the losers bracket, that would be our second bracket reset in a grand finals today, which would be absolutely bonkers, just because we saw the first time that ever happened in a Call of Duty Challengers Cup earlier today in, I believe it was the EU Grand Finals, so that would be absolutely wild if it happened again in the NA Grand Finals. Brundez, what do you think are the chances of Vengeance pushing this to a second best of 5?
I think it's looking pretty high. I don't trust that the game 5 goes to Atlanta Faze Academy that easily. I think that Vengeance can definitely keep up and can hang with them in that game mode. So Atlanta Faze Academy made a mistake by letting this domination slip. Let's hop into the next game.
Well, here we are. It is not, well, it could be match point for Vengeance, but this will not be the end of things. We are loading into Vengeance versus Atlanta Faze Academy. Game 4, back to another hard point, which is where Faze was looking pretty hot earlier. So, Ali, what do you predict for
I
this
do
part?
favor Faze in this situation just because it's a hard point. It just, for me, sits a little different when it comes to Faze. I feel like they are an incredibly good team at hard point. And as we're watching right now, Stamino just completely proves me wrong, as it has been today, and gets a 3-piece onto Atlanta Faze Academy as they were trying to flip spawns right off the rip.
Yeah, and opening up the game like that has got to feel good. A 20-second lead in the hard point against a very solid respawn team. coming up from the losers bracket, Team Vengeance definitely has the momentum on their side, and they're going to need it because if they want to win this whole thing, they have many maps, many more maps to go from here. So, you know, staying alive. He's been so disruptive today in this tournament with the submachine gun. You got to love seeing impact from this Team Vengeance roster.
Already right off the bat, I mean, you got D-Lo 5-0. He's on a 5 streak. Samino is 5-3, Zinx 3-2. I mean, already across the board, stat-wise, they're doing fantastic. Whereas on the side of the land, Faze Academy, you have 1-4, 1-5, 1-4. Not the Faze numbers we are typically used to seeing. Not to mention, Vengeance is already on rotation. They got almost 60 seconds from P1, and they are on a money hill P2, about to get another 60 seconds.
Oh, they are perfectly positioned to hold this hill for another 60 seconds. This is a really crazy showing from Team Vengeance right now. Atlanta Faze Academy is getting swept up in this series at the moment.
This is actually insane. I did not expect this at all. Vengeance are running with that excuse me, with last map, because apparently I forgot the name of that map mode. In the Atlanta Faze, I mean, I don't know what's going on with them. They're being rapid. They're so spread out on the map. I mean, you see number 7 hitting for 14 seconds. Like, Sib, what are you doing? Why are you running the hit for 14 seconds? Why are you threatening the spawns that you want to keep?
Yeah, it definitely looks like a bit of a mess over on the side of Atlanta Faze Academy at the moment, and on the contrary, Team Vengeance, they're well together in this. 100 seconds in the lead against Atlanta Faze Academy. But even then, in Hardpoint, there are definitely these big swings that can happen in Modern Warfare. So as Atlanta Faze Academy start to put some points on the board, definitely don't count them out just yet.
Team Vengeance spawning in warehouse, not the best place to be during this hill, so 35 seconds to work with should they want to push for this time. That's 2 already down. A beautiful push. Zinx turns and burns. Nobody in the hill. 20 seconds of scrap going the way of Vengeance. Atlanta Faze are just not having a good time. They are on rotation once again, though. We see 2 players in blue, though, looking like they're eyeballing bottom green. D-Lo, we're going to go with a trip with him and Pentagram on a mission to get control of bottom green right now.
One player of Atlanta Faze Academy on the flank behind Stamino. Can he catch him? He tags him up. That's a big pinch right there. That took a lot of pressure off of the hill guy for Atlanta Faze Academy for the scrap time. However, now that we're rotating to the next hard point, they're going to need to boogie. They got to move over, get that initial time, and that they do. 5 straight kills in the kill feed for Atlanta Faze Academy. Look at that.
And that's what they needed. They needed that wipe. They need all this time on this hill if they want to be back in this game. I mean, it's still a 50-point decimate, and obviously Vengeance are not backing down.
Troy, looking through his eyes, currently only 1 second of hill time. We haven't seen a whole lot of his activity on the objective. However, just below him on the scoreboard is D-Lo, 14-9 with 46 seconds. I mentioned his impact as this game started. It's starting to slow down a bit now that Atlanta Faze Academy has caught their bearings, and now that they are wiping the entire enemy team of Vengeance without any response, back to back. They're mounting a good comeback here. 40-second deficit, and it's closing fast.
Pay attention to spawns here, though. Team Vengeance will have spawns for his next hill, but we do see Atlanta Faze pushing it quite a bit. They got a couple important gunfights to win, and it looks like they are important 2v2 going down in hill right now. He's caught off guard. That's very important. Now he's stuck in a 1v3. The rest of his teammates are spawning out, so unfortunately Sid does get taken down even after getting those 2. So once again, that lead in the beginning might have hurt them just a little bit too much, because here we go, Team Vengeance on a money hill. 30 seconds left. They get all this time. That's 160 to 87.
Huh. Back in my day in Black Ops 2, this meant score streaks. And Team Vengeance would have been able to bury Atlanta Faze Academy here. It's all gun skill, all gun-on-gun action, as Atlanta Faze Academy now just needs to regroup and rally and come back. Just the same way we saw Team Vengeance did in the domination. It was a massive advantage on the side of Atlanta Faze Academy. They were crushing them. And then they remained poised and composed and were able to come back and finish the job. Just
like that, it went from almost an 100-point game to just a measly 20 as Faze slowly start getting their bearings and getting back into it. Fonzo still on the favor of Vengeance, with Faze clearly looking to change that. The turn and burn on Gravity into mid. All right, so spawn, flip, first couple of seconds going on the way of Vengeance, you know, making that lead just a little bit wider. Faze do need to be careful with giving them all this first couple of seconds on this time because, again, they still do need to, they still are suffering from the amount of time they gave early on.
Oh, for sure. That they're honestly bearing the scars of those engagements for the rest of this map here, as you can see. Gunfights going down on the hard point, mostly in the direction of Atlanta Faze Academy as they're able to clear out most of the blue arrows, but the pressure keeps coming because of how close Team Vengeance is spawning in. The submachine guns are keeping it up, but they're spawning out further, and this could be a very difficult fight to finish.
5 seconds left in the hill. Faze thankfully have spawns and initials, so we might see a lead change come in here just because of how far Vengeance keeps spawning out every time a member of Faze kills them. Look back on stats now. And the side of Atlanta Faze still got some negatives going on. 16-23 out of Jimbo, but even across the board otherwise, we got Gravity's 14 and 9, a little bit low on the interaction scale here, and Dilo making some noise, and hell, what was a perfect hold for Faze just got absolutely destroyed within seconds, and now they are spawning across the map, and we're gonna see here Vengeance is gonna hit about a 200 mark, 210 mark, and that's gonna start looking incredibly scary for Faze because that is crunch time.
Oh, for sure. And this big deficit that they've been working through for this entire round is definitely hurting them here in the end. As Stamino, bomb one player on the roof, and lose the engagement. Middle map control going over in favor of Atlanta Faze Academy as they rotate to the new hard point.
Just can't be starting that slow, but like I said, we're at 210 to 149 now. Gonna need to see a big hold here out of Faze, but when you look at bottom green, that's number 3 and 5 in your mini-maps, Pentagram and things, they're already setting up to take control of green side to get ready not only for this hill, but next as well.
Defense time as Journey pre-fires the MP5. Excellent support from submachine guns all around him as Atlanta Faze Academy is able to spawn out Team Vengeance and put some more points on the board. This hill is going to be, should be what ties up this game here if they continue to hold it the way they are. Team Vengeance is definitely struggling to make it all the way across the map in time.
And Faze has done a fantastic job of holding the kill. So once again, it was an extremely wide deficit, is now slowly being chopped down. But again, it's harder when they're only 40 points away from winning. Not only do they have spawns for next, but they also are getting some of that scrap time. So again, I really need to see Atlanta Faze turn up here again. You can't be starting slow like they did, and they have to make up for it here.
There it goes. Initial time going to Team Vengeance again. Pentagram with a triple kill. That's going to be trouble. Atlanta Faze Academy, though, all coming back in as 3. They're hitting from multiple sides into the hard point now, and this is probably going to be their break. This is going to decide that this is going to be close to what decides the map here.
Looks like it's almost already been deciding as Dilo is not backing down. No Faze member is close to the hill. They need 10 more seconds. This is the final push out of Faze. They have to stop here, not to mention rotate. And Team Vengeance is just not letting them through. That's 4, that's 5, that's all the Faze members. No one is close enough to get in. Team Vengeance just took not only a domination, but a hard point off of Atlanta Faze.
2 respawns gone.
Honestly, not at all what I was expecting.
I'm Caster's curse at this point. I'm Caster's
You
curse.
You are.
Caster's curse.
That is insane. So Team Vengeance, to kind of reiterate for those of you who maybe weren't paying quite as close enough attention, Team Vengeance just took 3 maps in a row off of the Atlanta Faze. Now, this was the first best of 5 in the grand finals for the North American region here at the Challengers Cup. And what that means is that we're going to a second best of 5. Team Vengeance did come through the lower bracket. I don't know if any of us could have really predicted this happening. Right before this this match, and in the middle of this match even, Ali was saying, you know, Vengeance are probably going to want to really try to stretch it out and push for that second S&D. But you know what they did is they said, nope,
suddenly
we don't want to wait for that. We want to close it out. we want to win now. And so suddenly they go to hardpoint. Allie, what changed on Vengeance? Why did they suddenly wake up, and how were they able to take 3 maps in a row?
I don't even know if it was a wake up. It almost felt like Faze weren't playing for the first 100 points. It was just like they were making like dumb mistakes and just giving kind of free kills. But Vengeance also, all I can think of is they got in their faces in the domination, and they carried that over to the hard point, and they just kept getting in Faze's face. They just kept running at them. They just did what they were doing to them and applied that pressure. And I feel like that's what kind of created that difference.
Well, and like we've been saying all day, all month, all season, basically, not us specifically, but I think any Call of Duty broadcast talent would agree that Call of Duty is a very momentum and mentality-based game. I've heard it myself in talking to players that, chemistry matters, vibes matter so much. It could be as simple as maybe we're catching, maybe Land of Faze are just kind of running out of steam here. Honestly, how feasible do you think it is that maybe Faze came into this thinking that they had it, and it's not. I'm never going to say that Faze Academy were not trying, but Rondez, I'll ask it to you this way: how surprised do you think the Faze Academy are about what
they
just
have
happened?
to be mind blown right now, right? They're watching what should have been not an easy victory, but I think a more comfortable victory. They're watching it crumble and fall apart in their hands. Team Vengeance is doing great right now. They took 2 respawns, and they're bringing it to a second best of 5 series. They're giving us an exciting grand final today.
I think you're right. I like the way you put it, that you said that they were expecting to take a comfortable. I don't think anybody expected this to be easy, but I think you're right when you say that they were expecting more of a comfortable lead. But anyway, we are going to head into a quick break while we get set up to reset the bracket and to play the second best of 5 here in the North American Grand Finals for the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. See you in a minute. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PlayStation 4. I'm your host, Jess. I've been here all day alongside Alley Cat and Rondez Fox. We are so excited to be back and to tell you that we are now to the second portion of the Grand Finals here in the North American region. Let's take a look at the bracket and so we can catch you guys up to speed in case you missed anything. So what happened here was that Team Vengeance did come from the losers bracket to 3-1 the Atlanta Faze Academy in the Grand Finals. So of course the bracket reset. Here we are about to see, once again, Team Vengeance versus the Atlanta Faze Academy. I'm so excited to see this match because as we've seen all day long, and really if you've watched any Call of Duty at all, basically anything can happen. And that's the really neat thing, I think, about just esports and Call of Duty in general. But first, I want to hear from both of the casters. Let's start with you, Allie. I know you have been more of a, not necessarily a Vengeance doubter, but you know, you seem to be of the mind that the Atlanta Faze Academy we're probably going to run away with this. What do you think Vengeance did differently that they're going to need to keep up to take another best of 5 in a row?
Well, no, I did say at the beginning, I do root for underdogs, and I love underdogs. I wasn't so confident in Vengeance's respawn, but after that domination, after that hard point, I am heavily favoring them going into the second series after seeing what they can do in respawn and really blowing me away. So after seeing their S&Ds, I know they have the S&Ds on lock, and seeing those respawns, if they can keep performing like that, I can see them sweeping Faze.
And at the same time, there are a lot of factors at play. There's a lot going on, and one thing we can't necessarily discount is that they kind of had their backs against the wall. Vengeance did in a lot of ways. They knew that it was either, you know, it's either take home the first place or take home the second place. And you know, it might not seem like much, but it is kind of a big difference there. And they just did not want to go out. They wanted to go out on their own terms. So you can't really discount the fact that, you know, that probably gave them a lot of adrenaline and a lot of motivation. And like, just to put it simply, they were fired up. But Rondez, what do you think? Am I crazy here? How much of an impact could that, you know, because I picture it to be like the mother who has an infant trapped underneath the car, and she has the adrenaline, gives her the superhuman strength to lift the car off of the infant. You know, our Vengeance lifting a car off of an infant here on Des.
Fantastic comparison.
You're so dramatic, and I'm here for it. I'm so happy that that's the comparison. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Good one. That was good.
Well,
I'm on board.
Honestly, there's a lot on the line here, and you know, as much as once again you can look at it and you can say, well, second place is still really good. Like, there's a whole nother way to look at it, which is second sucks. You know, it's either you win or you die,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's well, okay, it's maybe not that dramatic. It's a different kind of
If you're
game.
not first, then you're last, right? Like.
This
Yeah.
is life or death in the Call of Duty League.
Right, no, I just think, in my opinion, it feels like the difference between first and second place is a whole lot bigger than maybe the difference between second and third place. What do you think, Allie?
No, I'm kind of there with you. I'm definitely there with you. It sucks to say second because you were so close. You were almost there, and you just, that last little push. So no, I'm a big believer in, like, you know, if you're not first, you're last, so always aim for the top. And I see that in Vengeance. I see that. They won it.
No, well, then there we go. Rondez, what do you think that Vengeance is going to continue? Like I said, lifting the car off the infant. Do you think they're going to go all the way here?
Yeah, get that superhuman strength going. You're going to need it to take down Atlanta Faze Academy. These guys have got their 10-minute break. Hopefully, both teams are a little refreshed. Give us a good, consistent, competitive series. I'm looking forward to see what happens here. But I think that they're going to need a lot to take down Atlanta Faze Academy a second time.
That is, you did use the word refreshed, and that is one other thing that we've been kind of bandying about this concept all day long and talking about how it is a long day of matches. You know, I'm sure we're all exhausted. It's just been a lot of Call of Duty, and it's a lot of really steep competition. You know, it would be one thing if one team had just kind of breezed their way through and is only now being met with anything that is preventing them from moving forward, but we've had steep competition really all day long, and that's not something that can be very draining. And even for these, it's obvious we have a lot of talent here, but they are human at the end of the day. As much as you guys might worship some of these pros, or semi-pros rather, they are still human, so they've got to be feeling the effects of the long days. But their long day is soon going to be drawing to a close, as we are going to jump right into the final, I promise this time, the final series of the day. It is the grand finals of the North American region here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup. It is, for the second time, we have Faze versus Vengeance.
Here's that LMG strategy we saw a little bit earlier coming out of Gravity. Again, what we saw as well was a sniper in the hands of Sib. He's the one that really opened things up by getting 4 kills in a row off the rip in a 20 or so second lead. This time it looks like the LMG was more than enough for them to hold down that lane, at least for the opening push there. So let's see what Atlanta Faze Academy does with it.
Atlanta Faze does have preferable spawns right now, but the ones getting the time at this moment are Vengeance. You look on the side, Semino is 4-0 currently, so already starting off hot. Delo is 2-1, so already seeing some hot numbers on the side of Team Vengeance. Atlanta Academy 2-1, 2-1. I mean, they're starting to warm up, but I mean, they're already giving up so much time on this first point.
Yeah, and there he goes with it again. Stamino finding all the kills for his teammates. Zinx and Jintroid have not had to find a kill just yet. He was able to do a lot of the dirty work for them, and it's a big part of the reason why they have this 40-second lead. So now back to Jintroid as he falls. We see the remainder of the team starting to collapse as Atlanta Faze Academy applies the pressure.
We do see a little bit of a late rotation out of Team Vengeance, but they have a little wiggle room. They have a little bit of lead they can work with. Plus, it's nothing we haven't seen before where they have just absolutely broken a hill within the first 10 seconds, which I feel like we're about to watch now. As we look from Water Street, it looks like the whole team is going to try and flood in through Hotel, but Atlanta Faze does grab a couple picks. A few trades go in, unfortunately not going the way of Team Vengeance. Atlanta Faze holding on here.
Droid coming up through middle map, long range shots going down, can't connect with all of them as he finally falls, and as you can see, it's a slugfest back and forth throughout middle map. Neither team really able to gain too much foothold over the other, but still, amidst all the chaos, Atlanta Faze Academy was able to get a lot of hill time and tie it right back up.
The thing for Vengeance to do now is obviously to rotate. As you can see on Water Street, you already got Penta and Dilo on their way, or Dilo, excuse me, on their way to that rotation to get their team spawns. But unfortunately, you also see number 4, that's Jimbo on the side of Atlanta Faze, just playing very, very patient in the back, just waiting for his moment to pick off somebody coming off a spawn on Team Vengeance.
It's definitely a tough spot to be in. The players of Team Vengeance are positioned so well to catch lurkers on the rotation to this hard point here. But Jimbo is still able to sneak his way through and get some hill time regardless of it all.
Okay, almost wish he waited a little bit long there for his teammates. As you see now, what Team Vengeance can do is kind of force a little spawn trap onto Atlanta Faze. But it looks like spawn's flipped one more time, so maybe Atlanta Faze will get a couple more seconds off of this.
Journey knows his job. Watch this door. Don't let him go through. Ow! You were doing so well.
You had one job.
He was really onto it. He was really onto something there. Lots of kills going down. Team Vengeance coming from their hands, though. And they're able to pull back ahead in the lead here against Atlanta Faze Academy. I think things go very differently if Journey continues to hold that cut.
Pentagram, the rotation man in Team 4, Team Vengeance, trying to make his way towards Diner. He is by himself, though, so he's waiting for his teammates to spawn on him to give him a little bit more leverage. Smokes are out. Gonna try and wait for his teammates in the mid to try to get a little bit closer to see if they can't collapse onto this Diner. That's already 2 down for Atlanta Faze. They will be spawning close, but Pentagram, he'll be right there waiting for them spawning off. Got the one, see if he can get to 2. He gets to 2 as well. That's 3 down for Faze. One incredible break by Team Vengeance. Fantastic.
Oh. Look at all this blue right now. Team Vengeance is clearing out the Atlanta Faze Academy from this map. The kill streak is continuing. That was at least 9 kills in a row unanswered from the side of Team Vengeance. And it's a 20-second lead as they set up the side pool.
Especially with only 20 seconds left on this hill, they also have Atlanta in a fantastic spawn trap right now. You can see number 7 on your minimap was Delo. He was getting a couple kills off spawn, but Atlanta Faze was able to push out just a bit to get back into mid, but they're going to run right into things, just pre-aiming that out corner. He gets a second one as well. Gunfight, you never expected him to win, but Vengeance, they do have numbers here on Journey, so he is going to get pinched a bit, but his teammates in the back do have his help.
And so take a look at the Faze Academy, positioned so well. Journey tucked in the corner here. He's got his soldiers marching around the hard point right now to support him. And as they coming in, and as they come to challenge, Sib and Jimbo are able to respond and take them down. Another tied game, and I think we're seeing another lead switch here as the Faze Academy maintains control of the hard point.
Absolutely, Journey was able to just sit there and just trust his teammates to have all of his doors, and that's exactly what happened. Now, only 20 seconds left on this hill. We are already seeing some rotation out of both teams, which is fantastic. I feel like something we were lacking every once in a while on both hard points in our last series, and we're absolutely watching some very high-level competitive quality right now.
Sib tossing a Semtex to do some damage here. All he did buy his team some time. Well, Journey don't have time to go ahead and push up for a little bit of aggression there, finding the headshot. Seems that Team Vengeance is still able to come out positioning on the hard point as Jimbo looks to disrupt from behind.
Detroit, nice 3 to clear out the hard point. Now, they got a lot of first hill time on their first rotation. It looks like they're planning to do that again. We're going to see another lead change, but pay attention to Zinx. He is on the flank. He's going to try and get spawn control for his team, not to mention that turn and burn onto Jimbo. You can't let him do that to you. Zinx looking to secure spawns for his teams. I mean, the kill feed is lighting up blue right now. I feel like Team Vengeance is just getting hotter and hotter and hotter as this game goes on.
Yeah, they're starting to pull away here, and Atlanta Faze Academy hasn't seemed to be in control of a respawn game mode at all in these two best-of-5 series, aside from the very first hard point, where still, we saw a good showing out of Team Vengeance at some moments.
Now with a comfortable 30-point lead, Vengeance is having straight control of blue, which is super important. Of course, Pentagram unfortunately will fall, but his teammates in water are making sure that they are still spawning close so they can contest some of this time.
Faze taking point at the moment, 30 seconds behind. Team Vengeance close to the conflict here, just around the corner as they start pouring in. Gravity answers with 2 kills of his own, and they're able to respond with 1. Venom is holding a pretty important cut right here. Both players playing oh so patiently, and a lot of the action is just going down on the point right now as Atlanta Faze Academy looks to tie it up again.
Faze have been doing an incredible job holding this hard point, not only in the first rotation, but we also see in the second rotation as well. It's already only 20 seconds left, and we already see on your mini-map, Pentagram, again, the rotation man for Vengeance is already on his way. Look at him go use mid-map currently. He's gonna meet a friend, Jimbo, probably at some point. Big gunfight coming for both of them here.
Oh, Pentagram just whiffing on this one.
Ooh.
Not able to finish the job. As you said, Jimbo came through and was able to shut him down. It's 2 kills straight for Atlanta Faze Academy. A response from Team Vengeance as the new hard point pops into place.
Luckily for Pentagram, his teammates were already making their way up through mid, so when he died there, they were already able to secure spawns, and again, we're going to see another lead change. I feel like this is going to be a very, very close game that comes straight down to the wire.
And the lead switch here. Score limit is 250. Atlanta Faze Academy, the closest one to it, as they just start to pull away from this tied game that both of them have created. A wall of Team Vengeance players just around the corner are about to meet Venom, and he's going to need some support here as Pentagram comes through with the double kill. 3 kills as well, 2 of them coming from D-Lo. Excellent effort from Team Vengeance as they're able to break the hard point right there. Looks like they're trying to tie it up again.
Fantastic team push from Team Vengeance there. I wish they would have left Jimbo to just push that by himself so they could all rotate, because it is already next hill. And they aren't very close to Diner, not yet, so this is going to give Faze an early time that they probably don't want to give up. So it all depends on this one big push coming out of Team Vengeance.
Oh yeah, you got to get to pool hall right now. I think that Atlanta Faze Academy held this hill pretty well last time. They've still been able to pull ahead throughout this hard point here. You definitely don't want to see them close it out here if you're Team Vengeance. Just 30 seconds away, keeping pressure up as they're pouring in from all sides. Atlanta Faze Academy has to answer.
They Sib left in the hard point. They need to use their numbers and slide in, but they're trying to challenge one-on-one. Just slide in, you have the numbers. Atlanta Faze still spawning close. 23 seconds left in his hard point. Neither team can win off of this, but it will be a very large deciding factor. You already see number 6 in your minimap. Jintra is already rotating, so it all depends on these one gunfights. Stamino needs to win that one for the scrap. Unfortunately, doesn't win it. Number 6, Jintra, he's already in Diner. He's trying to get control. It looks like this might come down to this last kill, might decide the game.
Pretty dangerous, Ali. Just 12 seconds away, and they're already on it. Team Vengeance needs to get in there. They need to stay active, keep the engagements up. If the pressure's not there, Atlanta Faze Academy slip away with the game. They could win it on this entire hard point, but Atlanta Faze Academy, I'm sure, will keep the pressure on as they continue to spawn out, push from each doorway, and break the hill.
They cannot let Atlanta Faze get any of this time. They need to play absolutely perfect hard point right here, and it almost looked like they did for a minute, but now numbers are down for a second, and even just a second couldn't be crucial. Fantastic gunfights coming out of Vengeance.
Just 10 seconds. Still lots of engagements going down on the hard point here as Pentagram finds 2 kills of his own. Stamino and D-Lo contributing to the affair as well. But Atlanta Faze Academy, they spawn so close they can get right back into the action. Team Vengeance, they have enough time to come back and close out the game. Big kill on the hard point. But it's not enough. Team Vengeance with the last second hard point comeback. Shutting Atlanta Faze and wow.
That one hurts.
Shutting them down.
That one hurts for Atlanta Faze to be 10 seconds off and not be able to touch that hill at all. That one's gotta hurt. Vengeance have to be feeling good after that one. That was a beautiful hold out of them to finish it out and close the game.
Wow, Ali, Rondez, as I was saying earlier, we have ourselves a series now.
Yeah.
This is good entertainment. So first off, we are in the second best of 5 of the Atlanta Faze Academy versus Vengeance here in the North American Grand Finals of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PS4. And then we see Vengeance pick up this first map hardpoint win, which they did not do last time. They've got to be feeling good, like you said. Now, there's so much to look at just on that map. It was just about as close as could be. And there was, in my opinion, neither team necessarily had a strong, convincing lead. It just felt so kind of neck and neck the whole game long. So we are going to take a look at this replay. Wow. Ali, what do you think of this moment?
I mean, it was perfect hard point. They did what they had to do. I feel like Faze got a little too separated from each other. They were just sliding in one by one instead of just grouping for that one good hit. But again, Vengeance just held this so well. They had all their angles. They were covering everybody. Their teammates were getting their trades instantaneously. They weren't letting Faze get in. I mean, it was just an insane moment. What should have been just 10 seconds Faze needed apparently was not. It was just, 40 seconds that Vengeance needed apparently.
Yeah, well, and how great to be able to see those final 10 seconds again, those final moments. But there were a lot of moments that were so back and forth that one team pulled ahead a little bit and then the other team tied it up, surpassed them, that it was just kind of hard. It really came down to the wire. It was one of those maps that I literally could not predict who was going to win, and I was watching from the edge of my seat. But there were so many of those little moments that you just see these teams trading back and forth. So, Rondez, for you, was there any moment in particular, or were there a couple integral moments that really shifted the dynamic in Vengeance's favor?
Pentagram collecting multi-kills like it was his job. He just had double kills at the right moment so many times throughout that map. And when you have someone that's able to pop off and kill 2/5 of the enemy team by himself like that so often, on offensive plays, an awesome guy to have on your team right there. Definitely an asset to Team Vengeance.
That's true, and I mean, if Pentagram is constantly just frying and wiping out the opposition, then they can just literally sit there and rack up that scrap time and stand on the hard point uncontested. Of course, that's not exactly how we saw it break down. We saw there was a lot of back and forth, but I also want to take a look at someone like Journey on the side of the Atlanta Faze Academy, and he is one of the players who has, I don't know if he necessarily has the most league experience, but he is one of the players with the most league experience out of, these 10 players that are in this matchup currently. So I gotta think that he's probably not feeling too great right now. And this poor guy, the lone Spaniard on this North American team, so far from home, and now probably the one thing he wants right now is kind of slowly slipping out of his grasp. Ali, what do you think is going through Journey's mind right now as he, potentially sees his team losing?
Of course, it probably is in his head mentally. He's probably not feeling too hot about that. But then again, like you said, like he's been in these places before. He's been in these situations. He's gone through the COD scene. He's been a professional player. He knows what it's like. So it's not anything new for him. So as a seasoned player, he should be composed enough to not let it affect his gameplay. And if anything, just make him strive to do better and to help his team do better.
That's a really good point. You know, he hopefully is setting a really good example as a role model for some of these probably younger and newer players. And, you know, to know the highs of Call of Duty is to also know the lows of Call of Duty.
For sure.
Is the thing. You can't have one without the other. But we are going to get right into this second map here in the North American Grand Finals. We're heading right into the search and destroy. Rondez, any predictions as we start?
Team Vengeance, I gotta hop on the bandwagon. These guys
Yes,
continue to surprise
one of
me
us.
and surpass
One
Atlanta
of
FaZe
us.
Academy. Take a look at what they've been doing in these two series, guys. So many just windmill slam dunk moments that they've been able to put forward against Atlanta FaZe Academy.
We were just talking about Pentagram already. 2-0, the first 2 bloods right off the bat. Venom a little stuck in mid here. He knows someone's up there, but I don't think Gintroid's gonna give him the chance.
Killless game so far. On the side of Venom, not a whole lot of activity for him, but he's left alive with his bomb carrier against all 5 members of Team Vengeance.
Definitely have the information that they're mid. They're a little stuck here. I'm surprised they've made it alive this long. There falls Journey. Venom is next. He has 3 blue players running at him, and already off the bat, Vengeance up 1 on Atlanta FaZe Academy.
Team Vengeance continue to pour it on here in our second best of 5 series. Again, if you're just tuning in, it came all the way through the losers bracket. This has happened twice today. First time ever it's happened, and it happened twice for the Challenger Cup. And we have 2 of the toughest teams in North America's Challenger Series facing off against one another right now in a game 2. If you think you can do better, sign up at the Call of Duty League website. Become a challenger. June 27th is your next opportunity. But right now, Atlanta FaZe Academy and Team Vengeance have set the stage for the grand final.
Nice nades out of Venom. We'll catch that first blood onto Dilo. Also the first death on the side of Team Vengeance. Oh. Oh, okay. Atlanta FaZe Academy got around. Turns out Venom just had to shoot and kill everything within 5-second span.
Those, yeah, beams.
I blinked
coming
and it
straight
was
from
over.
him.
I blinked and it was over. So 1-1 now.
Out of 1 apiece as both teams have gotten their shot.
Best is this is probably the best of these teams that we're going to see. They are refreshed. They are ready to rock and roll. That hard point was probably one of the best hard points I saw out of either teams, and now it's S&D. I'm hoping to see the same thing.
In this S&D, we do have a sniper on the side of Atlanta FaZe Academy, just over the shoulder of Journey here. Expect to hear that crack come through. There's 1 kill right there. Sib is able to connect against Zinx. Now it's D-Lo, tucking his head after he hears that shot pop off. I think just around the corner. I'm actually not sure of how aware the players are as to his position. Should he be incognito, this could be a massively advantageous position to be in as the players continue to just skirt right past him. Once the noise goes down on A site, you're going to see him activate and take over. Whoa, that's interesting.
This trophy already down at A, so unfortunately you cannot plant anything else or throw anything else, but time clock is running down, so you do need to plant that bomb. They're hoping to catch something else, surprise and cover with his teammate. He is not gonna get caught by D-Lo. He is going to get caught by D-Lo, and D-Lo's gonna get a second one, then he's gonna scurry away like the little mouse that he is. I love the double take. He was like, is that an enemy?
I think he wanted to bait some more players out, and it ended up paying off. He completely threw them off and was able to find a double
100%.
kill. Now we got the M4 in the hands of this final FaZe Academy player, Jimbo, facing off against 2 different Team Vengeance enemies.
Your teammate just died in there, but you're gonna lay in there. Okay, fair. Elo.
Elo, 3 kills in a row with the bomb defuse as we head into round number 3.
Fantastic plays out of
4.
him.
Team Vengeance here. They showed up to play. Definitely came through this losers bracket after a long day of games, and they fully intended on making it longer. Going to the second best of 5 series, they're hoping to close out Faze, Atlanta Faze Academy with the quickness.
Personally would never want to face them in S&D after seeing how some of these maps have gone. I mean, they take it and they run with it. Once they're on a roll, it is incredibly hard to stop them in S&D.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. We've seen what they've been able to do. It's a whole lot of damage happening in this series. Carrier Pentagram. I mentioned just how technical he was to the success of this team in the last map. As we get into Search and Destroy, you're seeing a little bit more of the same. This man is 4-2 at the moment. One other player in the lobby rivaling him is on the opposite side. That's Venom, as both teams trade grenade kills.
Another very, very, very fast round for Atlanta Faze Academy. Was that a no-scope that just saw a Civ hit on...
I wasn't able to tell. I did see the snipe, but he has a lot of those.
I couldn't tell if he even scoped in or not, regardless. Good round by Atlanta Faze. Every time they went around, it's incredibly, incredibly fast.
No doubt. Definitely a very quickly played S&D round right there.
Again, I blinked and it was over.
I think the grenades really... Yeah, the grenades really opened things up for them, and they just kind of pushed forward from there. We're all tied up 2 apiece. Team Vengeance up 1-0 in the series. Been a very competitive one back there so far. Lots of back and forth. We're seeing it again here as we come out of respawn game modes.
Venom 6-3. Whole lot of A pushes. Haven't seen even a little hints at B, not yet. Nothing's been thrown yet. Pentagram with a nice snipe. He has information that they're all there. He's gonna back on up. Thank you. I will take my snipe back down here.
Bomb carrier Gravity looking to get some ground on as one of his teammates falls by his side. Trade does come in though. Question is, will the bomb go down? No, D-Lo able to catch him. He's been such a menace this series. And just take a look at that. Vengeance winning another round against Atlanta Faze.
Those S&Ds where we're going to go 1-1, and it really is just going to come down to who can break that streak. Nice shots by Jintroid, top house. Yeah, no, D-Lo has been absolutely wrecking havoc in this S&D so far. In the series in general.
Doubt about it. Coming into the next round, I think we should expect to see more back and forth. Both of these teams ready to go toe-to-toe with one another and give us a show. We're on board with Team Vengeance, bomb carrier, D-Lo. Been highly impactful in this series. The S&D, some stellar play calling out of him in the moment. Very heat of the moment kind of decision making that has been good for him and great in his favor. Oh, way out in the open there. He's getting tagged up. And the Atlanta Faze Academy players on B site are able to take him down with a grenade. Excellent finish right there from Sib.
I actually love that play by them. It's just to fake the smoke at A and then to just slide their way right on through mid into B. It's unfortunate that he did get caught by that nade, but the trades did end up working out in their favor. They are in a 2v4. And they could very easily just plant bomb at A here, and it looks like exactly what they're gonna do. Pentagram picks off Civ. That's a huge win. No sniper, and bomb didn't even need to go down. So Team Vengeance, they broke the streak. They've now gone up 2 rounds in a row. No shocking there. They've been winning their SPs pretty 6-2. Thinking we might be seeing that again here.
I think Atlanta Faze Academy is losing steam. We're taking a look at Team Vengeance just slipping away with this series, map after map, round after round. It's just going more and more in their favor. Need to finish the fight. You make it to the grand finals here. Team Vengeance is in a pretty stellar position right now. Great lead in the series at the moment. So now, as they mount their attack onto the A-bomb site, the trophies and smokes come out and to try to make some progress towards the Team Vengeance portion of the map.
Pentagram 8-3. Incredible stat line for him. Gravity, unfortunately, outside Atlanta Faze. 0-4 currently.
Should be able to get a plant here. The grenade goes off. Excellent placement. I think it ended up being Pentagram finishing the kill regardless. It's Gravity's turn now as the trophy system comes out. He's hoping to be able to make it there, but I think Team Vengeance is watching that bomb site like a hawk. They know what's up.
7 seconds. Looks like bomb's finally gonna go down. The bullets aren't gonna go through that quite yet, but Gravity, dangerous situation. He can't peek up, and he knows that.
Fear factor.
Oh.
Wanted to let him know he knew he was there, right?
Flank out his Sib. Huge flank. There's another one. How did he not see the other one? It's fine. Jimbo got the clean up for him. Pentagram in a 1v2. Bomb is down.
1 versus 2. Pentagram, it's all on you. Currently 9-3 on a 1 streak. 2 enemies firing in his direction. Can't win the gunfight. Atlanta Faze Academy answers right back. Now only down 1 round.
Say down 1 round, but Faze has been kind of every other one for them, so we'll have to see if they can do the same and pull a second one in a row.
Saw a lot of sniper action in the opening rounds of the Search and Destroy. We're seeing a lot less of that now, as it seems the plays have been coming out of aggressive submachine gun players pushing up and well-placed frag grenades. Yeah, on the side of Atlanta Faze Academy, Gravity still sitting at 0-4. We're 7 rounds into this game, just now starting up the 8th. We want to see him contribute a little bit more, and I think we can see Atlanta Faze Academy in a much better position here.
I usually hate mid-stretch because there's usually always someone watching the middle, but I guess Atlanta Faze didn't think they needed to. Good Faze out of Gravity as he finally gets on the board.
Gravity with another sweet frag. Whole lot of those so far in this game. That's going to put them up one man for the rest of the round. With Team Vengeance being on offense and having a bomb carrier, as soon as they go to put down that bomb, they're now down 3v5, right? And he's just a sitting duck. So it's a pretty big disadvantage for them to be working with.
Fantastic trades. Not even trades. Fantastic teamwork out of Pentagram and Dello there. Pentagram just having his way on the map. He's at 11-5.
Definitely making himself heard. The rest of the team inside the building, all trade blows in the bottom portion of the house. Jimbo looking to escape though. B's a little too hot for him right now as Sib also falls downstairs.
8 seconds left. Bomb is not going down. Like, might be another round for Atlanta Faze unless they can get these kills in. Gravity just needs to stay where he is.
Tied up again, 4-4. Guys are looking to make it close the whole way through. Just as soon as Team Vengeance starts to slip away, Ali, Atlanta Faze Academy bites right back again.
He most definitely did. I almost wonder where some of Vengeance teammates were. I guess they were outside of the houses watching the rotation out of Atlanta Faze. We're back on board Atlanta Faze on offense once again. Venom and Sib both rocking 8-7, 8-6. Detroit and Pentagram though on the other side, 11-5, 10-3. Guns are out.
Pushing through the ditch. All 5 arrows of Atlanta Faze Academy pushing through trenches. The high ground though goes in favor of Stamina, and out of it comes a double kill. With this tied up, Atlanta Faze Academy needs to tread very carefully. They still have to put the bomb down. And with a man disadvantage like this, it's going to be very difficult. Team Vengeance has hardly had to leave their opening setup.
Not to mention, Journey is the one with the bomb, and he's in ditch. It is quite difficult to make it from ditch to the bomb unless you kill all the people standing behind the bomb. Hence, Elo just waiting for it to happen.
Elo waiting patiently. This player has been a very witty player throughout this series so far. He does get brushed though. Journey, find that pressure, is able to take him out. Take a look at your mini map. We got 2 players on site with the bomb down. It's now It's now up to Team Vengeance for the retake.
Let's go from Detroit mid. Now we have 1v3. They had the information. He's down. That's another round for Team Vengeance, and now we are at match point.
Very, very scary sights, Atlanta Faze fans. Your roster, at the moment, they are struggling. We got Gravity still sitting at 1 kill as we get into round 10 of the game. It has been a tough map for him so far, as players like Pentagram have really been in complete control, just dictating the entire flow of this game at the moment.
All right, time to see a little bit of a pace change because of the match point on the side of Team Vengeance. Pentagram rocking 13 and 5, Jintroid 11 and 3. Absolutely insane stats coming from them. Gravity still only 1 on the board. The nades do come out. Journey does get first blood onto Jintroid. That's gonna hurt. Ooh, and another double nade. It looks like we might be going to round 11 here unless we can get some clutch up out of the 3 left on the side of Team Vengeance. The 3v5.
Definitely be a tough one. Venom in a perfect position here. He doesn't have to go anywhere. If anyone tries to peek him, he's more than likely coming out on top in that engagement. Still just 3 players remain. Playing so defensively, someone's got to risk their life and just make a really explosive play right here if they want any hopes of coming back.
Their best option was to
out.
back up and rotate out, but they're just getting picked off. Zinx does fine too, but he is in a 1v3 situation. 27 seconds left on the clock, nowhere near bomb. Looking a little tough for him.
Yep, 1v3 ahead of him. He's looking for it, but they're looking for him. As soon as he fires, they're going to swarm like bees. Look at this. Connects with 1. The second player is going to connect and team shot him before he can even finish the job. Atlanta Faze Academy forces a round 11 in our grand final.
It's only map 2 and we're already in a round 11. And last map was 240 to 250. I don't know if I can take any more already.
This is just what they do. This is what they do. They came to play. They came to compete. Challengers Cup is bringing the best out of them right now, and that's what we're getting right now. So as we head into round 11, I need you to call it, Allie. Who are you thinking? Atlanta Faze Academy, or we're looking at Team Vengeance taking this series to 2-0?
Vengeance. I just need them to put a trophy down. That's I beg. I beg. They've lost almost every round that they've gotten picked off with nades.
All right, well, here comes the Atlanta Faze Academy push. All 5 players going straight through A. Nades are coming in. Pentagram with shots down range. That's a big shot from downtown coming from Team Vengeance. Again, with Atlanta Faze Academy being on offense, it feels like you're down 2 players when you go to play the objective. So Team Vengeance is in a pretty good spot right now on defense.
Big patience out of Samino right now. Ooh, that's 2 down for Vengeance. It is now a 3v4. Still completely doable. 3v3, excuse me. The trades are going through. It's now a 2v2. Jintroid and Samino versus Gravity and Jimbo. Commander Gravity is only 2 kills on the board after 11 rounds. You got the info on Gravity. It is now a 1v2. Bomb is down. This is not looking good for Faze. He has to go for it. He's the 1 kill. Just play the clock. He has to play the clock. He's missing all of his shots. Oh my god,
he was just trying to make him get off the bomb.
If he just jumped out, he would have.
Bombs down.
If he just jumped out just a little further, he would have had it. He saw.
Scared.
Oh, the snap onto Jimbo. That was a fantastic. The absolute snapper out of Jintroid. Oh my god.
Let him know. Let him know, Jintroid. I love the energy.
He's not 13 and 4 for no reason. The round 11 ice. Fantastic plays out of Jintroid. That entire S&D, as well as Pentagram. You're like, no, we don't.
Wow, Jintroid is the MVP in my mind.
Yeah.
For that. So wow, there is so much to break down. In case anyone is just joining us, we do find ourselves here in the North American Grand Finals of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PlayStation 4. Now, what's happened is that Vengeance came through the lower bracket, and they're having a phenomenal showing right now, because here's what's happened is they came through the lower bracket, faced off against Atlanta Faze Academy, and then they were able to beat Atlanta Faze Academy 3-1, resetting the bracket, and in fact, it was the first map of that series that they lost. So they won 3 maps in a row to take the lead over Atlanta Faze Academy. Reset the bracket. Here we are in the second best of 5, and they have just taken 2 maps in a row, if you can believe it or not. So they are on a roll. So, God, the first thing I have to ask you, Rondez, what are they going to do with all of this momentum, knowing that they only have to use to win 1 map more in order to take the whole thing?
Close it out right here. Bring it home. They're tired. Let them be tired. Kick them while they're down. You know, you're upsetting them in these respawns that, well, what we consider upsets because of how well coordinated this Atlanta Faze roster is, right? How much time they've had to play together. We see that they have interesting opening strategies with LMGs and sniper rifles. Team Vengeance is coming through, especially with players like Devo and Pentagram, and just shutting it all down.
Let's talk about Jintroid with that round 11 bomb defuse. There was so much going on as it came down to Jintroid versus Jimbo, and it was just the most intense 1v1. Ali, who do you think was feeling more pressure in that moment?
Me. No, I'm absolutely joking. I'm absolutely joking. But I was at first I thought Jintroid was like shaking just because he couldn't like get him off a bomb. He wouldn't wide peek it. But I understand what he did. I understand that he was either trying to shoot him off it or just scare him not to plant the bomb or get him off the bomb and challenge waste time. But honestly, they both were probably on like some same levels. Like they're both pretty new players, so at the same time they were probably both pretty nervous.
I'm sure they both were. And here we find ourselves in potentially the final map of the definitely final series of the evening. We have Atlanta Faze Academy down versus Team Vengeance. Team Vengeance are up 2-0. They have just 1 map more to win. They could end this right here, right now, on the domination. alley. Do you think that's going to happen?
Absolutely. They just have to take it and run with it. They have to be on top of the moon right now for being up 2-0. They have to keep running with it.
Well, hopping right into the action, we have another domination match, and this one's got a price tag, about $10,000. How about that? So let's take a look and see if Team Vengeance can close it out here 3-0. So far, so good as we start off. Even, both teams still fighting for that B dom flag.
Like Vengeance didn't have a flag for a hot minute, but they're taking over A now. Still nobody quite getting close to B. It's a weird AEC rotation going on right now. Nobody's even tried to get into any buildings.
Lots of skirmish and gunfights. 3 of them go in a row to Team Vengeance. Smoke comes down on the flag. Really, it's just all Atlanta Faze Academy on the flags at the moment as Team Vengeance starts to respond. Very strange map flow going on so far on this match.
Absolutely. I'm just sitting here a little mind blown for a hot second. But it looks like the B flag will start to get a little bit of taking on it from Team Vengeance. It looks like they may be the first to cap it as the nade from Gravity takes them right back off. It's a lot of back and forth. It looks like Faze is trying to get a triple cap right off the bat and force them into that P1 spawning area, which seems to be succeeding so far.
Oh, for sure, and we're seeing them with 2 of the 3 flags already, kind of forcing Team Vengeance on back with their backs against the wall. This kind of pressure is good for your team to see in domination. Team Vengeance, they're able to capture a flag, and now they're looking to push out and take control of middle map again.
I mean, unfortunately, with a stat line of 0-5, so I wonder if we're just waiting for him to, kick it back into gear a little bit. But Faze, being down to 0-2, I mean, they're still playing well. I mean, they obviously are up right now, just about to have a little bit of a point change come in soon here, but nobody's really tanking, it looks like, on the side of Atlanta Faze, and that's something you love to see. Love to see that composure.
Yeah, it was a very tough map. Last map for Gravity, as he wasn't able to contribute a whole lot until towards the end of the game. However, this one, he does start off 6-3, keeping it up as a tie game between the Atlanta Faze Academy and Team Vengeance. Still lots of domination to be played, lots of damage to be done.
D5 looks like it's switching sides here, back on over to Team Vengeance now. Let's see how long it stays that way. A lot of Atlanta Faze players trying to hit up Water Street. How Water Street in St. Petro is such an important lane to have control of, especially when it comes to domination.
Yeah, and when you have the help of a player like D'Lo who's able to hit double digits before everyone else in the lobby, definitely a big deal. Car blows up, and that's going to take down Gravity as well. Just kind of playing right into the hands of Team Vengeance as they already have control of 2 of the 3 flags.
Like we're seeing that Faze sporadic happening a bit again, where they're just getting caught out by themselves by Team Vengeance. No, I just saw Venom trying to make a little bit of a push towards C to get that neutral, and he was chased down and got out. Ooh, incredible hit fire out of Pentagram there.
Yeah, great way of connecting with all those shots. Still, middle of the map, lots of engagements going down. It's D'Lo, currently double digit positive. First one to go into double digits of kills, and he's still there. 13-4, the man is disgusting. Just an absolute menace this series. Middle map control currently in favor of Team Vengeance as they have control of the B and C flag. They're getting twice as many points as Atlanta Faze Academy. The game is slipping further and further into their grasp.
And of course, the second, the nice knife by Stamino. I mean, the second I said something about him being 0-5, he's now 9-7. Again, I promise you guys they can hear me. It looks like we're trying to get neutral at A here, but the nades will come through for Atlanta Faze. But they're getting a little spawn trapped right now by Dello and Pentagram, not letting much get past them. They will fall, though, eventually.
4 in a row from Pentagram. Venom answers back with 2 of his own, now making it 3. As they're trying to respond and stay alive and go streaky, right? Have greater respawn efficiency since you can force them off of these power positions. But Team Vengeance, they're holding on so strong, and as we go into the second half, they're coming into it with a lead.
Only 10 seconds left, not much more to do, but a nice, comfy 20-point lead on the side of Team Vengeance across the board. Everyone doing well stat-wise. I'm telling you, Vengeance is going to run with this. They're going to run with this.
This is it. This could be the last 5 minutes of the tournament tonight if Vengeance can keep up what they've been putting up in both best of 5 series that we've played in the grand finals so far. I mean, this is just an incredible team. Being led by a player like D'Lo at the moment in the kill column, it has been a great key to success for them throughout this series.
All right, the second half, the deciding factor if Team Vengeance 3-0's Atlanta Faze Academy running right into it. They're already having a 20-point lead across the board. Everyone doing incredibly well. Looks like they're going to try and get this B cap as fast as possible. That's already 3, 4, 5, almost 5 down for Atlanta Faze Academy off the bat.
And see, he opted off of the flag right there because he knew they were going to take him out. He's hoping to get a kill before they eliminated him. Journey coming through to try and make a difference as well. He's going to go down too. D'Lo, great survivability, 2 kills in a row right there. And it looks like they could get this flag if they're able to take care of Gravity up top. Gravity playing very passively, and he's punished for it as Team Vengeance comes through and just cracks him right through the wall. Excellent shots from Zinx. Venom will take his place, but with a submachine gun, can't imagine he's going to be able to do a whole lot of damage from up there.
Once again, we are seeing Sib and Jimbo 9-15, 9-13. Not a usual stat line that we would see for those players. Maybe gonna have to step it up here pretty soon, but looks like Faze is gonna take the B flag for now. A and C now in control of Faze as well. Looks like they're trying to get the triple cap, but Vengeance is like, not today.
And it seems like they've lost a lot of map pressure in general. Take a look at those arrows around middle map. That's all Atlanta Faze Academy. Stamina with the double kill is not going to be enough to answer back to it.
That is 4 down for Team Vengeance. So Faze looking to crawl the way back into this. Vengeance don't have a very large time frame to hopefully try and drag this back.
Definitely an attainable comeback. Team Vengeance with just 1 flag to their name. They're only getting 1 point. They're going for that B flag. I don't think he's going to be interrupted as all the players are spawning so far back and deep into the A flag. Team Vengeance just put themselves right back into control of this series.
All up to Journey here, making some noise behind enemy lines to keep them off that B site, and he did his job. He kept them off while his team was still rotating back into the middle. So it all, I think, is about to come down to who can actually get the capture onto this B site. Faze is going for it.
D'Lo wants to jump out, but he knows he's going to be met by 2 or 3 different submachine gun players. Pentagram coming through with another big double kill, turning it into a triple, clearing out all opponents on his own. And that's going to give them much more established control over B-Dom and the entire middle section of the map. Take a look at the mini-map. All those Atlanta Faze Academy arrows have to make such a long trip from the A-Dom.
Pentagram has just been the absolute guy this entire series. Even in the first one, I mean, he's been going positive every single map. He's been getting 2 pieces. They've been getting 3 pieces. He's just ripping people off of headies. He doesn't die. He's an absolute menace.
Pentagram finally goes down. We do see Atlanta Faze Academy take the B flag back. However, take a look at what's happening on A and C. C is in possession of Team Vengeance. A. It looks like it's up for grabs from anyone at the moment, but a well-placed grenade from Gravity is going to tilt things in his favor.
Kill on Gravity. Looks like an A is going to go right on back to neutral. B still now in control of Faze. Alright, CC 3 players from Vengeance though already rotating towards it. Then I'm hoping to do something over here at C. He's got a big gunfight in the back against Zinx. Zinx does take him out and secure their C flag safety. B flag, that's 4 down. That's 4 down for Atlanta Faze. They can very easily switch this B flag one more time. They're gonna do it. This is where it could get incredibly dangerous for Faze. Not only is A neutral, but B is completely open for grabs. Vengeance has it. Now Faze is not gaining any points whatsoever. They need to make a decision here about what flag they need to commit to. They only have 50
Less than a minute
seconds.
on the clock. It's slipping. It's slipping. It looks like Team Vengeance might be able to take this one away. Atlanta Faze Academy, they're still fighting for it. They just got the A flag, but that lapse of activity might have cost them so dearly in this match.
It may already be mathematically impossible unless they get a solid 3 cap for the final 30 seconds.
Zinx on a 5 spree right now. It doesn't look like it's happening. Such a great fight put up from both sides. Take a look at the kill column. Team Vengeance, 4 different players within 20s of their kills. On the side of Atlanta Faze Academy, it just wasn't enough.
Impossible.
Very low activity.
Vengeance just 3-0'd Faze. They just beat them in 2 series, 3-1, 3-0. They completed the sweep. They're insane. They're insane. What a consistent team.
Excellent.
Not only did they just 3-0 Faze Academy in the in the reset of the Grand Finals bracket, but that makes it, I think that's 6 maps in a row they just won.
Yeah.
Because
They only won the hard point. That's absolutely insane.
Wow, so let's take a second and talk about that, shall we? Allie, at the beginning of the day, if I had told you this was going to happen, if I had told you, hey, so Vengeance are going to come through the lower bracket, they are going to defeat Atlanta Faze in a first best of 5, and then they're going to do it again, but the second time, they're going to do it in a solid 3-0 fashion, would you have believed me?
Probably not. I would have been like, what? Who's that? Who's that? What do you mean, who beat Faze? No, that's insane. They played incredibly well. That was some of the best S&D rounds I've seen, and domination, they kept their composure even when Faze started pushing back a little hard, and I mean, fantastic series.
And the one thing we do have to point out, though, is that once again, this is kind of a situation where, you know how statistics can be manipulated to tell whatever story you want them to tell? It's kind of the same way with, you look at something like a 3-0 scoreline, you look at, we're throwing out, you know, facts like Vengeance just won 6 maps in a row, but then if you actually look at the scoreline for each map in that last series, there was so much back and forth. It was not clean cut, it was not decisive, it was not easy or comfortable
100%.
at all, I don't think, for Vengeance. But let's go ahead and take a look at this bracket that Vengeance just swam upstream through. I mean, yeah, I make it sound like they were doing terribly at first. Of course they weren't. They did have a nice showing throughout the winners bracket until the first time they met up with the Atlanta Faze Academy. That means they faced Faze Academy 3 times today.
They earned it. They earned this.
They earned it. They're going home with their first place prize, and they earned it. They did not. Nothing about that was easy. It wasn't easy to watch. My palms
100%.
were sweating. I didn't even do anything.
They are definitely
I've been sitting in
the
one
winners.
place.
Decisively.
Decisively. Well, let's take a look at exactly what they're going home with. Team Vengeance was walking away with Rondez, do you want to take us through what the rest of the teams that aren't Team Vengeance are going home
Yeah,
with?
big bucks up top there to Team Vengeance with the $10,000. Atlanta Faze Academy, our second place team in the grand final here, will go home with $7,500 in their pocket, split up between them, UYU as well. Then down to Get Busy at $2,500. Let's take a look at how the prize breakdown happened in Europe as well.
Yes, see how many euros these guys are going home with. Oh, no, it's still in dollars.
real
It's
money.
still in dollars. They translated for us. Yes, good. I don't know if that means they came out on top. I don't know if the dollar is stronger or if the euro is stronger right now. It doesn't matter. We're paying them in dollars. Team War is going home with $8,000. Singularity with $6,000. Trainhard won $4,000, and Obtained Esports, who we didn't see any gameplay from, won $2,000. Finally, the APAC region, the first region we saw half of a day ago. The sun was out, and the sun has been shining for 12 hours while we watched these games.
Oh, man.
So 12 hours ago, Renegades won $2,500, Chiefs won $1,500, and Throne won $1,000. So, I mean, that can be a lot of money for, you know, what is not necessarily considered a pro gamer. Although I would argue this is considered the amateur scene, but realistically, the definition of being a professional at something is whether or not you get paid for it, right? I mean,
They're working through it. They came here, they fought for it, and they got it, right, Jess?
yeah, they came here, they fought for it, they won it. Like, would it be a stretch to call these guys pro
Not
gamers
at all.
now?
They got paid for it.
No. You're in the
You're
challenge
paid
series,
for it,
bro.
I mean-
Absolutely. For sure. Well, and then one other kind of narrative that I really want to drive home here is that, I mean, first of all, the league spots, the rosters aren't locked until July 6th, and we have seen pros come through the Challengers series, come through the Challengers Cups. We've got Mac playing for the New York Subliners right now. This season, he came through Challengers. That's where he came from. Basically, these pros are looking for any kind of like 18-year-old young hotshot who is able to come through and win some real money. So, based off of that, Ali, is there anyone on, especially Team Vengeance, that you might look to and say, like, you know, he's got a really good shot at maybe getting picked up for a league spot?
I honestly, I look directly at Pentagram and Gentroid. I mean, consistently, every single series, I mean, they were just going off. There were people on the map, especially Pentagram. I mean, the rotations he would do for his team before anybody else were just incredible. They did a lot more than people usually think it would have done. I mean, it distracts the other team, it gets some spawns, and he was always the man on rotation. So those two players for me definitely stand out, and definitely I could see.
Completely agree. It's clear that there's a lot of talent here, and you know, of course, here in the Challengers League, I guess you could say we do have some players who were formerly in the Call of Duty League or the Call of Duty World League who are now kind of placed into the Challengers and trying to kind of prove themselves. But it's amazing because we see these young hotshots also coming on up. So if we take a look at the schedule here, because of course this does basically draw this Challengers Cup number 4 to a close, but don't worry, we have plenty more action coming up next weekend. June 20th, we have the Paris Open. Then the Challengers Cup number 5 is going to be June 27th. The New York, London, and Toronto team opens are coming up after that. And then, of course, the Challengers Cup finals will take place simultaneously with the League Champs playoffs. So, gosh, what a day. You know, I am just really impressed by seeing all of this gameplay here, but I want to hear from our two casters who I've said are my favorite people in the world, what their final thoughts are. Rondez, before we end the broadcast for tonight, was there anything overall that we didn't really touch on before? Or are there any standout players in your mind that we didn't talk about? Or is there just anything else you would like to say while the cameras are on you?
Hey, today felt like a lot of the best players that played tonight got a lot of shine. We saw a lot of good plays. We got to highlight them all. It was an excellent competition, following up an excellent event out here in Minnesota. Make sure you go support the Rockers website, donate to their causes. Awesome stuff going on right now in the Call of Duty League all around. And really, it was just a great event. And I gotta say, if you're at home and you want to compete and you want to get better at Call of Duty, become a challenger. Come onto the website, check out the Call of Duty League, see how you fare, how you match up.
Allie, what about you? Are you about to go pro now? Do you want to form a challengers team and throw your hat in the
I started
ring?
as a competitor and I became a caster, and who knows, maybe I'll just hit the back button, you know, the escape button, just let me go back to competitor real quick. Money question mark? But I'll just echo everything Fox said. Basically everything he said, and also thank you, Jess, and thank you, Fox, for casting with me. It's been a great day hanging out with you both, and it's been awesome watching and casting COD.
All right, well, thank you both, Alley Cat and Rondes, for joining me. What an amazing day this has been here at the 4th Call of Duty Challengers Cup presented by PlayStation 4. Congratulations to all the winners today. Very hard fought, very well won. Lot of amazing talent to keep your eyes on. And remember to go to callofdutyleague.com/challengers to sign up yourself.